Mo Jiang traversed into a new world with a farming system. Accompanied by a cub still in the throes of youth, leading a malnourished clan, she rolled up her sleeves and set to work. Engaging in agriculture, infrastructure development, and even live streaming, she inadvertently captured the attention of the entire star system. Initially believing she could enjoy a life of ease, she soon found her clan members seeking her assistance. Jiang, the Eagle clan demands grain 100,000 kilograms. Jiang, the Water clan wishes to trade seawater for cured meat 5,000 kilograms. Mo Jiang felt a wave of darkness wash over her. She had yet to faint, but the live streaming chat erupted into chaos. Streamer, wait for me to finish recording the data on the mother planet's Merfolk. Streamer, please elaborate on boiled cabbage. My father-in-law and mother-in-law are arriving soon. I will reward you. Nestled beside someone, Mo Jiang's eyes brimmed with tears. Chapter 1. Transforming into a tiger cub with a system in a cramped cave, the stench of decay lingered as dozens of emaciated tiger cubs huddled together for warmth. The sound of hungry cries stirred one cub snuggled close to Mo Jiang. Its fur was in disarray, rendering its color unrecognizable, and as it opened its eyes, a look of confusion filled its round, clear gaze. Suddenly, as if awakening to a realization, it produced a piece of jerky from an unknown source and pushed it towards Mo Jiang with its paw. Mo Jiang glanced at the jerky, barely larger than a fingernail, and shook her head, awkwardly pushing it back with her unaccustomed paw. Rising to her feet amidst the cub's astonished gaze, she staggered out of the cave. Bright, warm light enveloped her, warming her body, and she involuntarily emitted a comforting purr while resisting the instinct to bask in the sun on the ground. Outside the cave lay endless terrain devoid of greenery, where scattered gray tigers lounged in the sun on the barren land. One tiger noticed the cub emerging and approached her. Relying on her body's inherent keen senses, she detected a moist current of air distinct from the other dry breezes, and just as she prepared to raise her paw, a thunderous roar startled her her ears. It was a tiger's roar, yet a young man's voice resonated in her mind, conveying a clear message. I wish to find something to eat. Did who did not provide you with food? The towering male tiger voiced his confusion, nudging another piece of jerky, larger than before, towards Mo Jiang. She regarded the jerky, which had significantly increased in size, revealing the same texture. Upon returning to the cave, Mo Jiang squeezed past the cubs lounging at the entrance, biting her paw in distress as she gazed outside. According to the analysis, the Feihu tribe has been in a state of hunger for an extended period. Their condition can only sustain for 5 days before total extinction. And for cubs like the host, the rate of demise is even swifter. While Mo Jiang pondered how to venture out in search of food, an electronic voice suddenly resonated within her mind. There are 2 hours remaining until the system binding countdown. The host may familiarize herself with the current environmental conditions before responding. Before Mo Jiang could articulate her thoughts, the electronic voice commenced an explanation of her present planetary circumstances. The current location is an orc planet, which underwent a global evolution. Humans and flora-fauna evolved in tandem, resulting in the environment favoring evolved orcs and plant people, while those that did not evolve became ferocious beasts and aggressive plants, their inner energy volatile and inedible. Only purifiers with the gift of purification can eliminate this volatile energy, yet their numbers are scarce, with merely 1 or 2 arising among tens of thousands. Mo Jiang remained unperturbed as she absorbed the system's information. From the onset of the system's presence, it exuded an air of urgency, as if desperate to promote itself. Although she was unaware of the nature of this farming system, she recognized that the initiative lay with her. Your tribe, the Feihu, is renowned for its physical prowess, signifying the absence of purifiers. Upon hearing this, the previously relaxed Mo Jiang paused, her small claws momentarily stilled before resuming their gnawing. If it were not for the system's continuous monitoring of her physical condition, she might not have noticed the subtle shift within herself. Should the host have any inquiries regarding the system itself, feel free to ask at any time. What is the farming system, and what purpose does it serve in this world? Since her arrival in this realm, a voice identifying itself as the farming system had echoed in her mind while she was still in a state of confusion. She had paid it little heed at the time, but now, With the confirmation of her transmigration, she steadied her thoughts regarding the claims made by this farming system. However, if all plant energy is volatile, it suggests a singular conclusion. The energy of the land itself is inherently volatile. Thus, even if cultivation is possible, what purpose does it serve? The harvested grains would still be inedible. The system detected the underlying implications in Mo Jiang's thoughts and responded with an emotionless, mechanical tone. The farming system is a type of system that adapts to the respective farming direction based on different worlds, existing to prevent the starvation of living beings. As for its utility in this world, I previously mentioned that the seeds provided by the system possess purification capabilities, meaning that if the host dedicates herself to farming as a lifelong pursuit, one day, this planet will no longer harbor volatile beings, allowing everyone to be satiated and free from hunger. The tribe you currently inhabit is the most powerful among the tiger clans on this planet, revered for strength and scornful of the weak. You can feel the frailty of your current form, struggling even to walk a few steps. However, once you bind to the system, everything will transform. The system's voice was gentle, almost seductive. Upon hearing this, Mo Jiang twitched her ears, her previously tranquil disposition shifting ever so slightly. She heard her own voice inquire, "Could you elaborate? No one desires to perish, nor do they wish to live uncomfortably." According to the system, it seems that acquiring its assistance could significantly enhance her quality of life. Previously, her mind had been muddled, and not only had she disregarded the system's words, but she had also overlooked the essence of the farming system itself. Once you bind to the system and obtain seeds with purification capabilities, you can masquerade as a purifier and navigate the entire tiger clan with ease. And then, as the system's tone took on a more beguiling quality, reminiscent of an old witch luring children, Mo Jiang rolled her eyes, unable to allow the system to continue without interruption. "Can you not speak in such a manner? Did you not conduct an investigation before choosing me as a host? Am I easily swayed? Do not be overly ambitious. The food produced from seeds provided by the system will lack volatile energy and may even purify the land itself." Whether it was her imagination or not, Mo Jiang sensed a hint of pride within the system's proclamation. She continued gnawing at her paw, the dialogue in her mind with the system softening in tone. How does one obtain seeds? Upon binding to the system, the host will receive a beginner's gift pack, typically containing 1 to 2 varieties of plant seeds. To acquire further seeds in the future, the host must complete various learning tasks assigned by me. Binding to the system will not harm my body, will it? Mo Jiang released her paw, her peripheral vision inadvertently catching sight of the stark white fur on her paws, contrasting sharply with the rest of her body. A sudden realization twisted her expression. The farming learning system exists to promote agriculture and eradicate starvation from the world. It will not engage in any actions that could endanger living beings. The powerful and reassuring injection administered by the system captured Mo Jiang's attention, and as for the unsavory thing she had ingested earlier, she chose to dismiss that thought entirely. "Then let us proceed with the binding," she declared. With her lack of understanding of the current world, possessing a seemingly useless golden finger was certainly better than having nothing at all. As her words faded, a transparent interface materialized before her, presenting 2 options: confirm and cancel. Without hesitation, her furry little paw pressed down on confirm. "The novice gift pack has been delivered. Please take notice. Task 1. Please learn which type of soil is suitable for which plants within 3 days. Reward: 3,000 gene of sweet potatoes with purification capabilities. No penalties." As the electronic voice relayed this announcement, a hefty tome floated in front of Mo Jiang, only to vanish moments later without a trace. She cast aside the seemingly unachievable task and focused on the novice gift pack laid out before her. Purification area: 10 square meters, 50 gene of edible potatoes, 100 gene of edible cabbage, 1,000 seeds of unknown vegetables, 1 lucky draw. Mo Jiang glanced up at the rewards, then looked at her own petite frame, contemplating another venture outside. "What are you planning to do? Staying awake will only lead to trouble," a voice interjected. Listening to the continuous growling of her stomach, she paused momentarily and shifted her gaze from the 100 gene of edible cabbage. In the next instant, she swept her paw aside, and 5 or 6 plum cabbages rolled out. Distribute these among the other cubs. I am going out to find the clan leader. She had never been particularly fond of children. They were too noisy. Yet she exhibited an unusual tolerance for the furry ones. Chapter 2. Forming a line for delicious food. A tiger cub, slightly smaller than Mo Jiang, gazed at the vibrant green and white plants before it, its round eyes widening in astonishment. Its paw extended uncontrollably toward the brilliantly colored vegetation. By the time it realized what was happening, the plant had already been stuffed into its mouth. For a fleeting moment, panic washed over it, but the next second, the crisp, sweet, and juicy flavors overwhelmed its senses, causing it to forget everything else. Its round eyes squinted in delight as the delectable plant was ground into bits, sliding down its throat with ease. The little tiger cub let out an excited ow-woo, summoning all the other cubs in the cave. The other cubs, roused from their slumber by the call, blinked in confusion. Ow-woo line up to receive the tastiest food. Assuming it was mealtime, they instinctively formed a line to collect food from the little cub. The small cub carefully peeled off a leaf from the round cabbage, scrutinizing it for 2 seconds before expertly dividing it into 4 equal portions. Before long, every cub received an equal share of cabbage leaves. Yet, 3 round cabbages remained on the ground. Before departing with its round cabbage, the little cub stole a glance at the cubs lounging in their nest, observing their satisfied expressions. With 2 paws gleefully clutching the round cabbage, it stood upright, striding toward another cave. Mo Jiang was oblivious to the stingy demeanor of the little cub after her departure. At that moment, she nudged the remaining 3 round cabbages toward the male tiger. "Can you take me to find the clan leader now?" The tender call of the young cub softened the heart of the male tiger. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the rolling cabbages stirred by Mo Jiang's actions. Suddenly, a man clad in gray fur appeared before her, clutching the 3 cabbages that had been rolling about. Mo Jiang recognized that it was normal for beasts to transform into humans, yet she could not help but feel astonished upon witnessing it. Fortunately, her furry visage concealed her emotions, preventing the now human male tiger from detecting any sign of her surprise. Feeling the gentle weight in his arms, Humang experienced a mix of regret and salivation. Regret stemmed from his inability to resist devouring an entire cabbage. Earlier salivation arose from the crisp, sweet, and juicy sensations the delightful flavor he had encountered for the first time since birth. Having just succumbed to the allure of a cabbage, the prospect of 3 more within reach intensified his craving, far outweighing his remorse. He pondered where the little cub had procured them and yearned for anotherno, 100 until he was stuffed. Swallowing hard, Humang seized the little cub and sprinted toward the clan leader's cave with utmost speed. Upon arriving, he found a group of tigers emerging from the entrance. Humang stepped aside, allowing them to pass. However, as the tigers walked by, their noses twitched and one of them halted. "Humang, what do you have there?" Unlike Humang, who was still a cub, the tigers exiting the leader's cave were elders of the clan. Having experienced much during the clan's prosperous times, they recognized the scent of purified food that was strikingly similar to what they now detected. "Plants given by a little cub. I wanted the clan leader to have a look." Faced with the inquiries of the clan's elders, Humang sought to evade, but could not avoid. Without hesitation, he thrust the little cub forward, placing it between the cabbages and the elders. The adult tigers within the clan were typically very tolerant of cubs, yet their leniency was considerably diminished when it came to a grown tiger holding what appeared to be food. Moreover, he did not wish for any tiger other than himself to discover just how delicious these plants were. The fewer tigers who knew, the more cabbages he could claim for himself. With a bold stroke, he might even secure all of them for himself. Mo Jiang, unaware of Humang's thoughts, found herself being nudged forward by the grip on her armpit, leaving her bewildered. "Oh, in that case, you may proceed inside," the elder tigers remarked, showing no further interest upon recognizing the little cub. Humang, realizing the implications of this moment, felt a pang of dread. His precious cabbages were in jeopardy. Resigned to his fate, he stepped onto the path they cleared for him, and one by one, the elders followed him inside. Moments later, Mo Jiang, placed on the ground, observed as an elder tiger, whose whiskers were flecked with white, plucked a cabbage leaf, sniffed it, and finally chewed it. Even a small cub could discern the change in the clan leader's demeanor, and naturally, the other seasoned tigers did not miss it either. How is it? Is it purified food? An impatient elder inquired before the clan leader could even swallow the cabbage leaf. The clan leader nodded, casting a wistful glance at the cabbages by his side, pushing them toward the other tigers while striving to avert his gaze from their consumption. As if by doing so, he could somehow alleviate the pain that felt as if it were bleeding within him. He turned to the little cub that had been quietly sitting beside Humang since entering, while Humang, watching the dwindling cabbages, felt the same sense of anguish, twitching his paw but ultimately refraining from snatching the food from the elders. Where did you find these? Their tiger clan had not seen a purifier since the time of their ancestors. The clan leader wished to inquire whether the little cub had performed the purification, yet it was a question better left unasked, for the potential hope could only lead to further disappointment. None of them considered the possibility that it was the little cub who had purified the food. Yet often, reality lies in those very possibilities they dare not imagine. Before the assembly of mighty elders, Mo Jiang remained undaunted, her demeanor calm and obedient, unafraid of her surroundings. The little cub shook its round head, issuing a soft, innocent reply. No, I kept it as reserved food, and it turned into this later. The original color was purple. The cries of the cubs were delicate and tender, yet the assembled tigers did not dismiss her voice due to its naivety at the very instant the cubs' vocalizations subsided. Their expressions turned grave. The clan leader regarded the two remaining half-round cabbages on the table, contemplating for a moment before arriving at a decision. Lu, take 5 or 6 adult tigers and head towards the lake. Although the young cub had not explicitly identified her gift as purification, the well-informed Bai had already deduced her talent based on her description. It merely required physical confirmation. Jing understood the clan leader's intent. She opened her mouth to interrupt the departing Lu. The aura emanating from the land where I store the reserve food is identical to that of these plants. Several tigers that had already set off halted in their tracks, turning towards the clan leader with astonishment etched upon their faces. The cub's utterance disrupted Bai's plans with a swift motion of his paw. He resolutely guided the tigers towards the cub's den. The other young cubs, still in slumber, were instructed to relocate to different dens. Amidst the temporary chaos, Jing focused her gaze on the 10-square-meter area designated for purification, feeling a pang of sympathy as she scratched at the corner. Chapter 3. Has the tiger cub awakened purification? A patch of land, approximately 1 square meter in size, was quietly undergoing transformation. Once the turmoil subsided, Jing flicked her tail and led the way. This is the spot. She gestured towards the freshly purified area with her tail. Bai directly pinched a handful of earth with his claws, bringing it to his mouth. It smells exactly like the purified plants. Yes, they drew closer to the spot indicated by the young cub. Several tigers detected the familiar scent. Some were so overwhelmed with excitement that they emitted juvenile ow-ow-ow sounds. The other tigers, intrigued by the commotion from their robust group, could no longer contain their curiosity and peered in through the entrance. However, apart from the tigers cavorting in chaos, there was nothing else present. The tigers, initially bewildered, sensed something was amiss. Some of the more perceptive tigers caught a whiff of an unusual aura. Go and inform all the tigers to assemble at the center of the tribe when the sun sets in the afternoon. Upon concluding this statement, he kicked out the tigers that had crowded at the entrance, attempting to catch a glimpse. The tigers, receiving a swift jab, bared their teeth and shook their plush, round heads before dispersing to relay the message of the evening gathering. Just as the clan leader and elders were urging the tigers along, a small cub, limping while clutching something, hurried towards Jing. By the time the tigers noticed, the young cub had already reached her side. This is what's left of the plants you gave, do not worry. All the cubs have had their fill. Jing, aware of the number of cubs in the Phi H tribe, gazed at the half cabbage in front of her, her heart swelling with emotion as it softened further. She nudged the cabbage towards the cub. You eat it, I have more. The larger tigers, conflicted about whether to expel the sneaky cub, widened their eyes at Jing's words. The clan leader acted swiftly, promptly assigning several formidable elders to guard the land unaffected by corrupting energy. He led the other tigers and swiftly carried Jing towards the lake. Experiencing for the first time the sensation of being transported by elders, Jing felt her mind and limbs jostling, her entire being swaying with emotion devoid of any coherent experience. Upon reaching the ground, she felt dizzy, her limbs giving way, collapsing onto the earth like a kitten overcome by heat. Faced with the feeble cub, the larger tiger's brows no longer furrowed in concern, rather, their worry deepened. It was not a matter of what would become of her future, but rather the apprehension that a cub with purification abilities would possess such frail physicality. How would she fare during future trials? At worst, they could alter the rules, transitioning from individual trials to team endeavors. They could position the strongest cubs beside the young one, rendering her fears inconsequential. Contemplating this, the larger tiger's worries vanished entirely, oblivious to the fact that the martial independence of the tiger tribe had significantly deteriorated. Jing, unaware of the tiger's thoughts, took several minutes to regain her strength. She glanced at the tranquil, emerald lake and, in her innocence, looked towards the larger tigers. Little cub, focus your attention on this small pond. Bai's voice resonated, and Jing, with her tail entwined around her waist, turned in accordance with his directive. Before her lay a 1 square meter pond recently excavated by the larger tigers, now home to a few minuscule fish. She twitched her ears, and, as she took a step forward, her legs suddenly weakened. Had Bai's tail not remained in place, she would have tumbled headlong. Noticing the cub's frilier state than anticipated, Bai refrained from comment, but his tail, prepared to withdraw, curled protectively around her once more. Guiding the young cub step by step closer to the pond, he assured, "Do not worry, this place is very safe." No sooner had he spoken than Jing closed her eyes, her tail taut, embodying a spirit of determination. The surrounding larger tigers gazed intently at her, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yet within a mere second, the cub, having exerted herself, suddenly lost her energy, opening her round eyes wide. The larger tigers, sensing no change in the surrounding aura, were taken aback as they met the cub's watery gaze. They offered comfort. "It's all right. It's normal for there to be no change. You are merely a young cub. In the future, just tell us what you wish to eat, and the larger tigers will take good care of you." Indeed. Jing, feeling a mix of emotion and amusement at the chorus of reassurances that blocked her own words, finally exclaimed, "No, you are all staring at me. I feel a bit nervous." It was not that she could not unleash her abilities. The atmosphere fell silent, gradually morphing into an awkward tension. Bai emitted a couple of low growls, breaking the discomfort. As his roar echoed, the larger tigers, who had been frozen in place, vanished without a trace. Jing closed her eyes once more, tensed her tail, fluffed her fur, and drifted into a meditative state. This planet was unlike her home on LNXNG. Danger lurked at every turn. Without a system, relying solely on the tiger tribe, her survival would be arduous. Jing silently thanked her fortune for a fleeting moment. However, some of the system's assertions were not entirely accurate. While the tiger tribe revered strength, they displayed greater compassion for the weak. It was impossible for her heart not to soften in response. No longer glancing at the minimap, she prepared the words she wished to convey and opened her eyes. Using her tail, she prodded the large tail entwined around her waist. Bai, feigning interest in the water while vigilantly observing the young cub, felt the subtle pressure on his tail and turned to her. "I believe I can focus my attention on this area, which is 9 times larger." The cub's tender voice reached Bai's ears, momentarily leaving him bewildered. Only when he met the earnest gaze of the cub did the realization dawn upon him. "Close your eyes first." Jing obediently shut her eyes, yet her focus remained on the minimap. As expected, green dots appeared densely around her, a multitude of them. When Bai instructed her to open her eyes, she beheld the 1-meter pond, teeming with tiny fish that were scarcely larger than her whiskers, blinking in astonishment. Looking up at Bai, she remarked, "This pond can be filled with large fish, otherwise it would be a waste." Chapter 4. Has the sweet potato turned blue? Is it not exhausting? The roar of Hu Bai, even when uttered inadvertently, carries an imposing presence. However, at this moment, Mo Jiang only felt warmth and concern. She let out a soft whimper and shook her head. "It is not exhausting." Without waiting for Hu Bai's command, She obediently closed her eyes. For a brief moment, Hubai thought that the little tiger cub had spotted another tiger. He lifted his gaze towards the various hiding spots of the tigers, but all he saw was foliage. Given that the little tiger cub was the weakest in both physical prowess and perception within the clan, it was unlikely he would notice anything, let alone the little cub. Hubai shook his head, dismissing the absurd thought from his mind. When Mo Jiang opened her eyes again, the pond before her was teeming with fish, packed tightly together without a single gap. Her furry paw pressed against the ground as she silently activated Evolution Zone 9 square meters. Instantly, the air around the pond transformed. After using one of her beginner's gifts, Mo Jiang slumped down on the ground, gazing at the clear water as the foul odor in the air gradually dissipated. A smile unconsciously crept across her face, revealing her sharp tiger teeth. The other adult tigers also sensed the change in atmosphere, their gazes vacillating between the pond and the little cub. Moments later, they could no longer contain their excitement, and their roars echoed around them. Startet, Mo Jiang, who was crouched against the forelimb of the clan leader, jumped. Before she could react, the adult tigers hidden in various corners sprang forth, their long legs racing toward the single target. Mo Jiang had never experienced the sensation of so many mature tigers charging at once. But now she felt one thing. Her heart was about to leap out of her chest. "Stop right there," she shouted loudly. The little cub, timid and fragile, now awakened with the purifying talent, was the hope of their entire clan. If anything were to happen to him, she would ensure this bunch of rascally tigers faced dire consequences. Hubai, gazing at the pond, found it difficult to articulate his feelings. The excitement and joy surged so intensely that it felt as though his heart might burst. Upon witnessing the adult tigers suddenly halt in their tracks, Mo Jiang took a deep breath. It dawned on her that she, too, was a little tiger and would not be devoured. While her mind caught up, her body did not respond as quickly. The rhythm of her heartbeat remained somewhat frantic. As her gaze fell upon the adult tigers, who looked longingly at the pond, yet bore an expression of regret, Mo Jiang's heart softened, having begun to recognize herself as part of the clan. Clan leader. "I am fine, just a bit fatigued after using my abilities." Hubai, upon hearing the little cub's attempts to absolve the adults, let out a cold snort. His gaze then settled upon the pond, watching the abundance of fish, his whiskers quivering with excitement. Dozens of adult tigers, upon receiving the clan leader's command, dared not breathe a word, let alone disobey, and scurried off, each clutching a fish to deliver to the tribe. Observing their slow and reluctant pace, Hubai frowned impatiently. "Hurry up." In an instant, the dozen tigers vanished. Along with them, their grievances dissipated. They were once formidable tigers who commanded respect outside. Yet here, they appeared as mere subordinates to the clan leader. Could he not show a bit of consideration for the little cub still present, granting them a semblance of dignity? As they carried the fish, their sharp teeth pierced through the flesh. Yet they felt no bitterness, only the delicious and sweet aroma that made their mouths water uncontrollably. Neither Mo Jiang nor Hubai were aware of the turmoil and joy experienced by the departing tigers. The area had already been cleared by the adults, and for the time being, there was no danger. Mo Jiang, her heartbeat having returned to normal, steadied herself against the clan leader's forelimb and, with her youthful voice, made a request. "Clan leader, I wish to go over there and take a look." Her tail pointed towards a lush area about 10 meters away from the pond. Hubai squinted, surveying the vicinity to ensure there was nothing that could harm the little cub. With a flick of his large tail, he stepped towards the spot indicated by the little cub. "I will take you there." Mo Jiang felt somewhat amused by the clan leader's protective demeanor, akin to handling a rare animal. Yet, sensing her own frail body, she did not resist, appearing as docile as a plush toy. Upon reaching their destination, Mo Jiang was gently placed on the ground by the clan leader's fluffy tail. "Go ahead." As he spoke, he leisurely flicked his tail. Mo Jiang, with her small paws, clumsily trotted towards what appeared to be a sweet potato field. When the system issued the task, it likely intended to motivate her, showing her the staggering land where 3,000 gene of sweet potato seeds could be planted. She had glanced at it briefly, not paying much attention. Whether it was due to the nature of her body or some change that occurred during her transmigration, it seemed she had gained an extraordinary memory. In this light, the once seemingly daunting agricultural book no longer appeared insurmountable. The shape of sweet potato leaves varies according to the seeds, encompassing round, heart-shaped, purple heart-shaped and green heart-shaped varieties. The leaves beneath her paws conformed to the heart-shaped variety, yet their color differed from what Mo Jiang was familiar with. They were blue. The stem connecting to the leaves was long and also blue. Mo Jiang tugged at the sweet potato leaf stem, but it did not break. She tried again. It could be broken, but the outer skin of the stem was resilient, still connecting to the interior, bringing her damp nose close to the stem. The bitter and sour aroma stimulated her nostrils. The little cub, caught off guard, let out a loud sneeze, startling the adult tiger on guard nearby. Hubei glanced at the little cub, seeing no danger, and relaxed his upright tail. This is Jiang Tu Chow, abundant in the area, with minimal violent energy. But the taste is unpalatable to tigers, and they will not consume it unless absolutely necessary. Hubei, flicking his tail, had not relaxed his furrowed brow since the departure of the clan members to fetch food, but now it began to ease. From the leaves and stem, Mo Jiang was already 80% certain that this was indeed a sweet potato. Upon hearing Hubei's words, her ears perked up. Subsequently, her paws sprang from the ground as she found a relatively soft patch of soil and began to dig earnestly. She paused when she noticed a color different from the soil and gently brushed away the top layer of dirt with her pads. Chapter 5. The Tiger Clan can have meat to eat not red or purple on the outside. Like the leaves and stems, it was blue. Montak Jiang. Upon seeing the root that resembled a sweet potato in every aspect except for its skin, became even lighter in her movements. Nearby, Hubei, who was watching the little cub with boredom, let out a puzzled roar. What is this? I've never seen it before. It should be the fruit of Jiang Tu Chow, growing beneath the ground. After hearing Mo Jiang's explanation, Hubei responded, not pursuing the matter further. After all, no one eats it. Asking would be futile. Yet, several days later, Hubei would regret not having asked that extra question, wishing he could slap his current self through time. Just one more inquiry would have led to a bountiful harvest of soft and sweet delicacies. Unfortunately, he could not foresee the future. He only saw the little cub's interest in this peculiar item, and with a flick of his tail, he easily pulled out dozens of plump sweet potatoes from the vine. Before Mo Jiang could excitedly rush towards the sweet potatoes she had labored half the day to unearth, Hubei thoughtfully collected the sweet potatoes hanging from the vine and placed them one by one before the little cub. Mo Jiang managed to halt her steps, her nose barely inches from the pile of sweet potatoes. She poked at the silent system that had issued the task. Do you have several methods for eliminating violent energy from the bodies of plants and animals? The dormant system, upon hearing her voice, did not question how she knew it had ways to remove violent energy. There exists a method. However, it is not suitable for you. Do not waste your efforts. The most prudent course of action is to diligently learn the art of farming. How can you determine my unsuitability without expressing it? Mo Jiang furrowed her small nose in indignation upon hearing the system's response. Because this method necessitates a natural affinity for plants, and your affinity is 0. I have encountered numerous hosts, yet you're the first to possess a plant affinity of 0. The little tiger cub opened its mouth. Yet before it could utter a sound, the system seemed to anticipate its thoughts. Plant affinity is innate. There are no tools or means to enhance it. Please, first elucidate the method. The system's words caused Mo Jiang's heart to sink gradually. Although she had little hope, her curiosity compelled her to seek knowledge of this method. Seeing her persistence, the system reluctantly divulged, I possess a companion system plugin. Gaining the favor of a plant yields a small amount of purification value. Winning the affection of a type of plant grants a significant 1,000 points of purification value, which can accumulate. 10 points of purification value can cleanse 1 square meter of land and its crops to a depth of 1 meter. The prerequisite is that the host utilizing this plugin must have a plant affinity. Without plant affinity, no matter how much a plant may favor you, the purification value will not be counted. Upon hearing this, the spark in Mo Jiang's eyes completely dimmed. However, gazing at the heap of sweet potatoes before her and the imposing figure of the large tiger beside her, she clenched her paw and prodded the system once more. Can the affections of plants be transformed into the affections of sentient beings? Yes, but the host must pay a corresponding price. Task 2. Familiarize yourself with the characteristics of 100 types of plants within 3 days. Reward: conversion of the plugin's commands. No penalties. Listening to the familiar announcement of the task, Mo Jiang squinted her eyes. You must have undergone numerous tasks by now. Thus you have seen much of the world. Indeed, the system confirmed. You should also be aware that there exists an industry in my original world known as live streaming. The farming system, rapidly perusing information, replied, I am aware. So, why not live stream while we farm? During the live stream, we can allow other sentient beings to realize the joy of farming. Even if not many become aware, as long as a sufficient number of sentient beings watch my stream, the base will grow and the love for farming will flourish. Imagine the impact. Individuals, tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, even an entire planet or civilization could be influenced by farming culture. What a magnificent scene that would be. Your abilities would be truly remarkable. Mo Jiang's voice grew ever more gentle as she painted a grand vision of the future, her tone seemingly casting a hook that compelled the system to immerse itself in the scene she described. Do you not wish to create such a scene with your own hands and witness it with your own eyes? I do. Regardless of whether one is human or a system, newcomers often harbor grand ambitions to showcase their capabilities. By the time the system realized what had transpired, it had already agreed to grant Mo Jiang free access to interstellar live streaming. It counted its basic points and quietly suppressed its emotional turmoil. Satisfied with the response, Mo Jiang reminded the system not to forget to activate the live stream within a day, undeterred by its sudden disappearance. The purification of this fruit should be relatively simple. The clan leader can mark a point at every lush area of Jiang Tu Chao, and once I recover, I can purify it. As Mo Jiang contemplated how to commence the live stream within a day, she tugged at the clan leader's tail, pointing at the sweet potatoes on the ground. I have a premonition that after the purification of Jiang Tu Chao's fruit, it will have a delightful flavor and be quite filling. The taste is secondary. The ability to satiate is of utmost importance. The reason they previously avoided Jiang Tu Chao was not solely due to its unpalatable taste, but also because it was insufficiently filling. 5 robust tigers could not satiate even one. They found a clean stone slab, placed the fish upon it, and swallowed their accumulated saliva as they howled, the sound soaring through the clouds, reaching every tiger's ears. There's edible meat. Hurry to the lakeside. Before the resounding howls could fade, a throng of tigers vanished in an instant like the wind. Mo Jiang crouched beside the clan leader, having adequately prepared for the arrival of the tigers, so her heart did not race as intensely as before. The vigilant tiger by, ever attentive to the emotional shifts of the little tiger cub, gradually closed its open mouth. The little cub displayed commendable adaptability, truly a testament to their Fei Hu tribe's younglings. At that moment, Tiger Bai had entirely forgotten that their tribe had no tolerance for timid cubs. Regardless of how pitifully they cried, the necessary courage training proceeded without fail. Complimenting the little cub's courage was out of the question. Merely refraining from mockery was a feat in itself. Mo Jiang observed the excited and eager large cats departing, her eyes unconsciously narrowing with joy, her delight evident. Chapter 6. Livestream reported for deception. She had never anticipated that one day she would find happiness in the joy of others. Upon returning to the tribe, the sun cast a slender peak on the horizon, and all the tigers gathered at the center of the tribe. Before their eyes stood a pile resembling a small mountain, exuding a sweet aroma and devoid of any violent energy, fish. Simultaneously, a small live, streaming room quietly opened at the edge of time and space. Before long, individuals began to enter. After millennia of development, the live streaming model of the interstellar era had become fully immersive. The visuals of the live stream placed them in the scene itself, providing a tactile experience without the need for movement. However, those entering were not there to experience the fluffiness. Their gaze was met with a dull expanse of fluffiness, and upon glancing upwards, the food live stream was clearly visible. Were the ingredients these fluffy creatures? Upon seeing the food live stream, the first viewer activated the first-person perspective mode, striving to perfectly savor the aroma of the food amidst the crowded fluffiness filled with intrigue. Before they could deliberate on whether to exit and switch to the God perspective, a voice suddenly resonated. Isn't this a food live stream? Upon hearing this, the first viewer could no longer contain their impatience, exited, and switched to the God perspective. Upon entry, they were immediately confronted with a dense gathering of beasts, devoid of pots, bowls, or cooking utensils. What food live stream was this? The moment they realized the scene, the first viewer felt deceived. Aware that most food live streams today operate under the guise of culinary delights to attract traffic, they clicked the report button as they left. If they had been deceived emotionally, That would be one matter, but food is sacred and should not be sullied by fraudsters. Unlike the first viewer, the second individual who entered immediately activated the god perspective and possessed a more easygoing demeanor. Thus, upon encountering the expanse of fluffiness, they did not consider reporting the live stream. They felt a tinge of disappointment, as they had initially hoped to enjoy the food presented in the live stream. However, upon gazing at the fluffiness, their spirits lifted. They even took the time to exit and switch to the first perspective, as they personally adored fluffiness. Rarely having the opportunity to encounter such a gathering of large, fluffy beings. While unable to enjoy food, being enveloped in a world of fluffiness was, in itself, a deeply satisfying experience. Unbeknownst to Mo Jiang, who sat beside Tiger Bai, her long-awaited live stream had commenced. Not only had she lost an audience member, but she had also been reported for deceptive practices. Today, I have summoned everyone to announce an important matter. The Feihu tribe does not comprehend lengthy discourses. They cut straight to the chase. A cub with the gift of purification has emerged from our ranks. After a commanding roar signaled for silence, Hubai promptly declared the purpose of the gathering. While the tigers below were still processing this news, Hubai flicked his long tail, gently placing the bewildered Mo Jiang, who had just learned that the live stream had commenced, atop his head. He then pointed with his tail, announcing, "This is the fish purified by the cub. It contains not a trace of malevolent energy, and is even fit for consumption." Just as Hubai was about to elaborate, some of the tigers in the crowd began to grasp the significance. A cub with the gift of purification? How could this be? Indeed, the talents of our tribe typically enhance physical prowess, do they not? Is not the purification gift something that only the weaker herbivorous races possess? Others among the tigers, eager to voice their doubts, turned their gazes towards the cub atop the tribe leader's head, recognizing it as the weakest cub they had ever seen, even weaker than those of the herbivores. The Feihu tribe never easily abandons a cub, regardless of its innate qualities, for they firmly believe that no tiger is beyond the reach of strength. If one is weak, it is merely a sign of insufficient training. Yet, at this moment, the perception of weakness in the cub seemed to dawn upon them. Hubai, observing the chaotic scene below, flicked his tail in annoyance, preparing to roar in frustration. Suddenly, a voice distinct from the others arose. Purifiers are typically from the weaker herbivorous races. Our cub, despite being the weakest in our lineage, could very well possess the purification gift. This voice rang clear amidst the tumult, and the air fell silent. The fluffy audience huddled together, peeked out, and, seeing no signs of aggression, nestled back into their cozy surroundings, sighing in contentment. How delightful it would be to languish in this fluffy world every day. Yet, reality struck. This live stream had likely been inadvertently activated by a young orc during their discussions, broadcasting their deliberations live. The onlookers, reclining in their plush haven, gazed up at the azure sky, relieved that the orcs communicated in their native tongue. Otherwise, the young cub would surely have faced dire consequences. At the summit, Hubai regarded the suddenly quiet assembly, swaying his tail with a relaxed demeanor. Our Feihu tribe is formidable, endowed with exceptional talents. We possess not only physical enhancements, but also intellectual and elemental gifts. So, what of the cub awakening the purification gift? Is it unworthy? Having served as the tribe leader for many years, Hubai understood how to evoke a sense of identity among the Feihu. As expected, the moment his words fell, the previously skeptical tigers roared with renewed vigor. Indeed, our tribe boasts a myriad of talents. A cub with the purification gift is hardly extraordinary. Even if only 10 out of 6,000 tigers awaken an intellectual gift, or merely one awakens an elemental talent, we shall selectively forget such details. In our minds, the prevailing thought is that with so many gifted individuals, a purification talent in a cub is entirely normal. Mo Jiang observed how a single statement from the leader could sway the crowd as if they had been brainwashed, silently reminding herself to be utterly attentive when communicating with Hubai. Additionally, she mentally noted the tribe's inclination towards gullibility. Upon learning from the system that her live stream was tagged for culinary content, Mo Jiang felt a headache brewing, fully aware of her lamentable cooking skills. As Hubai concluded his address, she still had yet to devise a plan to salvage her culinary reputation. Chapter 7. The Cubs Compete for Fish Balls. The system, having anticipated this moment, promptly issued a task. Task 3. Identify 10 locally edible ingredients within 5 days. Reward: Beginner's Recipe Book. Note: contains 30 basic recipes for both meat and vegetarian dishes, easy to comprehend, one-time use item, can be advanced. Failure penalty. Deduction of 200,000 purification points. Mo Jiang, feeling at a loss as she gazed at the suddenly appearing task interface, bared her small, sharp teeth in frustration. Despite her annoyance at the system's opportunistic tactics, she held no desire to resist, as she had previously played a trick on it. After advancing the reward, Mo Jiang casually flipped through the recipes, finding that all the methods were imprinted in her mind as the book moved in front of other tigers. Invisible to them, when Hubai announced the distribution of food, Mo Jiang had just recalled a method for preparing fish. Fishball soup would be perfect for the moment. Resolute, she informed Hubai that she had a way to enhance the flavor of the fish, ensuring that the entire tribe could enjoy it. Hubai, who was perplexed about how to serve the few hundred fish to over 1,000 tribe members, upon hearing the cub's words, waved his massive paw, entrusting the food distribution to her. After all, it was the cub that had purified the fish. Allowing her to share it with the tribe was a minor detail. In truth, even without Hubai's instruction, the tigers, buoyed by the presence of a purifier, would have eagerly catered to the cub's needs. The tribe treasured this precious gem, handling it with utmost care. Sitting beside the towering pile of fish, Mo Jiang faced the throng of several thousand tigers behind her, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. With a flick of her tail, a clear plan formed in her mind. Soon, a streamlined assembly line emerged at the heart of the tribe. There were those carrying water, chopping wood, and crafting large stones into pots, among other preparations. Tigers were cleaning fish, collecting scales and entrails, and deftly separating the flesh from the skin. Within half an hour, dozens of powerful tigers had processed hundreds of fish with remarkable efficiency. Once their task was complete, the tigers gazed at the cub with starry eyes. Their tribe was indeed filled with talent. Not only had they produced an elemental talent, but also a purifier. This little purifier cub possessed such knowledge that they were determined to protect her, eager to prove the naysayers wrong who ridiculed their tribe as one of mere muscle, devoid of intellect and purifiers. Meeting the gaze of the starry-eyed tigers, Mo Jiang instinctively recoiled only to find herself facing the same look from the smaller cubs. Under the weight of adoration from thousands of tigers, she grasped the spatula with resolve. The purified fish, the smallest measuring half a meter and the largest nearly 5 meters, were all robust and plump. The fish paste produced would yield at least 5,000 to 6,000 fish balls, sufficient for every tiger to enjoy one. Accompanied by a bowl of soup, Mo Jiang squatted atop the steps crafted by the tigers, glancing at the numerous pots brimming with fish meat. With a gleam in her eye, she grabbed a large tree leaf, containing some of the abundant seasoning she had acquired from the earlier lucky draw. She sprinkled ginger and scallions over the fish to eliminate the fishy odor, followed by a dash of salt to enhance the flavor. After completing these tasks, she stepped back, signaling the larger tigers to approach. Already having washed their paws meticulously, some tigers had even scrubbed off a layer of skin. They gleamed with anticipation. Simultaneously, the fish meat in the stone pot was quickly ground into a paste, gradually transforming into a fine mixture. Once all the fish meat was reduced to paste, Mo Jiang produced dozens of spoons she had prepared in advance. In a moment, you shall use these spoons to shape the fish paste into round balls and place them into the pot containing the fish heads, bones, and tails. Be swift, otherwise they will fall apart and lose their flavor. As she spoke, her claws deftly pinched a piece of fish paste, dropping it into the spoon, which then yielded a plump, spherical fish ball. This action was not challenging. The skillful tigers selected early on had mastered the technique after only a few attempts. In an instant, dozens of round fish balls simultaneously descended into the pot. Beside them, Mo Jiang's claws gleamed as she swiftly sliced a round cabbage, and in mere moments, the crisp, sweet, and juicy cabbage cascaded into the pot like celestial blossoms falling from the heavens. The milky white broth, the plump, tender fish balls, and the vibrant green cabbage leaves combined to create a picturesque tableau, a feast for the eyes. The little tiger cubs, squatting nearby, eagerly awaiting their meal, gasped in awe at the sight of the mingling green and white in the pot. Yet, their surprise was merely a prelude to the delights that awaited them. Within minutes, one of the cubs suddenly twitched its nose, inhaling the delectable aroma that wafted through the air. In that instant, its tail straightened and its fur bristled. The enticing flavor surged into its mind, and it envisioned countless fish leaping about, exposing their tender flesh, beckoning it to bite and feast. The cub seated behind it, startled by the sudden rigidity of its companion's tail, nearly bristled as well. However, the tantalizing scent in the air left no room for hesitation. As the delectable essence traveled from its nostrils to its mouth, all the cubs simultaneously opened their mouths wide, saliva flowing, their eyes squinting in bliss. The adult tigers possessed a far more acute sense of smell than the cubs. Once the cubs caught a whiff of the culinary delight in the air, they were already lost in rapture. Some clever tigers swiftly made their way to the newly prepared area of bowls and chopsticks, expertly curling their tails around the bowls and darting away. Even before the cubs could comprehend the situation, a silent struggle for the food had commenced. Why was it silent? Because they feared disturbing the cub who was cooking. What if she faltered and rendered the food less appetizing? That would be a significant loss. As the cubs wiped their drool and awakened from their reverie, when Mo Jiang announced it was time to eat, they lined up to fetch their bowls. Yet, when they arrived at the once bustling area, they found it deserted, leaving them stunned. Their eyes turned red with dismay. You bullies! How could you mistreat the cubs? You are not good tigers. Oomph! You are slow and dim-witted. How can you accuse us of bullying the young ones? The Tiger Clan valued the protection of cubs and respect for adults, and some quick-witted cubs immediately began to protest loudly. Indeed, the clan upheld the virtues of nurturing the young and respecting the elders, yet few tigers adhered to this principle. In a society where strength reigned supreme, ensuring the cubs survived and allowing them to eat first was deemed sufficient. Adhering to virtues was merely a joke. Chapter 8. For the sake of the fish balls, the cubs knew their chances of success were slim, yet the increasingly rich aroma in the air spurred them on. It smells so good. It must be delicious. We must fight for the delectable food. The adult tigers, overhearing the cubs, shrank their necks, but then raised their heads defiantly, saying, "Then go tell the clan leader." While relishing their meal, they paid no heed to the cubs' grumblings, merely imagining it was satisfying enough. Mo Jiang observed the interactions between the adult and cub tigers from the beginning, but chose to remain silent. She had not anticipated such a situation and was unsure how to respond. Moreover, the Tiger Clan had existed for many years and undoubtedly possessed their own methods for resolving conflicts. Her rash intervention might yield counterproductive results. Thus, she opted to observe the unfolding events. When the adult tigers finished their remarks, she suggested, "We can call the clan leader to join us for the meal." She then ladled a portion of fish soup along with a fishball aside. Upon witnessing Mo Jiang's actions, neither the adult tigers nor the cubs moved. After all, if the clan leader did not come, they might enjoy an extra helping of fishball soup. The adult tigers, having already savored their soup, lounged comfortably, and upon hearing Mo Jiang's words, all perked up their ears and slowly moved closer to her, showing no intention of departing. The determination of the cubs not to leave only strengthened. No one could prevent the tigers from enjoying the delectable fishball soup. Seeing the response of the assembled tigers, Mo Jiang reluctantly moved the bowl of fishball soup closer to herself. Inhaling the rich aroma from the pot, her gaze flitted over the satisfied adult tigers, and her anxious heart eased somewhat. The flavor was so enticing, it should attract a portion of the audience. While preparing the meal, the system had explained to her why the livestream was categorized under the culinary label. She was situated in a grand interstellar era, on a home planet whose coordinates had been lost by human migrants. The coordinates of the home planet had vanished, and following a great evolutionary epoch, a belt of asteroids surrounded it, rendering it entirely different from before. In this interstellar age, finding the home planet was a distant dream for humanity, with the chances being nearly non-existent. It could be said that the current home planet was isolated from the entire interstellar era. In the world beyond the home planet, most flora and fauna contained brutal energy. Although the levels were low, contemporary humans, unlike the resilient natives who had survived the home planet's trials, could not consume even a morsel of food imbued with such energy. During their migration, humans had lost much knowledge, including various recipes, and most of the food outside was inedible. Yet, their intelligence prevailed. In a time of scarcity, they extracted the necessary energy from brutal foods to create nutrient supplements. It could be said that the current interstellar humanity relied on these supplements for sustenance, but they were bland and lacked the vibrancy of the culinary culture from the Blue Star civilization. The more one lacks something, the stronger the yearning becomes. Thus, the most popular theme in the live streaming realm was gastronomy. As long as Mo Jiang could create irresistible dishes, ample purification value would follow. In this grand interstellar age, with trillions of intelligent beings beyond the home planet, the complete purification of the planet was merely a matter of time. Having grasped this, Mo Jiang looked at the fishball soup before her, realizing it was not merely a meal to bring joy to her kin. It was hope. Hope for her Feihu clan. Hope for this planet. Only when Mo Jiang began ladling fish balls into the pot did the number of online viewers break one, gradually rising. In that moment, the online count surpassed 1,000. Such initial success for a first livestream was thanks to the system's meticulous planning regarding the broadcast time, content, and direction. Listening to the system's real-time updates, Mo Jiang's round tiger eyes narrowed into slits. In her mind, she inquired, "Can the livestream interface be displayed before me?" The system, glancing at the current purification value, replied, "Yes, but it will cost you 10 purification points for a day's access." Mo Jiang conceded with a sigh. Only by understanding the audience's desires could she better steer the direction of the livestream. Yet, gazing at the empty interface devoid of any comments or messages, Mo Jiang was taken aback. "Didn't you say the data was promising? Why is there not a single bullet comment or review?" The system, awakening her from her stupor, remarked, "They are all busy savoring the food in the livestream. Who's time to comment?" Inhaling the rich aroma in the air, Mo Jiang chuckled awkwardly. She then roughly estimated the remaining quantity of fish balls, around 3,000, enough for 15 more pots. However, she intended to save some for breakfast tomorrow. At least 2,000. With this in mind, she handed the large ladle she had been stirring with to Hu Luo. "Elder, please keep an eye on this. I will go look for the clan leader." Hu Luo chuckled, his whiskers twitching. "Rest assured, I shall watch over it. The little cub is truly remarkable." Showing respect for this old man. "Oh, by the way, Luizanglo, a single tiger can only consume one fish ball and a generous spoonful of soup, no more than that." Thinking that the little tiger cub had relinquished its position to allow itself a few extra bites, Hu Lu remained silent. Mo Jiang, perplexed, departed. As she left, she did not forget to carry the bowl of fishball soup intended for the clan leader. Just as Mo Jiang turned around, the barrage she had been eagerly anticipating finally appeared. Although there was only one comment, the content was abundant. It was either about food or complaints. "Where's the streamer? Hurry up and show yourself." There's a strong demand for the orcs to serve the soup at a slower pace. Since I switched perspectives, I haven't had a single complete fishball. You orcs devour such delicacies so ravenously. Don't you fear the consequences? I advise the streamer to heed my words, or I shall kneel and beg you. After reading the barrage, Mo Jiang was momentarily at a loss for whether to laugh or remain speechless. The system appeared at an opportune moment. In the immersive mode of the audience's first perspective, they can only consume the food that still exists in the live broadcast room. The Tiger Clan typically swallows fish balls whole, at an astonishing speed, leaving the viewers unable to keep up. What about what's in the pot? Chapter 9. The live broadcast is more important than the tiger. Mo Jiang cautiously carried the bowl, her curiosity prompting her to speak. The system fell silent for a brief moment. In immersive mode, the audience can be regarded as disembodied humans. Sensations, perceptions, and pain are all elements they possess. Without spoons, do they resort to grabbing it? Understanding the system's implication, Mo Jiang flicked her tail, shaking off any embarrassment, silently dismissing the audience's request from her mind. She yearned more to witness the smiles on the faces of the large and small tigers in reality. Engaged in contemplation, she soon arrived at the clan leader's abode. Mo Jiang set the bowl down gently, not spilling a single drop of soup. "Clan leader, I have arrived. It is time to eat." Before she could finish her sentence, a tall figure emerged from the cave. The middle-aged man, with graying hair, gazed at the small tiger cub sitting on the ground, then at the milky, fragrant fishball soup, and lovingly picked up the little cub with a smile. Splendid. I shall eat it promptly." With one hand cradling the cub and the other holding the bowl, he inquired, "What brings you here?" Just as Mo Jiang was about to tell the clan leader about her intention to save some fish balls, she heard the system's voice. "Host, the purification area in the novice gift pack spans 10 square meters and can be used indefinitely, but the purification frequency is once per day. So, can I purify this many fish again tomorrow?" Mo Jiang was somewhat elated, her delight evident in her expression upon receiving the system's affirmative response. After waiting a moment without a reply from Mo Jiang, Hu inhaled the increasingly rich aroma in the air and discreetly swallowed. "Haven't you decided yet?" he asked. Hearing Hubai's voice, Mo Jiang lifted her head, her tone imbued with joy. "No, I meant to say that the 2 areas I purified can still be used. They automatically purify plants and ingredients." Hubai's half-closed eyes widened in surprise. Observing his change in expression, Mo Jiang added, "However, it can only purify once a day, and no more than the amount I purified today." Hubai nodded repeatedly. "That is more than sufficient. It is quite ample." He had not anticipated such an unexpected delight. According to information from the central area, purifiers could only cleanse the violent energies within deceased plants and animals. A newly awakened purifier could only purify something the size of a leaf from Jiangtu grass, which was considered a decent talent. There had never been any mention of a purifier being able to automatically cleanse other substances. No, to say it differently, there had been no reports of purifiers capable of cleansing the land. Today, the area purified by the little tiger cub was astonishingly vast. Unexpectedly, her purifying ability was so formidable. Could it be that the ancestors, having observed that the Tiger Clan had gone millennia without a purifier, have manifested? The emergence of a little tiger cub with purifying talent was indeed remarkable, and the extent of her gift was astounding. Both astonished and delighted, Hubai cleared his mind of the barrage of thoughts concerning fishball soup. He brought the little cub closer and solemnly instructed, "This matter must remain between us. Do you understand?" The existence of a little tiger cub with purifying talent was already eye-catching enough. If other clans discovered how extraordinary her talent was, even the mighty Tiger Clan would struggle to protect her from prying eyes. After learning from the system just how rare purifiers were on this planet, Mo Jiang had already prepared to conceal her strength. Thus, even if Hubai did not speak, she would keep it a secret. The reason she confided in Hubai was that upon awakening, she felt the warmth of the Tiger Clan, and given the current circumstances, the clan appeared protective and united, deserving of her trust. She pinned her hopes on the Tiger Clan, wishing they would not let her down. Gazing at Hubai's serious expression, Mo Jiang earnestly nodded in assurance. "I will not speak of this. Only the clan leader and I shall know," while she recalled his instructions. She forgot to inquire whether the little cub had informed anyone else. Upon hearing Mo Jiang's words, Hubai let out a long sigh of relief. "All right, you must be exhausted today. Rest early." Already beginning to contemplate how to safeguard and utilize the 2 lands with automatic purification capabilities, Hubai relaxed and started to usher the tigers away. Witnessing for the first time the clan leader tossing aside the remnants, Mo Jiang's whiskers trembled. She had not forgotten her original purpose for coming. "Clan leader, there's still over 2,000 fish balls remaining. Let us save them for breakfast tomorrow." After sipping the fish soup, the delicious flavors spread in his mouth, igniting more saliva, while his stomach clamored for more fish soup. Hubai paused at the little cub's words. He neither agreed nor disagreed, but inquired, "Can these fish balls be preserved for a long time?" Hubai set down the bowl, pondering for a moment. "Let us save half for tomorrow." He suggested making the fish balls smaller to have more soup. After all, they generally do not move much. The purified food they consumed was rich in energy. Merely the energy provided by the soup was sufficient for the tigers to lounge about for an entire day. Hubai mused silently. One phrase led Mo Jiang to gain a new understanding of the clan leader. To put it nicely, he was resourceful. She concealed her emotions and nodded in agreement. Within the cave, only one tiger remained. Today marked the first time many tigers had tasted purified food, and it was also their first encounter with such delectable fare. Even though the food had been consumed, their jubilant spirits remained undiminished. They danced around the campfire, seemingly releasing their exuberance. The little cubs, infected by this atmosphere, rolled about in the bright area, chasing each other in playful abandon. Mo Jiang watched the large and small tigers frolicking while also perusing the comments and barges in the live broadcast room. With the fishball soup gone, the audience had snapped back to reality, expressing their opinions. Most comments echoed the first barrage, criticizing the large tigers for eating too quickly. They had only managed to share in the meal with the little cubs. A portion of the audience inquired whether the live broadcast would continue and when the next stream would occur. The remaining comments were filled with various forms of flattery. Overall, Mo Jiang felt a sense of relief. There was nothing discomforting. Just as she was about to announce the time for the next live broadcast, while gazing at the barrage filling the screen, a dazzling comment suddenly appeared, capturing everyone's attention. Chapter 10. The live broadcast room was banned. Announcement. I love eating fishball soup has tipped the streamer. Little Tiger, charge forward. A cosmic aircraft awaits. Please head over to the Food of Little Tiger's Home live broadcast room to claim your reward. Clicking on Food of Little Tiger's Home will directly redirect you to Mo Jiang's live broadcast room. In the interstellar era, live streaming sessions are invariably accompanied by the practice of rewarding hosts to encourage their progress. The gifts bestowed upon streamers range from the modest sum of 1 cent to the extravagant value of a cosmic aircraft carrier. Unlike other forms of donations, the cosmic aircraft carrier not only prompts an announcement, but also triggers a spectacular downpour of gold coins in the live stream, with 1,000 coins being directly showered upon the viewers. When a donation of the highest value occurs, every live stream will feature a notification, allowing viewers to partake in this golden rain by visiting the rewarded host channel. Mo Jiang gazed at the shimmering raindrops of gold in the live stream, momentarily taken aback by the sudden influx of 45,000 yuan in the back end. Before she could inquire with the system, another glittering message appeared. This time, it was not a donation, but a comment from the top supporter. I love fishball soup. I hope the host continues to strive for excellence and can broadcast this delicious fishball soup every day. The top comment, adorned in a luxurious golden hue, momentarily left Mo Jiang at a loss for words. She attempted to speak, her claws fidgeting, but with the presence of their tribe's tiger nearby, she opted to type instead. Host, Huzai Xiang Qianchong. I will continue to work hard. Thank you for your support. After painstakingly typing this message, she turned her attention back to formulating her next statement. The live streaming hours were set from 7 to 9 in the morning and 3 to 5 in the afternoon, coinciding perfectly with the Tiger Tribe's 2 meal times. However, just as she completed her message, the live stream interface abruptly went black, replaced by a spinning circle indicating a signal acquisition. The system, monotonously scrolling through data, stated, "Signal interrupted, normal situation." In truth, the stream had been suspended due to an overwhelming number of reports. Yet, the system chose not to disclose this to Mo Jiang. With the affection points accrued, it was capable of launching another live stream should the need arise. After consolidating the streaming data, the system brimmed with confidence, pondering that perhaps this host could indeed illuminate the realm of agricultural culture in this interstellar age. Upon hearing the system's words, Mo Jiang felt no relief. Will I still be able to stream tomorrow? Coming from an era where the live streaming industry thrived, she understood that the pace of updates was relentless, and a single day without streaming could lead to oblivion in the vast sea of live broadcasts, especially for someone like her, a newcomer with only 1 day of streaming experience. While the interstellar populace had a superficial appreciation for gourmet food, Mo Jiang was acutely aware of the substantial impact it held over them, leading to her deep-seated anxiety. Rest assured, there will be no issues with streaming tomorrow. She found solace in the notion that even though her message had not been sent, the prospect of streaming the next day was all that mattered. In stark contrast to Mo Jiang's calm demeanor, the other side of the live stream erupted in chaos due to the abrupt interruption. The current stream was temporarily suspended due to multiple reports. The bold, white text against the black screen was painfully clear, seared into the eyes of every stunned viewer. Many who were forcibly ejected from the live stream rubbed their eyes in disbelief, the static words confirming that this was no illusion. A chorus of angry outbursts erupted among the viewers. Fishball soup is mine. Suspension? Am I seeing this correctly? Such a genuine live stream being suspended must surely involve some dark conspiracy. This life only loves fishballs. No way, no way. A truly authentic food stream suffering from red-eye disease? Has the spirit of interstellar culinary excellence perished? I want Huzai. Haha, red-eye disease is incurable. And so is Xingbo. I wish both of you to consume tainted food and perish. Such irate sentiments proliferated across the live stream interface. The staff at Xingbo, witnessing the torrent of vitriol directed at the suspended stream, found themselves utterly powerless to foster a friendly environment for hosts and viewers. The platform allowed a 10-minute window for viewers to send messages after closure, during which the back-end personnel could not intervene. However, the reasons for the reports seemed to differ significantly from the information they had extracted. The personnel responsible for the suspension clicked through the live records, reviewing from the beginning. At the moment of the stream suspension, every individual who had reported it received a feedback message. Dear customer, hello. The 31 live stream you reported has been temporarily suspended due to excessive user reports. We will continue to monitor the situation. Most viewers glanced at the feedback message and set it aside. The first viewer who had entered the stream and subsequently reported it found the feedback message and navigated to the most popular food forum, locating a post detailing previous encounters with fraudulent food live streams. Upon entering, they found a list of platforms and stream numbers. As the first viewer documented their experience with a screenshot, another new post emerged. I'm about to lose my mind. I finally found a watchable food live stream, and now it's unjustly suspended. After posting their screenshot, the satisfied viewer noticed the new post and clicked on it. The subject read, as the title suggests, Note, streaming platform, Xingbo, stream number 31, host, Huzai Xiang Qianchong. Attached is a video in immersive mode, lest anyone accuses me of fabrication. Below is my personal rant. Please refrain from viewing if you cannot handle it. The first viewer, a boy with somewhat tousled hair, felt an uncanny familiarity with the information. When he unearthed the feedback message sent by the streaming platform, enlightenment dawned upon him. Was this not the very stream he had reported? To his surprise, the stream was well prepared. He was eager to witness how the situation would unfold. With a mindset of amusement, the boy clicked on the video, even activating the immersive streaming mode. Before long, he emerged from a video, immediately leaving a comment on the post. 218. Host, are there any other videos? I didn't get to savor a single complete fishball or sip the soup. I want to eat now, I want to watch. I wish to contribute a bit of traffic to the host video. After posting, the red-haired boy clicked on Only See the Host and began incessantly refreshing the page. In the next moment, a message appeared on the interface, causing the boy to beam with joy. But as he read the content, his expression gradually stiffened. 230. Host replies to 218. Oh, isn't this the one from the neighboring post who reported our Huzai? What are you staring at? Scram. Chapter 11. How many purification points are there? Upon awakening, he might just find himself in time to encounter the fishball soup made by Huzai. With this thought, the boy suddenly recalled something and, disregarding the host's mocking tone, swiftly switched to another post. 19754. I replied to 19692. I am sorry, I was wrong. I reported Huzai without thorough investigation. I had not even seen their culinary stream before reporting, and that was my mistake. This food live stream is genuine, authentic, and I will immediately contact Xingbo's customer service to rectify the situation. I truly apologize. I'm sorry. Just as his finger hovered over the interface, he felt another person's presence behind him. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Read the strikingly handsome man, enunciating each word, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he looked at him, his tone laced with jest. I never imagined our little troublemaker would ever apologize. With a click, the sound of a snapshot freezing the moment echoed. Chu Hang, the boy's voice, filled with resentment, resonated through the hall. The handsome man, Chu Hang, deftly evaded the boy's attack and swiftly closed the smart device, effortlessly subduing the irate youth. The young man, locked in place on the sofa by a single hand, gritted his teeth, his expression contorted with fury. The age-old adage holds true. There are 1,000 days to be a thief, but not a single day to guard against a thief. You had better not let me catch an opportunity. The implied threat in his unfinished statement was something Chu Hong could comprehend without any thought. He freed his other hand and gently ruffled Chu Luo's wild red hair. Just as the latter was about to completely lose his temper, he loosened his grip and shifted the conversation. Have you found any delightful cuisine recently? The Little Demon King School had assigned a project to submit an edible dish at the beginning of the term, with no restrictions on taste. He hoped such tranquil days would linger a little longer. Upon mentioning this topic, Chu Luo, who had just regained his freedom, completely forgot his vengeful thoughts. He no longer cared about the young man's pride. Previously, he had been cautious and evasive, but now he openly revealed his findings. I found a particularly suitable live streaming room, he said, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. However, the content and title of the live stream I visited recently were severely mismatched. When I first entered the streaming room, the screen was filled with tiger beasts, and I thought it was yet another fraudulent live stream, so I reported it immediately. As he spoke, Chu Luo's head lowered further. He furtively glanced at Chu Hong, who was seated before the forum, perusing its contents. Noticing that he had no reaction, Chu Luo let out a sigh of relief. Eventually, It seemed others shared the same sentiment, and the live stream was reported by many, leading to its temporary suspension. I remember that Brother Nanji's family hold a significant stake in Xinghua. Since you have a good relationship with Brother Nanji, perhaps Chu Luo's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Chu Hong, his fair visage brimming with hope. After perusing the forum, Chu Hong had gathered the information he sought. Hearing Chu Luo's words, he couldn't help but turn his head and chuckle. You certainly had a knack for stirring up trouble. However, the man's next words caused the smile on his face to freeze. You must resolve the trouble you have caused yourself. I trust that with your capabilities, this minor issue will be no challenge. Moreover, with so many live streams on Xinghua, you are bound to find one that suits you. With that, Chu Hong encouragedly patted Chu Luo's shoulder and left without a trace of reluctance. This left Chu Luo in the hall, utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated being so thoroughly rejected. By the time he processed this, his brother's figure had already vanished. In his deep-seated resentment, Chu Luo was unaware that upon seeing the live stream ID and the host name, Chu Hong had felt a strong urge to scold him. Yet, considering that this was his own younger brother, he begrudgingly restrained himself and swiftly departed before his temper could flare. As for why he felt like scolding Chu Luo, not long ago, during a holiday at home, Chu Hong had been aimlessly browsing online. By chance, he stumbled into Mo Jiang's live stream, arriving just in time, moments before she began cooking. In other words, he witnessed the entire process of food creation. Unlike other viewers lamenting their inability to taste a single complete fishball, Chu Hong, due to his physical condition, possessed a level of stamina that few could rival. When the fishballs were taken out of the pot, he seized food from several tiger mouths, savoring an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, and the pain within his body seemed to diminish significantly. In a state of euphoria, he even made his first ever donation in the live stream. He contributed as much as a colossal interstellar battleship. If those who knew him were to learn of this, they would surely be astounded. How could someone from a prestigious family, notoriously stingy, display such extravagance? The notoriously tight-fisted had become the top donor, only for the live stream to be suspended. The suspension was partly due to the efforts of his own younger brother. Chu Hong grappled with the dilemma between his finances and his brother, ultimately choosing to leave the scene swiftly for the sake of their brotherly bond. Upon receiving news of the live stream suspension, he contacted Nanji. If the feedback proved accurate, the live stream would be reinstated within an hour. However, he felt it unnecessary to inform the little demon king, lest it dampen his enthusiasm for learning. Meanwhile, far away on another planet, Mo Jiang was unaware of how many were yearning for her due to the closure of her live stream. She prodded the system and inquired, how many favor points were collected today? When she spoke to the clan leader earlier, it became clear that the number of Tiger Tribe members far exceeded those currently in the village. There were over 3,000 clan members within the tribe, and the number outside was likely not insignificant. A purification area of 10 square meters was but a drop in the bucket for so many tigers. The urgency to sustain so many tigers suddenly struck her. Mo Jiang couldn't help but wonder about the outcome of her live stream today. To speak plainly, based on the number of comments that followed, there were at least a few thousand admirers. 2,165 purification points, after deducting conversion fees and system earnings. The total purification points gained by the host amount to 1,001 points. Mo Jiang stared blankly, instinctively raising her tiger paw to her mouth. Chapter 12. The clan leader is a glutton. How many people watched the live stream today? She pondered, finding the data too absurd to be credible. Surely it couldn't be merely over 2,000. Although the recipe was basic, she had tasted it and found it compared favorably with dishes from five-star restaurants. Moreover, the fish, having been purified, was tender and carried a subtle sweetness, further enhanced by the purified water, resulting in an exquisite flavor. Mo Jiang could confidently assert that anyone who had tasted or even smelled her fishball soup could not possibly dislike it. The total number of entries into the live stream reached 13,121, with a retention rate of 8,213 and a favor rate of 8,210. Upon hearing these statistics, Mo Jiang's confusion deepened. Yet, due to the high retention and favor rates, her joy prevailed. 8,210 favor points equated to 8,210 purification points. How could the results be calculated to a mere quarter of that? Because the live stream initially faced resistance and dislike from a portion of viewers, the corresponding data of favor points was offset, leaving only 4,210 points simultaneously. The live stream plugin also requires energy, resulting in only 165 points reaching the system. In response to Mo Jiang's skepticism, the system remained unflustered. As Mo Jiang listened to the system's explanation, she counted with her claws. When she finished, her head felt a bit dizzy. You never mentioned that the Livestream plugin required energy. Host, you never asked. Mo Jiang. She hadn't anticipated the system to be so temperamental. She could only concede her defeat. But the thought of the points made her heart ache. Couldn't she use the favor points to power it? The plugin converts certain values and must absorb a portion of the related values as operational energy. This is irreplaceable. Mo Jiang resigned herself to this fact. Then, a thought struck her, and she suddenly lifted her head. If favor points and dislike counteract each other with such a high retention rate, and given the large population in the interstellar realm, it would be perfectly normal for a few to harbor negative feelings. What if, one day, my live stream became popular, and they hired trolls to flood it with negativity? Rest assured, host, the Livestream plugin operates flexibly. Only those who genuinely harbor dislike for the live stream will have their data counted. Upon hearing the system's reassurance, Mo Jiang's tense tail gradually relaxed against the ground. The young tiger cub's body was quite frail. As time passed, sleepiness would inevitably creep in. After a long day of busyness, she found herself unable to resist, and her round, dark eyes slowly closed. As she sank into the depths of slumber, Mo Jiang couldn't help but wonder, wasn't it said that in the outside world, people yearn for food? Why then was there so much disdain? Mo Jiang was awakened by the piercing sunlight. Squinting, she found that all the tigers of the tiger tribe had exquisitely long eyelashes, yet the fierce rays rendered them ineffective. The brilliant light forced her eyes into a mere squint. According to the information provided by the system and her own cognitive understanding, she recognized that the intensity of sunlight at this moment was quite normal, despite it being only 5 in the morning. Awakened by the sunlight, Mo Jiang had no intention of returning to slumber. Although the brightness was pronounced, the surrounding temperature was surprisingly mild. Within the cave, it was even somewhat cool, while outside, the temperature was just right for the tiger to feel comfortable. She staggered to her feet, her 4 paw-like claws patting softly against the ground as she glanced back. The areas not touched by sunlight remained shrouded in darkness, where the little tiger cubs slept soundly. Upon her arrival, Hubai was languidly swishing his tail at the entrance of the cave, waiting for her. Tribe leader, I have arrived. Has everyone left? Montauk Jiang promptly dodged, instinctively tucking her tail. Tribe leader, there is no need for you to trouble yourself. I can manage on my own. As for continuing to purify an area of 100.5 square meters today, that could be discussed once she arrived at the location. She feared that if she spoke, the tribe leader would eagerly carry her off towards the lake. Having already experienced the discomfort of her consciousness lagging behind her body, Mo Jiang wished to avoid that ordeal once more. Upon hearing the words of the little tiger cub, Hubai paused, recalling the events of yesterday. He silently closed his mouth and replied, "Then you may proceed on your own." In truth, he wished to suggest that she ride on his back as he carried her to their destination. Whether it was due to a satisfying meal the previous night or her growing accustomed to her own body, Mo Jiang walked with more stability today, her speed slightly improved. The duo quickly arrived at the lakeside. Just as the tribe leader had mentioned, the area she had purified the day before was already piled high with sweet potatoes, far exceeding her previous estimate. Even if she were to purify an additional 100 square meters shortly, these sweet potatoes could easily cover the ground. Simply place the sweet potatoes down. I will teach you how to consume them once we retrieve them later, Mo Jiang stated confidently, unafraid of revealing her knowledge. The immense strength of the tiger tribe had led the inhabitants of the central region, predominantly herbivorous purification practitioners, to fear them, forcing the tiger tribe into the most remote and harsh environment. This place was fraught with aggressive energy, teeming with flora and fauna that were too vicious for even the tigers to consume. However, there were also many beings with lower levels of aggressive energy, which happened to be the types favored by purification practitioners. Thus, half of the tiger tribe's annual sustenance relied on these lower energy creatures. Yet, due to the purification practitioners and other factors, the various clans of the outside world seldom engaged with the tiger tribe. Even when exchanges occurred, after many years, the tiger tribe continued to lead a life largely isolated from others. The tigers within the tribe had only a rudimentary understanding of purification practitioners. They merely knew the purpose of purification talent, lacking deeper knowledge about their capabilities. As for consuming ingredients, they simply resorted to their purification gifts. Indeed, after she spoke, none of the tigers questioned how she possessed such knowledge. They obediently set to work. Once Mo Jiang finished speaking, she trotted off on her 4 paws to find the supervising tribe leader. However, upon seeing him, her joyful steps faltered slightly. The tribe leader, who should have been overseeing the larger tigers, was crouched by the lakeside, intently watching the water until suddenly his tail flicked. Mo Jiang blinked, and a large fish landed right before her, thrashing energetically. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that there were already several similarly sized fish around Hubei, along with suspicious water stains around his mouth. Tribe leader? The innocent voice of the little tiger cub broke the silence, startling Hubei, who had been entirely focused on catching fish. He nearly bristled with surprise, but suppressed his instinctive reaction, clearing his throat as the little cub's puzzled gaze fell upon him. He responded warmly, "What is it?" Hubei's whiskers twitched at the question. "It's nothing. Our tiger tribe is robust. Consuming a bit of energetically aggressive food poses no issue." Observing his reaction, Mo Jiang understood and hesitated a bit more. But these fish have not been purified, and their taste remains unchanged from before. Through the bond forged by sharing delicious food yesterday, Mo Jiang had gleaned much information that the system had not provided. For instance, ingredients containing aggressive energy that had not been purified often bore an unbearable taste. The fish, being both fishy and unpalatable with many bones, were less desirable than the riverbank grasses. Hubei's expression stiffened. The delightful flavors from the previous day still lingered in his mouth. Yet the reality was filled with the overwhelming stench of fish. The disparity was so vast that he nearly succumbed to his emotions and wept. "Then we can place these fish in the small purification pool in our tribe," Hubei tentatively expressed his thoughts. "That is feasible, but that purification pool is too small to accommodate so many." Mo Jiang nodded, but before she could elaborate on her purpose for being there, she watched as the large tiger flicked his tail, instantly reducing the number of fish on the shore by half, accompanied by several splashes as they fell back into the water. Her expression turned blank. "Right? I was just about to say that I have recovered and can continue with the purification." Mo Jiang's voice faltered slightly, especially when meeting the tribe leader's suddenly brightened eyes, making her stammer like a fledgling again. "I have positioned the purification site adjacent to the previously purified area." Hubei waved his hand, indicating that these minor matters could be managed by the little tiger cub without disturbing him while he caught fish. Moments later, as Mo Jiang gazed at the 50-square-meter pit, 1 meter deep, filled with sweet potatoes, a sense of satisfaction welled up within her. As for why she hadn't utilized the full 1,000+ purification points, she glanced at the nearby purification area of less than 10 square meters and then at the considerably larger 50-square-meter purification zone, shrinking her neck. At that moment, the tribe members were engrossed in the joy of acquiring food, oblivious to this detail. Perhaps they noticed it, but, lacking knowledge about purification practitioners, assumed it was normal and chose to remain silent. Regardless, she hoped the astute tribe leader would not catch on. She extracted a small, unpeeled sweet potato from the pile and placed it directly into her mouth. As she bit down, the plant's unique sweetness spread across her tongue. After a few chews, the starch mixed with the sweet juice slid down her esophagus, soothing her slightly aching stomach, leaving her completely satisfied from her tongue to her belly. One of the tigers observed Mo Jiang's actions and inquired, "Can this sweet potato be eaten raw?" After digging for a little less than half an hour, the tiger had only sensed the bitter, unpleasant taste prior to purification, a stark contrast to the delightful aroma that now filled the air. Hearing Mo Jiang's words, he thought that since it was fundamentally the same item, roasting or cooking it wouldn't improve the taste significantly. Thus, he boldly unearthed his own portion of sweet potato, of a suitable size, and directly pawed it into his mouth. With a crisp crunch as he bit down, the vibrant and sweet flavor burst forth on his palate, entirely distinct from the soft and savory fish balls he had previously tasted. His eyes lit up, and his teeth acted of their own volition, crunching through the sweet potato in just a few bites. However, as he glanced around, his face contorted in dismay. So terrible. Why does it still taste this bad after purification? While the large tiger was eating the sweet potato, the others focused their attention on him. They watched his expression change closely, having been eager to hear him describe the flavor of the sweet potato eaten raw. Now, seeing his exaggerated grimace. They found it hard to believe. Nevertheless, the large tiger, unaware of their thoughts, continued to perform dramatically. Yet, for the sake of not wasting food and sparing his companions from suffering, he resolved to consume all of the unpalatable sweet potatoes. He spoke these words while deliberately glancing at the spot where the young tiger cub was situated, ensuring that the volume of his voice was inaudible to her. Instantly, a chorus of murmurs arose among the tiger clan. The grand tiger, captivated by the crisp sweetness of the sweet potato, known as HQ, was momentarily at a loss as he observed the others' reactions. He glanced around at his fellow tigers, none of whom paid him any heed. Suddenly, the realization dawned upon him. He had been seen through. HQ twitched his whiskers, adopting an expression as if nothing had transpired, and settled obediently in his designated position. When HBI approached, the atmosphere surrounding them was notably hushed. "What are you all doing here? Hurry up and call for H to help with the transport," he declared, sweeping his tail to clear the grass that had been trampled upon, concealing the evidence. "Leader, with so much food, no. It's the sweet potatoes mentioned by the young cub. We can only carry 7 or 8 at a time. We will need many tigers to transport them all at once." HQ disregarded the opinions of the other tigers. "With so many of us and given our size, there is hardly enough space here." Seizing the opportunity to present himself, he hurriedly stepped forward, thinking that perhaps by speaking a little more, he might secure an extra sweet potato. The thought of that delectable taste made him lick his lips. His gaze inevitably fell upon the young cub, sheltered at the very center. Such delightful food must be credited to the young cubs. We must protect them diligently. If the tigers are harmed, not a single hair on the cubs should be lost. Uncertain if it was the savage energy that contributed to the size of the sweet potatoes, they were remarkably large. One could rival 2 from her previous world. 2 purification zones had nearly 60 cubic meters, yielding almost 22,000 kilograms of purified sweet potatoes. The tiger clan alone would take 2 hours to transport them all. As MG contemplated, her eyes suddenly shifted towards the woods, somewhat distant from the lake. HBI, too, was troubled, pondering for a moment as his gaze scanned all the tigers present. Chapter 14. The live broadcast resumes. It wasn't until H's heart raced that he spoke. 2 tigers form a team, carrying the sweet potatoes on their backs, and transport them to the tribe. Upon hearing his voice, the tiger clan did not respond with excitement to inquire about the method, but instead looked nervously at the leader, ready to defend the young cub at a moment's notice. The tribe's leader was known for his steadfastness. Only the elders could sway his decisions. However, this was not the reason for their unease. The leader, who was decisive and had never erred in his judgments, despised interruptions during decision-making. A misstep could lead to a severe reprimand, leaving even the tiger parents unrecognizable. Even the youngest cubs would only receive a gentler touch. They dared not defy the wrathful leader, nor did they speak at this moment, fearing it might exacerbate his anger. They remained vigilant, ready to leap forth to take the punishment on behalf of the young cubs at the slightest lift of his paw. The weakest yet most precious cubs in the history of the tiger clan must be protected, even if it meant enduring blows. MG had not previously interacted with HBI, but over the past few days, she had come to perceive him as a loving, yet somewhat frugal elder tiger. As she pondered the reasons behind the rising tension, the young cub lifted her head to gaze at HBI. He raised his paw, poised to descend. With a piercing roar, a figure lunged forward, shielding MG beneath its belly. "Leader, if you must strike, let it be upon me, not the young cub. She is so fragile. A single swipe from you could spell disaster for her." Attempting to pet the young cub's head gently, I inquired about her suggestions. "Get out of my way." His irritation manifested in a swipe that sent the larger tiger, who had shielded MG sprawling aside. Having occupied the leader's seat and commanded the respect of the clan for so many years, I certainly possessed his own strength. After brushing aside the tiger, he regarded the eager expressions of the others, seemingly aware of their thoughts. He cleared his throat uncomfortably. "What are you staring at? Listen to what the young cub has to say." He scratched at the ground with his paw, suppressing the urge to stroke the young cub's head. "Fine. With so many tigers here, it would take considerable effort to lift them all." Having no recollection of the recent events, MG struggled to rise from the ground. HQ had shielded her with excessive force. Unprepared, her limbs had weakened, and she found herself flat against the earth, spitting out the dirt from her mouth. MG gazed at the numerous tigers, all of whom were looking at her with bright, curious eyes. Let us chop down some trees and find some resilient vines to create a sled. One tiger could transport as much sweet potato as 2 tigers, she suggested, gesturing to indicate size. The flora and fauna here were generally larger than those in her own world, so it was reasonable to assume that one tiger could manage 400 to 500 kilograms. As for why they opted for a sled instead of cart, the tigers had consumed a bowl of fishball soup the previous night. Although meager, it had provided some energy, and considering the abundance of food available now, they were certain to enjoy a hearty meal today. They worked with renewed vigor. Their natural stamina, combined with innate enhancements, meant that within minutes, several adult tigers were toppling trees that even Mo Jiang, standing before them, found taller than herself. Blinking, she began to orderly direct the clan members to their tasks. The tigers remaining in the tribe, aside from the still sleeping young cubs, were already stationed at the entrance, prepared for the return of the foragers. Upon spotting the silhouettes of tigers approaching from afar, they instantly perked up. Had it not been for the young cubs in the tribe, they might have dashed forward with abandon. However, they wondered why the approaching tiger seemed to be moving so slowly. After several breaths, with no distance closing between them, the tigers at the entrance grew anxious. Lu squinted his eyes, feeling a twinge of impatience, and after a moment he called out, "Ming, take 2 tigers and go greet them." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 tigers dashed forward like lightning, their upright tails reflecting their urgency and excitement. Upon reaching Ming could not help but scold him. Aren't you supposed to be the fastest tiger in the tribe? Why are you slower than me? You're moving like a sheep on the prairie. He added, not only should you be fast, but you should also be steady. Not a single sweet potato should fall. Only then did Ming notice the items trailing behind Hxn, blue and exuding an indescribably tempting aroma, reminiscent of the fishball soup they had consumed yesterday. He glanced at Hxn's physique, and then at the pile of sweet potatoes that was only slightly smaller than his own. His eyes widened in disbelief as the sound of astonishment escaped him while he mentally calculated how many tigers had ventured out. Certainly, right? The leader had instructed for 30 more tigers to go. There was simply too much food to carry. The young cub had initially stated that one tiger could transport as much food as 2 tigers. Yet by the end, for reasons unknown, one tiger had barely managed to carry enough for itself. Otherwise, there would have been no need to summon others for assistance. Recalling the expression of enjoyment on HQ's face while eating the sweet potatoes, Hxn swallowed hard. You 3 had better get moving. After all, the spots are limited. Having uttered this, he did not wait for the 3 tigers to respond, instead lazily dragging the sled forward. He had made his point clear. As for lending a hand, he had no intention of doing so. He, a tiger of such strength, could manage on his own. Reflecting on the young cub's admiring gaze as she watched him carry the sweet potatoes, Hxn felt a sense of satisfaction. Completely forgetting the instructions given by Elder Lu. Frustrated, Lu refrained from sending anyone else. He charged directly towards Hxn, recalling that pulling a sled of sweet potatoes would allow him to enjoy an extra bite compared to the other tigers. Recollecting the taste of yesterday's fishball soup, Lu smacked his lips, but the next moment, his identity as an elder compelled him to restrain his raised paw. If you want to let me assist you, then you may as well carry it yourself. I seemed to sense something, lowering his head to gaze at her, and finally voiced the question that had been lingering in his heart. The purified area today appears significantly larger than yesterday, does it not? At this moment, HBI's emotions had transcended mere surprise. As he beheld the ample food before him, sufficient to satiate the entire tribe, he was left in sheer astonishment. He was aware of the extraordinary gifts possessed by the young tiger cubs, and although he had mentally prepared himself for such an awakening, he had not anticipated that merely 2 days into this transformation, their purification abilities would rival those of individuals who had awakened their talents for over a decade. Such formidable gifts left him not only in awe but also with a sense of trepidation. Should the outside world come to know of such strength, safeguarding it would prove challenging given their tribe's current might. Amidst the tumult of thoughts swirling within HBI, his gaze remained fixed upon Mo Jiang. Indeed, the area had expanded 5-fold compared to before. Mo Jiang appeared composed on the surface, though the pads of her paws were already glistening with fine beads of sweat. I even set aside a spot for the clan leader to purify some fish, she said innocently, leading him to observe the small area she had cleared, which barely amounted to a cubic meter. HBI inspected the distinct space and then looked back at MG Ying, letting out a sigh. Well, she's still just a little cub. Whatever happens, we old ones will bear the brunt of it. With the awakening of talents in our tiger tribe, we possess the strength to protect. This space should be filled with sweet potatoes. When our clan is well-fed and empowered, no one would dare to bully us. Upon hearing HBI's words, MG Ying momentarily felt bewildered but quickly regained her composure, diligently using her paws to push the sweet potatoes until the cleared area was devoid of any gaps. The clan leader was not only frugal, but also truly cared for their tribe. A smile crept across her face, inexplicably bringing her joy. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers distant from the tiger tribe, a group of emaciated tigers, their bones protruding and fur indistinguishable, wore expressions of sorrow. They sighed deeply as they glanced at several bulky packages beside them and continued on their arduous journey, oblivious to the 3 or 5 hyenas lurking behind a small mound, their faces filled with longing and greed. As MG Ying washed the sweet potatoes in the water with her paws, she communicated with the system. After deducting 10 purification points for the day, she obtained satisfactory results. With her consciousness, she manipulated the interface before her and clicked on the phrase "Start Livestream." This allowed her thoughts to be instantaneously transformed into text, alleviating her concerns about sudden signal interruptions. She could now express herself verbally in the live stream without uttering a word. Chapter 15. The streamer is a little cub. The interface flickered and familiar scenes emerged. Utilizing the ability she acquired for 10 purification points, she sent out a greeting. "Good morning, tiger cubs." Just as her brain transmitted the message, the screen exploded with comments, many expressing disbelief that the streamer was indeed a child, leaving them in shock. Alongside their confusion, inquiries began to flow in. What happened? As the text appeared, MG Ying quickly discerned the cause from one of the comments. What is fishball soup? It stemmed from a video on the forum, and, thankfully, the live stream had been unblocked. She hoped the streamer could get straight to the point this time to avoid certain fools reporting the stream as fake. The words "unblocked" stood out in light green font, prompting her to poke the system. Live stream unblocked? Reported? Wasn't it just a signal interruption? To prevent the host from experiencing a mental breakdown, the system will handle emergencies in the most appropriate manner. Thus, I interrupted the signal 1 millisecond prior to the stream being blocked. Upon hearing this, MG Ying felt no anger. Rather, her curiosity was piqued. "So, you possess foresight? Your timing for the signal interruption was impeccable." "Not exactly. It was deduced from big data predictions." "What would you have done if the stream had not been unblocked today?" According to big data predictions, the probability of unblocking was 999. As if anticipating MG Ying's next question, the system continued after delivering this information. "The probability of remaining blocked is minimal, but a backup plan has been prepared. I will advance the host purification points to open another live stream." MG Ying found herself uncertain whether to feel relieved about preserving her purification points or frustrated by the system's deception, even if it was for the sake of her mental state. "Next time such a situation arises, please inform me beforehand. My psychological resilience is far greater than you assume." With that remark, she unilaterally ended the topic and swiftly patched up the live stream. It appears that the network on my planet is not very stable. I lost connection last night. Her youthful voice suddenly resonated in the live stream. The barrage of comments lessened significantly upon her words, and the abrupt silence in the stream made MG Ying feel a moment of discomfort. What's wrong? Listening to her own tender voice, she found it somewhat unfamiliar, her tone wavering slightly. The anxious yet restrained voice of the young cub reached every viewer in the live stream until someone reacted. "Wait, is it really a child?" A comment stood out starkly in the quiet stream. MG Ying looked at that comment, puzzled. What being a child? She cleverly refrained from voicing her curiosity. From the sudden quietude of a live stream, she realized that the question of being a child must be common knowledge. Considering the system's remarks regarding her home planet and its relationship with the outside world, as well as her current environment, MG Ying instinctively concealed the reality of her planet. Without her asking, following the appearance of one comment, others quickly followed suit, allowing MG Ying to piece together the information she sought. In the era of interstellar live streaming, regulations were stringent. Children were generally prohibited from streaming unless accompanied by an adult, and the myriad of rules often proved overwhelming. Consequently, parents seldom monitored their children's live streams. For these reasons, child live streams were exceedingly rare. It's not that we can't stream. Mo Jiang let out a sigh of relief. She pondered as the comments flooded in with inquiries about her guardians. Just then, the camera shifted. The formidable and relatively clean-looking clan leader, HBI, entered the frame. I have a guardian. Her childish voice, sweet and endearing, evoked a sense of tenderness in the listeners, especially upon seeing the imposing tiger, larger than its companions and radiating an aura that could be felt even through the screen. The audience's worries began to dissipate. As long as a child was accompanied by an adult and did not violate any agreements, they were free to do as they pleased. However, such indulgence of a child was somewhat atypical of the tiger tribe's character. These small doubts gradually faded as the cub introduced the breakfast of roasted sweet potatoes, boiled sweet potatoes, and steamed sweet potatoes. Meanwhile, the personnel monitoring the live stream did not find it as easy to navigate as the audience. Upon confirming that the streamer was indeed a cub, they set out to investigate the streamer's information. However, apart from the species, they could uncover nothing else. The access level was set to the highest tier. Yet, seeing the words Tiger Tribe, the personnel chose not to pursue further inquiries. The Tiger Tribe was known for its protective nature, and it was not surprising for them to allow a gifted cub to stream, adhering to their principle of strength above all else. At this point, Mo Jiang remained unaware that, had it not been for the system, she might have been thoroughly exposed. After describing the flavors of roasted, steamed, and boiled sweet potatoes, nearly bringing herself to tears with hunger, Mo Jiang finally felt relieved as the commentary in the live stream shifted to a safer trajectory. She lifted her paw and rubbed her ear. The rudimentary pulling board used for harvesting sweet potatoes is almost a disposable tool. However, while preparing the sweet potatoes, it serves a secondary purpose as firewood. One group of tigers dig shallow pits in the earth to bury the sweet potatoes, while simultaneously cooking the cubed sweet potatoes over the fire. Another group finds some clean wooden boards, drills a few holes with their claws, and uses them as a steaming rack for the washed sweet potatoes. Some viewers, who had tuned into the live broadcast the previous day, immediately activated the first-person perspective mode upon entering. They were completely absorbed in the sweet aroma wafting through the air, oblivious to everything else. Meanwhile, some observant viewers, puzzled by the blue sweet potatoes, began to express their confusion. Xiao Hong exclaimed, "Isn't that the blue sweet potato from the 10,000 varieties of brutal energy plants compendium?" Luo Tian remarked, "Blue sweet potato? Can this be eaten raw?" Another viewer commented, "Come on. The beast planet isn't so impoverished that they resort to consuming such perilous things. Even if their bodies are resilient, they can't withstand this." One viewer sent a message in the chat, prompting others who had initially doubted their own vision to confirm that this was indeed the blue sweet potato, a plant containing brutal energy that could be lethal upon consumption. A flurry of messages cascaded through the chat like snowflakes, attempting to dissuade the young tiger from risking their life. At that moment, Mo Jiang was being pulled by the clan leader, setting aside a portion of food, completely unaware of the frantic scrolling of the chat. Some viewers who had been following the broadcast since the day before noticed the messages. They recalled that when they had seen the food yesterday, the fish had already been mashed into a paste, resembling a concentrated nutrient supplement. Thus, no one realized that the fishball soup contained animals infused with brutal energy as well. As they observed the messages above, the seasoned viewers, savoring the increasingly rich aroma in the broadcast room, twitched their noses, their hands hovering over the chat. Chapter 16. Which sweet potato tastes better? The science enthusiast noted, "It is indeed the blue sweet potato." However, raw blue sweet potatoes emit a uniquely pungent odor characteristic of plants imbued with brutal energy, making them difficult to swallow. Even when cooked, the blue sweet potato retains a foul smell, rendering it inedible. Yet, the blue sweet potatoes in the broadcast exude no such odor and are incredibly fragrant. "How delightful!" In the Alliance, someone remarked, "Did you notice that when the little tiger pointed at the blue sweet potato, they referred to it as a sweet potato?" The top military academy of the Alliance commented, "So, is merely a tuber that resembles blue sweet potatoes?" The youth with the crooked neck added, "The universe is vast. There are millions of plant species on each planet, so it's not surprising to find one or two that look alike." Realizing that the broadcaster was merely a young cub, The viewers in the chat ceased to expect any explanations. As long as she could provide delicious food akin to the fishball soup, they were content. They exchanged thoughts, trying to guide the conversation toward their desires. Sweet potatoes are not blue sweet potatoes. Thus, they felt a sense of relief, allowing them to enjoy the food in the broadcast without trepidation. Unfortunately, Mo Jiang, who had just finished setting aside food with the clan leader and learned that the clan members venturing to the central area for supplies would return by tomorrow at the latest, remained oblivious to the viewers' eagerness. She noticed messages that contained references to plants with brutal energy and began to formulate her prepared response. This is a sweet potato, a type of tuber that can be consumed directly. As for the rest, let the chat fill in the gaps. The science enthusiast remarked, based on the shape and texture of the leaves, stems, and fruit surrounding the broadcaster, it is preliminarily estimated to be a blue sweet potato. However, due to its average size and distinct aroma, it differs significantly from typical blue sweet potatoes, resulting in an estimated classification of 4,543. A more precise assessment would require samples and the assistance of instruments. Just as Mo Jiang concluded her statement, a barrage of messages adorned with gold borders appeared, capturing her attention. She had not yet diverted her gaze from the broadcast room when she caught sight of it. Her ears twitched slightly. In response to Mo Jiang's words and the messages from a science enthusiast, the broadcast room fell into a sudden silence, followed by a chorus of cheers. One viewer shared an interstellar fact. Among two plants that look 99 alike, if their scents differ, their genetic similarity typically does not exceed 89. Another fact states that a genetic similarity of 978 or above defines a single species. Therefore, the food being showcased by the broadcaster is entirely safe for consumption. Some individuals rejoiced at the prospect of freely tasting the food in the broadcast room. Others pondered deeper implications. If the broadcaster can serve food to over 3,000 tigers with each broadcast, it indicates the abundance of edible resources within the Tiger Clan. Perhaps we can purchase some from them? It is well known that the Tiger Clan of the Beast Planet ranks second to last in terms of cunning among interstellar races. Thus, while others remained captivated by the enticing aroma of the food, the astute viewers had already begun messaging the young tiger cub privately. The young tiger cub was even less astute than the tigers themselves. Those who messaged her envisioned an influx of affordable edible food rushing toward them. Unaware that the viewers were scheming to obtain food from her, Mo Jiang noted that the time was nearly up. She adjusted the camera in the broadcast room, focusing on a fire pit where the sweet potatoes were buried. It was time to eat. The tender roar of the cub echoed within the confines of the Tiger Clan, and soon, flames were extinguished one after another. As the temperature gradually lowered, numerous slightly charred tubers were retrieved from the ashes. Mo Jiang squatted beside one of the fire pits, adjusting the broadcast settings. Having just completed a broadcast a day before without preparation, she was a bit flustered and had forgotten some details. Since the broadcast was themed around food, she decided to showcase only culinary delights in the future, thus concentrating on a singular aspect to better captivate the audience's attention. Upon completing the adjustments and ensuring that no tigers were within the camera frame aside from the food and some insignificant background, Mo Jiang inhaled deeply the commanding scent of roasted sweet potatoes permeating the air. As she looked up, ready to demonstrate how to eat a sweet potato, she found that the area was devoid of any tigers. Instead, it was filled with men and women encircled by the prime location, all clutching pieces of charred blue sweet potato, eagerly gnawing away without lifting their heads. Mo Jiang scanned her surroundings, observing that aside from a small group exchanging sweet potatoes with one another, everyone else was completely engrossed in the sweet aroma of the roasted tubers. She sighed, no longer contemplating how to demonstrate the proper way to eat roasted sweet potatoes. Instead, she simply stated, "Peel the skin before eating," and then took a bite, surrendering herself to the delightful flavor of the roasted sweet potato. Upon hearing the young cub's gentle reminder, the viewers in the broadcast room did not heed her advice. As the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes first wafted through the air, they could no longer resist the enticing scent and had already buried their heads into the raw sweet potatoes. For the first time, they experienced the delightful crispness and sweetness described in books, hastily discarding the raw sweet potatoes they held. They had mastered the art of retrieving food from boiling water after their previous failed attempts to encourage the broadcaster's clan members to eat more slowly. Quick and accurate, their hands showed no signs of swelling. With expressions of determination, they retrieved the roasted sweet potatoes from the fire, their hands dancing swiftly as they maneuvered the hot tubers without dropping them. They gazed at the sweet potatoes in their hands, some parts slightly charred yet otherwise clean, and bit into them without hesitation. Their eyes lit up with delight. The flavor was sweet and crisp, imbued with an enchanting roasted aroma. The viewers who had thought raw sweet potatoes were delicious were utterly astonished to discover that these half-cooked sweet potatoes were even more divine. How delectable must the fully cooked, roasted sweet potatoes be? With a yearning for the fully cooked variant, the viewers immersed themselves in the experience. Akin to hamsters in a grain store, their heads barely lifted as they became completely absorbed in the heavenly sweet potatoes. Thus, when the long-awaited fully cooked sweet potatoes finally arrived, those who had not peeled them previously were even less inclined to do so. Having become numb to the high temperatures through their earlier experience, they approached the fully cooked sweet potatoes, which bore little difference in appearance for the half-cooked ones, confidently taking bites without hesitation. Distinguished from the sweet, smooth texture of raw sweet potatoes and the half-cooked roasted ones, their tears flowed. How could such delicious food exist? It was even more delightful than the previous fishball soup. With a single bite, their mouths were filled with a sweet, caramelized aroma, and from that moment on, roasted sweet potatoes became their eternal divine food. There were numerous tigers in the live stream audience who shared the same sentiment. As the overpowering scent of roasted sweetness began to waft, the Tiger Clan, with a sense of smell far more acute than that of humans, found their mouths watering silently. And by the time they realized it, their paws were already dampened. Some tigers even learned from who chew that sweet potatoes could be eaten raw, unable to wait. They retrieved their respective shares from the mountain of unroasted sweet potatoes. While savoring the delightful aroma, they transformed into human form, cradling sweet potatoes nearly the size of their heads, taking small bites. In certain aspects, the Tiger Clan may be a bit foolish, but when it comes to ensuring their culinary enjoyment, they are instinctively adept. Therefore, after the roasted sweet potatoes were fully cooked, most found the raw ones to be a delectable treat, ranking them as the second most delicious food in the world. The tigers inhaled the even more overpowering sweet aroma and felt a twinge of regret. Although raw sweet potatoes were indeed delicious, with their sweet and crisp texture captivating the tigers, the roasted ones seemed to emanate an even more appetizing scent. As who chew, the first to taste the raw sweet potato, inhaled the fragrance in the air, tears of regret fell. While pondering this, part of the tigers in human form took a bite of the crisp, raw sweet potato, stretching their necks to gaze at those holding the unsightly roasted sweet potatoes. Those tigers had also transformed into human form, expertly managing the roasting process. Even in their human forms, the sharpness of the Tiger Clan's teeth remained unchanged. As they opened and closed their mouths, the glistening, enticing blue sweet potato flesh appeared before each tiger's eyes. The smooth, soft appearance looked delectable. Immediately, the sound of swallowing echoed continuously. Raw sweet potatoes were crisp. Should they try exchanging bites? Among the more closely knit tigers, upon witnessing their companion savoring the food with sheer delight, one began to approach him step by step. Holding his raw sweet potato, he tentatively asked. The tiger, who had just taken a bite of the roasted sweet potato, enchanted by its sweet and soft flavor, glanced up at the raw sweet potato, which had been nibbled unevenly by his companion. Though somewhat disdainful, the sight of the seemingly crunchy raw sweet potato honestly made him a bit tempted to trade. "Let us have a bite of each other, he suggested, pushing his roasted sweet potato forward without any intention of handing it directly to his friend. The other, seeing this, found it unremarkable and also nudged his own sweet potato forward. Thus, the two strong tigers, leaning towards each other's hands, opened their mouths wide and took a bite. The contrasting flavors danced in their mouths. "Yours is sweeter than mine, but mine is crunchier. My raw sweet potato is better." "So crunchy? It lacks any silkiness. Mine is far superior." Their voices resonated simultaneously, the tone somewhat muffled. The two tigers with food in their mouths raised their heads, glaring at each other. Raw sweet potatoes are delicious. Roasted sweet potatoes are delicious. Their voices echoed in perfect harmony. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. As others turned to observe, the two, on the verge of confrontation, simultaneously glared at those around them. "What are you looking at? Do you want to fight?" The combative tigers hesitated, swiftly choosing food over conflict. Fighting could happen at any time, but such fragrant food must be consumed quickly, ensuring it belonged entirely to them. Yet, the sweet potatoes in their hands remained unconsumed. What was meant to elevate the status of their sweet potatoes and facilitate a good trade had devolved into an awkward situation for the tigers. The same thought arose in their minds as they turned away from each other. In comparison to the crisp, sweet, and soft texture, he preferred the sweet, soft, and crunchy sweet potato in the other's hand. After a brief stalemate, the importance of consuming the more satisfying food prevailed, and the two exchanged furtive glances. Chapter 17. The returning tiger encounters an attack. Their eyes met at that moment. Instinctively, both pairs of feet on the ground curled tightly. Shall we exchange? All right. Let us carefully taste each other's. Perhaps it will provide a clearer understanding of the different sweet potatoes. The two reached a consensus, awkwardly yet joyfully exchanging their food. Cradling her sweet potato, Mo Jiang watched the smiles that simultaneously blossomed on their faces and took another bite of the soft and sweet roasted sweet potato. Roasted sweet potatoes are still the best. She had once thought the Tiger Clan lacked shrewdness, but it seemed they channeled all their cleverness into food. After devouring half a sweet potato, Mo Jiang could no longer eat. She turned around, seeking some excitement, but finding none. Upon encountering the sparkling eyes of the little tiger cubs surrounded in their designated area, her paws moved slightly. By the time she realized it, the sweet potato in her paws had already been offered. Beneath her paws was a round, fluffy head, slightly rough in texture. The little tiger cub, gently stroked on its head, felt drowsy and took a bite of the sweet, glutinous sweet potato, letting out a soft, adorable sound. Jiang, if you ever have leftover food, you can give it to me. You can pet my head anytime. Mo Jiang's paws moved uncontrollably over the fluffy fur, her eyes involuntarily drifting to the little tiger cub's round belly. Unable to help herself, she inquired, "Did you just finish a roasted sweet potato?" The little milk tiger, immersed in the delightful taste of roasted sweet potato, managed to steal a moment to respond, "But I'm still hungry." In her heart, she resolved to increase her portions at every meal. Moreover, she could soon participate in the hunting team, contributing her share so that they wouldn't be so weary. As Mo Jiang stroked the little tiger cub, she lowered her head slightly, meeting a pair of bright, yearning eyes. For some reason, her nose felt a bit sour. "Speaking of talent, you were born a month after me, yet awakened your talent sooner. You are the mightiest cub in the Tiger Clan." The little tiger cub wagged its tail and continued, "When you awakened your talent, did you experience any other changes besides feeling hungry?" Mo Jiang was momentarily taken aback by the little tiger cub's question. She poked the system, asking, "Are there any changes when awakening a talent?" Feeling hungry upon awakening talent must be due to the body's need for a large amount of energy. However, this information was provided by the little tiger cub, and as Mo Jiang, disguised as a purifier by the system, was unaware of other talent awakenings. Hearing this, Mo Jiang, facing the little tiger cub's sparkling eyes, shook her whiskers and replied solemnly, "Yes, besides not being able to go hungry, you need to ensure adequate sleep, drink plenty of water, and avoid dangerous places." The little tiger cub listened earnestly. "Is there anything else?" Not far away, Hubai observed the two tiger cubs, who were smaller than his forepaws, and felt inexplicably cheerful. Though one of the cubs was larger, it rested its head on the smaller one. Just as the Tiger Clan was enjoying their harmonious breakfast and preparing to bask in the sun, a piercing tiger roar suddenly rang out. The drowsy tigers immediately stood up, rushing towards the source of the sound. Mo Jiang was startled awake by the commotion. She looked around at the plaza, which had suddenly lost more than half of its tigers, shook her slightly dizzy head, and quickly approached a familiar tiger. "Humang, what happened?" By the time she woke up, the roar had already faded away. In the lingering echoes of sound, only the words of imminent injury could be discerned. Once the speech concluded, I realized that the voice of the young one seemed somewhat familiar. Lowering my gaze, I discovered it belonged to a little darling from their clan. My demeanor shifted instantly. Humei and her companions had been ambushed, and the clan leader had already rushed to their aid. Humei! Mo Jiang swiftly recalled pertinent information from her mind. She was the young clan leader mentioned by the elder, who had taken several clans folk to the central area to procure rations. Are there many adversaries? Should we send more tigers? The woman's breath was weak, yet her concern was unmistakably palpable. Following the sound, I beheld a gaunt tiger with protruding ribs, its tail drooping, and one side of its face smeared with blood, being carried over by Elder Huluo. Without needing further prompting from the other tigers, I instinctively matched the name and voice in my mind. Humei, the young clan leader just mentioned by Humei. My impression of this young leader was of a slender tiger that exuded a profound sense of security. How could she have become so emaciated? I struggled to avoid counting the wounds on her body, though my mind was frantically probing the system. Could it provide exchange services? I wished to trade my purifying value for hemostatic medicine, gauze, alcohol, scissors, anything that might aid her wounds. Just a humble farming system. Thank you for your inquiry. This is what I was telling you on the way. The little tiger cub of our clan who has awakened the purifying talent, Jiang. Elder Huluo's tail weakly curled around Humei, striving to ignore the dampness soaking his back, his voice somewhat hoarse. We just had a hearty meal, and the clan leader even calculated the days to leave a portion for you. However, Humei paid no heed to the latter part of Elder Huluo's statement, her gaze returning to Mo Jiang, instinctively smiling. Do your best. As I watch Humei's voice resonate, blood froth spilling from her curled lips, my heart trembled violently. The vitality of the tiger before me was gradually fading. I cannot comprehend why I felt such profound sorrow. It was clearly our first meeting. Tears uncontrollably pooled in my eyes. Taking a deep breath, I forcibly composed myself and nodded earnestly. I will. Elder Huluo unilaterally concluded the conversation, lifting his paw to continue walking, but the increasingly drowsy Humei halted him. Ahem, this time the prices in the central area have risen significantly. We didn't exchange for medicine, only for food. As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Mo Jiang. Little cub, grow up well. Perhaps one day, you will lead the tiger clan out of this prison. Mo Jiang felt her cheeks dampen as she heard her own voice emerge. You go find the medicine. I can purify. I can continue to purify. Realizing that the words just spoken were not entirely under my control, I began to understand the depth of my emotional fluctuations. I inquired of the system. If it were not for me, would the original owner of this body still be able to survive? Sensing the seriousness of my inquiry, it could only offer a vague and irrelevant response. The previous owner of this body, before passing, exchanged the rights to use it so that the tiger clan could be well fed and clothed. Upon hearing this, all my confusion was suddenly illuminated. Why did scenes and people from this world sporadically appear in my mind? Why could I know the name of a tiger I was meeting for the first time? All questions found resolution in that moment. The intense yearning of the original soul had influenced this body, embedding certain matters deeply within. I silently assured her, rest assured, your desires will be fulfilled. My tone was sincere and earnest. I could not tell if it was merely my illusion, but after uttering those words, it felt as though something within me had utterly vanished. There is hope. Do not succumb to lethargy. You are but a tiny cub, and yet you are willing to transfer all the burdens that rightfully belong to you onto her. Are you not afraid that this weight will stifle her growth? Do you not feel a pang of conscience? At that moment, my emotions had settled, no longer prone to volatility, and I regarded Elder Huluo with a puzzled expression. Over the past few days, he had presented himself as a gentle and refined elder. Yet I was witnessing the first instance of this elder tiger in a fit of anger. It was particularly strange, though not entirely surprising. Not only I, but even Humei, who had lived for over a decade, was witnessing the usually placid elder Huluo erupt for the first time. Her nearly closed eyes snapped open with sudden clarity. Elder? A weak yet astonished voice rang out, filled with great confusion and helplessness. I am not dead, merely fatigued. There is no need for such a strong reaction. Humei smiled reassuringly at the bewildered little cub beside her. In that moment, as I gazed upon the blood-soaked muzzle of the tiger, I felt no fear, only the soothing emotions it sought to convey. No wonder my body reacted so strongly upon seeing Humei. Such a gentle tiger, none could bear to witness her demise. Humei shook her ears and gazed at the elder with concern, her voice barely above a whisper. You may set me down now. Your bones are too numerous and pressing against me uncomfortably. Elder Huluo rolled his eyes in an ungraceful manner before cautiously placing Humei onto the soft fur below. So long as you do not entertain thoughts of death, all else is negotiable. Indeed, there will be endless delicious food, should you perish. You will miss out on all that. Chapter 18. Such a broadcaster makes one weep. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Jiang stepped forward onto the tiger paw and peeled away a roasted sweet potato, a gift previously bestowed upon her by the clan leader. Hume observed the rigid tail of Elder Huluo and the enticing aroma emanating from the small cub-esque grasp, offering a faint, exhausted smile. That smile held a hint of guilt. Before the little cub mentioned purifying the medicinal herbs, she had indeed contemplated relinquishing her life. Given her grave injuries and the clan's current plight, there was no feasible way to save her. There was no time for healing. Rather than endure the agony of suffering, it seemed preferable to embrace a tragic end. This way, the valiant image of the Tiger Clan's past young leaders would not be tarnished by her actions. However, upon realizing that enduring a little longer could yield a glimmer of hope for survival, Hume dismissed any thoughts of self-destruction. With newfound hope, her spirit soared, even brighter than before. Yet, she was unprepared for Elder Huluo's keen sensitivity to her thoughts. The atmosphere shifted, and she dared not meet his gaze. In the tranquil air, an awkwardness lingered. Unable to tolerate this peculiar ambience, Hume turned her attention to the only other being present capable of dialogue, the little cub. She observed the blue object in Mo Jiang's hand and initiated a conversation. "What is this? It smells wonderful." Just as Mo Jiang prepared to respond after receiving a freshly baked small stone bowl from Elder Huluo, another voice interjected, laden with mockery. "It is the purifying food unearthed from our clan that you nearly missed out on." Hume awkwardly twitched her ears, her gaze fixed immovably on the little cub, allowing Elder Huluo to scrutinize her. Speaking further, he could not suppress his irritation. "I wonder how Hubai taught you." Only knowing to charge ahead without thought, some injuries could have been avoided. Hume spat out the blood-tainted water, quietly defending her grandfather. "There were clan members behind me." Elder Huluo's temper was abruptly stymied, leaving the atmosphere somewhat tense. Mo Jiang, who was attempting to blend the roasted sweet potatoes' insides with cooled water into a paste, instinctively shrank her neck, striving to diminish her presence. Suddenly, the peculiar atmosphere was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps outside. Humang spat out the chewed medicinal herbs, panting as she rubbed her sore and numb jaw with a paw. "There is no time. I only found a bit of Shao Ji, little cub. Hurry." Mo Jiang expressed heartfelt gratitude for Humang's arrival, as the four paws worked in unison to click within the freshly dug pit. The half-square meter of herbs, along with the underlying soil, underwent purification. Under the expectant gazes of those present, Mo Jiang nodded, indicating it was ready for use. Just as she spoke, Humang and Huluo swiftly took a large bite of the small thistle, their faces contorted in fierce concentration as they chewed. Just as they were about to apply the medicinal paste to Humei's wound, Mo Jiang intervened in the nick of time. She suggested trimming the fur around the wound, washing it with water, and then applying the medicine, which would facilitate a faster recovery. Upon hearing her words, she observed Humang and Huluo, one tiger deftly shaving the fur while the other washed with water, their speed astonishing. Meanwhile, the injured Hume glared fiercely at the small tiger cubs, with patches of fur shaved off, revealing smooth skin. Hume never anticipated that she would find herself at the mercy of a cub barely old enough to have grown a full coat. Yet, she had no words to protest, let alone resist. Noticing the change in Humei's eyes, Mo Jiang quietly turned away, leaving her with a small glimpse of her back, and resumed her efforts in preparing the sweet potato mash. It needed to be finer, as a gentle elder sister would be easier for absorption, allowing for swifter recovery. Before long, the bleeding from Humei's wounds ceased. After consuming a generous bowl of sweet potato mash, she gradually drifted into sleep, murmuring praises. "All right, Humang. You stay here and keep watch. If anything arises, come find me. Little cub, you shall accompany me." Mo Jiang contemplated, gazing at the patches of medicinal paste smeared on Humei's body, reflecting on the promise she had made not long ago. She had added another item to her plan of ensuring the Tiger Clan was well-fed and clothed. The quality of life must be significantly improved. Before she could draft a detailed plan, she heard Huluo's voice. He flicked his tail and followed her outside. Once outside, Huluo fell silent for a moment. And just as Mo Jiang thought he wouldn't speak, he opened his mouth. "Can you purify now?" The hesitance in his tone was palpable, as though he was wrestling with whether to pose the question. Mo Jiang disregarded his inner conflict and nodded directly. "Yes, I am quite full today. I can purify an area half the size of this morning's food, equivalent to yesterday's area." As Huluo visibly relaxed, Mo Jiang shared her thoughts. I wish to purify more herbs. Hu Luo showed no dissent, even encouraging her to intensify her efforts. Can they be living? From Hu Luo's words, Mo Jiang grasped that he was aware that her purification could be continuously utilized, presumably mentioned by the clan leader. However, he did not linger on this topic, clearly having been advised otherwise. She too refrained from bringing it up, pondering for a moment before saying in response to his puzzled gaze, if we plant living herbs there, they can continue to grow. There are plenty of hemostatic herbs outside. They won't run out. Despite the cub's assertion, Hu Luo still struggled to comprehend. The level of purification you perform expends a significant amount of energy. You are still young. Mo Jiang shook her head. It's all right. I am confident. A small cub, barely longer than his tail, proclaiming confidence made Hu Luo want to laugh. For some reason, the serious demeanor of the little cub softened Hu's heart. However, Mo Jiang's next words prompted Hu Luo to reflect seriously, even considering a slight smile. By planting the herbs within the Tiger Clan, we won't have to spend so much time searching for them, nor will I need to purify again. If we want to use them, there will be no restrictions. It won't necessarily require my presence, making it much more convenient, wouldn't it? Hu Luo patted the little cub's head, chuckling. Is your frail body burdened by too many thoughts? When the little cub looked at him in confusion, he did not offer an explanation, merely nodding in affirmation. All right, I'll have someone collect the herbs. Later, I will also ask our little purifier, who should not overthink, to purify a bit. Mo Jiang felt a bit shy, her tail wagging unconsciously as she softly replied. The earlier confusion dissipated. Hu Luo's words were likely a reference to the notion that excessive wisdom can lead to harm. Thus, her body had become so weak. Today was yet another day of being moved by the Tiger Clan. Meanwhile, on the other side, the long-waiting audience in the livestream room stared at an unchanging screen, finally coming to terms with reality. The streamer had once again logged off without saying a word, showing no regard for the viewers. Did they not fear they would leave? Entering any livestream, the audience was usually welcomed, yet this time, the streamer seemed unusually indifferent. A sense of discontent brewed among them. However, recalling the lingering fragrance from the livestream, all grievances vanished without a trace. Fishball sweet potato, streamer, dare you log off without saying anything again? If you do, I will switch to a fan. Dead girl, you can't escape. Same here. I was just openly indulging in your leftover roasted sweet potatoes, having barely eaten a bit before the livestream vanished. Do you know how painful that is? No, nothing. The streamer has no heart, knowing full well we cannot compete with the tiger. She doesn't even give us time to sneak a bite of the leftover roasted sweet potatoes. Science enthusiast. Roasted sweet potatoes are truly delicious. I confirmed it. And they're not of the same variety as blue sweet potatoes. Encountering a streamer with such a casual attitude, seemingly indifferent to all, it was unthinkable to unleash a torrent of curses. It simply would not happen. They even worried whether the streamer might run away. All they could do was roll about and act cute, attempting to stir a conscience that was nearly non-existent in this unique streamer. Some viewers attempted to glean clues from the live stream for the sudden departure of the Tiger Cub streamer, fearing that if they were a moment too slow, the streamer might perceive their surface complaints, which were in fact praises, and in a fit of anger, cease broadcasting altogether. First Military Academy of the Alliance. Within the last 5 seconds before the livestream closed, there was a piercing tiger roar. I wonder if you all heard it. I suspect the streamer's departure is directly related to this. Most awesome of the Alliance. I heard it too. Additionally, the streamer is a young cub. Let's not forget. Unknown name. So, did something happen to the streamer? Or did something happen to their Tiger Clan? As speculations about the streamer's sudden exit flooded the chat, the complaints about the abrupt ending of the live stream and the praises for the delicious sweet potatoes began to dissipate at a visible pace. The reason for the streamer's abrupt termination of the live stream piqued the curiosity of all, although they instinctively thought it might be due to signal issues. Upon seeing the chat suggesting different reasons, the viewers shifted their focus. The clean interface made it easy to spot the speculative messages from the audience. Some, based on the provided information, continued to speculate further. Researcher, based on my profession, that piercing tiger roar, while loud, carries a weak breath. The owner of the roar must be severely injured. Going to B-Star for a brawl. What was mentioned above is correct. I recently studied the Tiger Clan, and although they communicate in their native tongue, I am 95% certain that roar was a distress signal. Lu Nai Jun. The owner of the Tiger Roar is a juvenile female, weak in breath, severely injured, sending a distress signal. Upon reading the final message, the audience in the live stream seemed to grasp something. The chat fell silent in an instant. Chapter 19. Concerning the battle over sweet potatoes with only 30 seconds left in the 10-minute countdown, a surge of messages suddenly erupted in the chat. From the heart. Invincible. So, did the Tiger Clan face an enemy attack? Just want another bite. Who dares to seek death on B-Star? Let alone against the Tiger Clan? How could they have inflicted such grievous injuries upon the female of the Hu tribe? This signifies that the beloved streamer may be absent for the foreseeable future. The chat room has become a place of silence, leaving audiences with no alternative but to seek solace elsewhere. On this day, forums dedicated to culinary delights were inundated with a multitude of users. As spectators flooded in, seeking clues regarding the attacks on the streamer community, they stumbled upon 3 posts featuring familiar phrases. Roasted sweet potato, forever a god. Roasted sweet potato, steamed sweet potato. Boiled sweet potato, raw sweet potato. Cast your cherished votes for your favorite guest. And fishball soup is the finest. Each of these posts bore identifying symbols, propelling them to the top of the forum. Even a long-standing post from the Research Institute, which had consistently occupied the pinnacle of the forum, was displaced by one of these newcomers. All viewers who had previously enjoyed the culinary delights of Huzai livestream found themselves irresistibly drawn to these 3 posts. Upon realizing their initial purpose for visiting, they prepared to exit, only to discover new comments below their submissions. One user remarked, aside for being a tad crisp, how can raw sweet potato compare to the charred sweetness of roasted sweet potato, the tender sweetness of steamed sweet potato, or the soft sweetness of boiled sweet potato? Your taste is rather pedestrian. Another chimed in, raw sweet potato is forever a god, truly a testament to your exquisite taste. Upon encountering the following comment, the already irate red-haired youth, Chu Luo, became even more incensed. In a fit of fury, he forgot his original intent for visiting the forum, his fingers dancing across the screen with fervor. The exchanges often ignited conflicts that began with mere words. Unlike the red-haired youth, many viewers who noticed the 3 posts were more focused on gathering information about the streamer Huzai. Thus, after a cursory glance at the glaring posts, they opted to create a new thread entitled, When Will Huzai Resume Streaming? This was aimed at acquiring specific details about the livestream. Is B-Star currently in a tranquil phase? They inquired, hoping to ascertain whether the Hu tribe faced local or extraterrestrial threats. Are there any planets scheduled to engage with B-Star soon? These interconnected posts emerged in rapid succession. Some users, engrossed in their search for delectable dishes, were momentarily bewildered by the sudden influx of related threads, instinctively believing that fans of some other faction had invaded the culinary realm. Their frustration mounted, prompting them to compose a post in irritation. Suddenly recalling the post from the Research Institute that had been pushed down to 3rd place, they hesitated before clicking it. The title in an immersive video greeted them. With instinctive curiosity, they delved into it. 10 minutes later, they emerged, swallowing hard to suppress the urge to retch. They had never found the taste of the nutrient supplement so intolerable before. Forget it, they declared, discarding the supplement and perusing the 3 posts in succession. Each post was accompanied by an immersive video, but the youth found themselves particularly drawn to the one featuring a voting opportunity. The immersive videos had one drawback. They could only be experienced once. Otherwise, the youth would have cherished each post equally. As for the voting preferences discussed, they felt that choosing favorites was a childish endeavor, not worth squabbling over. With a sigh of regret, they continued to scroll through the forum, hoping to discover other immersive videos, only to stumble upon a post titled, What Sort of Demons Have Invaded Today's Forum? Please refrain from polluting the culinary community. This was precisely the post they had intended to create, albeit with a different title, but identical content, expressing discontent over the forum's invasion by fans. The sharpness of the language was almost intimidating. The youth chuckled at the post's incisive critique, feeling a mix of amusement and relief. They left a comment urging the original poster to check out the immersive videos before regretting their hasty judgments. Meanwhile, a small group of individuals flocked to B-Star's diplomatic website. That day, the usually quiet back end of B-Star buzzed with activity. The influx of private messages outnumbered the hairs on their bodies, and the official phone lines were nearly overwhelmed. Staff members answered calls with perplexed expressions, only to hang up in confusion. They exchanged glances, wondering if any significant events had transpired within the Hu tribe. Was this sweet potato? When did the Hu tribe cultivate it? Beast Star, valuing innate abilities over technological reliance, often found themselves in a state of intermittent communication with the outside world. Those familiar with their customs tended to avoid initiating contact. However, following a recent period of exchanges, the sudden barrage of calls left them bewildered. As the calls continued, their initial certainty transformed into doubt, leading them to question whether they had missed the announcement about the Hu tribe cultivating edible sweet potatoes. Meanwhile, within the Hu tribe of Beast Star, the chieftain Mo Jiang observed the little cubs crawling around the den, still yet to open their eyes. With a mixture of joy and concern, he chuckled as he stroked his beard. This spring, the resources acquired by the tribe consisted mainly of ineffective energy stones, with edible food supplies being woefully scarce. With so many cubs, alas. Just as he contemplated seeking aid from neighboring tribes for sustenance, a white tiger approached him swiftly. "Chieftain, we received communication from a human alliance." Mo Jiang, remaining in his tiger form, answered the call. As his paw descended, a holographic figure materialized before him. "Mo Jiang, it's been a while. Speak quickly." "Indeed, I have some herbal remedies ready for immediate use, and I wish to propose an exchange with your tribe." Upon receiving the communication, Mo Jiang seemed to recall something and began rummaging through a dusty light brain in the corner, searching for contact details of other tribal leaders while asking, "What are you offering in exchange?" Mo Jiang observed Mo Jiang's nonchalant demeanor and gestured silently toward the videos of roasted sweet potatoes and fishball soup, now unwatchable in immersive mode, urging, "Delicious. The Hu tribe must have encountered an attack. Trust me. Look at these posts. Cough. Let us exchange some sweet potatoes for fishballs." Mo Jiang raised his head in confusion. "What nonsense are you talking about?" However, as he spoke, he looked at the man before him, and his eyes suddenly brightened. "I have some energy stones here. Would you like to trade?" Mo Jiang, who initially came to exchange for food, fell silent upon seeing the alluring energy stones and nodded in agreement. On the Beastman planet, as night descended, Mo Jiang gazed at the results of purifying a large area of bleeding grass, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, she heard a flurry of footsteps, and information quickly surfaced in her mind. Just as she was about to rush over, her limbs became unresponsive and softened uncontrollably, collapsing into a small tiger pancake. She didn't even have time to extend her claws. "Will you wait here, or shall I carry you over?" When Mo Jiang heard Hu Luo's words, she hesitated momentarily. She glanced at his mouth and then at her small frame, arriving at a compromise. "Can I lie on Elder's back like Hu Jia?" Aware of the little tiger's frailness, Hu Luo nodded and coiled his tail. Mo Jiang instantly soared into the air, and by the time she registered what was happening, her paws were resting on the coarse tiger fur. She cautiously stepped, then slumped, tightly clinging on, and nodded at the tiger face that turned to look at her. Chapter 20. Completion of 3 tasks. "Elder, I'm ready. Let us go." The weight on her body felt light as a feather, entirely different from the bony, yet somewhat heavy Hu Mei. When Hu Luo raised his paw, he hesitated briefly, reducing his speed by half. Mo Jiang remained oblivious to the elder's subtle movements. She felt the wind blowing towards her, gentle yet tinged with a coolness that was quite pleasant. Instinctively, she lifted her small face, inviting the wind to blow even more. Before long, Hu Luo led Mo Jiang to collide with the clan leader. Upon spotting the little figure on Hu Luo's back, Hu Bai looked at him in confusion. Usually, the tigers wouldn't carry their kin on their backs. This behavior was not just a habit. Allowing another beast to tread upon one's back signified submission. It was unexpected that Hu Luo was so indulgent towards the little tiger cub. He spat out the hyena he had been holding, shook his fur, and then approached the little cub. "Why are you out?" Hu Luo's voice rang out. "The little tiger cub was worried about you." Hu Bai glanced at Hu Luo and inquired, "How is Hu Mei?" "The little tiger cub has purified the bleeding grass, applied it, and eaten some sweet potato mash. She is now sleeping. There is clean water in the clan, and we have plenty of purified bleeding grass. We can bandage her up first." While speaking, he cast a glance at Hu Luo's tail, noticing that the elder had no intention of coiling it around her. She could only cling tightly to Hu Luo's back, obediently resting on the unexpectedly warm yet bristly fur. Upon hearing the little tiger cub's words, Hu Bai looked at her in surprise, seemingly not expecting her recovery to be so swift. When his gentle gaze shifted from the little cub to Hu Luo's face, it bore a warning. Hu Luo, sensing the shift in his gaze, rolled his eyes in exasperation. He must have been struck in the head by a brutal beast to have blurted out that his clan had produced an exceptionally gifted cub. He scanned the surroundings. As they stood still conversing, they had fallen to the back of the group. Noticing that no tigers were looking their way, Huluo flicked his tail and smacked Hubai's hind leg. When the latter turned to look, Huluo bared his teeth. Meanwhile, Mo Jiang observed the thin tigers in the pack, resembling the emaciated Humei, seemingly consisting of nothing but bones. Sensing the strong scent of blood in the air, she pursed her lips. Her mind rapidly flipped through the tasks previously issued by the system. After feeding Humei the sweet potato mash that afternoon, witnessing the relentless flow of blood from her body extinguished any resistance she had towards the system's tasks. At this moment, she yearned to learn more, as it could help sustain another clan member or even an entire tribe in the future, particularly upon turning the pages of the book. She was thrilled to see images of various plants along with their effects, suitable growing conditions, and more. Mo Jiang felt an overwhelming urge to cry with excitement. Fortunately, since arriving in this world, her memory had significantly improved. She could completely memorize the information of a plant after just 1 or 2 readings. Coupled with her determination to remember the plants, her efficiency increased dramatically. By the time she returned to the clan center, she had already memorized over 10 varieties of plants, including one that could be cultivated on a large scale with excellent blood replenishing properties. She pondered that by accompanying the hunting team in the future, she might discover 100 species of plants suitable for cultivation as recorded in her notes. Along the way, Hubai and Huluo had already noticed the little tiger cub had closed her eyes, seemingly falling into a deep slumber. When they arrived at the clan center, they were contemplating how to settle the little cub when she opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling. The tiger cubs of their clan had quite lovely eyes. Hubai thought to himself. However, he maintained a serious demeanor. Now that you are awake, go and guide Huchu and the others in making fishball soup. Drink an extra bowl tonight. While speaking, he swiftly coiled his tail to lift the little cub gently and placed her on the ground. Before departing, she looked up at the leader and said, "Leader, I would like to join the hunting team tomorrow to learn about gathering some blood-replenishing plants for purification and cultivation. If that is all right." Having raised her paw and headed towards Humei's cave with Huluo, Hubai instinctively swayed his tail at the sound of the tender voice from behind. "Tomorrow, I will call a few more tigers to accompany you. As for the hunting team, the places they go are too perilous, and they won't have time to care for a cub. There are plenty of idle tigers in the clan. It would be easy to spare 17 or 18 to play with the little cub." As for why he was so indulgent towards the little cub, cultivating bleeding grass meant that as long as it grew, it would continue to purify. The future casualty rate of their clan would decrease. The number of tigers would no longer dwindle. The hope of stepping beyond the fringes of their territory would also increase. Mo Jiang was unaware of Hubai's thoughts. She listened attentively and found the leader's suggestion quite reasonable. After all, she had gained a clear understanding of her current physical strength. Her body had reverted to that of a child, and her capacity for thought was somewhat limited. Unable to consider every aspect, she nodded enthusiastically in agreement, and then bounced along towards the communal cooking area of the clan. "Oh, the little cub is quite lively. Keep it up." Who was boiling water, observed the little tiger cub's energetic form and wiped the sweat from his cheek with his paw, his voice brimming with joy. At that moment, Mo Jiang realized that her movements lacked maturity and steadiness. She glanced down at her newly placed paws on the ground, awkwardly rubbing them together. It seemed that after the remnants of this body's emotions dissipated, her mind and body had also undergone a transformation. Her thoughts and actions appeared to gravitate toward that of a child. Mo Jiang contemplated briefly but decided not to dwell on it. No matter how she changed, she remained herself. In this warm and united Feihu tribe, becoming a genuine little cub seemed to be no great matter and was indeed quite reassuring. The steps to make fishball soup were the same as yesterday. I've laid out all the materials for you. Although her actions and thoughts seemed to align more with that of a child, she remained comprehensive about certain important matters. Before coming here, she had deliberately ventured into a corner devoid of tigers, dragging out a large pile of items with her mouth and paws. The entire focus of the tiger clan was on food. After observing for a while and confirming that the steps were correct, she departed, walking with her unique, slightly unsteady gait. Regarding the live broadcast, she intends to commence it while enjoying her meal. Just a moment ago, she glanced at the balance of her purification points, which had already reached 10 900, and was continuing to rise at a rapid pace. Given the current points, purifying over 1,000 square meters of land is not an issue. However, the live stream has concluded. Why then is the count still increasing? This question flitted through her mind, prompting Mo Jiang to instinctively seek the farming system. The likes generated from related videos and discussions stemming from the live broadcast are also taken into account. Mo Jiang was taken aback by this sudden delight. When she exploited the system, she had never anticipated it would be an ongoing process. However, an individual can only contribute a single like value, and it is a lifetime commitment. This implies that in order to continue garnering likes, she must incessantly attract new individuals. Upon receiving a positive confirmation, Mo Jiang's joy suddenly diminished by half. Nevertheless, contemplating the more than 10,000 purification points already secured, purifying over 1,000 square meters of land, combined with her previous efforts, amounts to nearly 2 acres. Sweet potatoes are among the highest yielding crops, and during the peak period in her world, the yield per acre could exceed 5,000 kilograms. This is sufficient to provide a hearty meal for over 1,000 tigers. In just one morning, she had already earned enough food for a third of the clan's current tiger population. Mo Jiang felt invigorated once more. Suddenly, she yearned to resume the live broadcast. What should she do? Yet, upon recalling the emaciated members of her clan, she forced her attention back to the system interface. She opened the taskbar and examined the tasks displayed. Task 1. Comprehensive Planting Guide. Deadline. 3 days, 17 hours elapsed. Reward. 3,000 gene of sweet potatoes with built-in purification functions. No penalties. Completion rate. 15. Task 2. Familiarity with the characteristics of 100 plants. Deadline. 3 days, 15 hours elapsed. Reward. Command conversion for planting. Advance redeemed. No penalties. Completion rate. 14. Task 3. Discover 10 local edible ingredients. Deadline. 5 days, 14 hours elapsed. Reward. Beginner's recipe. Advance redeemed. Failure penalty. Deduction of 200,000 purification points. Completion rate. 30. Mo Jiang gazed at the completion rates for a considerable time, her gaze ultimately settling on the first line. The virtual book offered by Task 1 was as thick as a brick, 2 to 3 times the size of the book for Task 2. Aside from the introductory images for each plant, it was densely packed with text, serving as a veritable hypnotic tool. Finding a relatively quiet spot in the shade, right under the watchful eyes of the tigers, she closed her eyes. Her consciousness traversed the lines and characters of the virtual book. By the time a tiger approached to summon her for a meal, her head was spinning. She walked mechanically, her paws feeling feeble. Her mind was inundated with the 50-plus plants she had just memorized. Upon returning to the center of the tribe, Mo Jiang clutched her small stone bowl and hurried to a gathering spot for the cubs. The previous day's experience of savoring truly delicious food had resulted in a somewhat chaotic scene. For both the morning and this meal, the adult tigers waited until the cubs were served before lining up. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of sweet potatoes and the delectable fishball soup, and Mo Jiang took a deep breath. Nearby, a chorus of inhalations followed suit. She turned to see the little cubs. Their eyes blissfully squinted as they emitted soft, purring sounds. One of the cubs let out a tender whine. These past 2 days have been so delightful. If every day could be this comfortable, I would never want to grow up. Chapter 21. The Heartless Cub. Just as the whine faded, a series of responses echoed back. Yes, yes, I want this too. As long as these good days remain unchanged, I could also choose not to grow. Listening to the innocent discussions around her, Mo Jiang's momentary confusion was swiftly resolved by the information buried deep in her mind. Every cub in the Tiger Clan yearns to grow up quickly. This way, they can assist the clan and alleviate some burdens, thereby reducing the pressure on the adult tigers. Yet at this moment, the fishball soup was simply too delightful, and the roasted sweet potatoes were equally enchanting. These little cubs were utterly captivated by the overwhelming happiness before them. They even naively thought that if they never grew up, time would stand still, allowing such bliss to persist indefinitely. Having comprehended this, Mo Jiang took a sip of the delicious fishball soup. The flavor was even superior to what she had prepared. She had not anticipated that the Tiger Clan possessed such skillful and perceptive cubs. She quickly initiated the live broadcast. A bowl of rich, milky green soup appeared prominently in the live stream. The savory aroma wafted through the air, spreading in all directions. Upon witnessing the fishball soup, all those present in the live stream involuntarily salivated. Indeed, our tiger clan will enjoy such delectable food every day, leading to a better life. Mo Jiang emitted a soft whine, and upon meeting the delighted gazes of the cubs, her heart felt as though it had been immersed in a warm pool of water. Both satisfied and swelling with joy, trust in the tribal leader, in Tiger May, in the elders, and in myself, the newly awakened purifier. As her words echoed, the little cubs responded with enthusiastic whines, affirming their belief. Just before leading them toward a better life, Mo Jiang surveyed the scene before her. Several large pots were simultaneously cooking food, yet the lines in front of each pot stretched to the entrance of the tribe. The bowls and chopsticks were insufficient. Those at the back had to wait until the front line finished before they could be served. A tiger could finish its meal in under half an hour. It would take at least 3 hours for the entire clan to eat. Thus, the first step was to find a way to escape this inefficient communal cooking arrangement. Mo Jiang pondered, realizing that only when sufficient self-purifying land was available could this collective approach transform into an individualized one. Just as she emerged from her thoughts and directed her attention back to the live stream, a flurry of identical comments flooded the screen. "You can't escape. You little rascal. Host, please restore yesterday's live scene. Do you want your life or your food? Host, please restore yesterday's live scene. Does the cub no longer love me? Host, please restore yesterday's live state." All comments echoed a similar sentiment, with only a few differing in phrasing. Yet their meanings remained consistent. "Cub, love me once more. Although the cub eats slowly, we can finish an entire serving of fishball soup before you do. Yet we desire the large pot of fishball soup. Cub, you have no heart. Yes, the sight of the large pot of soup is satisfying. And we are already accustomed to foraging from the flames, ensuring more food reaches our mouths." Having witnessed the vastness of the ocean, the tiny bowls they possessed were no longer sufficient for the audience. Mo Jiang observed the occasional unusual comment fluttering by, her attention captured by the phrase, foraging from the flames. She marveled. So the system's words from yesterday were indeed true. There are truly individuals foolishly using their hands to retrieve food. If the audience were to discover her thoughts, they would surely inundate her with salivation if she were present before them. These cubs are not heartless. They are simply unaware of the hunger of others. Fortunately, Mo Jiang refrained from expressing her thoughts aloud, or she would have undoubtedly faced a barrage of comments. The cubs' live stream is a food broadcast, not a large-scale dining event. As the soft voices of the cubs resonated in the live stream, the comments shifted dramatically. "Cub, you have no heart. Where is your heart? Cub?" Such comments proliferated, and even a small wave of differing sentiments emerged. "Sister Tang Tang, little tiger cub, please change the live streaming scene. I will send you some candy made from edible food. XIN2 How, brother runs a snack shop and has many delicious treats that I guarantee you have never tasted. Just change the live streaming scene, and whatever you wish to eat, I will send it to you in unlimited quantities." The adults are attempting to lure the little cubs with bribes, which is particularly evident among the numerous identical comments. Mo Jiang easily noticed this. Upon seeing these comments, she instinctively glanced at the little tiger cubs around her, who were engrossed in sipping fishball soup. She prodded the system. Is there a way for me to receive things sent from the outside world? After all, the audience merely desires the appearance of all kinds of food. Whether the tiger cub appears is of no consequence. This modest wish is something Mo Jiang can fulfill. Not possible. I must reiterate, this system is solely a farming system. Mo Jiang. It seems a bit laborious to make all the food appear. I suppose I'll wait until the number of fans stops growing before attempting it. The reason the leader of the Tiger Clan from the Beast Star, who is not accustomed to high technology, is present here is due to some puzzling remarks made by Chu Jiang earlier that day. He was filled with curiosity and extracted information about the Tiger Clan conducting live streams of edible food on Xingbo. Although he had been drawn into revealing considerable information by Chu Jiang, the initiative in trading energy stones remained firmly in his hands. He trusted that the other party understood what should be said and what should not. However, due to his unfamiliarity with entering the live streaming room, it took some time for Modi to join, using assistance from younger members of his clan. By the time he entered, the barrage of comments requesting the scene to be restored had just concluded. Moreover, he was instantly captivated by the fishball soup that lay before him. Since Mo Jiang had chosen a live streaming scene focused on food, her true tiger did not appear in the audience's view. No other tigers were present in the live room, preventing Modi from discerning the true appearance of tiger. Nevertheless, there were still certain avenues through which he could obtain the information he sought. The audio in the live room was not muted, and the sounds of the flying tiger clan were somewhat pronounced. To others, it sounded like a cacophony of tiger roars, but to Modi, it was interspersed with peculiar tones of speech. Although the intonations were somewhat strange, they were not entirely incomprehensible. He focused his attention. Compared to sweet potatoes, fish balls were far more delectable, with a savory meat flavor. Tigers can be satiated, and they relish food. It turns out that a race can lead such a beautiful life with a little tiger cub possessing purifying talents. Various pieces of information flooded in. Before long, Modi realized that this was an entirely new tiger clan, not the one from their B-star. Completely unfamiliar. However, upon hearing a tender tiger cub's call, he paused. Jiang, what shall we eat tomorrow? Roasted sweet potatoes or fishball soup? Although the tones of the tiger clan in the live room were peculiar, that call sounded identical to the pronunciation of their B-star's tiger clan. He could not mistake it. What is it? He disengaged from the live room and gazed at Mo Jiang, who had been summoned to guide him in using Xing Bo. Mo Jiang, overwhelmed with excitement, pointed at the video before him. His voice was animated. Father, look at this video. It's the Tiger Cub's first live stream, and it has set the full scene. The fishball soup in it is far tastier than the sweet potatoes. Modi instinctively glanced over. However, as his gaze fell upon the screen, before reaching the fishball soup, it suddenly froze. He had not entered full immersion mode. While watching the video, he possessed a godlike perspective. The visuals in the video were all within his sight. Thus, he easily spotted the little cub bustling about beside the large pot. Aside from its notably smaller frame compared to the other tiger cubs, its appearance was unremarkable. Yet, when Modi's gaze landed on the particularly frail little tiger cub, an odd feeling began to stir within him. He felt as though he had seen this little cub somewhere before, and the moment his gaze fell upon her, he instinctively softened. However, no matter how he looked, the tiger in the video did not resemble those of their tiger clan. Unlike Modi's focused gaze, Mo Jiang remained fixated on the fishball soup, heartbroken as he watched it dwindle. He recalled the reason Modi had called him over and began to scrutinize the tigers in the video closely. Their fur was a dull gray and unkempt, indicating they had not been groomed in quite some time. Their skin clung to their bones, suggesting long-term malnutrition and that they had not had a full meal in ages. Based on the surrounding welcome, they were still living in a communal setting. Their living conditions were entirely different from those of their B-star tigers. Utilizing this information, Mo Jiang was certain that they belonged to a lesser-known tiger clan on a small planet. Observing the tigers, who had taken on humanoid forms with fur covering only essential areas, he shared his conjecture with his father. As the clan leader, Modi possessed far greater insight than Mo Jiang. Just from their noticeably distinct skeletal structures, he could ascertain that these were another type of tiger-like being, separate from their tiger clan. All the tigers, except for the little cub, exhibited small protrusions near their shoulder blades. What exactly they were could not be discerned at the moment. Furthermore, due to the inherent nature of their combat-oriented race, Modi instinctively assessed the combat capabilities of unfamiliar species based on their physical characteristics. Although the tiger-like beings in the video appeared emaciated, their strength was not to be underestimated. In Modi's view, he was not entirely confident he could triumph over these famished tiger-like beings. While the two tigers discussed, the viewers in the live room, realizing they could not change the little tiger cub's mind, began to reduce their barrage of comments. Chapter 22. The emergence of the virtual light brain. Just as they were about to pose other questions, the typically quiet little tiger cub suddenly spoke up. The fishball soup had cooled sufficiently. I'm going to start drinking now. The barrage of comments in the live room instantly diminished by more than half. This rapid change left Mo Jiang somewhat astonished. As she pondered, she lowered her head and began to lap up the soup with her tongue. Had the audience known her thoughts, they would have certainly been infuriated. They were not drinking the soup out of impatience. They were clearly being compelled by this host. During the first live stream, with fewer viewers and due to objective factors, the broadcast had been interrupted. At that time, the audience had yet to discover the host's true temperament. However, during the second live stream, it concluded with a considerable surge in popularity within the culinary community, becoming a sensation in certain realms. Various discussions related to it emerged incessantly. Among them, the most talked about topic was the host's character in the live room. As a result, many became aware that although the tiger cub was an infant, it was not easily deceived. Some even claimed it was quite resolute. Currently, two-thirds of the audience in the live room had come from food forums. Although most were already aware of the hostess' firm demeanor and her tendency to abruptly end the live stream, upon hearing the childish voice in the live room, they could not help but lower their guard. Thus, when they entered the live room, they did not rush to drink the fishball soup, but instead followed the lead of other viewers, replicating the comments. They thought it simple. Perhaps if the little child saw the audience's fervent requests, she would acquiesce. At that moment, pots of fishball soup, larger than their own bodies, would belong to them. Although they could not truly consume it, they understood the distinction between a small bowl and an inexhaustible supply of fishball soup. Those who had watched the recording of the first live stream and chose to view it in immersion mode were envisioning delightful scenarios. Yet, they were no match for Mo Jiang, who controlled the live stream's initiative. Therefore, upon witnessing the little tiger cub's decision to drink without waiting for them, they were all left dumbfounded. When realization dawned, there was no longer any thought of the little tiger cub changing its mind. Everyone immersed themselves in the meager bowl of fishball soup. After Mo Jiang savored the soup to her satisfaction, she paused to speak. In order for everyone to enjoy such delicacies in their daily lives, I posted the ingredients and method for the fishball soup in the comment section of the live stream, pinning it for easy access. Those interested may take a look. The recipe is quite simple. Additionally, I will announce the live stream schedule on my homepage, so there will be no need to wait endlessly in the future. After uttering these words, she intended to conclude and end the stream. However, a dazzling golden donation message suddenly appeared. Mo Jiang was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond before the unique golden message from a fan filled the live stream. Dear Time, host, could you please enable the private messaging feature? As it was her first time streaming, Mo Jiang contemplated the distinctive message. If there is nothing else, I will be signing off now. See you next time. Just as her words fell, the live stream abruptly went black, leaving a bewildered audience scrambling to keep up. They wondered if the host could explain the reason for the previous interruption. Messages floated across the dark screen, echoing sentiments like, yes, yes, we can offer assistance if there is a problem. It seemed to mock their slow reactions and the naive hope that the host would read the messages before signing off. Mo Jiang remained oblivious to the audience's dismay at her swift exit. After concluding the stream, she followed the second generous patron's request and checked the personal backend of Xingbo. Upon locating the private messaging feature in the settings, she enabled it. At that moment, a flurry of notification sounds chimed in rapid succession. Blinking in surprise, a hint of astonishment appeared on her fluffy tiger face. Clearly, she had not anticipated such a volume of private messages. Observing the rapid accumulation of red notifications, she scanned for the search bar at the top. Typing in the username Dear Time, the previously overflowing messages vanished, replaced by two lengthy chat boxes that were evidently filled with text. She clicked on the first one. Dear Time, host, did something happen during this morning's live stream? If you need assistance, as your fan, I can offer some help. I possess certain abilities within the Human Alliance, and I can resolve issues as long as they are not planetary in scale. After reading this message, she tilted her head in confusion, then realized it was likely due to the tiger roar heard during the abrupt end of the morning live stream. This thought made her chuckle. Were people from the interstellar era truly so eager to lend a hand? The Aqua Clan, which had ambushed their group, had already been defeated by the chieftain's warriors. Assistance was unnecessary. After replying to this message, she turned to the next one, which was a request to purchase some fish balls and sweet potatoes from the live stream. Unable to ship items, Mo Jiang had no choice but to decline. After responding to those two private messages, as she was about to exit the messaging interface, a few words suddenly caught her attention. Beastar Tiger Clan Chief, Modi. Instinctively biting her claw tip, she hesitated for a moment but ultimately clicked on it. Hello, host. I am Modi, the chief of the Beastar Tiger Clan. This is my first encounter with a beast man from beyond the Beastar in this interstellar age, and I am delighted to see how similar our clans are. Upon observation, it seems your tribe is currently in a communal living state. Our race has recently transitioned from this phase, so if you require assistance, feel free to inquire. As a friendly clan, we, the Beastar Tiger Clan, will certainly provide you and your tribe with the utmost support. The warmth of the message seemed overly enthusiastic, hinting at something more. She promptly designated him as a special contact for easier access. After replying, Mo Jiang closed the private messaging interface. On her way to confront the oblivious hyenas, she nudged the system. You previously mentioned that affection points could be generated from discussions related to the livestream as well. May I see the discussions sparked by the livestream? Purification value required. The system seemed to confirm that the livestream indeed had an impact on farming, as it did not outright refuse any inquiries related to it. However, a requisite amount of energy was necessary. Mo Jiang surmised this and did not question further. She merely asked, how many platforms exist online that can incite discussions? I refer to forums and blogs akin to those in my former world. 1 year of virtual light brain usage requires 1,000 purification points. Whatever I desire to see, I shall see. Mo Jiang, who skillfully leapt over stones twice her height, narrowed her eyes at the response. She was not swept away by excitement. What distinctions exist between the virtual light brain and the light brain utilized by my viewers? The light brain in the audience's hands is tangible, whereas the virtual light brain is intangible. Aside from this, there are no distinctions. After the system's explanation, it added, the functionalities and experiences are identical. Yet, she remained unconvinced. If I acquire a light brain in the future, what will happen to the information from the virtual light brain you provided? You can transfer information to the light brain for a small amount of purification value, or continue using the virtual light brain. The system added, additionally, in the external world, a person can only bind to one light brain account. In other words, as long as I do not cease using the virtual light brain, I will possess an additional light brain account compared to others. Mo Jiang glanced at her current purification value, which stood at 50,910 points. According to the system's calculations, over 100,000 people had developed an affinity for her livestream videos. Having streamed only 3 times, she achieved such results without hesitation in exchange for the use of the virtual light brain. Before she could even explore its features, she arrived at the location of the hyenas. What brings you here? The tiger guarding the hyenas quickly recognized the figure of the little tiger cub, who had awakened her purification talent. He glanced at the hyenas behind him, their breaths weak, eyes barely open due to their injuries. However, this did not alleviate his tense demeanor. Had it not been for the chieftain's directive to let the little tiger cub do as she pleased without restraint, he might have reacted differently. Mo Jiang sensed the tension radiating from the large tiger before her, initially unsure of its cause. She recalled that the tigers she encountered along the way seemed similarly anxious, some more so than others. It soon clicked. Her talent was tied to the fate of their entire clan. Reflecting on this, she regarded the large tiger before her and decided not to linger. What shall we do with these attackers? Her gaze fell upon the hyenas bound tightly in vines, prompting her to voice the second of her lingering questions. The first, of course, was to ascertain whether these hyenas were indeed alive. Perhaps due to the strength of the beastmen or other factors, Mo Jiang's senses had sharpened. Her hearing and vision had improved significantly. From a distance, she could see the hyenas' bellies gently rising and falling. Although they appeared gravely injured, they were in a state that would not lead to immediate death. After all, they were but a hair in the Tiger Clan. Their fate was inescapable. Even if they heard something, what would it matter? Mo Jiang nodded. Before departing, she earnestly promised the tigers guarding the hundreds of hyenas. The distribution of the Tiger Clan's tribes is quite straightforward. The outermost layer consists of the tribe's gate, marked by simple branches inserted into the ground. Deeper within lies the Grand Plaza, a space where significant matters are typically addressed, vast enough to accommodate the entire Hu tribe's tigers, with ample room to spare. Presently, this plaza serves as a cooking area. Further enter the various caverns where they reside and sleep. The tribe possesses scant vegetation, with the nearest greenery being a small lake they frequently visit. At the pace of the Great Tiger, one can reach it in 10 minutes, while Mo Jiang requires half an hour. Currently, the place where the hyenas are imprisoned is situated between the tribe's main entrance and the plaza, allowing Mo Jiang to reach it without much delay. Upon uttering this, Mo Jiang swayed her fluffy rear and departed, oblivious to the discussions of the tigers behind her. Ah, the little tiger cubs are truly delightful. Indeed, I recall that the little cub Jiang was once the weakest among our Hu tribe, even at 3 years old. His strength was inferior to that of a 1-year-old. Who would have imagined such a transformation? In the past, I could not comprehend the chieftain's reluctance to abandon the weaker cubs. However, having seen the little ones firsthand, I now understand. No matter how feeble a cub may be, they are still our tribe's offspring. As long as we have enough to eat, why would we forsake them? Indeed, kindness begets rewards. None anticipated that our tribe would awaken a small cub endowed with purification talents. Moreover, this little cub thinks of us, embodying unity and the principle of not abandoning or giving up. Enough, enough. You all should speak less and be mindful of your surroundings. The leading tiger cast a glance at the hyenas who were subtly opening their eyes and interrupted their conversation. He could not help but add, in the future, heed the chieftain's words and ensure the safety of the young cubs. The others nodded in agreement, their peripheral vision catching sight of several hyenas stirring restlessly, exchanging knowing glances. Most of the bound hyenas were now awake, having overheard the tiger's conversation, which had not been conducted in hushed tones. The revelation of small tiger cub awakening purification talents infiltrated their minds. A few hyenas could not resist opening their eyes, confirming with one another that what they had heard was indeed true, their eyes widening in disbelief. As for the tiger's discourse about disunity and abandoning cubs, they did not perceive it as a reflection of their own circumstances. The mightier tribes were increasingly marginalized by the purifiers. Under such dire conditions, the survival of their clan was paramount. Who would desire to lose even a single cub? Only the naive tigers would act thusly. It is no wonder their situation has grown increasingly dire. She scampered over on her soft tiger paws and spoke to Elder Huluo about the tribe members who were watching the hyenas, inquiring once more about the chieftain's whereabouts. This time, she received news that he was in Sister Hume's cavern. After a moment's reflection, she chose not to intrude, but instead proceeded toward the chieftain's cavern, settling at the entrance. Earlier that afternoon, although Elder Huluo had exhibited a bit of irritability, he had also revealed much in his words. The chieftain was the grandfather of Hume, who was also the candidate for the young chieftain, one whom he deeply cherished. Given their kinship, the chieftain surely had much to discuss with Hume. She decided to refrain from interrupting, seizing the moment to read instead. Mo Jiang's intuition was correct. After being reprimanded by Elder Huluo, Hubai was currently conversing with Hume, with the topic revolving around Mo Jiang. You should focus on recuperating. We can now provide purification food for ourselves. There are ample resources here. You need not worry about starvation, Hubai said, squatting beside Hume's stone bed, his large tiger face appearing quite solemn. Hume, lying on the stone bed and believing her wounds had healed considerably after an afternoon of rest, blinked at Hubai's words, offering no clear response, instead shifting the topic. Is the little cub's purification talent truly so formidable? Earlier that afternoon, while she lay bored, she had mentioned the little cub to Humang, and with just a single prompt, Humang had divulged all the information regarding the little cub. Now, reflecting on the fact that the Hu tribe could consume enough purification food to feel somewhat satiated each day, she still found it hard to believe, feeling as if she were in a dream. Seeing that she could not evade the conversation, Humei nodded obediently, promising not to wander off. Only then did Hubai seem satisfied. Yet before addressing her queries, he could not help but pose a question. During your visit to the central area, was there any change among the purifiers? Hubai sighed, still somewhat unconvinced. Surely, there must be something unusual? As he pondered, he recalled a detail. The number of attendants accompanying the purifiers seemed to have increased 3- or 4-fold. Beyond that, there was truly nothing else. Upon hearing this, Hubai narrowed his eyes. All right, now tell me, is it true that the little cub's purification talent is indeed that high, capable of creating soil with lasting effects? Hume, shaking her whiskers, interrupted Hubai's contemplation, her voice laced with evident curiosity. Faced with her questioning gaze, Hubai suppressed his swirling thoughts and recounted the events of the past few days from beginning to end. Thus, our Hu tribe has not merely awakened a little cub with purification talents, but one endowed with the ability to purify soil. Upon hearing this, Hume's eyes widened in astonishment. Some crucial information had eluded Humang, hence Hume's knowledge was limited to what Hubai allowed the tribe to know. However, as the young chieftain, Hume had access to nearly all information within the clan. It is imperative that you focus on your recovery and refrain from moving about, Hubai urged, observing Hume's excited demeanor, concern etched on his face. Oh, do not worry. I understand the urgency of the situation. Even if it means simply recovering well or summoning the little cub for me to educate, I will not hesitate, Hume replied. As Hubai listened to the first part of her statement, he felt relieved, but the latter half began to set off alarm bells. Thus, as soon as Umei finished speaking, he stared at her in disbelief. Let us not confuse matters. The little cub is the little cub, and you are you. You are forever the young chieftain of the Hu tribe. With a sigh, he continued, do you truly believe that the little cub's awakened talents exist solely for our tribe? Over the years, even in isolation, they had heard whispers of the dwindling occurrences of awakened purification talents. This was one of the factors that led them to agree to migrate to a remote area. The scarcity of purifiers had only amplified their own influence, while the violent energies within the flora and fauna had escalated. Such a disadvantageous situation for their kind meant that the little cub's ability awakening was both a coincidence and an inevitability. Hubai, having raised and guided Humei since childhood, knew that she would arrive at the same conclusions. She paused, steadying her previously fleeting sense of lightheartedness. Perhaps the burden of restoring their ancestors' former glory should rest upon her shoulders. To ensure a smoother path for the little cub in the future, it seemed she would need to exert even more effort. As Umei contemplated this, a sudden sigh reached her ears, followed by the voice of the elder. Accustomed to the elder's voice and usually able to predict his words, Humei found herself momentarily frozen upon hearing her name. Humei, you are the young leader of the Hu tribe and the granddaughter of Hubai, yet you are also your own individual. It is nothing to occasionally indulge yourself. Humei's gaze lowered slightly, her voice akin to a soft murmur. Indulging oneself occasionally? She shook her snug fur, stepping lightly towards the leader with a wobbly gait. What is it? From a distance, Hubai noticed a small bundle resting at the entrance of his cave. His leisurely pace quickened significantly as he hurried towards the fluffy creature. However, he was taken aback by the little one's quick reflexes. Hubai observed the small furball, which had already approached him in the blink of an eye, his voice imbued with the gentle warmth of the cool night. Chapter 24. Discovering the Mutated Wheat Leader. I wish to discuss our tribe's future plans. The small cub's voice was filled with earnestness. Yet, as she spoke, Hubai could not suppress a chuckle. This tiny bundle was discussing the future of their tribe. He did not find it amusing, but rather endearing. Over a decade ago, Humei had also stood small and earnest, expressing similar sentiments. At that time, Hubai had not refused, and now, he certainly would not. He extended his tail, curling the little bundle into his embrace. Let us speak inside. It will grow very cold once night falls. You shall sleep with me tonight. Last night, Mo Jiang had gone to bed relatively early, and the cubs huddled together, not feeling the drop in temperature. However, she had no objections to the leader's proposal. She obediently lowered her limbs, attempting to diminish the sensation of being suspended in mid-air. Very well, let us hear your future plans. Hubai placed the small cub before him, squatting on the stone slab to face her. Observing Hubai's posture, which did not resemble that of someone playing with a child, Mo Jiang's demeanor grew more serious and formal. Her tail, which had been swaying involuntarily, now lay calmly before her paws. My future plan is to ensure that the Hu tribe is well-fed and warmly clothed within 2 years, and to enhance our quality of life within 5 years, transitioning from communal meals to individual households with surplus provisions. There are other considerations as well. Mo Jiang contemplated the current social state of the Hu tribe, silently formulating additional plans in her mind. Upon hearing the cub's words, Hubai remained silent for a moment. Reflecting thoughtfully, he realized that based on the area the cub purifies daily, in 2 years, the purified area would be sufficient to sustain the entire Hu tribe, even yielding a surplus. He nodded, saying, "Excellent, a commendable ambition. I believe in you." Hubai noticed the bewildered expression in the cub's eyes, sensing he might not have articulated his thoughts clearly. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly offered praise. "Eat well and grow quickly. With your abilities, you might accomplish this in a year." The small cub still appeared confused. Mo Jiang suddenly realized where the misunderstanding lay. She intended to convey that while purifying the soil, she would lead her kin in farming, striving to ensure the tribe's prosperity and well-fed bodies. However, the leader interpreted it as her purifying the soil while the tribe hunted, believing that as the purified area expanded, surplus food would inevitably follow. After clarifying their logical discrepancies, Mo Jiang tapped her tail on the ground. Looking at Hubai, who was preparing to soothe her into slumber, she earnestly stated, "Leader, what I mean is that I will purify the soil and then plant edible yet energy-infused plants in those soils. Within a year or two, Our tribe will have abundant food akin to sweet potatoes. Although sweet potatoes are delicious, our tribe prefers meat. For instance, yesterday's fishball soup was quite splendid. Hubai interrupted Mo Jiang's uncontrolled daydreams with a promise. Rest assured, I will gradually increase the number of hunters, and by then, the game captured will certainly keep pace with your soil purification efforts. There will be no waste, he assured her fervently. Mo Jiang, who held a limited understanding of the Hu tribe's carnivorous nature, fell silent for a moment. Just as Hubai was about to speak, she interjected, I know our tribe cannot thrive without meat. The energy derived from meat far surpasses that from plants. However, what I mentioned earlier was merely a small part of the overall plan. Hubai, invigorated by Mo Jiang's earnest voice, gestured for her to continue. I have researched our hunting practices. The prey we capture typically feeds on plants and possesses violent energy. My purification process is swift, and I sense that the maximum area I can purify increases daily, implying that more territory will be purified. Gazing into Hubai's astonished eyes, Mo Jiang pressed on. Thus, soon we will have vast expanses of land with inherent purification capabilities. At that point, we can cultivate grasses for the ferocious beasts and occasionally enhance our meals with sweet potatoes. We can also capture some female and male ferocious beasts, allowing them to dwell within the purified area for a time. Once purified, their flesh will be as delectable as fish balls, and our tribe will no longer suffer from weakness. Just as Hubai was about to retort that it was unnecessary to complicate matters, Mo Jiang continued. When the female ferocious beasts give birth to cubs, and those cubs grow and reproduce, we shall have an endless supply of meat. Hubai silently closed his mouth, deep in thought. Furthermore, we will only need a few hundred, perhaps just over 100 tigers to oversee those plants and the domesticated animals, allowing many laboring tigers to step away from hunting. These tigers can undergo training, preparing us to break free from this marginal existence. Additionally, the purified plants will also attract herbivorous beast tribes, enabling us to exchange resources with them in the future. Mo Jiang articulated all the benefits, concluding with, Leader, what do you think? She raised her fluffy little head, her eyes fixed intently on Hubai. Gazing into the cub's expectant eyes, Hubai found himself swayed by her innocent persuasion. How many areas do you believe you can purify now? He refrained from explicitly sharing his thoughts with the cub, merely posing a question. Upon hearing this inquiry, Mo Jiang understood that the leader was intrigued. She no longer concealed her intentions. I can purify an area 10 times the size of today, yes. No more than that, beyond that. I would truly be seen as a monster. Although Mo Jiang had tempered her expectations, Hubai was nonetheless astonished. After their discussion, Hubai curled his tail around the small cub, placing her beside his soft belly, and together they drifted into slumber. Mo Jiang felt enveloped in warmth, the tranquil environment lulling her toward the realms of dreams. However, recalling the tasks left uncompleted, she could only muster her resolve to remain awake a little longer. Perusing her studies. Early the next morning, Mo Jiang initiated a live stream during mealtime, mimicking the previous afternoon's broadcast, and promptly ended it thereafter. Following this, she, accompanied by Husun and a dozen other tigers, ventured towards the lush greenery outside the tribe. Based on her recollections from the previous day, she surmised that the Hu tribe had just entered summer. Today, she had a purposeful quest to seek out plants. Among this contingent of tigers, the leader had also assigned her a member of the hunting team. Husun, the only juvenile to join the hunting squad, possessed the talent of speed and was the swiftest among the Hu tribe. In a short span, even the leader could not catch up to him. Should any danger arise, he could swiftly escort Mo Jiang to safety, and he was well acquainted with the surrounding environment from his frequent hunts. As long as Mo Jiang described what she had seen, he could locate it, albeit with slight variations. The leaves were slender and elongated, with a string of seeds adorning their tips. Yet their hue was not a yellowish green, but rather a pure, vibrant green. Upon hearing this, Mo Jiang pondered for a moment before deciding to investigate. After all, she had only been on this planet for a few days and was unfamiliar with its environment, so her estimations were likely flawed. The speed of the Hu clan was remarkable, especially that of the Husun. Perched upon the back of a youthful Hu, still in its juvenile stage, Mo Jiang felt the wind rushing against her face as they sped along, though it was not painful. In no time, they arrived at the location indicated by Husun. Before Mo Jiang could dismount, She was greeted by vast expanses of emerald green. The slender leaves culminated in verdant tassels, and with her keen eyesight, she could discern that the seeds atop those tassels were distinctly oval-shaped, plump, and abundant. It was unmistakably the wheat she sought. Mo Jiang alighted and plucked a tassel, eager to discover if it contained what she desired. However, as her paws touched the ground, she was taken aback. While riding on Husun, she had not realized just how tall this wheat-like plant was. In the Hu clan, cubs under the age of 10 were unable to assume human form. Yet, despite their young age, 3-year-old cubs, though not fully grown like the tigers of Blue Planet, still stood around 70 to 80 centimeters tall. According to the comprehensive planting guide, wheat could reach a maximum height of 80 centimeters from the moment it broke through the soil to the top of the ear. Thus, given her current height, how could she possibly overlook the ears of wheat? Just as Mo Jiang was bewildered, the system appeared to clarify her confusion. The planting guide you are reviewing is based on the flora of your original world. The time elapsed on this planet since your previous era has spanned several millennia, making any discrepancies quite normal. Mo Jiang, having perused 85 entries of the planting guide, remarked, so the connection between Task 1 and Task 3 is not particularly strong? She suddenly felt an urge to summon the system and give it a good thrashing. Although differences exist, it is ultimately a form of life. In your world, wheat first appeared approximately 7 to 8,000 years ago, and the changes have not been significant. We are currently only halfway through the time since wheat's emergence, so the variations will be minimal. Chapter 25. The peanut leaves and their tiny fruits, thus, they are still edible. As if sensing Mo Jiang's resentment, the system added another comment. Listening to the system's voice, Mo Jiang felt somewhat reassured. Confirmed. This is indeed wheat. Husun, could you help me retrieve a seed? Husun, hearing the cub's sweet voice, lowered his head to meet her eager, adoring gaze. He thought to himself, without the chief's directive, who could refuse such an adorable little cub, despite their lack of strength? Without further ado, he held his breath and used his mouth to gather the largest ear of wheat. The young voice, imbued with a unique tone and a hint of tenderness, cautioned, there is a considerable amount of violent energy within this. The scent is quite pungent, so try not to breathe too heavily. As he spoke, he flicked his tail, fanning the peculiar odor away from the ear of wheat. In that moment, Husun had forgotten that he belonged to a clan that revered strength above all else. The very clan that scorned the weak. Mo Jiang, inhaling the strange scent in the air, fixed her gaze upon the ear of wheat before her. With a gentle motion of her paw, the plump grains detached from the ear. A swift flick sent the protective husk flying. Gazing at the large, plump green grains nestled in her paws, she hesitated. She then looked up an older Hu beside her, asking, Uncle, if I merely chew on a plant with violent energy without swallowing, will my body absorb that energy? The older Hu, caught in the gaze of her bright eyes, felt his heart soften and was about to respond when Husun interjected, No, only by fully consuming it will one absorb the violent energy. Instantly, both Hu turned to him, one with an expression of irritation, the other with a relaxed demeanor, attempting to maintain the cub's attention. Husun racked his brain for information on hunting matters that the leader had discussed. He began to chatter, the violent energy in these plants is minimal. Even though the seeds contain a significant amount of energy, it is perfectly fine for the cub to eat an occasional one. The taste may be unpleasant. After waiting for what felt like an eternity with Husun rambling on, the larger Hu could no longer contain himself and flicked his tail, exclaiming, Enough! Why do you talk so much? Can't you see the cub is deep in thought? Although he did not know what the cub was contemplating, the chief had specifically instructed that cubs should not be disturbed while they were pondering. Husun, dazed and confused, took a while to regain his composure. He bared his teeth at the larger Hu, but refrained from further action. After all, he had interrupted the larger Hu's words, and it was not unusual for the larger Hu to discipline the cubs. Despite suspecting that the larger Hu was acting out of personal vendetta, Husun had no evidence. His attention remained solely on the little cub. Mo Jiang, focused on the taste and texture of the seeds in her mouth, was oblivious to the ongoing dispute among the Hu. The flavor of the wheat was oddly sour and astringent, yet not unbearable. Moreover, Mo Jiang's energy was entirely devoted to the sensation of the wheat. Ignoring the peculiar taste, she began to chew. Initially, the wheat presented itself in fine, granular form, but with the mingling of saliva, the crushed bits began to coalesce. Ultimately, It formed a gum-like consistency in her mouth, reminiscent of flavors she had previously experienced. Confirming that this was indeed wheat brought immense relief to Mo Jiang. Simultaneously, the status of Task 3 on her task list updated. However, gazing upon the vast wheat field before her, a new dilemma arose. Should she purify the wheat in situ or conduct a harvest solely for the seeds? Given the luxuriant growth of wheat in this area, the soil quality was undoubtedly sound. Yet, the area to be purified was extensive, and her current purification value was insufficient. If she opted for harvesting, she had enough purification value to cleanse the wheat, but the harvested crop would only last for a little over a week. Mo Jiang felt a pang of indecision. This wheat field lay well within the territory of the Hu clan. Having found the wheat that provided her with the greatest sense of security, Mo Jiang glanced at the sky. On her return journey, she decided to walk on her own, hoping to search for other edible plants. Perhaps her stroke of luck in discovering such a bountiful wheat field had exhausted all her fortune. After traversing a considerable distance, they found no edible plants, only the ubiquitous weeds. Just as her growing sense of disappointment enveloped her, believing her first outing would yield meager results. A familiar outline with yellowish-green leaves suddenly caught her eye. The leaves were bluntly rounded at the tips, adorned with tiny spines, and the stem connection was nearly circular, with fine hairs on both sides. This was precisely the last plant she had glimpsed before falling asleep the previous night. The leaves of the Hu Ing. The surprise was so sudden that Mo Jiang froze in place, hesitant to approach, fearing it could be an illusion. The larger Hu beside her noticed the little cub had halted and tilted his head in confusion, asking, "What's wrong?" The larger whose voice roused the little cub from her ecstatic daze. As soon as the words left his mouth, she swiftly scooped up the entire root and stem. The leaves resembling peanuts were now nearly half the size of her description in the planting guide. She presumed that the fruits below would be half the size. Yet to her astonishment, upon pulling them out, the fruits clinging to the root were 4 to 5 times larger than those documented in the cultivation manual. Moreover, their shape perfectly resembled that of peanuts. Without pausing to detach the peanuts from the stem, she pressed down, discovering that the shells of the peanuts from the Beastman planet were thinner than Mo Jiang had anticipated, and they easily cracked open. Inside, the yellow-green seeds emerged, each substantial in size, the smallest comparable to a macadamia nut. With a swift motion of her paw, the peanut found its way in her mouth, too quick for the nearby tiger to intervene. In a previous wheat field area, the hunting team of the Tiger Clan frequently passed through, confirming these plants to be safe and harmless. Thus, little tiger cubs could frolic without concern. Even if ingested, they merely absorbed a bit of brutal energy. Except for newborn tigers, cubs over 2 years could consume plants containing brutal energy, albeit in moderation. Hence, they harbored no worries. However, the current situation was different. The little cubs had merely pawed at the ground and paid little attention to the seeds or leaves, being unaware of the plant's characteristics. While the existence of brutal energy was not alarming, the potential for toxicity was concerning. As they witnessed the little cub stuffing an unknown fruit into its mouth, the hearts of over a dozen tigers nearly leapt from their chests. After chewing a couple of times, the familiar taste registered, and Mo Jiang, recognizing it as a peanut, had yet to spit it out. The fluffy little body was suddenly ensnared by the mighty tail of the tiger, dangling upside down. Just as she was about to inquire what was happening, the tail that had wrapped around her began to sway up and down abruptly. Instantly, Mo Jiang felt as if the heavens were spinning, the earth shifting, rendering her speechless. Fearing the cub might be poisoned, the tiger shook its tail with increasing urgency. And soon, tiny fragments of fruit began to tumble from the cub's mouth. Observing the scattered remnants on the ground, the tiger remained uneasy, pausing briefly before shaking again with greater force. It was not until the little cub began to vomit, expelling everything ingested that day, that cautiously placed the cub back on the ground. Mo Jiang, thoroughly disoriented from the shaking, collapsed into a heap upon hitting the ground. To this day, she could not comprehend why she had endured such an ordeal. She resolved never to indiscriminately stuff anything into her mouth again. What if it were poisonous? Upon reflecting on this, Mo Jiang felt foolish, a simple-minded cub overwhelmed by joy. She could only meekly admit her mistake. I understand now. I won't do that again. I'll be sure to consult the elders before trying anything. Her voice was faint and frail. After a brief pause and a few sips of water, Mo Jiang lay on the ground, inadvertently catching sight of her own vomit not far away, instinctively raising her paw to bury it. By the time she realized what she was doing, a small mound of earth had already formed before her. With earnest sincerity, she stated, "This is also a type of plant. With some methods, it can be made into something even more delicious than meat." Though her head still felt heavy, she had to muster her spirits in front of the anxious tigers. "This is the same kind of plant we encountered earlier. It is non-toxic." The tigers listened to Mo Jiang's words without rebuttal, yet their expressions clearly indicated they were not entirely convinced. Mo Jiang found herself in a quandary. She needed to ensure her kin were well-fed and warmly clad, and thus, agriculture and husbandry were imperative. To establish these, she required the consensus of the majority of her clan. At this moment, their apprehension regarding unknown plants was overwhelming, leading to their unease. Such anxiety could be alleviated, but it would not be an overnight process. Furthermore, to initially ease their fears and educate them about the toxicity of these plants, a tiger of considerable standing was required to convey the message. Chapter 26. The culinary skills of my kin are exquisite. Given Mo Jiang's current status, she was not yet sufficient for the task. Therefore, observing the expressions on the faces of the surrounding tigers, she thoughtfully devised a compromise. Ever since awakening her purification ability, she could sense which plants were edible and which were not. As she spoke, noticing the tiger's gazes soften slightly, she continued, "You may not believe it, and that's perfectly fine. Time will reveal all. I trust my instincts." The tigers did not dispute her assertion. A large tiger, using its tail, led the way, curling around a diminutive peanut plant bearing disproportionately large fruits. Mo Jiang followed closely behind, her eyes trailing the peanut on the tiger's tail. Although not directionally challenged, she was unfamiliar with this new territory. Given the tiger's tense demeanor, she refrained from marking the path, opting for this less-than-ideal method. Fried peanuts, roasted peanuts, boiled peanuts, peanut crumbs, peanut oil, peanut brittle. The lingering taste of the slightly sour yet unmistakable peanut aroma flooded Mo Jiang's mind with thoughts of various peanut-based dishes. Her mouth uncontrollably salivated. Today's expedition yielded such splendid findings. Mo Jiang envisioned embarking on daily adventures in the future. As they continued on their journey, her gaze lingered on the peanut plants for only a moment before she began observing her surroundings once more. The emergence of peanuts seemed to herald a promising start. Yet, the joy she initially felt was soon overshadowed by the anxious glances of the surrounding tiger clan. She fixated on the budding plants, striving to suppress the impulse to rush over. However, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the tiger's tail entwined with peanuts, and the prospect of peanut oil loomed on the horizon. The notion of cooking had become tantalizingly imminent. She simply could not relinquish this fortuitous opportunity. Occasionally indulging in fishball soup or roasted sweet potatoes was acceptable, but daily consumption, no matter how delicious, would become tiresome. Cooking, however, was an entirely different matter. With these fundamental seasonings and oils, an endless array of culinary possibilities awaited her. "Wait!" The tender voice of a little cub suddenly rang out, clear and assertive, despite its diminutive stature. The tigers surrounding her lowered their heads to regard the cub. Mo Jiang, feeling anxious, flexed her claws, fluffing up her fur to appear more formidable. You all wait a moment. I'm going to gather a few grass seedlings." She believed her voice to be commanding. However, to the tigers, the tiny creature's voice was endearingly high-pitched, tinged with nervousness, evoking an inexplicable itch in their paws. Nevertheless, they earnestly listened to the cub's request. Seeing that she merely wished to gather, not to eat, they readily cleared a path. Mo Jiang, with the words "I command you, assist me in gathering," poised on her tongue, found herself unable to voice them upon witnessing the unfolding scene. She obediently began to collect the seedlings. After gathering a handful of chive sprouts, their group was not far from the tribe. Perhaps there were edible plants among those she had yet to identify, but she had not completed the cultivation manual and remained unfamiliar. The thought of this left Mo Jiang feeling utterly regretful. Fortunately, she could venture out daily in the future. With this in mind, her sense of loss diminished significantly. Early that morning, Mo Jiang had purified an additional 500 cubic meters of soil near the previous purification area. Thus, today's lunch and dinner would not only feature sweet potatoes and fish balls, but also some enticingly fragrant unknown meat. Before rushing over to eat, Mo Jiang made a special trip to the cave of Hubei, finding it empty. Thankfully, she was not seeking Hubei. Although the Tiger Clan might not be highly efficient in certain matters, when it came to meals, they demonstrated remarkable cleverness and astonishing speed in their execution. Yesterday's insufficient utensils have already transformed into a generous portion today. As Mo Jiang approached, her share of food was already placed at her designated spot. It consisted of a sweet potato cushion by leaves, a bowl of fishball and beast meat soup, and a small serving of a verdant broth. Mo Jiang was uncertain about the nature of the green soup. However, the beast meat added to the fishball soup was undoubtedly sourced from the prey captured by the hunting team earlier that day, shredded and incorporated into the broth after purification. She gazed around. Each little tiger cub's meal was identical, and the quantity of meat in the fishball soup was uniformly distributed. It was a mystery how the thousands of tigers managed to divide the meat so evenly. Observing the 3 servings before her, Mo Jiang resolved to begin with the fishball and beast meat soup. Opening her fluffy mouth, revealing her pink lips, she extended her tongue and rolled it, savoring the rich, flavorful soup as it entered her mouth. Unlike the previous fishball soups she had tasted, this one possessed a deeper, more robust texture that brought her immense satisfaction. After finishing a sip, her gaze fell upon a pointed piece of meat. Recalling the rich taste, she instinctively swallowed. Then, with a swift motion, she bit down on the meat piece. Her tiny front teeth, akin to grains of rice, ground away a morsel. After a couple of chews, her eyes sparkled with surprise. The texture was entirely different from the tender fish balls. The small piece of meat, perhaps overcooked, fell apart effortlessly at the slightest pressure from her teeth. Yet, the shreds of meat did not dissolve immediately. Instead, they exhibited a delightful chewiness. It took 2 or 3 chews before it broke apart, and as she savored it, the meat, imbued with the soup, released even more flavor, enhancing its already savory essence. Mo Jiang felt as though she had barely begun her meal when the morsel was gone. Just as she was about to open her mouth to continue eating, a forgotten thought resurfaced in her mind. Had she not yet started the live stream? Instinctively, she glanced at her newly upgraded virtual light brain. As her consciousness focused, the interface automatically transitioned to the live stream room. The darkened screen confirmed her earlier suspicion. She had indeed neglected to activate the live stream. Mo Jiang hesitated to check the comments section. In Xingguo's live stream, apart from the barrage of comments where viewers could interact, there was a separate comment section for the host's homepage. This comment section did not vanish after the live stream ended, unlike the barrage which lasted only 10 minutes post-broadcast. Not wanting to see, she decided to ignore it altogether and directly open the live stream. Just as the wave of comments was about to flood in, she quickly uttered a phrase to convey unfortunate news. This captured the attention of all viewers engaged in typing comments, whether they were critiquing or expressing endearing sentiments. In that moment, they were all momentarily stunned by the host's words. Taking the initiative, Mo Jiang observed the uniformity of the comments flooding in, and her racing heart found a moment of respite. Viewers who had presumed something dire had transpired, possibly preventing her from continuing her stream, were at a loss for words. Some viewers, realizing it was merely a false alarm, sent comments in rapid succession. "Little tiger, don't toy with our emotions, please. You cheeky girl. If you keep this up, you will eventually lose us. Life is full of ups and downs. Tiger, I have shifted from a fan to a black fan. Please be mindful of your actions in the future, or I might end up crying as I switch allegiances." A series of critiques followed in quick succession. The little tiger had a few bites, which means they ate less. And this food is so delicious that even the tiger cubs couldn't resist. Damn it, I feel robbed of a fortune. The comments below were filled with lamentations. Did the tiger cub love me today? Tiger, please be a tiger. I also want to be a tiger. Little tiger, I just want a normal food live stream. Big shot, wait for me. Please, don't mess with our emotions. Another me. Little tiger, do you realize how stingy you become? From an unlimited food supply, though it was always a challenge to snatch food from your jaws, to just a tiny portion, we never complained, even fearing the loss of you as we rolled around in the live stream. But I never expected you to push your luck to this extent, reducing what was rightfully ours. I am truly hurt. Let me tell you, if this happens again, you will lose a devoted fan. There were even lengthy, impassioned critiques resembling mini essays. Mo Jiang, observing the comments, felt a slight embarrassment and trembled her ears. Her voice resonated amidst the sorrowful comments flooding the live stream. Actually, I came on to apologize. I won't be streaming this afternoon. I accidentally sipped some soup and can't let you consume what I've already tasted. With Mo Jiang's declaration, the live stream erupted. We don't mind. Who could possibly despise such an adorable little cub? Please cease your actions. I personally represent all viewers and assure you, we do not mind your saliva. Brothers, ask anyone in this live stream who would complain. Please just be a normal host. On that day, same here, little tiger. I ask for nothing but for you to be a regular host. Even if you're just a cub, trust that you are no less than those adults. I speak the truth. What has been said is correct. Little tiger, believe in yourself, and I simply wish to eat. If I can't manage 3 meals a day, that's acceptable, but shouldn't be like before when there was an abundance of food. At this moment, even if you have eaten a little, it is still fine. I only have one request. Please allow me some food. The sweet potato is divine. What has been said is accurate. We waited all day for the live stream to begin and hope to get a meal. Indeed, as long as the little tiger doesn't leave us with nothing, we won't mind. The best solo player. Same here. Additionally, little host, I dare say we, the viewers, are the most humble audience in the history of live streams. Bar none. Even the viewers of military training selection live streams are not as humble as us. The multitude of comments piled up, layer upon layer. Were it not for Mo Jiang's plugins assisting her, it would have been impossible to decipher the messages. The sheer volume of comments conveyed to Mo Jiang the intensity of the audience's emotions without her needing to face them directly. If she dared to end the stream now, she could forget about a smooth return for the next one. In her previous world, the path of a host was fraught with challenges. Yet she had not anticipated how effortlessly she could attract an audience in this interstellar era. It seemed they would continue to follow her. The farming system, being a legitimate entity, was incapable of perceiving the host's inner world. However, based on the events of the past few minutes, it could likely surmise what the silent Mo Jiang was contemplating. A familiar voice echoed in her mind, rousing her from her stupor. The culinary offerings in the interstellar age are woefully inadequate, and resources are scarce. Your current live stream can be deemed unparalleled in the realm of gastronomy. The substantial viewership was a given, otherwise, it would not have consented to the live stream. Stay humble and composed. Nourishing the Tiger Clan was of utmost importance. Observing the fervent demands in the comments, Mo Jiang reluctantly set aside her thoughts of shutting down the stream. She silently vowed to herself, before every meal, she would remember the group of eager viewers waiting to be fed. Jiang, why aren't you eating? As Mo Jiang was reflecting upon herself, the sudden sound of a small tiger cub pierced the air. Instinctively, she turned her head and was greeted by the familiar face of a young tiger, named Lin. The very one she had shared sweet potatoes with previously. Before reaching the age of 10, a tiger cub could not transform into human form, hence only carrying the surname Hu. It was only after successfully achieving transformation that the cub could safely grow. Generally, tiger cubs manage to transform successfully. However, if they lack sufficient energy, their human forms retain certain characteristics of their original form, typically the ears and tail. Such partially transformed tigers tend to be weak and struggle to survive in this world. Due to previous shortages within the Hu clan, there are at least 500 or 600 of such cubs. This explains why the young ones are prioritized when it comes to food distribution. As these thoughts automatically surfaced in Mo Jiang's mind, she pursed her lips and smiled at Lin. It's a bit warm. I'll drink later. She silently vowed that in the future, the number of tigers in the clan who failed to fully transform would dwindle, eventually disappearing altogether. She then gently nudged the sweet potato, finding it pleasantly warm. Lin gained a new understanding of Mo Jiang's frail condition. From now on, when I gather food, I'll also bring some for you. The cub proudly lifted his head, declaring, I am the most eager eater among the cubs, always the first to reach the food. When you come, you can eat right away without going hungry. Hearing Lin's innocent words nearly melted Mo Jiang's heart. She nodded in agreement, saying, okay. Such a lively and spirited little tiger cub was too adorable to discourage. Seeing the cub respond positively brought Lin even more joy. He collapsed onto the ground, cradling the sweet potato with his front paws, and exclaimed in a childlike tone, Today's meal is so plentiful. Even a cub as big as my belly feels a bit full. As Mo Jiang listened to Lin's gradually astonished tone, her tail instinctively lifted to stroke his fluffy head. You will always have enough to eat. Lin, however, seemed unresponsive to her words, instead widening his eyes in disbelief and gazing at the fluffy tail above him. You actually patted my head? I'm bigger than you. Are you trying to challenge the hierarchy among cubs? Mo Jiang, having absorbed most of the memories of her body but not the clan's rules, was utterly bewildered. Before her was an excited cub wagging its tail and barking. Come on, let's have a showdown. I want you to know that I, Lin, am the unassailable ruler of the cubs. Mo Jiang attempted to explain, but before she could, Lin lunged at her, fur bristling, with his front paws outstretched. At that moment, Mo Jiang truly felt her fragility. She could not evade his approach. The only explanation that could have been uttered was muffled beneath Lin's fluffy belly. The audience in the live stream, upon hearing the cub's howls, remained unresponsive, lost in a stupor. After the cub declared they would not end the stream, they relaxed and resumed their eating and drinking, initially planning to savor their food in small bites as a sign of respect for the culinary delights. However, after tasting the fish meatball soup, their eyes sparkled with delight. They drank heartily from their small stone bowls, enchanted by its fresh, rich, and savory flavor. This was the kind of gourmet food only a great master could indulge in. Satisfied with their meal, they had no time to envy the tiger cubs. Instead, they silently resolved to challenge the fierce beastmen of the Beast Star, especially the Hu clan. As they continued to drink, they soon found their bowls nearly empty, with only a piece of beast meat and a fishball remaining. Staring at their now empty bowls left them in disbelief. The sounds of the two tiger cubs, their voices sweet yet seemingly pained, echoed. The audience, fully focused on the culinary experience, redirected their gaze to their bowls. Yet, a small portion of the viewers, spurred by previous experiences of abrupt stream endings, felt a sense of anxiety. They preferred to wait before eating to ensure the streamer wouldn't suddenly cut the broadcast. They flooded the chat with messages, and some even began to reward the streamer while commenting on the ongoing cub sounds. In the live stream, the sound of coins dropping filled the air as Mo Jiang, struggling to escape from beneath Lin, instinctively focused on the chatter above. She saw a flurry of golden messages asking if she was okay and if she would end the stream early, with requests for an immersive video if so. Having only acquired the virtual light brain less than a day ago, Mo Jiang noted the words immersive video and assured the viewers, don't worry. I want to end the stream suddenly again. I will let you know beforehand. The previous abrupt ends were due to signal interruptions and unforeseen circumstances involving her kin. Despite her efforts to communicate with her audience, she remained unaware of their expectations, as they were accustomed to streamers who would chat for several minutes before concluding. Mo Jiang's manner of abruptly ending the stream was harsh compared to the usual practice of chatting a bit before departure, making her seem rather unkind to her fans. Had she been able to hear their unvoiced cries, she would have been met with a chorus of lamentations, as they had finally discovered a live stream filled with delectable food, only to find the streamer a relentless tease. Yet the allure of the food kept them coming back, regardless of any shortcomings in the stream's other aspects. The audience sighed in relief upon hearing the cub's promise, and those who had already finished the fish balls and meat began leisurely nibbling on sweet potatoes, savoring the somewhat bitter yet fragrant green paste, contentedly sending messages in the chat. Today was indeed delightful. The meat in the soup was exquisite, the only downside being the small portion. Little Cat Wei Duo. I've never tasted such delicious meat. It's incomparable to fish balls in texture and flavor. I strongly request that it be included in every future stream. Wooden stick and tiger cub. Wow, I can't even describe the meat as texture. But one word sums it up. Absolutely delicious. Tiger cub has no heart. Tiger cub, mama loves you. I beg you to always include meat in every meal. Okay, Chapter 28. Cub commotion makes the audience weep seeing these messages. Those who chose to comment or reward the young tiger cub found themselves salivating uncontrollably. They eagerly gazed at their bowls, opening their mouths to bite into the meat, which was missing a corner, letting out a cry of joy. How could meat be so delicious? What kind of life had they lived before? It was tragic. Mo Jiang remained blissfully unaware of the audience's dramatic expressions as they ate, tears streaming down their faces from the sheer delight of the food. As she finally escaped from under Lin, she found the audience had already finished their meals. And looking at the remaining food, she was grateful she had listened to their suggestions to stream. Otherwise, the tiger cub Lin would not have easily let herself go after hearing the gurgling of her own stomach. At the same time, she had never so clearly realized just how weak her body had become. The tiger cub, only slightly larger than her, could easily pin her down with just one paw. Once confirming that all the viewers in the live stream had finished their meals, Mo Jiang finally extended her tongue to lap up the soup. The delicious beast meat was so enticing that she felt it was a delicacy to be savored until the end. The audience in the live stream watched as the small stone bowl gradually emptied, yet they could only gaze helplessly, unable to do anything. They had already feasted, and although the live stream still displayed visuals, the taste and texture were irrevocably lost. They could only watch the tiger cub eat while chatting fervently in the comments, striving to divert their attention, although the saliva in their mouths could not help but overflow. The man sitting in front of the screen, gazing at the delectable meat in the live stream that he could only watch but not eat, swallowed hard. In his heart, he lamented, "The tiger cub is truly wicked. Why must she save the meat for last? I long to eat, to eat." Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind him. The familiar tone startled the man, causing him to stiffen and turn around. Upon seeing that familiar face, he struggled to swallow again. "Director, you came to inspect us, haha." He forced out an awkward laugh, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet, the head of the research institute had no intention of letting him off the hook. Reiterating the earlier question, "What do you desire to eat?" The man then realized that he had inadvertently voiced his inner thoughts. He silently cried out within, "The tiger cub has doomed me. Next time, I must ensure she prepares more delicious food during the live stream." He then set about appeasing the director. Moments later, seated opposite the director, the man looked on eagerly. "Are you saying that the food in this live stream consists of edible items that our research institute has yet to study?" After a prolonged silence, having perused all the available live stream videos of the broadcaster Hu Zaixiang Qian Chong online, the director, who had formulated a plan, turned to the man, a member of the edible food research team, Cielu. He repeated his earlier conclusion with a tone of confusion. Cielu nodded vigorously, staring intently at the director. Noticing he had only uttered that one line and was now lost in thought, he opened his mouth, yet before he could speak, the director, without lifting his head, uttered another statement. Ecstatic, he responded affirmatively and sauntered out, pushing the door open with a light step. Zhang Ongming, the director of the research institute, gazed at his notes made while watching the videos. His eyes lingered on the screen for a long while, his expression shifting as if he had made a resolute decision. He dialed several numbers one after another. However, upon connecting, the black screen that greeted him left him bewildered. The live stream had long since concluded, though he had complained earlier. He could still see the soup. Now, there was nothing left. Even the comments in the live stream had vanished. It was evident that Hu Zai had finished her broadcast quite some time ago. As Cielu lamented inwardly, he navigated the food forum with familiarity. Upon seeing numerous posts featuring words like meat, fishball soup, and green mush, along with today's sweet potato and Hu Zai live stream, his mood instantly brightened. He clicked to enter with delight. Meanwhile, Mo Jiang remained unaware that her live stream had attracted the attention of the most authoritative research institute in interstellar affairs. Unfazed by the reluctant cries of her thousands of viewers, she ended the broadcast without a second thought, solidifying the planting knowledge she had learned over the past 2 days while also exploring new concepts. As she read, she emphasized the accompanying images and descriptions related to plants. Currently, the tiger tribe only had 2 meals a day. After completing the planned knowledge points for the day, the sky was merely beginning to darken. Hesitating between seeking out the tribal leader and researching the virtual light brain, she opted to open the virtual light brain. The tribal leader could be consulted at any time. She was more eager to know the audience's discussions surrounding her recent broadcasts. After a while of exploration, Mo Jiang found the search interface of the light brain. She directly entered Hu Zai livestream to seek information. However, given that the livestream had only been active for 2.5 days, aside from being shared among those who lived leisurely and often paid attention to food, it had not spread widely. The search results yielded very few relevant pages, only 1 or 2 pages of content, mostly consisting of brief introductions with 1 or 2 comments beneath. She quickly scrolled through. Mo Jiang scratched her cheek with her fluffy paw, puzzled. Even if the population in the interstellar era was vast, her livestream having garnered over 100,000 followers in just 2 days should have generated some discussion. Moreover, a significant portion of the purification value points came from discussions related to the livestream. The relevant links from the engine search should not be so scant. Mo Jiang pondered for a moment, clearing the search box. Then she typed in bold letters, "Where's the hottest place for food discussions?" This time, the number of pages displayed surged to over 10,000. Scrolling down to the bottom, Mo Jiang stared at the page count, momentarily silent. She began reading from the first page without clicking into each entry. Instead, she focused on the brief descriptions beneath the titles. After reviewing several entries, she found the information she sought. There were many food enthusiasts, and today the editor introduced several places with a substantial amount of discussion among food lovers. First, food forum. Second, food love language. Third, food livestream. Mo Jiang glanced at the summaries and pros and cons of each discussion platform, saving the links. She then searched for the food forum through the Star Network. The food forum was one of the most popular sections on the entire Star Network, with a high daily activity index. Upon opening the food forum's official website, however, just as she entered, a user login window popped up. Mo Jiang instinctively clicked, but the window did not disappear. Instead, it kept flashing. At that moment, she realized the meaning of real name registration mentioned in the popular science information earlier. Without logging in, she could not enter the food forum. Mo Jiang observed the small window before her. The other discussion platforms also required real name registration. After pondering for a moment, she sought out the system. On the Star Network, if real name registration is necessary, will the real name information I use to purchase a physical light brain in the future be the same as this virtual light brain? Not at all, because this current light brain is a virtual one. As long as the host follows the interstellar era's birth coding sequence, they can create any code, and the virtual light brain system will automatically complete all the information. Mo Jiang's eyes brightened instantly. This meant that she would possess two distinct identities on the Star Network. Contemplating this, she looked at the sequence pattern that appeared with the system's voice, filled in the birth code, and when it came to her name, she paused. By the time she turned 10, her surname would undoubtedly be Hu, belonging to the Tiger tribe. This was something she knew she could not alter. From the inception of the Tiger tribe to the present, all adult tigers bore the surname Hu. Even those who had left the tribe for various reasons retained it. Furthermore, the Tiger tribe, and indeed the entire planet, would inevitably connect with humanity in the interstellar era. After accepting her identity, Mo Jiang acknowledged her place within the Tiger tribe, having enough to eat and where was just the initial plan. The more profound objective was to lead the Tiger tribe out of this corner towards the entire planet and into the vast universe, establishing connections with the outside world. At that time, in the eyes of all intelligent beings, she held but one identity, Hu Jiang of the mother planet, Aqua Clan, not Mo Jiang. Contemplating this, Mo Jiang furrowed her brow, her expression somewhat forlorn. Her fingers instinctively filled in two characters in the name field. Mo Jiang, a new world, a new life. Yet, she did not wish to sever all ties with her past self. Mo Jiang allowed this almost impossible persona to exist in such a manner, representing that she still had a presence in this world. Chaotic thoughts flitted through her mind, her fingertips danced, and in the blink of an eye, Mo Jiang completed her registration. The persistent small window disappeared, revealing a comfortable interface with pleasing font sizes and layouts. It was precisely the forum layout that Mo Jiang had longed for. As her gaze settled on the interface, she was about to search for posts when she suddenly froze. Almost every post title on the interface featured familiar keywords. Discussions on the delectable nature of roasted sweet potatoes. Declarations that the meatball soup she had tasted today was the best she had ever encountered, and praises for the sumptuous meat within the soup. Mo Jiang's tiger claws mechanically scrolled through the interface, and nearly the entire page was filled with posts related to her. She even stumbled upon a post that bore significant relevance to her. Tiger Cub, Saiku. Saiku? She clicked in, bewildered. In the next moment, after glancing through several replies, Mo Jiang felt as if she had entered a praise hall dedicated solely to extolling her virtues. What a magnificent cub! The family of the tiger cub must have nurtured her exceptionally well, producing such an impressive offspring. Such straightforward compliments filled the space. This tiger cub is simply my dream cub. I too wish for a cub like this. More subtly phrased praises followed. The voice of the tiger cub is so sweet and soft. I just want to cuddle her. I truly hope to see the tiger cub every hour of the day. Bold and unabashed compliments continued to flow. There was no end to the ways they could praise her. Mo Jiang could scarcely imagine their creativity. When Hu Mang arrived, he found a little tiger cub blushing furiously. He scratched his head in confusion, placing a large tiger paw on the little cub. The temperature seemed normal. Why was the cub's face so red? Hu Mang felt a bit anxious. How are you feeling now? Mo Jiang had already opened her eyes when Hu Mang's paw touched her back. She blinked in confusion at his seemingly baseless question. Quite well. Mo Jiang. Her face flushed from reading the praise Hall built for her, lowered her head. Perhaps it was Hu Mang's imagination, but the fur on the little tiger cub seemed even redder. Yet, her temperature remained unchanged. Mo Jiang noticed Hu Mang's scrutiny and curiosity, raised her paw to interrupt his thoughts. It's probably because the food I had earlier was so delicious that it made me feel warm all over. After hearing her words, Hu Mang pondered for a moment. Indeed, the hunting team had been targeting larger prey these past few days. They did not concern themselves with the levels of brutal energy within the creatures. After all, there were areas within the clan that could purify such energy. While the levels of brutal energy were high, they also indicated an ample supply of energy for the clan. Given that the young cubs were weak and unable to absorb so much energy, it was plausible for their fur to redden as a result. With this thought, Hu Mang felt reassured. In response to the little tiger cub's curious question of what he wanted, he remembered his purpose for coming. The clan leader asked me to bring you over. I'm not sure of the details. Mo Jiang obediently allowed Hu Mang to wrap his tail around her, guiding her away. Perhaps it was due to prior instructions, but Hu Mang walked at a steady pace, slightly faster than a normal walk yet without any jostling. While riding the Huwei Express, Mo Jiang cast a glance at the still open forum beside her, noting that the corner's plus sign indicated that people were continuously posting. The virtual light brain and the interface displayed were invisible to anyone other than Mo Jiang, the host. Hence, this was one reason she hadn't closed the virtual light brain upon sensing Hu Mang's arrival. Another reason was that she had been so flustered by the compliments that her mind was in a haze, failing to react in time to switch off the light brain. Hu Mang walked steadily, and Mo Jiang felt no discomfort in her body. She comfortably allowed him to carry her away. Her mind and body focused on the virtual light brain before her. As she gazed at the interface, still immersed in praise, Mo Jiang's cheeks flushed once more. Her delicate claws moved slightly, and she retreated from the forum. Uncertain why they showered her with such extravagant compliments, Mo Jiang was unaware that after her departure, the newly built praise hall revealed some insights within its lines. 1901. It is truly impossible to find words to describe the perfection of the tiger cub. Even her voice is perfectly sweet. If only I could see the tiger cub all day long. 1903. Agreed. The tiger cub is too adorable. Whether the live food is good or not is irrelevant. What matters most is wanting to see the tiger cub all the time. 1906. I want to see the tiger cub all the time. Even just hearing her voice would be wonderful. I long to witness the process of her preparing delicious food. Yet, as one reads through each line, the intensity of their desire for a continuous live stream becomes apparent. Mo Jiang was completely oblivious to this. After leaving the praise hall, she clicked on posts related to her food live stream. They were filled with various evaluations and praises concerning the flavors and textures of the dishes. The level of praise was even more exaggerated than what she had just seen in the Tiger Cub praise hall. Green mush is absolutely exquisite. Personally, I believe that green mush is the most delicious among the three dishes. Its texture is smooth, with an initial bitter aroma upon entering the mouth. But as it slides down the throat, it leaves behind only a hint of caramelized sweetness. Truly exquisite. No rebuttals accepted. 2. I agree with the original poster. Green mush is indeed exquisite. 3. Agreed. I dare say this is the best thing I have ever eaten since birth. Though I wonder how the tiger cub makes it, and I want the recipe. For if I could have a small bowl of green mush every day, I would feel completely fulfilled. I want the recipe. 5. I'm not as greedy as the previous poster. Just a small bowl each day would satisfy me. I want the recipe. As Mo Jiang scrolled with her paw, her eyelashes fluttered rapidly. Soon, a different layer of comments caught her attention. 3534. By the way, have you all tried the recipe for meatball soup that the Tiger Cub posted in the Livestream comment section? 3546. No. I'm too poor to find the ingredients. 3567. Same here. I'm broke and lack the means to buy the ingredients, and even if I could afford them, given my clumsiness, I wouldn't be able to make it anyway. It's much more worthwhile to eat in the Tiger Cub's live stream. 3588. Light brain number. I'm broke and lack the means. The research department for edible plant and animal studies is progressing very slowly. Since its establishment, it has successfully researched and cultivated fewer than 10 types of edible foods. Many ingredients listed in the tiger cub's pinned recipe are unavailable from the research department. 35.91. Same. Even though I'm not poor, I have no means. Without ingredients or equipment. And more importantly, since we entered the interstellar era, almost no one knows how to cook. Do you think your skills are better than the tiger cubs? 36.11. Although we can't truly experience fullness in the live stream, the flavors and textures can still be genuinely sensed. Following the tiger cub's live stream is not a loss. Upon reading these discussions, Mo Jiang unconsciously narrowed her eyes. She instinctively placed her small tiger paw to her mouth, using her sharp teeth to nibble at it. Previously, the farming system had informed her about the external environment, yet only superficially, without delving into intricate details. Observing the ongoing discussions now, she realized that the degradation of culinary culture outside was far more profound than she had anticipated. With a subtle movement of her claw, the virtual interface before her continued to scroll. The towering structure of conversations within was no longer tightly aligned with the titles, presenting an array of diverse topics. After a swift glance at the general content, she found herself unable to extract any useful information, prompting Mo Jiang to exit. She sifted through the main page, searching for valuable insights among the multitude of entries. Soon, another topic captured her attention: the development of the beast star, Huzhu. Upon seeing the phrase Huzhu, Mo Jiang instinctively clicked to enter. However, before she could even read the content beneath the title, a youthful voice resonated in her ears. "Huzai, you've arrived." As Meng uttered these words, his tail slowly descended. The moment the words left his mouth, Mo Jiang safely landed. "Thank you, Brother Meng," she replied, gently tapping her paws. Her body felt more stable than before, and she chose to selectively ignore the term Huzai, wobbling her tail as she entered the cave. The sky was gradually darkening, yet the Hu tribe possessed night vision, and Mo Jiang was no exception. She soon found herself inside the cave, only to discover it was Humei's lair. The little Hu cub dashed forward using all four paws, skidding to a halt before the stone bed, but her rapid speed caused her to stumble slightly. "Sister Humei, how are you feeling?" The recently liberated Humei, having just been attended to by the elders, heard the innocent voice of the little Hu cub and wished to reach out a paw to pat her head. However, before her paw could leave the bed, the gazes around her suddenly converged upon her. Humei could only retreat awkwardly, lifting her tail to brush against the little Hu cub's head. The fluffy fur felt far better than her own bare tail, instantly brightening her mood. With her bright yellow eyes fixed on Mo Jiang, she spoke gently. "I'm quite well. My health has improved significantly. I will be able to walk soon." Mo Jiang sensed the unusual atmosphere surrounding her, tilting her head as she recognized its origin. The subtle threats emanating from the elders and the tribal leader directed toward Humei. She paused momentarily, her gaze landing on the tail tip that was incessantly swaying on the bed, and it seemed she grasped something. "That's good. I'll purify some areas over the next few days to provide you," the young tribal leader with more energy. As Mo Jiang spoke, a thought crossed her mind, causing her to hesitate and alter her address. Last night, the tribe's focus had been on the enemy's attack, with Elder Huluo and the tribal leader particularly concerned about Humei. At that moment, when she had spoken, she had referred to Humei as Sister Humei. According to the information gathered today, the members of the Hu tribe held an innate reverence for their leaders, and Humei was a standout among the younger generation, being the only one awakened with elemental talent. The tribe members refer to her as the young tribal leader, rarely using her name directly. Chapter 30. The little Hu cub endures a forceful grooming. Moreover, considering the reactions of his body and the heroic deeds of Humei she had heard today, she certainly deserved a respectful title. However, what Mo Jiang did not expect was that, as her words faded, she received a light but firm tap on her head. Confused, she looked up to meet Humei's mock fierce gaze. "Didn't I tell you before? You can call yourself whatever you wish. If you continue to call me the young tribal leader, be careful, I might just hit you." Though Humei often exhibited a gentle demeanor, having been trained by the assertive Hu Bai, it was impossible for her to be meek. She had inherited much of Hu Bai's assertiveness, if not all of it. As Humei's words reached her ears, a vivid image flashed in Mo Jiang's mind. It was of a young cub being mocked by a few unruly Hu cubs when suddenly a figure appeared, reprimanding those inconsiderate little Hu cubs and scaring them away. Before departing, that figure had spoken 2 sentences to the bewildered little Hu cub. If you ever encounter any troubles, feel free to seek me out. The silhouette of the Who was slender and graceful, yet the words spoken were surprisingly tender. She paused, gazing at the timid Who was notably smaller than the other cubs of her age. I am Who, older than you. You may call me sister. Thus, the bond between the two Who, one large and one small, was forged. With a warm memory resurfacing in her mind, Mo Jiang sighed inwardly. No wonder the little Who cub had made a deal with the system before meeting her fate. The Who tribe had fallen on hard times, yet still boasted several thousand members. Each Who was unique, and naturally, their personalities varied. With so many Who, it resembled a miniature society where all sorts of occurrences could transpire. The Who tribe had always been united. They would not commit any egregious acts against the little Who cub. Nevertheless, within this martial society, the diminutive stature of the little Who cub would occasionally make her a target for ridicule. Although the Who harbored no significant malice, the sensitive nature of the little Who cub caused her spirits to dwindle. In such moments, the warmth offered by Who became the sole beacon of light in her dim world. Thus, for Who's sake, when the little Who cub learned there was a way to save the Who tribe, she could not remain indifferent. To gain something, one must offer something in return. The little Who cub sacrificed her shell in exchange for the survival of the Who tribe. She completed the farming endeavor to secure her own life. In this world, everything adheres to its own rules. Nothing comes without effort. Even if you seem to give nothing at the moment, you will eventually make up for it from elsewhere. Mo Jiang's mind was flooded with myriad thoughts, yet only a few breaths had passed outside. She gazed at the injured Who was feigning ferocity, and sweetly responded, "All right, Sister Who." Whether it was Who's illusion or not, she felt that the little Who cub's voice was excessively sweet. Shaking her ears, her previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Another delicate young Who had emerged. Observing the conversation between the two, an elder with a long beard and brows that Mo Jiang had never seen before interjected, regarding the purification matter. The tribal leader mentioned your thoughts today. Who, looking at the bright, clear eyes of the little Who cub, cleared his throat and awkwardly praised, "That's a brilliant idea. You truly are one of our Who tribe's little cubs." It seemed as if it was his first time giving a compliment, and aside from his awkward tone, his large frame exuded nervousness. Prior to summoning the little Who cub, the tribal leader had specifically instructed to shower her with praise, having noticed her apparent lack of confidence. From her name, it was evident that Who was a strong Who, and he, like many others, believed in strength above all. For weaker Who cubs, he had always looked down upon them. His thoughts were somewhat radical. He believed that the weakest Who cubs should consume the least amount of food, just enough to survive. Only the robust Who cubs ought to eat their fill, as their healthy development would bolster the tribe's strength and genuinely provide hope for escaping this marginalized existence. Free from the trials of a harsh environment, many others shared Who's mindset. However, even though they were radical, they maintained a boundary. It was a radicalism rooted in the lives of their kin. The extreme factions that disregarded the lives of their tribe members had been expelled from the Who group long before Who ascended to leadership. While Who had a volatile temperament and was somewhat authoritative, his character was the most accommodating among the Who tribe. As long as actions did not endanger the tribe's safety, he would not impose significant restrictions. Nonetheless, individuals like Who typically did not regard weaker Who cubs with any respect. Yet after being shown around the tribe's purification areas today, alongside the tribal leader, all his previous disdain had vanished completely. A peculiar sensation began to spread within her heart, leaving Who feeling quite uncomfortable. At that moment, Who was unaware that this emotion was known as guilt. And Mo Jiang, sensing Who's awkwardness, bestowed upon him a sweet smile, only to have him turn his head away abruptly. And Mo Jiang observed him for a moment and noted that the elder, with his long eyebrows and beard, did not appear angry. Was he perhaps shy? She pondered, her fuzzy mouth opening as she expressed, "Thank you for the compliment, elder. It is all thanks to Sister Who's excellent teachings." Upon recalling the scene of Who assisting the little cub, a floodgate of memories was unlocked within Mo Jiang. The recollections of the interactions between the two tigers, one large and one small, surged forth. When Who visited the young cub, she mostly checked to see if it had been bullied, gradually transitioning to engaging in conversations about the challenges she faced and her visions for the future of the Who tribe. Although the little cub was frail and spoke little, its memories of those it cared for were remarkably vivid. Perhaps some of the words that Hu Mei had spoken had faded from her memory, yet they remained etched deep within the cub's mind. When Hu Mei heard Mo Jiang's words, she gazed at her in astonishment. "When did I teach you?" She was completely unaware. The little cub lowered its head, seemingly bashful, yet its voice was soft yet clear, reaching every ear present. "Sister Hu Mei often comes to chat with me about her aspirations for our Feihu tribe's future, expressing her desire for all tigers to be well-fed and strong enough that no cubs would struggle to transform." I remember all of this. The eyes of the surrounding tigers instinctively turned toward the little cub, seemingly oblivious to the gazes directed at her from all sides. The fluffy creature continued to speak in a milky tone. "I recall Sister Hu Mei's words, and as a member of the Hu tribe, awakening my purifying talent has made me eager to ensure our tribe is well-fed and powerful, so that Sister Hu Mei doesn't have to bear such burdens." Hu Mei's tail flicked, her black pupils gradually transforming from round to slit-like. In moments of emotional turmoil, a beast's eyes could uncontrollably change. As Mo Jiang spoke, the gazes upon her diminished, shifting instead to Hu Mei, who lay on the bed, looking lifeless. Their eyes were filled with surprise, clearly not expecting Hu Mei to be so heartfelt with the little cub. Moreover, with the awakening of the purifying talent, a multitude of plant characteristics emerged in her mind, such as their growth environments, toxicity, and edibility. I thought about how there were many prey nearby, yet required our warriors to hunt. How wonderful it would be if one day we could have prey without the need to hunt, allowing our warriors to prepare for leaving this place without concerns. Mo Jiang paused, carefully lifting her gaze to survey the surrounding tigers. She saw their furry faces encouraging her to continue. Furthermore, Sister Hu Mei would no longer have to worry about food every day. Hu Mei stared blankly at the little cub squatting before her, and time seemed to stretch infinitely, as if it were merely a second or a century. She subtly shifted her body, slowly moving toward the little cub. This time, none of the tigers stopped her. Mo Jiang watched the unfolding situation in bewilderment. It was not at all as she had imagined. Wasn't it supposed to be that after she explained her thoughts, the leader would announce the results of the discussions with the elders? Just as she was lost in thought, a sudden dampness brushed against her cheek. Startled, she leaped back with a yelp. Feline creatures typically groom those of their kind whom they recognize or favor. So had she just rejected the gentle and kind overture from the esteemed elder sister? As this thought crossed her mind, without a moment's hesitation, she lifted her paw and stumbled toward Hu Mei, exposing her soft belly, her forepaws in the air, playfully whining. "I was startled just now. I didn't mean to shy away." Hu Mei gazed at the little cub's exceedingly fluffy belly for a few moments, then emitted a low, muffled sound before leaning down and showering the cub's adorable face with affectionate licks. Unable to bear seeing the gloom on Hu Mei's face, Mo Jiang silently accepted the bliss of being washed with affection. "All right, that's enough," Hu Bai interjected, observing Hu Mei's relentless affection, even moving his paw toward the little cub's soft belly. He cleared his throat, curbing Hu Mei's actions before stating the theme of the day. "I have discussed with the elders and the young clan leader, and your ideas can be put into action." The little cub, whose fur had become damp and nearly frizzy from the affectionate licks, brightened at this statement. "However, it cannot be entirely executed as you suggested." Mo Jiang responded with confusion. "Why does the leader sound like he is gasping for breath? Who taught you to speak like this?" In Chapter 31, the tigers were enjoying peanuts. Observing the little cub's bewildered expression, Hu Bai pawed the ground, suppressing his impulse to ruffle her fur. He explained, "After you utilize your abilities today, half of the area designated for purification will be allocated according to your proposal. The cold season is approaching, and our immediate priority is to store enough food." It was precisely because the cold season was imminent that Hu Mei had led a portion of the tribe to the central area to exchange for supplies. However, the situation in the central area was less than optimistic. The cold season typically lasted 3 to 5 months, and the Hu tribe did not place much emphasis on warmth. Their thick fur allowed them to endure the cold as long as they huddled together. However, without food, even the thickest coat would not suffice. During the cold season, if an adult tiger went without food for 3 days, their energy would deplete rapidly, rendering them unable to withstand the cold. Within 5 days, they would perish. Thus, even though Hu Bai and most of the elders agreed with the little cub's proposal, they had a compromise due to the impending cold season. Upon hearing the term cold season, relevant information automatically surfaced in Mo Jiang's mind. She shook her ears, nodding in agreement while voicing her curiosity. What about after the cold season? After the cold season, once the tribe has captured sufficient prey within half a month to a month. As long as you leave the area you purified in the first 5 days, you can plant whatever you wish. Just communicate directly with Humei. Hu Bai's statement effectively placed the burden of the Hu tribe's future squarely on Humei's shoulders. After this cold season, Humei would be nearly 15 years old. At 15, he had already begun to take on significant responsibilities as the leader. The individuals Hu Bai had trained could not fall short of him. They had to be even stronger. Humei, realizing the implications of Hu Bai's words, opened her mouth, but, upon meeting his resolute gaze, refrained from voicing any objections. Since her grandfather entrusted her with this responsibility, it was a testament to his faith in her abilities. The tigers of the Feihu tribe had never shied away from challenges. After listening to Hu Bai's words, Mo Jiang contemplated for a moment. His considerations were comprehensive, and she had no objections. With a serious demeanor, she affirmed, "Very well then." Her tone conveyed sincerity, devoid of any hint of insincerity. Once her words faded, Mo Jiang turned her gaze toward Humei, who lay on the bed. Humei noticed the little cub's attention, and, seeing her minuscule furry face, she raised her paw to gently rub the cub's head. Casting a glance at Hu Bai as she did so, Hu Bai deliberately ignored Humei's gaze. He had observed that Humei's injuries had healed remarkably quickly. It seemed that the effects of the fresh, medicinal herbs from the purification were vastly superior to those of the dried ones. It appeared that after the cold season, the area designated for the little cubs purifying would continually cultivate hemostatic herbs. Unaware of Hu Bai's thoughts, Humei felt a surge of joy at his nonchalant demeanor. Looking at the little tiger cub, she earnestly declared, "I am here for you." She believed that the cub was daunted by such a heavy burden. Her voice gentle and imbued with a soothing essence. Yet, in the next moment, the cub's soft voice rang out. Humei felt a sharp pang in her heart, as if a splinter had been forcefully driven into it. Mo Jiang, oblivious to Humei's wounded expression, scampered over to Hu Bai, her excitement unrestrained. Upon entering the den, she spotted a heap of plants beside the clan leader's claws, which were precisely the ones she had gathered that day. "This is wheat," Hu Sun had mentioned. This plant was non-toxic. Mo Jiang extended a fluffy paw and pressed down on the excessively large wheat, explaining enthusiastically. The tigers present displayed no signs of surprise at the sight of the wheat. An elder, observing the familiar plant beneath the cub's paw, voiced his confusion. "This plant, aside from the place Hu Sun took you today, can also be found near a great river not far from our clan, stretching endlessly." Mo Jiang's eyes instantly brightened upon hearing this. The area by the river covered with wheat must be significantly larger than the spot Hu Sun had shown her. Hu Xiaoshu pondered. Perhaps it spans 40 or 50 large plots. His tone was casual, yet as Mo Jiang's mind swiftly processed this information, her heart quivered with excitement. The area Hu Sun had taken her to, based on her rough estimations of the terrain, was approximately 7,000 square meters, equating to around 10 acres of wheat. 10 acres, according to the comprehensive planting guide she had studied, yielded a minimum of 5,000 gene. Given that a single tiger consumes 12 kilograms daily, this yield could sufficiently feed 1/10 of the tiger clan for a day. After a hearty meal, tigers could go 3 to 5 days without food, and even survive a month without eating. Thus, 10 acres could sustain 1/10 of the clan's tigers in normal activities for at least a week. And that was merely the lowest yield. The highest yield could reach 1,000 gene per acre, with 10 acres yielding 5,000 kilograms. The wheat grains were far more plentiful than indicated in the guide. A 2,000 gene yield per acre was also conceivable, coupled with 40 or 50 large 10-acre plots. The overall yield could reach several hundred acres. The tiger clan would not only thrive during the cold season, but could be well fed for a year or two without issue. Just as Mo Jiang's excitement escalated, her fluffy tail nearly wagging with fervor, a voice abruptly interrupted her thoughts. "Only meat can provide the tiger clan with sufficient strength. These tasteless plants you hold are of little use to us." This shattered Mo Jiang's daydream of not worrying about sustenance in the short term, allowing her to simultaneously cultivate and build the tribe. Hu Bai observed the little cub's spirits plummet and, with a gentle shake of his white whiskers, offered consolation. "However, they are not entirely inedible. If their taste resembles that of sweet potatoes, they can provide energy, albeit not as much as meat. Upon hearing this, Mo Jiang's sense of disappointment deepened, and her fur seemed to droop, lacking its usual vitality. Beside her, the observant Hulo added, even if they lack flavor, they can be mixed with meat for consumption. Though still offering little energy, they could create a sense of fullness for the tigers. Mo Jiang understood that they were trying to comfort her, and warmth spread through her heart. With a deep sigh, she raised her little tiger face and smiled at Hubei and Hulo. It's okay. Those plants will ultimately be for our captured prey. Yet, pondering that both meat and sweet potatoes provided energy, one being animal and the other plant, she questioned why wheat could not serve the same purpose. Furrowing her brows, a thought flickered in her mind, and just as she was about to grasp it, a gentle touch descended from above. Instantly, all her thoughts dissipated, and Mo Jiang instinctively looked up. For reasons unknown, she felt her heart soften once more, nearly dissolving into a puddle of emotion. She replied softly with a hum, her resolve strengthening to utilize her knowledge to lead the Tiger Clan toward abundance and strength. Her gaze drifted to the peanuts and the scallions, ginger, garlic, and chives nearby. After a long day of toil, though weary, she felt joy at having gathered numerous edible plants. The earlier comments from the tigers about wheat being useless quickly faded as she was comforted by them. The peanuts, which had once been considered the second most important to her, now held great promise. Upon seeing the scallions and ginger, she suddenly recalled that peanuts could be pressed for oil, boasting a considerable oil yield. Mo Jiang's eyes sparkled anew as she deftly placed her paw atop the peanuts. Clan leader, while this is a plant, it is undoubtedly useful. Hubei followed her gaze to the plant beneath the little cub's paw. I have eaten this plant before. Its leaves are indistinguishable from those of Jiangtu grass, if not inferior. It is quite challenging to provide energy. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, instead of feeling disheartened, Mo Jiang's eyes shone even brighter, her spirits soaring as if her fur radiated brilliance. It is not the leaves, it is the root's fruit. The tigers present followed the trajectory of the little cub's paw to discover a cluster of earthy yellow fruits connected to the roots. Upon seeing the fruit linked to the roots, all the tigers recalled another plant that also connected to the roots, capable of providing energy and possessing a delightful flavor: sweet potatoes. Fats are an essential nutrient for every animal, and peanuts, being high in oil content, must surely have value. Mo Jiang thought confidently. Just then, a tiger paw suddenly appeared before her, and she instinctively followed it. It landed beside her paw on the peanuts. With a slight motion, a peanut was deftly plucked away. Indeed, it can provide some energy, albeit with a rather unpalatable taste. Watching the clan leader consume the peanut, shell and all, Mo Jiang hesitated, unsure whether to mention that peanuts are typically eaten shelled. This thought flickered in her mind for barely a second before vanishing. Whether to voice it or not mattered little. What was crucial was her plan to cook with the exceptionally large cluster of peanuts to extract oil, which now seemed unfeasible. As the eyes of the other tigers fell upon her paws, Mo Jiang slowly withdrew. As she moved her paw away, each elder stepped forward to take a turn. Moments later, the elders each secured a peanut. Huomei gazed at them with a look of resentment as they savored the peanuts, squinting in delight. Chapter 32. The cold season approaches just as Huomei's resentful gaze grew more pronounced. A fluffy tail suddenly appeared before her. At the tip of the tail was the very source of her discontent, the peanut. Following the tail, she saw the little cub squatting beside her, small and round, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Yet, as she watched the tail sway and the peanut draw nearer, Huomei pressed her lips together and smiled. With a swift motion, the peanut landed in her paw. She brought it to her mouth, and the pungent, unpleasant taste instantly flooded her palate. Huomei nearly gagged at the flavor, but, thinking of the Tiger Clan, she held her breath and began to chew, casting a triumphant glance at Hubei and the elders. Her eyes seemed to say, "What does it matter that you can eat the energy-filled peanuts provided by the little cub? You still had to use your own paws to dig them up. Mine were delivered right to my mouth by the cub." The older tigers, having tumbled and crawled through the boundaries of their territory for decades, were keenly aware of Huomei's subtle yet intense pride. However, none of them paid her any heed. Although HMI has already surpassed the metamorphic stage, in the eyes of others, she remains but a mere cub. The cubs boast of things they do not possess, of which the elders take no heed. For reasons unknown, ever since she had fed the immobile HMI. MG Ing has felt an inexplicable gaze from the elder tigers, seemingly laden with a tinge of resentment. Is it merely her imagination? Squatting down, she scratched her ear with her hind paw, observing that all the tigers had consumed peanuts. Her fluffy little face lifted in anticipation. How delightful! Although the words of the clan leader held great authority, affirming the truth behind the cub's proclamations, the elders also participated in matters concerning the tribe's development. It was only after confirming the veracity of the information regarding peanuts providing energy that all the tigers agreed to incorporate this plant into their diet. HBI scanned the surroundings, and the elders, along with HMI, nodded in agreement. Although the taste of this fruit was quite unbearable for the tigers, it was rich in energy, even surpassing that of sweet potatoes. How do you know there are fruits beneath the CEO? HBI swiftly answered MG Ying and posed another question. Just like the last time with the sweet potatoes. I mentioned this earlier. The little cub lifted her tiny face with a sweet voice. Ever since awakening my talent, I have been able to conjure various information about certain plants in my mind. Initially, I was unaware, only realizing it today. HBI exchanged serious glances with the other tigers. From now on, regarding your purification talent, do not speak of it to anyone other than us tigers, understood? This topic had been previously discussed with the clan leader, and she nodded in agreement with practiced familiarity. The reason for mentioning it today was the presence of only the clan leader and the elders, the core members of the tribe. She had faith in the clan leader and trusted in her abilities to ensure that certain secrets regarding her awakened talent would remain undisclosed. Before departing, MG Ing did not forget to inquire, "May I send a tiger to gather some peanuts tomorrow morning?" She pointed at the peanut plants, which were reduced to leaves and stems, her voice resonant. HBI waved a massive paw, his tone steady. "I will arrange everything. You just need to teach the tiger what to do." As for why he believed the little cub knew how to prepare these peanut plants, considering the information about plants appeared in her mind, it was only logical that she possessed knowledge about their preparation as well. Satisfied with the response, MG Ing waved her tail and skipped away. The deadlines for the first two tasks were rapidly approaching. After diligently studying the complete guide to planting, she had completed 78 out of 100 tasks, while Task 2 was at 81. Perhaps by pulling an all-nighter, she might finish them. In truth, Task 1 bore no penalties. Yet MG Ying was greedy for the 3,000 pounds of sweet potatoes endowed with purification capabilities. In essence, these sweet potatoes possessed a purifying function. They could be cultivated to purify the soil, with a far greater depth and range than her current capabilities. Alternatively, they could be used to cleanse the tigers burdened with brutal energy, restoring their health. Should she choose the first option, the sweet potatoes cultivated would lack purifying properties but would still be safe for consumption. The second option would require merely a couple of tails of sweet potatoes to eliminate the brutal energy from an adult tiger's body, while older tigers, like the clan leader, would need half a gene. MG Ing aspired for the tigers of her clan to possess healthy bodies, with her abilities to purify the soil. Garnering the affection of others would eventually lead to the entire territory of the Tiger Clan being purified. However, the opportunity to use these sweet potatoes to eradicate brutal energy within their bodies and restore their strength to its peak was too precious to miss. Although Task 2 bore no penalties, failure to complete it would result in the closure of her livestream channel. Consequently, MG Ing was compelled to fulfill both tasks. Regarding Task 3, she inquired with HM Ing about the beast meat and green mush served for dinner. He mentioned it was made from the flesh of the CH Ingi SHU and Shi Inxi Ing Y, coupled with the 6 types of plants discovered today. She had identified 8 in total. Adding the previous 30 completion rate, the task of discovering 10 local edible ingredients turned out to be the first to be accomplished. With 200,000 purification points secured, MG Ing felt a wave of relief wash over her. The urgency of time seemed to diminish. As she perused the virtual interface displaying the complete guide to planting, MG Ing immersed herself in the content. During her reading, she discovered several plants she had encountered during the day. Some were medicinal herbs, while others were edible vegetables. In her examination of vegetables, MG Ing did not prioritize them as she did grains. Through her observations during the communal meals over the past 2 days, it became evident that the tigers preferred fish ball soup over sweet potatoes, as the clan leader had suggested. Of course, they did not dislike sweet potatoes. Everyone enjoys delicious food, though none exhibited a particular passion for it. The sweet taste of sweet potatoes was gladly accepted, while vegetables were merely seen as grass, which the tigers did not favor. Thus, the acceptance of vegetables among the tiger clan was likely far lower than she had anticipated. Mo Jiang mentally prepared herself for the reality that vegetables may be absent from the tribe's diet. After selectively reading through her memories, Mo Jiang's efficiency surpassed her expectations. By the time she concluded, the stars above continued to twinkle, and a few cubs were playfully tussling nearby. Observing the lively scene of the cubs at play, Mo Jiang closed her eyes in feigned slumber while effortlessly activating her virtual light brain and the system interface. On the back end of the system interface, the purification value had surpassed 6 digits, now at 195, 680 points, sufficient to purify nearly 20,000 square meters of soil. However, the wheat area by the river required purification for 4 to 500 mu, echoing the words of the elder H11O in Mo Jiang's ears. The total area, combining the previous 10 mu, amounted to over 40,000 square meters. The purification value in her possession was far from adequate. With the cold season approaching, time was of the essence. Before the onset of the cold season, she needed to purify enough to sustain the tribe for 3 months. Mo Jiang calculated in her mind, estimating a baseline of 1,000,000 kilograms of meat. Suddenly, the hope of achieving her goals seemed bleak. Yet, no matter how unlikely it appeared, she resolved to persevere. Lives were at stake around her. The sounds of the cubs playing reached her ears, prompting Mo Jiang to exhale deeply as she opened her livestream channel. In the past 2 days, her slight disarray in a foreign environment and the pressing tasks had led her to realize that merely eating could yield thousands of affection points in a day. With daily income assured, she had spent minimal time to reap rewards. Her attitude towards the livestream had been quite casual, except for her first attempt. Each session had lasted no longer than half an hour, concluding promptly at the allotted time. However, now with less than a month until the cold season, and the need to accumulate purification points for over 1,000,000 kilograms of food reserves, the urgency surged within her. The mere thought of it evoked a sense of pressure and anxiety, compelling her attitude to shift. The attention toward her live stream escalated sharply. Although she had contemplated requesting an advance on purification points from the system, given its nature, she knew that such a request would be futile. Mo Jiang could only place her hopes on her live stream. She delved back into the culinary forum. This time, perhaps due to the extended time since her last live stream, the screen was not inundated with posts related to her. She discovered a relatively genuine small streamer. Her gaze lingered on the term streamer. With a flick of her paw, she clicked on it. The main post contained the live stream channel number and nickname of the small streamer. Mo Jiang swiped downwards, revealing a video that appeared in her field of vision, accompanied by a small caption reading immersion mode. Unfazed by the situation, she adeptly utilized the search function and quickly located the immersion mode option tucked away in the corner. As the scene before her dimmed to black and then brightened again, Mo Jiang found herself in a well-lit indoor space. Not far away stood a figure, their face obscured, likely due to an identity concealment setting. However, the ingredients and kitchenware before her were quite clear. Her gaze drifted from a colorful, unidentified ingredient on the cutting board to the kitchen utensils. The tidy countertop featured a pot, a bowl of water, a bottle of oily substance, and a small jar of white granules that appeared to be salt. Salt? Suddenly, Mo Jiang recalled something significant. Meats could provide energy for the Hu tribe, enhancing their strength. Sweet potatoes could also offer a small amount of energy, as could peanuts. In a flash, she grasped the fleeting thought that had crossed her mind earlier. She realized that when the Hu tribe hunts their prey, they do not bleed out much, resulting in meat that retains blood, which contains salt. Sweet potatoes are sweet, containing sugars, while peanuts are high in oil content. These are all essential substances for survival, with salt being the most crucial. Mo Jiang licked her teeth, suddenly feeling the stockpile of 1,000,000 kilograms of food reserves was not an impossible goal, as long as she could find salt. Chapter 33. Culinary Delights of the Star Age, as Mo Jiang contemplated the various natural forms in which salt might exist. The host of the video suddenly came to life. The individual picked up the colorful, unidentified ingredient and rinsed it in water. They then evenly coated it with the white granules, which Mo Jiang assumed to be salt, for marination. Once the ingredients were prepared, the host, seemingly having done something else, conjured a flame that appeared out of nowhere on the countertop. They set a pot of water to boil. Next, they spread a layer of oil over the flattened, colorful ingredient, which had a texture reminiscent of some kind of meat. In no time, the water in the pot reached a rolling boil. The host added the marinated ingredient, which had been sitting for 5 to 6 minutes, into the pot, covered it, and proceeded to wash their hands and prepare utensils. Before long, Mo Jiang awaited the completion of the dish. Her gaze fell upon the ingredients, which, rather than shrinking, had puffed up slightly after being boiled. However, the vibrant colors of the ingredient had turned to a dull grayish-white once plated. Mo Jiang's attention shifted to the pot beside her. It was a cold, metallic vessel, though she could not discern the exact material. The broth inside had transformed from transparent to a dark blue hue. She pondered whether the colors of the ingredient had been reflected or if the colorful substances had reacted to the boiling water. Yet, her swirling thoughts began to dissipate as the voice of the host resonated in the video. The ingredient had been separated from the colorful shellfish and was currently the only edible shellfish meat available from the Research Institute. The host mentioned using Huanglian extract, a bitter substance, to mask the inherent fishy taste, which might be somewhat bitter but ultimately delicious. They also covered the surface of the meat with fat, greatly preserving its original texture. After sharing this, the host took a step back from the cooking station, inviting everyone to taste. Mo Jiang hesitated momentarily before approaching the grayish-white shellfish meat arranged on the plate, grabbing a fork that had been conveniently placed nearby. She pierced the meat and took a bite. The moment her tongue made contact, a bitter, slightly fishy flavor spread through her mouth, prompting an instinctual urge to spit it out. However, the host's earlier words echoed in her mind, compelling her to endure the strange, bitter taste as she chewed the small piece of meat between her teeth. Typically, shellfish meat is tender, but the boiling method often yields tougher meat. Yet, this piece was surprisingly tender, just as the faceless figure had described. The fat had effectively locked in the texture. However, in her years of experience, Mo Jiang had never encountered fat that could preserve the original texture of ingredients in the same manner as starch or egg whites. Her gaze shifted to the oily substance's bottle, and she snapped a photo, intending to search for its identity once she exited the video. As her mind wandered, Mo Jiang continued to gnaw on the piece of meat, finally severing it completely. In that moment, a burst of spicy, bitter, and intensely fishy flavors erupted in her mouth, causing her to grimace in disgust. She spat out the meat and repeated the action several times, attempting to rid her mouth of the unbearable flavors. Yet, the taste had already permeated her taste buds, and no amount of spitting could erase the bitter, fishy, and spicy sensations. The video was pre-recorded, meaning that various comments would synchronize with the display. Mo Jiang grimaced at the unpleasant taste in her mouth, and when she looked up, she saw a flurry of comments floating in the air. This flavor is extraordinary. I've never tasted such delicious, colorful shellfish. The fishy taste is significantly masked. It's so tender and delightful. I completely agree. I think the host's colorful shellfish is incredibly delicious, retaining much of its original flavor without being overly fishy. The texture is amazing. Absolutely, I've followed this host. From now on, I shall be your loyal fan. This is how one truly cooks with ingredients. This is gastronomy. What are those other so-called food streamers? Even considering her past experiences, she felt that the simple meals she had eaten in the Hu tribe over the past few days were 1,000 times more delicious than this so-called colorful shellfish. Resisting the urge to leave a negative review, Mo Jiang reminded herself that the world she inhabited was the Star Age, a realm thousands of years into the future. Culinary culture had diminished to the point of near non-existence. She could not disregard the broader context to hastily leave a bad review. Moreover, the host of this video had provided her with insights, revealing the reasons behind the Hu tribe's exclusive meat consumption. With these thoughts in mind, Mo Jiang suppressed her restless pause, solidifying her resolve to vigorously develop the culinary industry of the Hu tribe and, by extension, that of her home planet. She aimed to enlighten humanity in the Star Age about the true essence of gastronomy. Culinary culture would serve as a powerful card when her home planet sought to connect with the Star Age. Following this, Mo Jiang ceased watching the video. Based on the information gleaned from her earlier browsing of forums and search boxes, she discovered that her livestream channel was only circulating within a small niche of the culinary community, albeit with a high degree of engagement in that circle. Armed with this knowledge, Mo Jiang downloaded the main software of Xinghua. Previously, The Xinghua livestream had merely been a plugin within the system, limiting her access to information solely within the livestream, preventing her from exploring other channels or related information. This time, however, it was different. She now possessed a light brain. Perhaps the farming system's dimension was inherently more advanced than that of the Star Age, as the virtual light brain it provided operated seamlessly, without any noticeable lag. The moment she clicked to download, the interface displayed an icon for the Xinghua software. Mo Jiang's claws gently tapped the icon, and instantly, the main page of Xinghua appeared before her. She gazed at the search box at the top and casually browsed through the options, discovering that it was quite similar to the livestream functions of her original world. Skillfully utilizing the search box, she entered the words culinary livestream. A series of live streaming rooms materialized on the interface, arranged in accordance with viewer count and popularity. The most popular ones occupied the forefront, cascading downwards. Mo Jiang sought out culinary live streams to observe the methods of the most popular hosts, aspiring to enhance her own viewer numbers and accumulate increasing amounts of admiration. Without a second thought, she clicked into the top-ranked culinary live stream. Upon entering, a gaping maw suddenly loomed before her, startling Mo Jiang and causing her fur to bristle. Her startled movement roused the slumbering cub beside her, Lin. Ever since they had shared food that day, the small tiger cub had taken to following her, claiming that as the leader of the cubs, it was his duty to protect his diminutive friend from harm. Although he professed to be her protector during the day, he merely stayed close enough to ensure he could rush to her aid if she were bullied, while he frolicked and practiced his hunting skills with the other cubs. However, at night, Lin insisted on snuggling up to Mo Jiang while they slept, for he feared that if he were not nearby, he would not awaken in time to defend her from any threats. What's wrong? At that moment, Mo Jiang met the bleary-eyed gaze of the little tiger cub, who was desperately shaking his head to wake himself. She smacked her lips and shook her head. It's nothing, just a dream. You should go back to sleep. We need to rise early tomorrow. The following day, Mo Jiang would venture out, and although Lin could not accompany her, he insisted on escorting her to the entrance of the tribe. Unable to refuse him, she acquiesced. Upon hearing her words, Lin closed his eyes and fell back into a deep slumber. Mo Jiang, noticing his immediate return to sleep, felt a sense of relief and curled herself into a small fur ball, her gaze drifting back to the virtual interface beside her. The gaping maw had long since vanished. Presently, the live stream showcased 5 tall young men alongside a fallen beast. Observing the juxtaposition of the 5 towering figures with the enormous beast, Mo Jiang felt grateful for her lack of experience in operating the system, as she had not chosen the immersive mode. The live stream was now adorned with floating comments, predominantly expressing sentiments of disbelief at having selected the first-person perspective. Mo Jiang casually glanced at the comments before shifting her focus back to the stream. She scrutinized the unknown beast, particularly its abdomen, noting the lack of movement, which reassured her enough to opt for the first-person perspective, sharing the view with the host. As she entered, her mind was flooded with various thoughts. Was this supposed to be a culinary live stream? Why did it resemble a hunt instead? It appeared that a single stream could host multiple broadcasters. Would they truly manage to consume such a large prey? Even before cooking commenced, the stream's popularity surged, presumably due to the act of hunting. Yet, could there be grisly scenes in a live broadcast during the interstellar age? All these thoughts flitted through her mind in an instant. When Mo Jiang felt her feet firmly planted on the ground and opened her eyes, the overwhelming scent of blood flooded her senses, provoking an involuntary salivation. As a tiger, she was instinctively drawn to the scent of blood. She quietly swallowed and began observing the 5 hosts. The young men appeared to be of similar age, clad in identical uniforms devoid of distinguishing insignia, rendering it impossible for Mo Jiang to ascertain their identities. Nonetheless, they were uniformly striking in appearance. The beast, massive in size, lay lifeless, having been felled by a single strike to its neck. Mo Jiang marveled at the power required to slay a creature 7 or 8 times larger than oneself. While she was still grappling with her astonishment, the young man who had delivered the fatal blow shook his legs in an attempt to rid them of the blood, wrinkling his brow in frustration before redirecting his attention to his companions. Let us harvest today ingredients from the Shadow Fong beast, he declared, assuming the role of the team leader, to which the others offered no dissent. One of the young men, possessing a cherubic visage, scratched his head and inquired, Captain Chu, Which part should we consume? In the interstellar age, aside from various intelligent species, animals were primarily categorized into two types: ferocious beasts imbued with brutal energy, and extraordinary creatures endowed with unique abilities. Both categories were further divided into corresponding levels, ranging from 1 to 10, with higher levels signifying greater strength. Level 7 beasts were capable of independent space travel, possessing formidable power, with a single Level 7 extraordinary beast capable of annihilating a city, while a Level 9 could obliterate an entire planet. The existence of Level 10 extraordinary beasts remained merely a theoretical concept, as none had ever been observed by humankind. In encounters with equally ranked extraordinary beasts, ferocious beasts were deemed more perilous. This was due to the fact that, upon reaching a certain threshold, extraordinary creatures began to develop intelligence and adhere to principles in their actions, whereas ferocious beasts, regardless of rank, even those at level 10, were devoid of thought, driven solely by the instinct to kill. Similarly, flora was divided into aggressive plants and extraordinary plants, with a corresponding hierarchical distribution akin to that of the beasts. However, unlike the balanced interaction between ferocious and extraordinary beasts, the dynamics between aggressive and extraordinary plants favored the former. The vast majority of plants encountered along the roadside were aggressive, which explained humanity's reliance on unpalatable nutritional supplements. Despite extensive research conducted by scholars into aggressive and extraordinary plants, the reasons behind the scarcity of extraordinary species remained elusive. Fortunately, lower-tier aggressive plants posed little threat beyond being inedible. With the advancement of technology, although aggressive plants could not be consumed directly, researchers had managed to extract certain elements to create nutritional supplements. In the current interstellar era, technological progress was rapid, with holography and hover vehicles among the myriad of advanced inventions, including fully developed mecha industries. However, the past years had seen an escalating threat to intelligent life, resulting in growing instability within the stars. This unrest stemmed not only from the dangers posed by ferocious beasts, extraordinary creatures, and aggressive plants, but also from the emergence of the Zerg over a century ago. These entities consumed various forms of energy, reproducing at an alarming rate and perpetuating a cycle of consumption. Their origins remained shrouded in mystery, leaving humanity to respond reactively. When the Zerg first appeared, intelligent life was caught off guard, suffering devastating losses that nearly led to extinction. Had it not been for the alliance of top-tier abilities from various intelligent races who succeeded in severely wounding the Zerg Queen, the universe would likely have succumbed to the Zerg's dominance by now. They were granted a brief respite during which they dedicated over a decade to studying the Zerg, acquiring invaluable insights, and categorizing the diverse species within the Zerg ranks. Consequently, when they encountered the Zerg again, they were equipped to execute targeted counterattacks. This was feasible due to the striking similarities between certain Zerg species and beasts. Typically, different Zerg types would not act in unison, enabling warriors to focus their retaliations on the encountered Zerg without the fear of being overwhelmed. However, as the Zerg Queen regained her strength, their assaults grew increasingly formidable, occasionally resulting in coordinated attacks from multiple Zerg species against intelligent life in a bid to seize resources. The conflict between the intelligent life forms and the Zerg has escalated to unprecedented levels, showing no signs of abating. However, a breakthrough has emerged. Humanity has intercepted a specific frequency from the Zerg's tendrils used for communication. Through meticulous analysis, they have identified the source of the Zerg's formidable strength, which also happens to be their greatest vulnerability, the Zerg Queen. The Zerg Queen, a singular entity throughout history, possesses the ability to receive all communications from the Zerg and orchestrate their actions. Concurrently, the majority of the resources and energy consumed by the Zerg are directed towards her, as she is responsible for the proliferation of the entire Zerg race. Daily, she relentlessly absorbs energy to produce countless eggs. Having uncovered this weakness, the intelligent life forms are naturally inclined to exploit it to eradicate the Zerg. Yet, pinpointing the Queen's location remains elusive. Even when signals are intercepted, she manages to relocate swiftly. This has been the case for nearly a decade. Although there have been a few fortunate instances when the Queen was located, she's always surrounded by numerous Zerg emperors, whose power is comparable to that of a human at a peak physical level. The combined strength of all intelligent races does not exceed 200 individuals. Furthermore, the true power of the Zerg Queen is unfathomable, rendering her assassination nearly impossible. Nevertheless, various races cultivate numerous warriors annually to send to the battlefield. As the number of warriors increases and the emergence of exceptionally gifted fighters rises, the situation has gradually reached a semblance of equilibrium. In the Livestreaming room, where Mo Jiang is situated, they are currently undergoing a practical examination prior to military academy admissions. The requirements for acceptance into the military academy, aside from limitations on mental capacity and physical prowess, include passing written tests and undergoing physical assessments. The practical examinations take place on harsh planets, where candidates earn points by slaying ferocious beasts or dangerous alien creatures and completing tasks. The institution selects candidates based on their overall performance and accumulated points during the examination. Despite the adverse conditions of the exam planets, the annual casualty rate remains remarkably low. Each examination zone is pre-cleared by warriors to ensure no beasts or aliens above level are present. Moreover, candidates are provided with emergency distress signals upon entry. In the event of an insurmountable life-threatening situation, pressing the distress signal guarantees the arrival of warriors within half a minute. Should candidates choose to resist danger at all costs, neglecting to activate the distress signal, or find themselves unable to do so in time, there is no cause for alarm. Each candidate is accompanied by a high-quality mechanical surveillance insect, which broadcasts real-time situations to the monitoring room. Additionally, the institution seeks candidates' consent to live-stream the examination on the Star Network. If candidates agree, the live-stream proceeds. If they decline, the institution respects their wishes but will monitor the mechanical insect's data more closely. Searching for a choice piece of meat, Mo Jiang recalled the preparation process for fish balls and roasted sweet potatoes that she had seen a few days prior. After a moment's pause, she instructed to cut the ingredients into chunks and for Jiang Sheng to start the fire. While fish balls could be made from minced fish and are quite delectable, time constraints made that option impractical. The method for roasting sweet potatoes, however, could quickly yield cooked food. Jiang Sheng, who appeared somewhat delicate among the group, readily complied and skillfully kindled the fire. The other two, without needing prompting, instinctively paired off to scout the surrounding area. Chu Heng found a clean spot to sit and adjust his physical condition. The Shadow Fang beast, classified as a level 3 alien creature, possesses strength comparable to a human at peak physical condition. According to classification, any of the 5 individuals present could easily defeat it, although the time required may vary. However, the Shadow Fang beast differs from typical level 3 creatures. Its name suggests its remarkable speed, which is beyond the naked eye's ability to track, and its adeptness at concealment, coupled with its formidable biting power. Despite its classification, its strength rivals that of a level 4 creature. As they had just entered the examination arena, the candidates had not yet fully dispersed, and although it appeared that only the 5 of them were present, all knew that if their small group's strengths proved inadequate or if they took too long to subdue the Shadow Fang beast, they would inevitably be besieged by others. Each candidate possesses a scoring card, and any points obtained can be accumulated onto their own card. In some respects, the relationship among candidates is akin to that of predator and prey. In a surrounding environment teeming with potential threats, only absolute strength can deter other candidates. Among the self-formed group of 5, Chu Heng exhibits the most formidable physical prowess, and his displayed strength does not disappoint. His performance leaves the others in awe, their previous thoughts vanishing in an instant, matched only by their swift retreat. They were not here to face death, but to seize opportunities. However, encountering a formidable contender from the first military academy during this examination could be seen as an unusual stroke of luck. Though uncertain of which esteemed individual from the popular first-choice list he faced, Chu Heng remained unperturbed by the rustling sounds from the surrounding foliage. Maintaining his posture without a hint of change, his legs felt slightly numb, and he deemed the individuals around him inconsequential. The priority now was to recuperate. Meanwhile, Mo Jiang, in a live-streaming room, instinctively turned her gaze towards the source of the rustling. Perhaps due to her feline instincts, she easily spotted a figure retreating quickly and stealthily from the underbrush. Mo Jiang tilted her head, her small tiger face adorned with confusion, sensing something amiss in the live-streaming environment. Chapter 35. Military Academy students live streaming barbecue, the little tiger cub, tilting its fluffy little head, shook its whiskers, and raised its paw to open the comments section. Moments ago, she had found the barrage of comments obstructive to her view and had turned them off. But now, in this seemingly culinary live stream that exuded an odd atmosphere, it was prudent to gather information about the live stream. Upon reopening the comments, she was inundated with an avalanche of praise. Her eyes nearly blurred, and she hurriedly adjusted the settings to eliminate repetitive comments, which significantly cleared her view. Skimming past the flattery and irrelevant chatter, certain phrases in the comments caught her attention. The individual from the infantry division is the best. Wow. I randomly entered a military academy live stream and witnessed a single strike kill of a shadow Fong beast. That individual must possess peak physical capabilities. Beast Star Wolf. It seems not all humans are so weak. How does one challenge them? This candidate is astounding. I Shao Kai Kai will dwell in your live stream from now on. Let me save this live stream first. Wait, why is this individual's live stream categorized under food? Silently gaining points. Honestly, I'm curious as to why this live stream is in the food category. But that is inconsequential. Their strength is what truly matters. As Mo Jiang observed these comments, she gradually realized that she might have mistakenly entered the wrong live stream. Just as she contemplated exiting, a thought flashed through her mind. Her paw hovered over the exit button, frozen in place. Previously, she had understood from the system about the interstellar environment, believing that cuisine was a highly sought-after trend in human society. Yet now, the most popular live stream in the food category had skyrocketed in popularity without even reaching the culinary segment. Through the comments, she learned that this live stream was being broadcast for the first time. Mo Jiang gazed at the shadow Fong beast, now in pieces on the ground. As understanding dawned upon her, she observed the individuals in the live stream while extracting information from the comments, realizing that this live stream combined hunting with culinary elements, serving as a live broadcast of the military academy assessments. Mo Jiang's mind was clouded with a tinge of confusion. Is it not a concern that military academy assessments in this era can be broadcast live, potentially compromising confidential information? Having merely gleaned a rudimentary understanding of the interstellar age through the system, she found that some of the information was erroneous. Not only did Mo Jiang fail to comprehend why the military academy student assessments were being streamed in the culinary section, but the audience present was equally perplexed. The individuals beside Chu Hang, who had grown up alongside him, were particularly baffled. They knew his temperament all too well, thus, the thought that he would opt for a live broadcast during this practical entrance examination was inconceivable. Such a choice was utterly inconsistent with his modest character. Yet, this was not the most perplexing aspect for them. The live broadcast of the Military Academy entrance examination had a designated module where all related streams would be featured. However, not only did Chu Hang choose to broadcast, but he also selected the culinary section, which was considerably less popular than the practical assessments. Nanji, who prided himself on understanding Chu Hang best, found it equally incomprehensible, even while dissecting the Yingya beast. Weighing the meat in his hand and deeming it sufficient for their group, Nanji finally approached Chu Hang, voicing the question that had been weighing on him. Why did you choose to go live? Nanji inquired, his surprise palpable. If I did not know you, I might have been convinced otherwise. He was compelled to pose another question. Why the culinary section? Typically, broadcasts related to the military academy would appear in the dedicated military module. As Chu Hang's lips twitched, Nanji's voice interrupted him, preventing him from responding. Do not tell me it is merely out of interest. Do you think I am that easily deceived? Upon opening his eyes, Nanji's delicate gaze was fixed intently on him. With a sigh, he straightened. I watched a culinary live stream earlier and found it quite entertaining. Nanji, astonished, questioned, is that the sole reason? While Chu Hang possessed a certain carefree demeanor, he was also discerning about the context. One could easily imagine the frenzied comments flooding the live chat at this moment. Seemingly oblivious to Nanji's confusion, Chu Hang nodded earnestly, precisely because of that. He reiterated Nanji's words, but with a tone that shifted from uncertainty to affirmation. Very well, as long as you enjoy it. Nanji's furrowed brow gradually relaxed as he gestured toward the meat laid upon the leaves. Regardless, your strength is formidable. You can approach it however you wish. But what of this meat? The initial part of Nanji's statement was clearly directed at Chu Hang, yet in reality, it was meant for the viewers in the live stream. Lacking comprehensive equipment, They could only broadcast and were unable to see the barrage of comments. But they could easily guess the nature of the discourse. Although it seemed somewhat inappropriate for a military academy entrance examination candidate to select the culinary module for their broadcast. In this era, strength held precedence. As long as one possessed sufficient prowess, many discordant voices could be silenced. Just as Nanji had surmised, the incredulous comments and negative remarks that had previously dominated the screen faded into silence as the audience recalled Chu Hang's earlier display of strength. Mo Jiang noticed the shift in atmosphere within the live stream, but paid it little heed, for her focus lay on how the culinary endeavor would unfold. While many streamers attracted viewers primarily through overwhelming combat prowess, in a certain sense, Mo Jiang could also engage audiences in such a manner. However, it ultimately diverged from her culinary theme and was not entirely fitting for her. Yet, if the streamer were to complete the dish, resulting in an increase or maintenance of viewer engagement, Mo Jiang believed that starting with a display of absolute strength to captivate the audience was not an unwise strategy. Nonetheless, many viewers, having absorbed the dialogue from the live stream and recognizing the streamer's identity, shifted their attention to the military academy assessment. Consequently, culinary matters garnered considerably less attention. Aside from true culinary enthusiasts, individuals like Mo Jiang, who were primarily focused on the forthcoming meal, were few and far between, as evidenced by the topics discussed in the live stream's comments. Before the mechanical surveillance insect, Chu Hang, having heard Nanji's inquiry, regarded the towering pile of meat before him and produced wooden skewers from his side. Just skewer it and roast it, he stated. Nanji, receiving the large bundle of skewers that Chu Hang had prepared, looked at him quizzically. Are you certain that will suffice? In the 20-plus years they had grown up together, he had never known Chu Hang to possess culinary skills. The handsome and aloof Chu Hang, upon hearing the incredulous tone in Nanji's voice, appeared momentarily taken aback. He then waved his hand dismissively. You shall see for yourself. This is not ferocious beast meat. Roasting it should not yield an unbearable flavor. Even if the taste is unpalatable, it will not be fatal. With this thought, Chu Hang maintained an unwavering composure. Who was Nanji? He had been playing alongside Chu Hang since childhood, and he could discern even the slightest flicker of mischief in his friend's expression. It was impossible to overlook the fleeting hesitation that crossed his face. However, it was unlikely that he would endanger himself. The practical examination spanned 7 days. Yet each candidate was allocated only 3 nutritional supplements. This meant that if they did not procure supplements from others or locate edible food, they would not survive beyond the 4th day. With this realization, Nanji hesitated no longer and called for Jiang Sheng to assist in skewering the meat. Observing the two immersed in their task, Chu Hang prudently refrained from interrupting. He stood up and walked towards the corpse of the Yingya beast, dragging it single-handedly into the depths of the forest. As they inhaled the enticing aroma wafting through the air, their gazes fell upon the fire before them. Food. Let us eat. Nanji calmly wiped the soot from his mouth and pointed toward the dozens of skewers before his companions, recommending them. Trusting their friend, the two did not hesitate and each reached for several skewers, opening their mouths wide to devour a substantial piece of meat. However, within mere seconds, both of them began to gag on the roasted meat. Mo Jiang, noticing that the scene in the live stream had not changed, shifted her search bar into view, allowing only a sliver of her attention to remain on the live stream as she focused on researching the military academy assessments. Upon hearing commotion in the live stream, she focused her gaze and saw that the roasted meat was ready, with the candidates already indulging in it. Instinctively, she picked up a piece of roasted meat, poised to take a bite, when she suddenly recalled something. Glancing at the time, she noted that only 5 or 6 minutes had passed. She inspected the skewer in her hand. While the skewer was of normal size, each piece of meat was as large as a grown man's fist. Could this be edible? Mo Jiang hesitated, her gaze instinctively drifting to the small indicator showing the number of online viewers in the upper left corner. The count had risen significantly since earlier. Perhaps the meat, despite its unappealing exterior, was delightful within. Hearing the commotion in the live stream, Mo Jiang observed the meat, charred on one side and tenderly red on the other, and swallowed hard. Determined, she opened her mouth wide. One must give to receive. Only through meticulous analysis of popular live streams could one extract their essence and elevate their own endeavors to greater heights. Her audience would surely expand, enhancing the winter survival prospects of her Hu tribe. With this resolve, She took a decisive bite, using her sharp canines to close her eyes and gnaw at a morsel of roasted meat. As she chewed and earnestly savored the flavor, the outcome was the same. Within seconds, a delicate retching sound echoed through the live stream. Chapter 36. The tiger cub is on the brink of exploding with anger due to the inherent sensitivity of the Hu tribe's senses. Mo Jiang's reactions were even more pronounced than those of the two contestants in the live broadcast room. At that moment, the peculiar and nauseating taste in their mouths had diminished significantly, making it more bearable. The two who had previously felt the urge to vomit straightened themselves, casting resentful glances at Chu Hang and his companions. Truly, you are commendable teammates. Chun Wenfeng, the tallest and most muscular among them, spoke with a booming voice, each word dripping with a poignant sense of grievance. Nanji shuddered, gazing skyward at the clouds, yet the intense gaze directed at him remained unwavering. Unable to endure the discomfort any longer, he redirected his ire towards Chu Hang, as it was he who had asserted that the food was edible. The eyes of Chun Wenfeng and the others gradually shifted to Chu Hang. Just moments ago, Chu Hang had been an uninvolved spectator, but upon witnessing the sorrowful and somewhat unjustly aggrieved expressions of his teammates, he cleared his throat and spoke with a somewhat unnatural demeanor. It is edible and can replenish energy, though the taste may not be particularly pleasant. Having been thoroughly impressed by the flavor of the roasted meat he shared with Jiang Sheng and Nanji, Chu Hang tacitly accepted Nanji's suggestion after hearing him imply that the team should share both fortune and misfortune. Thus, when Nanji recommended the roasted meat to the others, he and Jiang Sheng fell silent. In a rare moment of consolation, Chun Wenfeng, still tasting the bitter and fishy residue in his mouth, remarked, "Is the flavor merely slightly off?" Chu Hang pondered for a moment, gesturing towards the undercooked pieces of meat. "I will conduct some research. The next meal's taste should improve. For today, let us consume nutritional supplements instead." Upon hearing Chu Hang's words, Chun Wenfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Nanji, who had been feigning indifference, appeared momentarily stunned. More food? The three words echoed in their minds, and their bodies reacted faster than their thoughts. No, we trust in your abilities, Captain Chu. Acquiring nutritional supplements from others will be a breeze." The most playful among them, Nanji, leaped forward, grasping Chu Hang's hand with earnest eyes and a serious expression. As if fearing his own strength was insufficient, he pulled the remaining three into the fray. They shared this sentiment, didn't they? Chun Wenfeng shot a glance at Nanji, the reluctance to consume roasted meat overshadowed by his annoyance, yet he begrudgingly nodded in agreement. "Yes, Captain Chu, you need not lift a finger. I alone can secure enough nutritional supplements to sustain the entire team until the final day." Though his mental fortitude was limited, his physical strength was considerably robust. While he could not match Chu Hang, overpowering an opponent in this arena where most possessed only physical prowess would pose no challenge, Chu Hang had already begun to waver when Nanji urged him to take action. Now, seeing his teammates align with Nanji's proposal, he reluctantly set aside his culinary aspirations. After the assessment concludes, he would return to the Huzai Jiada Mei Shi live broadcast room to explore ways to enhance the taste of the food. As the bitter and acrid flavors lingered on his palate, Chu Hang gazed at his four teammates, nodding in affirmation under their hopeful gazes. "Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Captain, rest assured, with my prowess, I will undoubtedly gather enough nutritional supplements. Indeed, even if the captain does not believe in a one, he must trust in me," Nanji declared, thumping his chest proudly. When all eyes turned towards him, he lifted his chin and proclaimed with pride, "My status as the first commander in reserve of the Alliance is no idle boast. Under my command, we shall have no worries regarding sustenance, and our team will surely claim victory." "Enough, boastful words may lead to embarrassment," Chun Wenfeng retorted, rolling his eyes in mockery. Just as Nanji was about to retort, Chu Hang's voice rang out. "Since we have resolved to seize resources, I will close the live broadcast." When he applied for the live broadcast room, he also submitted a request to shut it down. The others expressed no objections upon hearing Chu Hang's declaration. Before the audience in the live broadcast room could react, the screen abruptly went black. The viewers were left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Mo Jiang, who was monitoring the live broadcast data, was equally taken aback. Clenching her empty claws, it felt as though the roasted meat still lingered. Mo Jiang had not anticipated that such unpalatable roasted meat would lead to a sudden surge in the number of viewers as soon as the food was prepared and the host began to eat. She could not fathom the reason behind it. Nevertheless, her earlier decision remained unchanged: to seize the opportunity and incorporate exhilarating battles in her live broadcast. As for where to find the thrilling battles, naturally, they lay in the hunting expeditions of the Hu tribe. With this thought in mind, Mo Jiang planned to exit and explore several high-traffic food live broadcasts for further learning. Her attention was suddenly drawn to a comment on the screen. Shiguang Darren, why is the live broadcast room closed? I just saw my friend's message and missed the grand figure of the host. What a loss. Could someone inform me how formidable the host in this culinary live broadcast truly is? Mo Jiang's gaze lingered on the meme at the end of the comment for quite some time. She mused. So, in this era, comments have evolved to include memes? Before departing, she surveyed the dim surroundings, beginning to understand why the food in this live broadcast room was unappetizing, yet the viewership and popularity soared. The newcomers must have been recommended by their friends and relatives. From the nuances of the comments, she clearly recognized that this interstellar era, thousands of years into the future, was one where martial prowess was revered by all. Culinary arts seemed to exist within a certain barrier. After exiting, Mo Jiang began searching for another live broadcast room while questioning the system. Did you not claim that culinary arts are immensely popular in this interstellar age? While watching the broadcast, the system had also glanced at the screen. Being data-sensitive, it perceived certain things more deeply than Mo Jiang. Hearing her inquiry, the electronic voice remained monotonous. Host, the system's data focus is solely on agriculture. When collecting data related to the interstellar era, it was discovered that the most popular topic related to agriculture is the culinary culture of the home planet. So, what is the primary focus of the entire interstellar community? Based on its data records, the system provided a precise answer. It is strength, or more specifically, the combat prowess of those endowed with extraordinary talent. I would like to know, is the popularity of culinary arts on the same scale as that of strength? If the culinary arts rank at 1, then the popularity of strength is at 10,000. Choosing culinary arts, Mo Jiang replied, the system has misled me. There exists a natural barrier between them. Those who admire strength may not necessarily appreciate food, but those who enjoy food invariably admire the strong. Very well, I understand. Mo Jiang waved her hand dismissively, already resolved to incorporate elements favored by the strong in her live broadcast before the cold season arrives. However, the entertainment industry beneath the culinary popularity ranks at 0.00001. Therefore, the host need not feel disheartened. In response to the system's indirect consolation, Mo Jiang's foul mood oddly lightened a bit. She invigorated herself, intent on reviewing the top 3 live broadcasts with the highest popularity. Fortunately, these broadcasts adhered to conventional standards, solely focusing on culinary arts. Soon, after a thorough exploration, Mo Jiang discovered a commonality among these live broadcasts: the scarcity of ingredients. She had a faint understanding of the reason. It was said that the types of edible ingredients developed by research institutes were still quite limited, and many were unaware of how to prepare them. The remarkable popularity of several live streaming rooms can be attributed to 2 primary factors. Firstly, the hosts have delved into the various culinary techniques associated with the ingredients they utilize. Secondly, they dedicate extensive hours to live broadcasting each day, meticulously preparing the same ingredient, which results in subtle variations in taste and texture over time. In essence, it is the cumulative experience that leads to their success. However, despite their limited selection of ingredients, they have conspicuously overlooked the use of exotic beasts, which, unlike ferocious beasts, are indeed consumable. As Mo Jiang pondered this while searching for information on military academy student evaluations, she noticed discussions surrounding exotic plant beasts and ferocious plant beasts, leaving her perplexed. Although exotic beasts possess slightly greater strength than ordinary individuals, they are not unmanageable. Why then? Is there a lack of interest in using exotic beasts as ingredients? She decided to express her confusion in the chat room. Mo Jiang, exotic beasts are edible. I see that the ingredients used by the streamer include everything researched by the Scientific Institute. Why are there no exotic beasts? Mei 2. Is the person in front just foolish or still stuck in the womb? Exotic beasts lack violent energy, but their meat is inherently rancid and cannot be eliminated, making them utterly unsuitable as ingredients. Do you even know the standards for ingredients? They are based on the descriptions found in ancient texts, which detail normal flavors. Any hint of rancidity or bitterness disqualifies them as potential ingredients. Mo Jiang bristled at the condescending tone and derisive remarks in this comment, feeling her temper flare. Instinctively, she raised her small claw, its tips dancing rapidly across the virtual keyboard, leaving only a blur behind. Mo Jiang, you ignorant fool. What does it matter if something is rancid or bitter? Only those who lack skill cannot utilize exotic plant beasts as ingredients. Your narrow-mindedness and incomplete understanding of ingredients do not give you the right to mock others. Do your parents know how thick-skinned you are? After typing this, Mo Jiang felt a sense of relief and was about to leave when a flash of golden light appeared on the screen. Mei too, you little brat. Who do you think you're talking to? When I was born, your genes hadn't even appeared yet. How dare you prattle on with your ignorant question about why exotic beasts aren't used as ingredients? What nonsense! Mo Jiang felt her head nearly explode from anger as she read the comments. A low growl escaped her throat, and her claws extended. Chapter 37. Greed-driven scoundrels host. Such low-quality comments can be reported. Just as Mo Jiang crouched down in the chat room, infuriated and emitting a low growl, the system's voice resonated. Momentarily taken aback, she considered how to teach a lesson to the individual who disgusted even the tiger. Following the system's guidance, she pinpointed the user named Mei2 among the thousands of comments and decisively pressed the report button with her claw. Mo Jiang. Farewell, scoundrel. After sending the report, her claws flew across the virtual keyboard, and within 3 seconds, she sent the aforementioned comment. After Mo Jiang reported the offending individual, the system discreetly pushed her report to the back-end personnel who were about to review it. Although it was merely a system, it had never witnessed such egregious behavior since Mo Jiang's arrival in this world. Now, unable to act in reality, it resolved to ensure that this fool faced consequences through proper channels. In a vast ocean of data, the system accurately identified the information of this foul-mouthed individual and silently took note. It planned to remind Mo Jiang if she encountered this person in the future after leaving her home planet. Unbeknownst to Mo Jiang, while the system was safeguarding her from a distance, she noticed the absence of any further disgusting comments. Furthermore, many of the current comments were condemning Mei too. Mo Jiang squinted her eyes, a satisfied tilt to her small head. She glanced at the bustling host in the live stream and checked her back end, discovering that she had received nearly 50,000 in rewards over the past 2 days. She navigated to the reward page and, without hesitation, donated 100 yuan. Although she had encountered some unpleasantness in this live stream, it was not the host's fault, and she had gleaned some valuable information. Everyone has their struggles. A small contribution is still a contribution. The 100 yuan donation would be displayed as a battleship on the live stream page for a while. The host likely noticed this, as just as Mo Jiang was about to exit, his voice rang out. Thank you, Mo Jiang, for the battleship donation. However, please take note of the information in the top right corner of a live stream, and we kindly ask new viewers not to donate. Following his words, Mo Jiang's gaze shifted to the upper right corner of the live stream. In gray text, easily overlooked without close inspection, she read, "This live stream is hosted by the Research Institute's Food Research Department. The purpose is to collaboratively study the application of ingredients. It is non-profit, and donations are neither required nor desired. Thank you for your cooperation." As she read this line by line, Mo Jiang understood why the variety of ingredients in this live stream was so abundant. It was not surprising that the official live stream had higher popularity. After watching 3 live streams, she noted that 2 were unconventional. With a sigh, she decided to check out 2 more live streams before logging off to sleep. However, as she exited the live stream, she suddenly noticed a small icon indicating private messages rapidly changing. Upon opening the private messages, she was greeted by an onslaught of familiar content filling the entire screen. Mei2 number 1. Fool, stinking fool. All you do is report. Didn't he expect it? Huh, I have 50 accounts. Mei2 number 1. You ask a foolish question and can't handle the truth. And your glass heart is more fragile than those from ancient times. You must be from some trash planet. Mei2 number 1. But that S to be expected. Fools from trash planets only know how to seize our resources. It's utterly disgusting. Mo Jiang's claws clenched tightly. System, I recall your data processing capabilities are quite impressive. Find this person's address for me. I can't rest easy until I deal with this pest. The system quietly displayed the information on Mo Jiang's virtual screen. Within 10 years, you can activate farming mode across the entire planet, and I possess sufficient energy to transfer you to any planet within this dimension. Currently, you remain a little tiger confined to your home planet, so perhaps it's better to refrain from scratching at people. Mo Jiang discerned the unspoken implications in the system's words, her small face scrunching up in frustration as her anger and indignation simmered. Glancing at the continuously flashing private message page, she turned her attention to the personal information provided by the system. Wang Mang, 30 years old, self-media industry, currently boasts over 3 million followers on various platforms, primarily relying on controversial event commentary and occasionally fabricating incidents for attention. As she read on, Mo Jiang suddenly grasped the underlying motive. Based on the information provided by the system, individuals like Wang Mang typically do not act without ulterior motives. His intense engagement in messaging her was likely driven by some potential gain. Yet, they were strangers. What could he possibly want from her? Mo Jiang contemplated this, and a realization struck her mind. May 2 number 1. Isn't it normal to question why exotic beasts aren't used as ingredients? Just as it is normal to think one can create delicious dishes using exotic beast meat. Ha ha ha, fool. Upon reading this comment, Mo Jiang's eyes sparkled as she stepped outside her personal perspective, examining the remaining private messages from an outsider's viewpoint. Soon, she uncovered the true intentions of the other party. The initial few private messages incited a surge of anger. It is essential to recognize that when an individual is engulfed in extreme fury, their capacity for rational thought diminishes significantly. The subsequent message containing her inquiry seemingly redirected the matter to its origin, yet the true significance lies in the latter part. Each ensuing message subtly guided the recipient, the petite tiger cub, to declare who asserted that exotic beast meat could not be utilized as an ingredient. If she were to utter that statement, the other party's objective would be achieved. It is likely that soon they would exploit this incident to garner a wave of attention, potentially amplifying the situation to the extent of societal issues, thereby increasing their traffic even further. Having perused the various events of Wang Mang's life, Mo Jiang scoffed. Had she been unaware of the individual orchestrating events behind the scenes and failed to analyze the situation promptly, coupled with her genuine ability to craft culinary delights using exotic beast meat, she would have likely fallen into their trap. Upon realizing the entirety of the situation, Mo Jiang glanced at her private message interface. What was the purpose of her time spent watching the live stream and meticulously analyzing every detail? Was it not to garner greater affection for her own streaming domain? On a broader scale, it was to achieve high popularity. An opportunity presented itself before her, almost serendipitously. To forego its utilization would be a disservice to the effort expended by the other party in seeking trouble. Mo Jiang's claws poised over the virtual keyboard. She typed out a few lines. If you're ignorant, do not expose your foolishness. It seems your manner of speaking is unique to your kind. How pitiable. Having never tasted dishes made from exotic beasts, you dare to bicker like a maggot. She was generally amiable. She would not provoke trouble unless instigated. Yet, this did not imply she was to be bullied. After dispatching her message, Mo Jiang promptly exited the private message interface. Ultimately, it remained uncertain who was truly utilizing whom. As for why she was certain this matter would inevitably escalate, individuals like Wang Mang were all too familiar to Mo Jiang. One should not expect such characters to possess a conscience. When confronted with advantageous circumstances, they behaved like dogs drawn to the scent of meat, charging forth eagerly. For the sake of profit and traffic, those devoid of scruples would resort to any means. The other party had invested considerable time. It was implausible they would relinquish their pursuit so easily. Moreover, she had even left a bait within her words, and Mo Jiang was confident the individual would take the bait. As Mo Jiang prepared for her next livestream, her suspicions proved correct. Behold, the objective had been achieved. She extended her hand, swiftly typing out a line, and clicked send. However, the next moment, a glaring red exclamation mark appeared in the private chat interface. The other party had placed her on their blacklist, rendering her message undeliverable. Damn it, she muttered under her breath, adeptly switching accounts to send her message anew. Within seconds, her message was dispatched once more. After a prolonged wait, Wang Mang received no response. He grumbled and proceeded to edit submissions from netizens. This time, the guidance within the submissions was stronger than ever before. Soon after, A chat screenshot accompanied by a few brief lines appeared on the main page of Xingwei. Boasting over 200,000 followers, exotic beasts can indeed be used as ingredients, and they taste quite delightful. Having never tasted, prepared, or even heard of such a thing, the small, ignorant cub was thoroughly exposed. The following is a submission from a netizen. Completely unaware of the speed at which the other party operated, Mo Jiang, after finishing a live stream and defining her streaming direction, noticed the private message icon flashing incessantly. Upon clicking in, she found, unsurprisingly, a plethora of references to exotic beasts and ingredients. However, Mo Jiang merely glanced at the messages, confirmed her suspicions, and closed her virtual console. Sleep beckoned. A new day awaited, filled with labor. Chapter 38. The tiger cub recognizes its mentor live stream early the next morning. Mo Jiang departed the tribe with her small team. Under the reluctant gaze of the tiger cubs, they had set out quite early, rising from their beds before dawn. The tribe's breakfast time typically spanned from 10 to 11. The little tiger cub perched upon the back of a larger tiger, significantly increasing their speed. In mere minutes, they arrived at the site where they had discovered peanuts the previous day. The fat content within peanuts is substantial. Should winter arrive without food, they could sustain themselves on it for 10 days or even longer. This was also the reason they prioritized locating the peanuts. The scent from their previous passage still lingered in the air. Mo Jiang took a sniff, her moist nose eventually settling on a direction. The little tiger cub let out a youthful yowl, raising a paw to point forward. It's over there. Let us proceed. The round, bright eyes of the little tiger cub surveyed the surroundings, discovering a vast expanse brimming with peanuts. She left 7 or 8 tigers to excavate the peanuts while guiding the remaining few to explore for new discoveries. After walking for a while, Mo Jiang's gaze fell upon a particular area. The stems appeared diamond-shaped, adorned with fine hairs, and the leaves were simple. She was uncertain if it was indeed the plant she speculated it to be, so she consulted her comprehensive planting guide, though she had memorized the text. Possessing extensive knowledge was always advantageous in this wild beast realm. Potatoes, also known as Solanum tuberosum, belong to the nightshade family. Skipping the preceding information, Mo Jiang quickly located the description of potato stems and leaves. Comparing them to the diminutive leaves before her, she remained unsure until she cross-referenced with the accompanying image. Aside from a variation in color, the similarities were nearly indistinguishable. She concluded that the plant before her was indeed a potato. Mo Jiang's claws swiftly emerged from her paw pads as she began to excavate around the stems and leaves. Observing the little tiger cub's actions, one of the larger tigers stepped forward to scrutinize her efforts. Within moments, her voice rang out, "Cub, you should rest. I shall take over." Mo Jiang, who had been fervently digging and had already spotted the white tuber, was startled by the sudden voice. It belonged to the only female tiger within their group, one of the most formidable tigers of the tribe, Elder Huyu. It was said that a torrential rain had fallen when she was born. Mo Jiang gazed into Elder Huyu's gentle eyes, her tone soft yet resolute. "It's all right, Elder Huyu. I am not fatigued." Elder Huyu, hearing this, lightly placed her tail atop the little tiger cub's head, giving it a gentle pat. Elder Huyu had sensed the little cub's fragility. During the tribe's meeting the previous day, she had spent most of her time observing, remaining silent and inconspicuous. Yet she discerned that the little tiger cub's constitution was exceedingly weak, to the point where even her tail could not bear the strain. Furthermore, conventional training methods for young tigers were wholly unsuitable for her and would only exacerbate her physical ailments. Unless nourished with high-energy herbs for gradual recovery, she might not survive to adulthood. The maturity period for tigers is 20 years. With such a frail body, the little cub represented the tribe's greatest hope, leaving no room for error. This was the primary reason Elder Huyu shadowed the little tiger cub. However, prior to Elder Huyu's descent, she offered a reminder. "We seek the tubers below. It matters not if the above stems and leaves are damaged." Upon hearing the little cub's words, Elder Huyu shook her ears and chuckled. "The tribe leader mentioned you enjoy unearthing food from the earth. I previously doubted that sweet potatoes also came from the soil. Today, I have come to realize my narrow-mindedness." Among the elders, Elder Huyu was the sole female and the youngest. Yet in a tribe where the average lifespan is 150 years, Elder Huyu, at 60, was still in her prime. Even a 90-year-old tribe leader could still be regarded as a vigorous tiger. HMI and HXN. young tigers of their age, appeared to the eyes of others as mere cubs, especially considering the tender age of 3 for Mjing. Having grasped the general circumstances of the H tribe, Mjing was aware that despite the hardships of this era, longevity was commonplace. She understood that in the eyes of the great tigers, she resembled a newly born cub. Thus, upon hearing HY's words, she shyly trembled her ears. No. Elder HY is truly remarkable. I merely possess the talent to sense it. The elder's vast experience and strength are truly impressive. As Mjing spoke, her small face radiated sincerity. HY noticed this and was amused by the pure admiration reflected in the little cub's bright eyes. Would you like to learn from me? One day you could become as formidable as I am. In the H tribe, respect was granted to the strong, and HY, who would carve her path among the 10 esteemed elders, was undoubtedly unmatched in prowess. Her subtle proposal to take on a disciple signified her genuine intentions. The frail little cub had extraordinary potential, and although the H tribe could protect her for a lifetime, there would inevitably be moments of vulnerability over time. It was impractical to rely solely on the tribe. Should the day arrive when the tribe was not by her side, a solitary tiger would be insufficient. It was essential to possess personal strength for a sustained journey. While the tribe's conventional training methods might not suit her, perhaps the unique training approach HY had devised could be effective. As HY contemplated this, she became increasingly convinced of its feasibility. Her gaze upon the little cub grew brighter. To be honest, Mjing was momentarily stunned by HY's words. She had not anticipated that a simple statement, albeit slightly flattering yet grounded in truth, would elicit such joy in HY that she wished to take her as a disciple. Mjing was left speechless. The H tribe's candor and simplicity had reached unprecedented heights in her mind. When the bewildered Mjing met the glistening gaze of HY, she found it impossible to refuse. However, before nodding in agreement, she inquired, I am frail. Our H tribe's training methods do not suit me. In the past few days, she had appeared busy, yet she had stolen a moment to sneak a glance at the training ground for 10-year-old tigers, led by LN, and discovered the intensity of their training was indeed formidable. Were she to participate, she would likely struggle to endure even 10 minutes. Meanwhile, LN observed the young tigers with great enthusiasm, chattering about their foundational training, claiming that once she was well fed, she could keep up with half of them, and with further growth, she would surely master the foundational training. Upon hearing this, Mjing realized the vast differences between tigers. Conveniently, her method of enhancing strength was entirely distinct from the H tribe's approach to training cubs. While not perfectly suited for her, it would ensure her steady growth and enable her to face the formidable male wolves of the L tribe independently. HY's voice resonated, and it took Mjing a while to comprehend the meaning behind her words. She was utterly astounded. This realization had embedded itself in her brain. Yet here was a tiger, a top-tier member of the H tribe, willing to mentor her, even encouraging her that she could not only confront a single cub, but also take on 10 or more. Mjing's mind buzzed with excitement, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Goodness! HY's eyes crinkled in amusement as she playfully swept her clean tail across the little cub's head. Our H tribe's cub should be like this. Whenever you wish to dig for something, your master will accompany you. Observing HY's joyful demeanor, Mjing could not help but feel delighted as well. Yet, deep down, she reminded herself that while the tigers of the H tribe were straightforward and innocent, her newly appointed master seemed even more so. She would have to keep a watchful eye to prevent her naive master from being taken advantage of. Nearby, a few tigers watched the budding master-disciple relationship unfold, exchanging a few words of agreement and gazing enviously at Mjing. However, there was not a hint of jealousy in their hearts. The youngest among them was already 15, well beyond the acceptable age. Moreover, the little cub was so frail and was seen as the hope of their tribe. Learning some skills from Elder HY would be beneficial for her, not only for self-protection, but also for strengthening her physique. Thus, they felt no resentment, only admiration and lamentations about their own advancing age. Unaware of the thoughts of the other tigers, Mjing, captivated by HY's affectionate tone, felt her ears warm with embarrassment. After a brief pause, she did not forget her intention to reform the live streaming format. Seeing no one was paying attention, she gently tapped her paw on the virtual interface, activating the live stream. At that moment, Those who had been guarding the live stream, half asleep and half awake, were startled as the screen suddenly illuminated, squinting their eyes in confusion, their dazed minds leading them to believe they were dreaming. How could the cub, who was typically so reluctant to stream, suddenly go live so early? It must be an illusion. Shaking their heads, the die-hard fans who had been waiting in the live stream were about to close their eyes and return to their dreams. Yet the next second, they all lifted their heads. Closing their eyes? This was no dream. The cub had gone live. In the next instant, the familiar youthful voice of Mo Jiang resonated in the live stream. Chapter 39. Grandpa, the streamer has arrived. In the previous 3 days, the live stream had been a trial run. Today it officially commenced, with the host detailing all relevant information at the top of the stream. As soon as she finished speaking, the live stream erupted in excitement. Is it really the host? Is this for real? The cub? Is it truly the cub? Oh my gosh. Cub, is that really you? I'm not dreaming, am I? Please, please, Grandpa. I finally waited for you to say you were streaming. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, blocking any visibility for the audience who had not managed to opt for the immersive viewing experience. When Mo Jiang opened the live stream, she anticipated that some viewers might be waiting, but she was taken aback by the sheer number of people. Momentarily dazed, she quickly regained her composure. Mo Jiang's paws flew across the interface, typing furiously as lines of text appeared in the blink of an eye. She felt fortunate that while the keyboard of this era was virtual, the letters and their arrangement remained unchanged. In no time, all information related to the live stream was displayed at the top. Simultaneously, as viewers selected the immersive mode, this information would appear in their field of vision before they entered. The audience had already disabled the live stream's comments, and now the prominently displayed, scrolling text at the top was unmistakable. They read and silently comprehended the meaning of the announcement. Live stream announcement. This live stream officially commenced on August 1st, 2121 in the star calendar. Open all day except during sleep and personal time. Main content will include cuisine, hunting, gathering, etc. Different content will have varying streaming times. For details, see below. Upon understanding the content of the announcement, the audience erupted in fervor. They were unconcerned about any changes in content as long as food was involved. What thrilled them the most was the extended streaming hours compared to before. The viewers, already frazzled by the erratic streaming schedule of the host named HZI, could hardly contain their excitement. Some were so animated that they were ready to create celebratory threads. However, just as they were about to leave the live stream, a sudden thought occurred to them. The motion to exit froze in place. The next second, they obediently remained where they were, completely unwilling to move. The neurotic announcement from the host was one thing, but who knew if she would suddenly decide to end the stream again? Such foolishness was not to be entertained. It was best to suppress their excitement for a moment to ensure lasting happiness. Mo Jiang was unaware of the anxious state her audience had been driven to by her previous erratic streaming habits, leaving them reluctant to depart. She finished sending the messages and commenced her live broadcast for the day. From 6 in the morning until 10 o'clock, it was the time for gathering ingredients. The segment dedicated to culinary delights spanned from 10:30 to 11. Those who held no interest in watching the ingredient collection were free to exit and attend to their own affairs, returning when the time was right. Before she could finish her sentence, the barrage of comments in the live chat erupted with enthusiasm. We love gathering. Yes, yes, yes. Who's I? Just carry on. As long as it's you, we adore everything. Gathering ingredients is an integral part of gastronomy. I relish it, and so does everyone here. There's not a single soul who dislikes it. As long as you, who's I, remain on air and there is food, we're content to linger here for as long as it takes. Gathering ingredients? Who's I? What are the coordinates of your planet? Which celestial body can possibly nurture naturally edible sustenance? Someone upstairs has identified a blind spot. I too am curious about the coordinates of who's I's planet. Envy, oh whoa. The chat was lively and bustling. However, Mo Jiang's relaxed demeanor underwent a significant transformation upon reading those comments regarding the planetary coordinates. Her heartbeat resonated in her chest, echoing in her ears. Mo Jiang instinctively tapped her claws to alleviate her tension and chose to ignore the subsequent queries in the live chat. The nature of her broadcast had changed, and with it, certain questions would inevitably follow. Mo Jiang had already devised answers for some inquiries, yet others remained unresolved. Thus, she opted to disregard them. After all, her home planet would not be discovered, and outsiders could not intrude. All information pertaining to her in the live room had been secured at the highest security level by the system. As long as she refrained from speaking, no issues would arise. In the real world, Yu sensed a shift in Hu's eyes' emotions. Just as he was about to inquire about her well-being, he noticed her relaxation once more. Observing her fluffy little face and her dazed expression, he recognized that she was merely lost in thought. Yu twitched his whiskers, deciding against probing further into the thoughts of the little cub. She was still a cub, after all, a young one who only knew to eat and drink to grow strong, and given her frail constitution, it was no wonder she occasionally daydreamed. Unbeknownst to Mo Jiang, who had no inkling of Yu's formidable strength, she felt an odd sensation, as if something had brushed against her before vanishing in an instant, swift enough to make her question her perception. With a powerful tiger by her side and the system to back her, she felt no concern for her safety in reality. Her focus returned to the live broadcast. Glancing at the chat, she noted that the inquiries regarding interstellar coordinates were relatively few. Mo Jiang shifted the camera to capture the potato stalks and the partially exposed potato tuber beside Yu, introducing it in the live room. Here is the first plant we gathered today, the potato. A remarkably high-yielding plant, rich in starch. A small piece can stave off hunger. It is suitable for various cooking methods including steaming, boiling, frying, roasting, and stewing. After briefly explaining, she moved closer to Yu, eager to assist. Upon seeing the potato, which differed from the pale yellow variety on launching, as the skin on her home planet was white, she realized that it resembled peanuts, small leaves. Yet the fruit was exponentially larger than those on launching. Yu had been digging for nearly 2 minutes without unearthing the potato, partly due to caution and partly because the potato was colossal. The portion that was exposed alone suggested it was as large as a basketball, 2 to 3 times bigger than a sweet potato. "Master, allow me to assist." Mo Jiang chimed in sweetly, but just as she uttered those words, she felt something wrap around her waist. An instinctive sense of dread washed over her. Indeed, in the next moment, she was lifted off the ground. "Just a moment. Little cub, it will be over soon." Without a backward glance, Yu gently set Mo Jiang back in her original spot. Mo Jiang scrunched her damp, pink nose and decided against approaching again, opting to wait until Yu unearthed the potato. Her attention shifted back to the live chat when suddenly, a golden donation notification appeared. Announcement: Research Institute Ingredient Researcher Number 1 has gifted the streamer a high-class starship. High-class starships are a type of transport vessel typically used for carrying important supplies or personnel, equipped with certain defensive and combat capabilities. On the donation leaderboard, each ship costs 10,000 credits, though it lacked the spectacle of gold coins and fireworks like a cosmic aircraft carrier. The appearance of a high-class starship donation would still trigger an announcement visible to all viewers in the live room. Mo Jiang's focus did not linger on the donation. Upon seeing the name of Research Institute Ingredient Researcher Number 1, a sense of foreboding welled within her, as if to validate her intuition. The chat was soon inundated with similar comments. "Fishball soup belongs to me. Oh wow. I can't believe I'm seeing a real person from the Research Institute in the live chat. Wolf Cub just wants to play what? All of you Human Research Institute personnel are supposed to be shrouded in mystery. How did one appear here? Mechanical Heart. Amazing. I'm a fan of this live stream. And now, there's someone from the Research Institute. I've decided to tune in daily, not just for the food, but also for the big shots from the Research Institute." Mo Jiang felt a chill at the similarity of those comments. The Research Institute, from the moment she acquired her virtual light brain and began using it, she understood its significance. Next to the search box, there were several modules, the most prominent being the words Research Institute. After satisfying her curiosity, she had clicked on it. Humanity, after thousands of years of evolution, had divided into 2 major powers, the alliance to which she belonged and the Empire. However, the Research Institute transcended these 2 regimes, standing above both human nations. It gathered the pinnacle of talent across various fields, holding a status of unparalleled significance, with the culinary sciences being one of its departments. Individuals from the Research Institute rarely appeared in public. When they did, it was invariably due to a significant discovery. Given the unique status of the Research Institute, no one would dare impersonate them, ensuring that any appearance was genuine. It was no wonder the chat was in such astonishment. Mo Jiang felt as if she were on the verge of losing her composure. The mere presence of a Research Institute member in her live room indicated that 90% of her broadcast content was likely related to their research or significant discoveries. As for why it was them rather than him, that was a separate matter, but it was highly probable that a group of individuals was gathered around a single screen. Given their reputation as research zealots, this scenario was certainly plausible. And Mo Jiang had previously felt relieved that she could simply ignore the queries about planetary coordinates, confident they would not find her. Now, with the Research Institute's appearance, they possessed the most advanced technology in the galaxy. Finding her location was not beyond their capabilities. System. You previously mentioned that as long as I do not actively expose myself, given the concealment of my home planet, I wouldn't be discovered for at least a century? Indeed. Is there nothing the Research Institute can do? Mo Jiang asked, her unease mounting. Correct. My live room, virtual light brain, and account 1T be discovered, will they? No, the security level is top tier, with anti-tracking and location features, ensuring absolute safety. Mo Jiang swayed her tail, feeling a profound sense of calm. Just as she relaxed, a dazzling barrage of comments and a voice appeared simultaneously. Research Institute Ingredient Researcher Number 1. May I kindly request that you frequently check your private message interface? I have some matters to discuss with you. Thank you very much for your adorable demeanor. What were you so anxious about just now? Upon seeing the messages in the live chat, Mo Jiang felt her heart steady once more. As long as it is not in front of the live broadcast, there is no issue with conversing daily with the other party. It is a perfect opportunity to see if one can learn about advanced technology. Her farming system is woefully lacking in terms of technological sophistication. When Huyu's voice resonated, Mo Jiang instantly bristled. The little tiger cub stiffly twisted its neck, and when its gaze met Huyu's seemingly all-seeing eyes, its pupils constricted in an instant. Chapter 40. One account. Two aliases. Mo Jiang's mind went blank as she locked eyes with Huyu, unable to articulate a single word. She was merely pondering whether such plants were abundant. If not, the upcoming winter would be insurmountable, and she did not wish to witness her kin departing one by one. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the large potato that Huyu had unearthed and placed on the ground. Words slipped from her mouth without passing through her mind. Upon noticing Huyu's gaze shift, Mo Jiang's brain finally began to function again. Huyu, upon hearing the little tiger cub speak, was devoid of suspicion. When she resolved to closely watch over the little cub, she visited Hu Bai and Hu Luo to gather information. Through the accounts of the two tigers, she understood that this little cub was overly burdened with worries, leading to its frail condition, which gave Huyu a sense of clarity. Therefore, when she heard the cub express that it had frightened itself into a frenzy with its own imagination, it did not seem implausible. Mo Jiang was unaware of how she appeared in the eyes of the larger tigers. Just as she felt the suffocating silence was becoming unbearable and was about to break it by stepping on Huyu's paw, a gentle force suddenly appeared above her head. The little tiger cub looked up, its round eyes filled with confusion. It was Huyu's tail, affectionately caressing her little head. When Huyu met the cub's innocent and clear gaze, her expression softened further, and her voice emanated a warmth palpable to every tiger present. After finishing her statement and gazing at the little cub, she added, "You are still young. Simply purifying a bit of soil each day is sufficient. Growing up healthy is the most important thing. With the elders and the clan leader among us, we have been through many harsh winters. There is no reason we cannot endure this one as well. Do not overthink it." As if fearing the little cub would disregard her words, Huyu lowered her head, her damp nose nudging against Mo Jiang's, their eyes locking in a serious exchange. In that moment, Mo Jiang felt that before Huyu, she was not just a cub, but a tiger standing on equal footing. She sighed inwardly, thinking this tiger clan is indeed a peculiar and enchanting group. She shook her ears and heard her tender voice emerge. "Master, I will no longer let my mind wander, for I have you." With a tiger to rely on, she was no longer alone, freeing her from the burden of constant contemplation. In the future, when the time was ripe, it would also be possible to share more with her trusted tiger. As Huyu lowered her head, their noses touching, and uttered that statement. For the first time since arriving in this world, Mo Jiang felt her heart open slightly, allowing a tiger to dwell within. For the first time, the darkness of her heart welcomed a glimmer of light. Seeing the little cub's earnest demeanor, Huyu, sensing her sincerity, affectionately ruffled Mo Jiang's fluffy head and remarked, "Such a good cub." Her voice was sweet, causing the ears of the tigers to redden involuntarily. Mo Jiang shook her ears, her gaze falling upon the pristine, oversized white potato on the ground, and shifted the topic, asking Master, "Are such plants abundant nearby?" Hu Yu, intrigued, observed the little cub's ears, even questioning her own. So the ears of the tiger clan can indeed turn red. After a moment of contemplation, she pointed in a direction. During the last rainy season, while hunting, I came across several plants resembling those potato stems and leaves near a small hill. I wonder if they still exist. With the topic successfully redirected, Mo Jiang felt a sense of relief wash over her as her gaze scanned the surroundings. She pondered whether this potato had been inadvertently brought by other small creatures. After surveying the area, she noted only 5 or 6 potato plants. With several tigers working together, they could easily unearth them in no time. While conversing with Hu Yu, Mo Jiang used her claws to dig up a small potato, first sniffing it and then sampling a tiny bit. The flavor, besides a distinct odor of savage energy, unmistakably bore the essence of a potato. She immediately confirmed it to be indeed a potato. During this trial of tasting the potato, the tigers, perhaps having been informed, showed no intention of stopping her. However, the concern in their eyes was nearly palpable. Mo Jiang, sensing their worry but recognizing their restraint, merely licked the potato and then spat out a few mouthfuls of saliva. As expected, the anxious expressions on the tigers' faces considerably eased. With her paws tapping the ground, Mo Jiang lifted her head and directed her gaze toward Hu Yu. "Master, is the small hill you mentioned far from us? If it's not too far, we could go check it out first." Hu Yu seemed to read her thoughts, casting a glance at the fluffy cub barely reaching her knees, and replied coolly, "Wait until they finish digging up the plants, and we will go together." Her words shattered Mo Jiang's small scheme. The fluffy cub lowered its head to scratch its nose with its paw and began to wander about within the sight of the tigers, hoping to make new discoveries while redirecting its attention toward a portion of the live broadcast. When Mo Jiang initially set up the live broadcast, she deliberately activated the Ignore Intelligent Life mode. This meant the larger tigers could not be seen in the broadcast, nor would her own figure appear. Similarly, they could not hear the exchanges within the tiger clan. The environment visible was solely what she could see, filtering out the true surroundings of the tigers. Thus, after a brief conversation with Hu Yu, the comments in the live broadcast remained largely unchanged. Many viewers were fervently urging the little tiger cub to check her private messages, with remarks such as, "Tiger cub, take a look at the private message feature, will you?" After observing for a while, Mo Jiang discerned that these comments were intended to capture the attention of the personnel from the Research Institute, currently ranked second in the live broadcast. Originally, she had planned to wait until the end of the broadcast to view them, but with so many comments urging her, she decided to open the private message page. The identity registered for the Xingbo live broadcast was that of a virtual light brain, specifically Mo Jiang's identity. One Xingbo account can have 3 to 5 aliases. Hu Chuixiang Qianchong is the alias she uses for broadcasting, while Mo Xiao Jiang is for watching the live streams. The back end of these 2 aliases does not interfere with one another, and each has its own private message page. The alias Mo Xiao Jiang was used for the first time yesterday, and no one was aware of it. This was also one of the reasons Mo Jiang had clicked on the flashing private message notification while browsing the live broadcast with the alias Mo Xiao Jiang last night. Now, upon opening the private message interface of Hu Chui Xiang Qianchong, Mo Jiang observed the notification frequency for private messages was exponentially higher than that of the Mo Xiao Jiang alias, confirming her suspicions. The next moment, she deftly opened the search bar, and as soon as she typed Research Institute, 2 messages popped up. Mo Jiang clicked into the chat interface. Research Institute Food Researcher No. 1. Hello, little tiger cub. I am a related staff member from the Human Research Institute's food department. Research Institute Ingredient Researcher No. 1. It is as follows. My colleagues observed some edible ingredients in your live broadcast. After conducting a comparative study, we found that the ingredients featured in your stream are not recorded in our database, suggesting they may be a newly emerged plant. Could you provide us with some relevant information about these ingredients? Alternatively, the coordinates of your planet would suffice. We will offer you appropriate compensation in return. Tiger cub charged forward. I apologize, but my situation is rather unique. I cannot provide coordinates or samples of ingredients. Since entering the live stream and rewarding with my small wallet, I have been fixated on the private message interface when a message suddenly popped up. I hurriedly clicked on it. Xiao Lu bit his lip. His fingers danced over the keyboard. Research Institute Ingredient Researcher No. 1. May I inquire if you could provide some information about the plant? In less than a minute, a reply came through. Tiger Cub charged forward. I can provide information about the plant, but I cannot guarantee what you may discover. The planet I currently inhabit is unlike any known to date. Upon reading the first half of the message, Xiaolu could not suppress a squeal, instantly drawing the attention of his colleagues. He felt the weight of countless gazes upon him, prompting him to retract his neck, turn, and clasp his hands together, softly murmuring apologies all around. Xiaolu fought to suppress the impulse to leap in excitement. Even upon reading the latter part of the message, his exhilaration remained unabated. Research Institute Ingredient Researcher No. 1. No worries, I will send you a form. Please fill in whatever you can. The capabilities of the Research Institute are formidable. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to contact us, and we can provide various forms of support. With this message, a document was also sent over. Mo Jiang looked at the words from the other party. She understood the first half but was baffled by the latter part concerning support and capabilities. Not wishing to dwell on it, she set it aside, recognizing it was of little relevance to her. As for why the other party mentioned assistance, it seemed to reflect the broader environment of this era. Chapter 41. The emergence of giants in the livestream. Due to the existence of the insectoids, ferocious beasts, and exotic creatures, this era has virtually turned everyone into soldiers. However, each legion has a limit on personnel. Not everyone can join. Moreover, some individuals prefer their freedom, finding the regulations of the legions too constraining. Thus, the profession of mercenaries has flourished. They earn their livelihood by accepting tasks in exchange for remuneration, regardless of the nature of the assignment. Depending on their rank, mercenaries can undertake missions ranging from large-scale wars to transporting children to school, with a scope of operations that is almost unimaginable. Their presence is felt in most conflicts, in addition to various governments and reserve forces of planets. Mercenaries represent a formidable fighting force in warfare. It is not uncommon for them to be contracted to explore new worlds. Upon recalling Mo Jiang's previous comments and the frequent disconnections during her live stream, Xiaolu naturally assumed she was likely a mercenary trapped on an unknown planet. After returning to the live stream, Mo Jiang glanced at the barrage of comments, noticing that the suggestion to pay more attention to private messages had diminished significantly. In reality, the remaining few potatoes had been unearthed, all of which were, without exception, the same size as the first one, resembling a basketball. Mo Jiang gazed at the pile of 5 or 6 potatoes on the ground, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. After pondering for a long while, she could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. While introducing the potatoes to the audience in her mind, she awaited the others to return from their foraging. The white tubers piled on the ground are the potatoes I previously introduced to you, and they are our main ingredient for today. 2.5 days. Is this potato the kind I understand it to be? Beautiful tomorrow. Potato? Is it the latest discovery of the Research Institute's exotic plant variety? Fishy cutie. From its appearance, it resembles the potatoes I've seen before, but I just feel that the potato in Tiger Cub's hand is somewhat different from the exotic plant potatoes we are familiar with. Kakiyu, Tiger Cub, you haven't been deceived, have you? Potatoes are all earthy yellow. Where do you find white ones? Mo Jiang observed the comments flying across the screen, accurately identifying the discrepancies. According to the barrage, exotic plant potatoes are earthy yellow, while the ferocious plant potatoes are white and infused with brutal energy. She casually opened a search box and entered relevant keywords, quickly finding a plethora of images. The stems, leaves, and fruits all bore the colors and characteristics of her original world, albeit with smaller stems and disproportionately large fruits, just like the white potato in her hand. Mo Jiang searched for ferocious plant potatoes, but the result returned no matches. Only a line beneath the search box read, "Currently, ferocious plant potatoes have not been discovered." Watching the barrage erupt into fervent discussion sparked by her mention of today's ingredients, Mo Jiang lowered her head and gently tapped the potato, uncertain how to explain the matter to her audience. While the live stream buzzed with discussion, a portion of the audience, certain that Tiger Cub would not end the stream as before and disinterested in foraging, quietly left the broadcast. They planned to return half an hour before mealtime. As some viewers departed, the popularity of the Research Institute Ingredient Department's culinary live stream surged visibly on the largest platform in the Star Network. Mo Jiang, who had always been attentive to the real-time online viewer count in her live stream, noticed the numbers gradually dwindling. Even though she had prepared herself for this, she could not help but feel a wave of disappointment. She no longer dwelled on the potato issue and spoke directly. The potato I refer to differs from what you know. The potatoes in this live stream are ferocious plants, not exotic ones. As soon as these words were uttered, the previously calm live stream erupted into chaos. The barrage poured in like snowflakes, incessantly flooding the screen. The sheer density of comments was enough to induce discomfort in those with a fear of crowded visuals. Waiting time. Ferocious plants? Tiger tsobe, donte jest. It is well understood that a plant can either belong to the exotic category or the ferocious category, but not both. Li Ben immediately falls. Tiger cub, you are still a child. Your understanding of this world may not be complete. It's fine if you do not know what the ingredient in your hand is. Send it over, and I will help you identify it. By the way, don't forget to post the cooking method at the top. Big Ingu. What you mentioned resonates with my thoughts. Cub, while my culinary skills may be lacking, my ability to learn is exceptional. Send the ingredients over, and I will help you identify them and cook them, charging only half for my efforts. Sheep. Same here. Cub, send it to me for identification. Not only will I help you cook, but I will also not charge a fee for my labor. For ingredient identification, please consult Sheep. You can trust me. Just as the barrage reached its peak intensity, Mo Jiang's voice resonated within the live stream. The planet I currently inhabit is unlike any known planet. This place is filled with ferocious beasts and ferocious plants, devoid of exotic ones. Moreover, how can you be so certain that I am merely a child when none of you have ever met me? As these words fell, the barrage abruptly ceased. The audience in the live stream was left in a state of bewilderment. The atmosphere became strangely quiet. Just when Mo Jiang thought the audience would remain silent, a comment suddenly appeared. Li Ben immediately falls. So, Tiger Cub, you are not actually a tiger cub? With the emergence of this comment, the silence was shattered. Fishball in a bowl. Listening to Tiger Cub's voice, it sounds like that of a child. Don't try to fool us. Sky S Ocean. If Tiger Cub wants to pretend to be an adult, they need to start from the beginning. Only then might we believe it. Stubborn Pig doesn't fear boiling water. Likewise, what is wrong with being a little cub? We, the audience, prefer watching live streams featuring little cubs. Those adult live streams are utterly unappealing. Some viewers focus their attention on whether the host was indeed a child, expressing disbelief. Meanwhile, others were drawn to Mo Jiang's preceding statements. N-I-O-N-I-O-I-Y-M-O. On this planet, there are only ferocious plants and beasts, and it is well known that no such planet exists. How did the streamer discover such a place? X-Enki IHOZH. From previous live broadcasts, I gathered some information in the chat room and noticed that the flora on the streamer's planet does indeed differ from known ferocious plants. Is the streamer a mercenary? Did they accidentally drift to this planet? J11ZTP. According to the various planetary maps stored in my mind, the environment where the streamer currently resides does not belong to any known planet. However, I am quite curious about which race the streamer belongs to. It is virtually impossible to broadcast from an unexplored planet. Among the comments, many viewers are familiar with the presence of both the X-Enki IHOZH and J11ZTP, who are both experts in their respective fields. Upon their appearance, the chat's activity diminished significantly. M. Jiang was unaware of the significance of these two figures. But noticing the drop in comments and the emergence of astonished reactions, she realized that some prominent personalities had entered her stream. IKJ to CH and CHN. Everyone, please hold on. Let me provide you with some insights. Some of you may not have noticed the X-Enki IHOZH and J11ZTP in the chat and may not be familiar with them. However, I must say, all of you who have entered this live stream today have struck gold. Accompanying this comment was a notification of a generous donation in the form of a battleship from IKJ to CH and CHN. The number of viewers donating in M. Jiang's live stream was quite limited, as she had no intention of relying on donations for income. Thus, the donation leaderboard currently featured only 4 individuals, including IKJ to CH and CHN. After viewers donated, their comments could unlock new font colors. However, the types of colors unlocked varied based on the amount donated. A donation of 1 Alliance coin would unlock a light yellow font, while a donation of 100 Alliance coins for a battleship could unlock 1,000 font colors. High-tier starships unlock all font colors and come with additional benefits. The highest tier, the Cosmic Aircraft Carrier, not only unlocks font colors but also font sizes and shapes. IKJ to CHNCHN opted for a striking red, making it impossible for anyone in the stream to ignore her comment. Upon seeing her comment, viewers who had missed the X, Enki, IHOZH, and J11ZTP became increasingly excited. Uninformed viewers, witnessing the commotion in the chat, grew curious and awaited IKJ to CHNCHN's insights. However, after a prolonged wait, IKJ to CHNCHN had yet to reappear. Meanwhile, the audience anxiously awaited her return, as she was currently engaged in private messaging with MGing. IKJ to CHNCHN. Excuse me, streamer. Would it be possible to introduce these two esteemed figures in your live stream? MGing initially did not realize someone was messaging her. She was waiting for someone to provide insights in the chat. It was only upon receiving a system notification that she opened the private message. After reading the message and glancing at the two images, she promptly replied with a simple yes. IKJ to CHNCHN. Please note, the following insights will not reveal their true identities, but will only elucidate their areas of expertise. The X, Enki, IHOZH specializes in researching the flora of various planets, having memorized all known plants across 326 explored planets in the galaxy, and can accurately determine the specific region of origin through observation of the flora. They're the author of the book Plants That Won't Lead You Astray, which has seen tremendous sales and is a must-have for all mercenaries. IKJ to CHNCHN. The two esteemed figures who just commented may not have been noticed by the streamer earlier, so I will repost their insights here. After her explanation, not only were the viewers in the chat bewildered, but MGing herself was also taken aback. She was eager to understand why such heavyweight, encyclopedic figures had appeared in her live stream. She was not alone in her thoughts. The audience, while thrilled to share the screen with such luminaries, was also puzzled. Viewers expressed their curiosity directly in the comments. X, Enki, IHOZH. I had previously followed the streamer, but have been busy lately, and today I happened to catch what the streamer said, so I decided to make my presence known. J11ZTP. I came after seeing the trending topic on XNGWI Square. XNGWI Square's trending topic? Chapter 42. Is she a star traveler? The greatest advantage of selecting immersive mode while watching a live stream is the ability to feel as though one is truly present, especially in a particularly captivating broadcast. However, the most significant benefit of immersive mode is also its greatest drawback. Once in immersive mode, viewers can only remain within the live stream and cannot use other applications aside from communication and messaging. Therefore, upon seeing the words trending topic on XNGWI Square, even though one feels an itch of curiosity to rush over and check, they can only suppress it due to the live stream's viewing mode. After all, trending topics can be searched at any time. However, missing out on the culinary delights while away from the live stream is a loss that cannot be compensated. MGing noticed that the number of viewers in her live stream remained steady, even increasing, which left her somewhat perplexed. However, she soon had no time to ponder such matters. Unlike the viewers confined to the live stream, her virtual light brain allowed her to open several applications simultaneously. Thus, upon seeing the trending topic on XNGWI Square, MGing promptly opened the app. Upon entering the homepage, she was greeted by several entries related to personnel from the Research Institute, prominently featured. Research Institute Donations, Research Institute Culinary Live Broadcast, Research Institute Tiger Cub, and a series of entries with either booming or explosive levels of popularity. Noticing the entries at the top that were directly related to her, MGing casually selected one to explore further. The top entry, which was also the most popular, contained the Research Institute donation tag and featured a simple message. In a lifetime of shock series, a big shot from the Research Institute actually donated to the streamer, accompanied by a screenshot of the donation comment. The information was concise and straightforward. After reading it, MGing's gaze shifted downward, noting the data was quite evident. Shares, comments, and likes had already surpassed 1 million. However, considering the vast number of individuals in the interstellar era, this did not seem surprising. She then clicked into the comments section. I've lived long enough to see this. I want to take a photo with a big shot. The first comment left MGing somewhat puzzled. The user must have visited her live stream. Over 50,000 viewers. No wonder the number of people in her live stream had skyrocketed. After browsing for a minute, she discovered that most comments expressed astonishment that the previously enigmatic Research Institute would donate to a small streamer, with no negative commentary to be found. Mo Jiang felt relieved as she exited the entry. The remaining trending topics featured similar themes. Some introduced the live stream, while others provided insights about her as a streamer. There were various types of comments, yet upon review, most viewers had taken an interest in the live stream and the streamer who had received the Research Institute's donation. As Mo Jiang exited, she instinctively scrolled down a couple of times. Fishball soup, tiger cub cuisine, sweet potato and blue potato, green goo forever, tiger cub's culinary delights, and other familiar terms appeared at the end of the trending topics, indicating that their popularity seemed to be on the rise, likely propelled by the preceding entries related to the Research Institute. However, the Xingmong mercenary group is set to arrive at the Luoka battlefield in 3 days, coinciding with the second day of the Military Academy entrance examination's practical assessment. These trending topics caused Mo Jiang to reconsider her decision to leave. Mercenaries, wasn't that a term once uttered by enthusiasts of the planetary community? The enthusiastic Chanchan had sent her 2 images via private message, providing more detailed information about the newly emerged prominent figures in the live stream than her own barrage of comments. After perusing the images, Mo Jiang naturally grasped the substantial influence these individuals wielded online. Moreover, the content of the barrage in the live stream was predominantly a replication of the questions posed by these 2 notable figures, leaving Mo Jiang with no means to evade or escape such discussions. Thus, upon encountering the term mercenary, she instinctively clicked on it. The information pertained to mercenaries providing support to the front lines. After scanning through the comments, apart from well wishes and encouragement, she found little of practical value. Familiar with the interface, she swiftly opened the search bar and typed in Xingqiu mercenary. In an instant, a cascade of results appeared. Mercenaries engage in diverse operations, and some of the more formidable ones are commissioned to explore new planets. At this juncture, a well-articulated thought formed within Mo Jiang's mind. She was aware of the high level of discourse surrounding Xingwei and recognized that her own popularity had surged to an unexpected degree. To illustrate, during her peak viewership in recent days, she had barely exceeded 100,000 viewers. The opportunity had arrived so suddenly that it initially flustered her, but she quickly regained her composure. As long as she could captivate the audience currently in the live stream, the Hu Clan would not face starvation this frigid season. The voice of Hu Yu resonated first. "Let us go, they are coming." With this pronouncement, Mo Jiang felt her waist ensnared by a lengthy tiger tail, lifting her upwards. They were heading out in search of salt. She had inquired the previous day, discovering that the Hu Clan did not reside near the sea, rendering the extraction of salt from ocean waters impossible. Given the terrain of the Hu Clan, it was plausible to find salt mines or salt lakes. However, plans often fail to keep pace with change. The paramount concern now was to retain the audience flooding into the live stream. Upon hearing the words of the little tiger cub, Hu Yu had no objections, for their purpose was to assist Mo Jiang. They would follow her lead. Uncertain of the thoughts of the elder tigers, Mo Jiang rejoiced at their agreement and embraced a potato. "Can I hold a potato myself?" she asked, her voice imbued with innocence. The little tiger cub, merely 3 years old and more slender than the others, was dwarfed by the smallest potato on the ground, which towered over her by a head. Rather than her holding the potato, it seemed more like her small form had melted into a fluffy tiger pancake, her furry belly perfectly aligned with the potato. Coupled with her damp, wide-eyed gaze and sweet voice, it was impossible for Hu Yu to resist. Unable to decline, she emitted a soft sound of acquiescence. Protected by the plush tail, Mo Jiang comfortably lay atop the large potato. She directed her attention fully to the live stream, as many newcomers were unaware that 2 prominent figures had appeared. Upon entering, they excitedly posted check-in comments, effectively dispersing the crowd of copycats. The barrage now surged thickly, layered upon layers, obscuring any signs of confusion from the previous notable figures. Yet, Mo Jiang had no intention of bypassing the topic. Due to special circumstances, part of today's live stream had concluded earlier than planned. I noticed many were asking similar questions, so I will address them here collectively. I consider myself a mercenary. I previously accepted a task, but due to a confidentiality agreement, I cannot disclose the specifics. Unexpectedly, I ended up on this planet, wandering for over 10 days and gaining a preliminary understanding of its nature. As she spoke, Mo Jiang glanced at the rising online viewer count. The planetary register lacked records, filled instead with ferocious beasts and perilous flora. Not long ago, she discovered a tribe of tigers, seemingly indigenous. This planet, currently undiscovered, indeed could not receive signals or contact the outside world. Initially, she aimed to document her circumstances using Starblog, but for reasons unknown, it inadvertently connected to the live stream. At the time, considering the lack of signal and inability to reach the outside world, she paid it little mind. To be honest, she was also astonished to see comments appearing in the live stream. Whether it was due to scientific magnetic field phenomena or ancient mystical forces, whatever the cause, it enabled her to connect with the world beyond. Thus, she had no intention of shutting down the live stream. Just as Mo Jiang was speaking, a bright yellow comment suddenly appeared, questioning the credibility of her statements. While a few others shared this skepticism, they were in the minority. After all, tales of mercenaries vanishing during missions and becoming lost in desolate lands were plentiful and not uncommon. Instances of individuals stranded on unfamiliar planets existed. Yet most succumbed to the inhospitable environments, fading into obscurity. Only a fortunate few encountered military personnel or other mercenaries on missions and were rescued. Mo Jiang's situation of being stranded on an undocumented planet was quite normal, but the ability to livestream was somewhat peculiar. Yet, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Perhaps she possessed some secret weapon. After all, they still had no knowledge of her race. Upon reading this comment, Mo Jiang's demeanor remained utterly composed. In her gentle voice, she replied, "Everyone has their own choices. I mentioned earlier that I consider myself a mercenary. This implies that being a mercenary is not my profession. To be more precise, my vocation is that of an interstellar traveler." Glancing at the 5 words sent by the system, Mo Jiang understood their meaning without hesitation and made use of them. Dreaming is such bliss. What? An interstellar traveler? Little girl, what is an interstellar traveler? Time traveler. Is she truly an interstellar traveler? I want to know which big shot she is. As Mo Jiang read these comments, an unsettling feeling surged within her. She hoped she was not being led astray by the system. Chapter 43. The greatest of the greats. Just as Mo Jiang found herself in a quandary, the barrage of skepticism regarding her situation vanished upon the mention of interstellar traveler. Simultaneously, new comments began to emerge. Strawberry flavor. It's an interstellar traveler, so there's no issue. Rabbit ears, indeed. It's no wonder that big shots keep appearing in this livestream. Qingguang. If she is an interstellar traveler, then it seems quite normal. Coal miner. For those unaware of what an interstellar traveler is, please make good use of the search function. The voices of doubt in the livestream not only dissipated, but some viewers even began to fill in the gaps on their own, rendering Mo Jiang's input unnecessary. All of this was due to the mere mention of interstellar traveler. Mo Jiang even recognized 2 familiar commenters whose attitudes had shifted dramatically. Their words now a denial of their previous skepticism. Mechanical clan blueprint. If she is an interstellar traveler, it could be that substances from previously visited unknown planets are influencing her, whether due to magnetic fields or frequencies, enabling her to livestream. I suggest you check for any strange materials in your space during your free time. Sharpblade. My earlier skepticism was directed at individuals who simply found themselves stranded on unknown planets. But as for interstellar travelers, dear big shot, do as you please. You have the strength. You can afford to be willful. Admiration. The sudden shift in the livestream's atmosphere left Mo Jiang momentarily stunned. The next moment, her fluffy little tiger paw rested upon the virtual keyboard. The search results for the interstellar traveler appeared in the blink of an eye. Interstellar traveler, relying on its own strength, traversing the cosmos. Most possess spatial abilities of level 8 or above, capable of short-range spatial jumps, and have a penchant for exploring uncharted star territories. As Mo Jiang gazed at the information on the interface, she suddenly comprehended the reason behind the shift in the live stream's atmosphere. Although her understanding of this era was still limited, her previous searches on fierce beasts and fierce plants had enlightened her to the fact that in this time, the higher the level, the greater the ability. Thus, upon seeing the spatial level of 8, only 2 words remained in her mind: formidable. The astonishment and change in attitude among the live stream's audience was no longer perplexing. In the interstellar age, humanity coexists with various intelligent life forms across the universe. These races include technologically advanced mechanical beings, powerful beastmen, and the gifted forest dwellers who can manipulate plants, among others. It can be said that when humanity first ventured into the cosmos, Each intelligent life form with sentience possessed its own strengths, allowing them to avoid being bullied in this vast universe. At that time, humanity had just escaped from Blue Star. Even after undergoing the Great Evolutionary Era, most humans had only acquired elemental control abilities, rendering them weak and vulnerable in front of other cosmic races, akin to a tiny ant, easily crushed by a mere finger. Now, humanity has refined its understanding of mental and physical capabilities. There are 9 major levels, ranging from the lowest to the highest, which are further divided into 3 sublevels each. For ordinary individuals, mental and physical abilities typically range from level 1 to 3. Those below these levels often suffer from genetic disorders. The basic requirement for entering military academies is a mental strength of at least level 3 and physical prowess of at least level 2. Those who fall below this threshold can only attend regular higher education institutions. Achieving level 3 in mental strength allows for the externalization of mental energy, a fundamental requirement for piloting mechas. The physical capability of level 2 is just sufficient to withstand the lightest mecha's pressures. Unlike ordinary individuals, military cadets are destined to engage in battle against the insectoid races. Given that the bodily fluids of most insectoids are corrosive, ordinary warriors can barely approach them. Piloting a mecha not only provides a protective shell for one's body, but also enhances one's combat capabilities. Although contemporary humans have improved their mental and physical prowess, the number of individuals capable of elemental control has gradually diminished, but they do still exist. Upon breaking through mental strength limitations, a new evolution occurs in the human body, triggering an ability to control elements. In other words, the higher the mental strength, the greater the potential for personal development. There are rare individuals who awaken spatial abilities, but those of level 8 and above are exceedingly scarce. Moreover, there's only one race in the universe known to possess spatial abilities, the Shadow race. However, this race is notoriously solitary, engaging primarily in battles against the insectoids and maintaining minimal contact with other intelligent races in the cosmos. Thus, it is almost inconceivable for them to participate in live streaming. Consequently, it can be deduced that the interstellar traveler is indeed a human of level 8 spatial ability. The strength of a level 8 spatial ability is extraordinary. They can instantaneously relocate from one city to another, and those at the pinnacle of level 8 can even traverse the universe momentarily. This represents merely a fraction of their capabilities. Spatial ability users, apart from their distance manipulation, can develop their own personal space. Those with spatial abilities of level 3 or above can create a private domain the size of a room. Although it may not accommodate multiple mechas, one can still fit. In contrast, a level 8 spatial ability user can develop a domain spacious enough to encompass a large city. Furthermore, spatial ability users excel in combat. Wielding techniques such as spatial blades are difficult to defend against. It can be said that spatial ability users embody a blend of offense, defense, and evasion, serving as the core of any team. A saying circulating in the Star Network states, possessing a spatial ability user is akin to possessing the world itself, highlighting their significance. Regarding the theoretical existence of level 10 spatial ability users, who have never been seen, and the elusive level 9 spatial ability users, which are regarded as national treasures. Level 8 spatial ability users are the true powerhouses visible to the masses. After absorbing this information, Mo Jiang could only click her tongue in amazement. If she were to describe the profession assigned to her by the system in 2 words, it would be nothing short of impressive. Were she an audience member? Upon discovering that the host was an interstellar traveler, she would be unable to suppress her exclamations of astonishment. Realizing the situation was not as dire as she had initially feared, Mo Jiang gradually regained her composure. Yet, a flicker of concern lingered in her heart. What if one day her astonishing identity was exposed? However, her worries soon dissipated. It was still a long way off for the Hu race to be well-fed and clothed, and leaving their home planet was a distant dream. Besides, her current identity was untraceable, so it was more prudent to contemplate how to accumulate more purification points. Chapter 44. The shocking purification ability of the Hu race when the audience in the live stream had not suddenly surged. The longtime viewers were primarily drawn in by the allure of culinary delights. They constituted the most active segment of the audience. Previously, discussions revolved around the host herself, which did not engage them, resulting in minimal commentary. In an instant, the comment section was flooded with expressions of love for food. Meatball soup, Huzai. I strongly request that today's staple be my nickname. Take a look at me. Xiaoya, what is potato meat soup? I don't want to know for now, nor do I wish to eat it. I only desire meatball soup, Huzai. I really didn't get enough of yesterday's meatball soup. Buying house and planting flowers. I agree with the previous comment. Zai, I want meatball soup. We'll talk about potato meat soup once we tire of meatball soup, which is unlikely, but for now, it's only meatball soup. The barrage was filled with requests for meatball soup, rejecting potato meat soup. The audience's address of Mo Jiang remained unchanged. Regardless of the host's identity, these viewers were solely attracted by the food, and their primary concern was merely the culinary offerings. In their eyes, the host held only one identity, that of the food-providing Huzai. Due to their pure adoration for food, this audience's presence in the live stream was particularly pronounced. Mo Jiang glanced at the barrage filled with uniform requests, feeling somewhat troubled. The meatballs had not been prepared today, and without them, she could not make the meatball soup. If you all wish to drink it, I will see if I can prepare it tomorrow. Upon hearing the first half of Mo Jiang's statement, the audience felt a wave of disappointment, and even her soft voice could not console them. However, upon hearing the latter half, they suddenly perked up. They were not unreasonable viewers, especially since Huzai had mentioned she could make it up tomorrow. The food-loving audience selectively ignored the if in her statement. With renewed spirits, they became lively again in the live stream. Baked sweet potato enthusiast. Regardless of whether it's meatball soup or potato soup, as long as there are baked sweet potatoes, I am satisfied. Huzai, you won't forget the baked sweet potatoes, will you? Light gatherer, potato meat soup, meatball soup. After all, both have meat chunks, they should taste similar, right? I'm not picky. I just want Huzai to prepare the meatball soup tomorrow. The most impressive Zai of the B-star. As long as Huzai is the one presenting the food in the live stream, it can never taste bad. Looking forward to new products. Mo Jiang observed the comments from those who outwardly appeared indifferent, but were subtly reminding her to ensure that meatball soup was prepared tomorrow, and she found their adorableness amusing. Shaking her whiskers and suppressing a smile, she glanced at the online viewer count. It had not decreased, so she felt reassured and began to speak. Rest assured, the potato meat stew is indeed delectable. I can vouch for this based on my recent experiences on this planet. Goo goo. Hearing this from the little tiger cub puts my mind at ease. May Gue, May UCI. To the newcomers, I enjoy watching live streams of unexplored planets. Could the streamer share their experiences on this planet? Sending love. Ju. For those ahead, it's currently mealtime. If you wish to know about this planet's experiences, you may inquire during the stream when I gather samples and information. Yes, if you seek to learn about my experiences on this planet, you may ask during the time I stream my sample collection. At that moment, I will guide you to discover this unknown world. However, since there is still time, I can share some of the unique information I have gathered about this planet. Mo Jiang continued in response to the comments. The flora and most fauna on this planet contain violent energy, and there are no alien plants or beasts present. Animals devoid of violent energy seem to possess intelligence, but I have only encountered one so far, so I cannot confirm this. However, while tracking the Tiger Clan, I discovered a location where the violent energy of fierce plants and deadly beasts could be purified. The food I have been serving during the live streams these past few days has been prepared using purified ingredients. So, there's no need to worry about my starvation. Meng Shi Ku Yin. No wonder the esteemed members of the Research Institute are drawn to this live stream. Xing Yi, upon entering, I heard the streamer mention discovering a place that can purify fierce plants, and I nearly burst out laughing. The Research Institute has yet to solve this conundrum. Yet you casually accomplished it with a single sentence. No wonder the esteemed members of the Research Institute seek you out. Tian, oh my goodness. I wondered how such delicious food could exist. It turns out that purified food is as scrumptious as theorized. Little tiger cub, starting today, I shall reside in your live stream indefinitely. The audience, influenced by Mo Jiang's words, divided into factions, engaging in fervent discussions. Some believed her claims, convinced she had indeed found a planet capable of purifying violent energy. Others remained skeptical, thinking she was merely a third-rate streamer seeking attention, capable of anything. There were also food enthusiasts who remained focused solely on the culinary delights. When Mo Jiang decided to reveal a portion of the truth, she anticipated the possible reactions. The current reactions in the live stream were still within her control. What I have conveyed is merely the genuine state of my surroundings. Whether you believe it is inconsequential to me. The reason for streaming is to document my life and share this wonder with others. If you enjoy it, feel free to continue watching. If not, you may leave. I shall refrain from providing further explanations regarding the area capable of purifying violent energy. I am not a professional and am uncertain about the specifics. Mo Jiang mentioned the purification area to legitimize the food she had, and as for any subsequent changes, it remains as stated. The cosmos is far too distant for her to worry. Having identified the purification area, Mo Jiang shifted the topic, sliding down from the potato, addressing the live stream audience. All right, ahead lies the area for purifying ingredients. You may closely observe the changes in the aroma of the potato. No sooner had she spoken than she was whisked away along with the potato by a lengthy tail. Today, let us purify this area. Mo Jiang communicated in the manner of the Tiger Clan, pointing to a piece of land that had been cleared by the large tigers, and gestured to Huyu. Following the gaze of the little tiger cub, Huyu noted that since the clan leader had learned of the cub's unique purification ability, he had swiftly arranged for the tigers to clear the surrounding fierce plants. The area indicated by the little cub was where sweet potatoes had previously been dug up. It accounted for 1/10 of the cleared land. Though for a tiger, that land was hardly sufficient for a sprint. It represented a significant increase in size compared to the area the little cub had purified just days prior. With a newfound understanding of land size, Huyu gazed at Mo Jiang in astonishment. Can you purify such a vast expanse today? Chapter 45. The Teaching of Cubs by Tigers. Mo Jiang nodded her little head amidst a sea of astonished gazes. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, broken only by the sound of tigers swallowing their saliva, until the little cub's soft voice broke the silence. I shall proceed with the purification now. You may rest here. Mo Jiang sensed the palpable astonishment, but could say nothing. In this atmosphere, she felt fortunate to be merely a small fluffball. To the tigers present, she was akin to a 3-year-old who understood nothing. Otherwise, she would surely face a barrage of inquiries. Hearing her own voice tremble, she cautioned, "Take it slow. Be careful not to fall." The little fluffball, already scampering towards the destination, wagged her tail and emitted a soft sound. Then, under the watchful eyes of the approaching large tigers, she gradually closed her eyes. With her memory focused, the soil spanning over 5,000 square meters underwent a dramatic transformation in an instant. The large tigers observed the little cub's actions, their breaths slowing, their nerves taut as strings. Just as they prepared for a prolonged battle, and Huyu began to quietly instruct the tigers to gather food and water, the little cub suddenly opened her eyes. Several tigers looked on, anxiously asking, "What is it? Are you unwell? If you are feeling unwell, we can halt the purification. Our clan's current purification area is already quite substantial. With a purification area spanning hundreds of square meters, we can purify food daily, nearly rivaling the herbivorous clans with the most purifiers. Do you need water or something else? Whatever it is, speak to the tigers. We are your support." Amidst the tigers' anxious chatter, the little cub's voice rang out clear as a bell. The purification is complete. The 4 words left all the tigers momentarily speechless. They exchanged bewildered glances, as if they had not comprehended what the little cub had just said. What did the cub just say? What did the cub say? Did she say it was complete? It is complete. A voice, certain and unwavering, emerged amidst the confusion, drawing all the tigers' gazes toward its source. It was Huyu. The area has been purified. Feeling the eyes upon him, Huyu remained still, reiterating his previous statement. It was this affirming declaration that caused all the tigers to open their mouths wide and let out a triumphant roar. Standing at the edge of the land, Mo Jiang, gazing upward as the tigers lifted her high in jubilation, felt a tremor of surprise at their exuberant actions. Soon, a furry tail enveloped her. Looking up, she saw it was Huyu's large tail. "Here, your potato." Noticing the little cub's gaze, Huyu nudged the potato toward her. Mo Jiang, perplexed by Huyu's demeanor, which contrasted with the excited roars of the surrounding large tigers, cautiously placed the potato on the land before her, marking it as she did so, while emitting a sweet, curious sound. "Master, why are you different from them?" Huyu regarded her with a puzzled expression. Mo Jiang pointed her tail toward the tigers, who were leaping about and even charging toward the tribe. Huyu followed her gaze and saw the swiftest tiger, Hu Sun, already racing toward the tribe. If even a hint of this news leaks out, you will no longer need to show your face. She roared at Hu Sun's retreating figure. Elder, rest assured. No sooner had she spoken than Hu Sun's speed increased, leaving behind a blur of motion. After a moment's thought, Hu Yu repeated what his soft little apprentice had said. Are you suggesting that I am not as foolish as they? As he spoke, his gaze swept over the exuberant large tigers. As if sensing something, the exuberant tigers instinctively turned their gaze, only to find Elder Hu Yu's eyes filled with a murderous intent. They all shuddered in unison, becoming as silent as fledglings. Their calm demeanor seemed to suggest that it was not she who had just threatened them with ferocity. Lowering her head, Hu Yu noticed a small tuft of fur tilting its head in innocent confusion, and her usually cold heart softened for a fleeting moment. For your master is a seasoned tiger. No matter how daunting the challenges faced, the fluctuations of emotions remained subdued. Only the inexperienced, poorly trained, foolish tigers would become agitated and vocal at the slightest provocation, fearful that their distress would go unnoticed. Mo Jiang wagged her tail, sensing that perhaps it was her imagination, but it felt as though her master looked down upon these larger tigers. Observing the posture of the small tiger cub, Tiger Mang shook his whiskers and suddenly adopted a serious tone. Cub, remember this. Whenever you encounter insurmountable difficulties, it is imperative to maintain control over your emotions and remain calm. Only then will you have a chance to escape. Mo Jiang, gazing at Tiger Yu's earnest expression, abruptly realized that she was beginning to receive instruction. Adjusting her attitude, she fixed her round, glistening eyes upon Tiger Yu and affirmed, Master, I shall remember. Tiger Yu, initially prepared for her to misunderstand and require further explanation, was pleasantly surprised to see her comprehension. He lifted a paw, larger than Mo Jiang's head, and gently patted her on the head. Good girl. Witnessing the tender exchange between master and disciple, the tigers who had been warned by Tiger Yu tucked their tails even tighter between their legs. Mo Jiang, oblivious to the fear lingering in the hearts of the larger tigers, after her communication with Tiger Yu, proceeded to retrieve a peanut and placed it beside the potato for purification. Once she drew up the purified ingredients, she handed them to Tiger Yu, explaining in her endearing manner as he looked on in bewilderment. Upon hearing her, Tiger Yu chuckled, assisting the little tiger cub with the food. Not far from them, a small head peeked out from a tiny burrow. Dear time, Tiger cub, is this purified? Red envelope. Tiger cub, what are you doing? The yellow barrage of comments stood out against the white backdrop, and with a swift glance, Mo Jiang spotted Dear Time's inquiry along with the subsequent comment. The patch of earth from earlier was indeed an area with purification capabilities. Chapter 46. The hearth from history books. Mo Jiang's voice resonated in the live stream, sweet and childlike as always. However, among the audience who were aware of her identity as an interstellar traveler, none held a dismissive attitude any longer. Even though doubts lingered in their hearts, they refrained from displaying ignorance in the comments. They awaited the completion of the food, curious to see if it truly matched her claims. Yet, some perceptive viewers noticed a difference. Crazy salty fish. In that soil, which is the purification area the host mentioned, the potato, an unknown plant placed there for less than a minute, indeed showed changes. Below is the data I recorded. Blue sweet potato and red sweet potato. I concur with the previous comment. I study information statistics. The energy of the potato, an unknown plant, did indeed change before and after entering the purification area mentioned by the tiger cub. However, since this was observed in the live stream, the specific values cannot be measured. Only approximate data can be provided. Nevertheless, the live stream chat had been abuzz excessively over the past 2 days. It was only during these 2 days that she realized a person's emotions could transition from surprise and worry to calm indifference and then to numbness within such a short span. Thus, upon clicking on the 2 images hidden behind the barrage of comments and finding the data and technical terms completely incomprehensible, Mo Jiang chose to divert her attention from the live stream. Through her interactions over the past few days, she recognized that sometimes her worries were insignificant to the audience. With so many viewers in the live stream, knowledgeable individuals would inevitably emerge to offer explanations. Her current objective was to keep the viewers engaged, encouraging them to take pleasure in the culinary delights and remember this live stream. Upon arriving at the tribe, Mo Jiang made a beeline for the tribal square, eager to cook. However, her path was suddenly obstructed by a furry paw. The small tuft looked up to see Tiger Mang's forepaw. Elder Hu has arranged a special cooking area for the cubs. Follow me. The towering figure of Tiger Mang gazed down at the tiny tiger cub, his voice low and gentle, as if afraid of startling her. Yet, even with his deliberate softening of tone, his deep voice resonated in Mo Jiang's ears. Hearing Tiger Mang's words, her round little face displayed a look of astonishment. Has Master arranged it? The small tiger's voice was soft, and though Tiger Mang heard her clearly, he did not grasp the meaning of her words. Master? He questioned, glancing at the larger tiger following Mo Jiang, carrying ingredients. The larger tiger, namely Hu, puffed out his chest in pride as he met Tiger Mang's gaze. Elder Hu has taken the little cub as her disciple. Tiger Mang rolled his eyes at this display. Not you. What is there to be proud of? The proud demeanor he exhibited seemed as though he too had become a disciple of Elder Hu. After uttering this, Tiger Mang lowered his gaze to the small tiger cub, the disdain on his fluffy face instantly replaced with admiration. Truly, you are the remarkable little cub that I, Tiger Mang, hold in high regard. Though Mo Jiang was a diminutive ball of fluff, the two larger tigers maintained a slight distance from her, allowing her to easily discern the emotions on their faces. Upon realizing that even the fluffy tiger faces could convey a spectrum of emotions, she was momentarily at a loss as to whether to marvel at the duality of a tiger's countenance or to be astounded at the ability to perceive emotional shifts from such furry faces. By the way, give me the ingredients. Elder Hu has stated that from now on, I will take charge of matters concerning the little tiger cub within the tribe. After expressing her joy for the little cub, Tiger Mang immediately lifted his head again, disdainful yet ferocious, snatching the food from Hu before deftly shooing him away. Hu paid no mind to Tiger Mang and quickly departed. As Mo Jiang accompanied Tiger Mang to the designated cooking area for the little tiger cub, she gazed at the setup before her little face alight with astonishment. The viewers in the live stream shared her perspective. What she saw was also visible to them, and the arrangement was strikingly clear. Upon recognizing the items before her, the audience was equally taken aback. Bald baby. Is this the ancient hearth recorded in the books? Kitten. I feel like I've seen this small structure somewhere. Ordinary individual. It is indeed a hearth. I've pulled out my history book to check. Mo Jiang did not see the discussions occurring in the live stream. Her current confusion revolved around how the tribe could possess a hearth. Sensing the little tiger cub's dazed stare at the hearth, Tiger Mang, seemingly anticipating this reaction, flicked his tail and explained to Mo Jiang. This is a remnant from the great human exodus. Our ancestors preserved it. Thus, this is why, despite being beastmen, we have continued to consume cooked food. Mo Jiang, filled with bewilderment, gazed up at Tiger Mang. The great human exodus? Is it as I imagine? As she spoke, she walked towards the hearth. Tiger Mang followed closely behind her, carrying the ingredients. More than 2,000 years ago, our planet entered a new phase of evolution, and the humans could not endure it. So they departed. However, there were many things they cannot take with them. Our ancestors, the first to awaken among the Beastmen clans, believed that some of their civilization and tools would be beneficial, so they preserved them. As Tiger Mang spoke, he placed down the ingredients and began assisting the little tiger cub in starting a fire. However, significant changes occurred on Blue Star afterward. Many tools and civilizations became useless to us and were discarded. Yet we discovered that the violent energy in cooked food was somewhat reduced, and the humans' ability to start fires and various cooking tools were indeed passed down. Observing Hu Mang's adept fire-starting technique, Mo Jiang silently marveled at the fact that no one had opposed her when she first mentioned making fishball soup. The viewers in the live broadcast shared Mo Jiang's perspective, yet due to the setup of the streaming room, they could hardly discern any living beings. The flames Mo Jiang witnessed were ignited by Hu Mang, but to the audience, the fire seemed to materialize out of nowhere, without forewarning. The viewers, already astonished by the appearance of the stove, engaged in fervent discussions. Little tiger, look at me. Huzai, could you possibly be a dual-element space fire ability user? Exclaimed one. Goodness, is this ancient stove really so advanced? It can ignite itself, remarked another. Is this truly a stove? I remember history books stating that stoves could not light themselves. Various comments flooded the screen. As Mo Jiang prepared to shell peanuts and extract oil using the simplest pressing method, she caught a glimpse of the barrage of comments, and her eyes twinkled. Before her stood an ancient stove, which, unlike the one depicted in history, required manual ignition. She offered a brief explanation, leaving the audience to speculate on the source of the flames. After requesting Hu Meng to add water to the stone pot to heat, Mo Jiang, holding an exceptionally large peanut, embarked on her oil extraction journey. Upon hearing her affirmative tone, the viewers gathered around the stove, curiously peering left and right. When humanity departed from Blue Star, they carried a wealth of knowledge, yet much was lost in their quest for a new home. The records pertaining to ancient Blue Star and history books were merely transcriptions from the direct descendants of the early space travelers, based on their ancestors' recollections. The stove in the live broadcast was represented by only a vague photograph in historical texts, accompanied by a simple description, a tool used by ancient ancestors for cooking. Consequently, the viewers, upon seeing the stove, failed to connect it to the one depicted in history. Some, however, speculated based on Mo Jiang's previous remarks and her impending actions, drawing from their hazy memories of the photographs. The initial comment about the stove was merely a guess, and they never anticipated it to be true. Doubts lingered about Mo Jiang's assertions. After all, none of the viewers were among the original spacefaring humans, nor were they scholars of ancient culture. Why should they accept her claim that it was indeed a stove? Just a day prior, had Mo Jiang pointed to the object and declared a stove, the audience would have merely expressed disbelief, assuming she sought attention. However, upon learning of her identity as an interstellar traveler, they began to compare her statements with their own knowledge before casting doubt. If her claims roughly aligned with what they knew, they accepted her words. After all, in terms of experience, most professions in this era could not rival the knowledge possessed by interstellar travelers, especially as they witnessed the boiling water in the pot. Part of the stove. The audience's confidence in Mo Jiang's words grew. They not only circled the stove, but some even subscribed to memberships to utilize the all-encompassing photography feature, eager not to miss any detail. Wrapping the peanuts in large leaves, commonly used in the tribe for food preservation, Mo Jiang found a suitably sized and smooth stone and began to strike the leaves. On her first attempt, she feared the leaves were too thin and used little force. To her surprise, the peanuts inside slightly dented, yet the leaf veins remained unchanged. Sensing no damage to the leaves, she continued her efforts. However, after several strikes, the peanuts remained intact, yielding no oil. Meanwhile, Hu Meng, following the little tiger's instructions, swiftly chopped potatoes into pieces and, noticing Mo Jiang's struggle, approached her. "Let me take over," she offered. Mo Jiang instinctively glanced at the potatoes, neatly arranged on the stone slab. Complying, she stepped aside and, noticing nothing else to do, shifted her attention back to the live stream, explaining the day's cooking methods. Although the audience could not cook themselves, Mo Jiang remained mindful of her role as a culinary streamer. Chapter 47. That dark chapter of history, the granulated fruit I had wrapped in the leaves, was a peanut. A staple ingredient from ancient times used for oil extraction, seasoning, snacks, and various dishes. Currently, lacking edible oil, I was fortunate to encounter peanuts, allowing me to extract some oil for cooking. Mo Jiang intentionally shifted the camera toward the leaves. Nevertheless, the viewer's focus diverged from her intentions. Stir-frying? Is it a method of cooking mentioned in history books? Queried one. Host. ISNT stir-frying, simply placing vegetables in the pan? Why add oil? Another chimed in. I too recall that stir-frying involves directly putting food in the pan without additional ingredients, remarked a third. Stir-frying is a method of cooking where vegetables refer to any food aside from staples and soups. Observing the comments, Mo Jiang sensed a dissonance. Even if interstellar humans lack diverse culinary options, they should not be so unclear about cooking methods. She nudged the system. Why is this era's populace so passionate about food? Surely, they haven't lost their culinary culture. Previously, in discussions with the system, Mo Jiang understood that this era cherished Blue Star and its cuisine, yet she was unaware of the lost coordinates of their mother planet. Now, however, it appeared that the situation was far more intricate than she had presumed. Upon hearing Mo Jiang's inquiry, the system hesitated but ultimately decided to divulge the state of this era. It had initially thought that the lost Blue Star would remain undiscovered for centuries, believing that as long as its purpose on this planet was fulfilled, other matters held little significance. It never intended to provide specific details about Mo Jiang's world. However, everything shifted with the commencement of the live broadcast, spiraling toward an uncontrollable direction. Even if it refrained from speaking, Mo Jiang would gather information from other sources. Moreover, it mattered little to share. Interstellar humans would not reconnect with their mother planet for 2 centuries. It was uncertain whether Mo Jiang would even exist by then. After a thorough analysis, the system projected a cinematic experience into Mo Jiang's mind. When humanity ventured into the cosmos, they faced numerous trials, resulting in the loss of most of their culture and civilization. Witness it for yourself. Before it finished speaking, it vanished. Mo Jiang's attention was captivated by the sudden imagery in her mind, completely oblivious to the system's departure. The scenes transitioned swiftly, compressing the history of humanity's evolution in 2 centuries in space into mere seconds. Those 2 centuries marked humanity's darkest era. Following the viewing, Mo Jiang fell silent. Based on the sequence of events in her mind, the year she lived in marked the onset of humanity's great evolution. Unable to withstand the overwhelming changes, death spread rapidly among the species. To ensure their survival, they had no choice but to flee Blue Star. The technology of the time was on the brink of collapse due to various calamities. Yet amidst such dire circumstances, they constructed a spacecraft. The vessel had limited capacity, with records documenting humanity's cultural heritage occupying 1/3 of its space. The remaining 2/3 was primarily designated for fuel and food, leaving insufficient room for all. The materials preserved by humanity and the labor force are fundamentally incapable of producing a second spacecraft. Scholars from various domains serve as the torchbearers of civilization, while the children represent the continuation of the human race. As the scholars impart knowledge to the youth, they simultaneously search for new habitats. However, the perils of the cosmos are far more formidable than those found on a single planet. The spacecraft fleeing in haste from the blue planet is akin to a defenseless newborn in the vastness of a universe. A mere whisper of the wind could claim its life. In such dire circumstances, the records of human knowledge have been nearly obliterated. Even those scholars, the gifted, and the children regarded as humanity's hope, could not withstand the threats posed by the cosmos and other races. The subsequent dark age of humanity unfolded rapidly. Perhaps it was too oppressive and somber, prompting the system to release only a few images before swiftly transitioning to the next scene. Yet, Mo Jiang saw everything with crystal clarity. The images depicted children devoid of flesh, resembling skeletal figures, being toyed with like pets by various cosmic races. Mo Jiang wrinkled her nose, striving to suppress the wave of bitterness. Tears welled in her eyes, unable to be contained any longer. Cubs? Hu Meng's voice, tinged with panic, reached her from nearby. However, the tears obscured her vision, and all she could discern was Hu Meng's silhouette rushing toward her, rendering the sounds inaudible. In that moment of disorientation, she seemed to grasp the significance of her presence in this world. What is wrong? Hu Meng, witnessing Mo Jiang's sudden and intense tears, appeared flustered and at a loss. He inquired, but the little tiger cub did not respond, and Hu Meng anxiously scanned their surroundings. Having sought a secluded spot for the little tiger cub to experiment with new dishes, he had ensured that no other tiger was present besides himself and the cub. With a swift flick of his tail, Hu Meng lifted Mo Jiang. His form hurried. "Wait here. I shall fetch the clan leader." The sudden sensation of weightlessness jolted Mo Jiang back from her reverie, and she realized her face was damp. She quickly assured Hu Meng, "It's nothing. I merely recalled something unhappy. There is no need to seek the clan leader." Hu Meng's expression clearly reflected doubt, and he lowered his gaze to see the little tiger cub raising the long fruit's leaf in question. He explained, "This is the leaf of the chongchong fruit, available year-round. Even in the harshest winter, the leaves of the chongchong fruit persist." As Mo Jiang caressed the leaf in her paws, they had already arrived at the cooking station. The chongchong fruit is a fruit with a dark green exterior and bright orange flesh. If one overlooks its characteristic pungent odor, its taste and texture are remarkably akin to that of mango, perhaps due to its botanical nature. The pungent scent of the chongchong fruit is not as overpowering as that of meat, making it a favored fruit among cubs and females alike. The tree of the chongchong fruit stands tall and straight, with each tree yielding no more than 5 branches, each adorned with clusters of fruit tightly wrapped in numerous chongchong fruit leaves. The knowledge retained in Mo Jiang's memory aligns with Hu Meng's words. The leaves of the chongchong fruit are indeed present throughout the seasons. The leaves grow prior to the fruit. After a rainy season, the fruit ripens, gradually separating from the leaves, which turn yellow and fall during the onset of winter. while new leaves sprout in their place. The leaves of the chongchong fruit, when not fully ripe, are notably resilient. This particular fruit is one of the few that cubs can consume directly, and the clan would not destroy a cluster of chongchong fruit for the sake of a single leaf. Thus, they typically use the leaves of mature chongchong fruit, which are equally robust for wrapping food. However, the current leaves, despite not being the most resilient, are impervious to even the mightiest of stones. One can only wonder about the strength of the most robust chongchong leaves. While Mo Jiang mused on these thoughts, her attention remained fixed on the pot. Soon, the crushed peanuts began to release oil. Perhaps due to the scarcity of peanuts, the oil did not pool at the bottom, but rather formed a thin layer on the surface of the stone pot. As she deemed the peanuts sufficiently roasted, she removed the golden fragments and set them aside. Next, she added the potato chunks, all the while explaining the process to her live audience. Now, what you see on the surface of the pot is peanut oil. We will now add the potato chunks and start stir-frying. Remember to add water after a couple of turns, as relying solely on oil can easily scorch the pot. The potato chunks will need to be simmered for a while. Although Mo Jiang did not feel cold during the day, standing at the cooking station now made her feel somewhat warm. Yet, she was unable to attend to it, so she flicked her tail forward to wipe her face like a towel. As she spoke, the potatoes absorbed the oil from the pot's surface. She added a splash of water, took 2 leaves of the chongchong fruit, and placed them atop the pot to serve as a lid. While the potatoes simmered, she began to prepare the meat that Hu Meng had brought. Noticing that the meat still dripped with blood, she rolled the chongchong fruit leaves into a cone to collect the blood. Lifting the pot lid, she poured the blood into the mixture and stirred it a few times. As she retrieved a thin wooden board to use as a spatula, she couldn't help but savor a sip of the broth, which was savory yet slightly bland. What does tea taste like? Why do you add blood to the potatoes? The plant has its fragrant essence, while animal blood carries a gamey flavor. Wouldn't the plant's aroma be compromised? Mo Jiang saw this comment, but the live chat had already erupted with excitement since she began frying the peanuts, intensifying even more while the potatoes simmered. The speed at which comments scrolled on the screen was nearly impossible for the eye to follow. The peanuts smell divine. I thought they were delicious, but the potatoes are even more fragrant. Little cub, I believe you. These truly are purified plants. Caught you sneaking bites of the crushed peanuts. I noticed the amount on my leaf had diminished, and the potatoes smell incredible. I too trust in the purified plants. I originally thought plants were not particularly tasty, but the peanuts are absolutely amazing. While the potatoes are also fragrant, I prefer the peanuts. I hope the host can fry more peanuts. However, even though I like potatoes slightly less, I still wish to avoid the gamey flavor of animal blood ruining the delightful aroma of the potatoes. Could you refrain from adding it? Such delightful yet conflicted discussions continued to abound. Mo Jiang possessed but a pair of eyes, unable to behold everything at once. Upon noticing the barrage of comments that appeared within her line of sight, her petite paws swiftly emerged from their plush confines. As she deftly sliced the meat, she simultaneously elucidated her actions to the viewers in her mind. I have yet to discover salt on this planet. For now, blood will suffice as a substitute. But fret not, the adaptability of potatoes is remarkable, and with the addition of scallions and ginger to mask any unpleasant odors, the flavor shall not only remain intact, but may even surpass your expectations. In reality, Mo Jiang observed a sizable tiger paw beside her and looked up. I know what to do now, hand it over. You can play over there. Hu Meng, with a serious expression that could be perceived in his eyes, prompted her. Mo Jiang relinquished her grip, granting him a space. A thought flitted through her mind. No wonder Hu Meng had been so quiet earlier. However, Mo Jiang did not heed Hu Meng's suggestion. She stepped on her padded feet and wobbled toward the stove, lifting the pot lid to reveal that the potatoes were already half-cooked. She nibbled on the wooden edge of the container that held water. With a splash, a small portion of water cascaded out. The audience had initially focused on the stove out of curiosity for this historical tool. Yet as the enticing aroma of roasted peanuts wafted through, their attention gradually shifted from the stove itself to the peanuts. As time passed, the unique fragrance of the roasted peanuts captured everyone's gaze entirely, causing them to forget about the stove. Some viewers, unable to wait for Mo Jiang to serve the peanuts on the leaves, eagerly plunged their hands into the pot, disregarding any mess. Once the peanuts had cooled, the delightful aroma began to fade, Yet the fresh scent of the simmering potatoes quickly returned, captivating the viewers before they could feel any sense of loss. With the fragrance growing more pronounced, once again, in this live-streaming room where foraging in the flames had ceased to be a shocking act, many began to retrieve potatoes from the boiling water. Unlike the soft, sweet aroma of sweet potatoes, the salty, meaty essence of the potatoes utterly enchanted them. The viewers who had previously doubted Mo Jiang's claims of eliminating any fishy taste were now too mesmerized to lift their heads. How could such delectable food exist? Even though the dish was not yet fully prepared, the half-finished product had already captivated the viewers, whose minds were consumed by a singular thought: to protect their potatoes, to savor them slowly, ideally until their bellies were round. Despite the virtual setting where one could eat without feeling full, the viewers marveled at the potatoes' unexpected meaty flavor while savoring the taste. They simultaneously inundated the live chat with requests for Mo Jiang to slow down her cooking. Those who had resolved to consume half, or perhaps two-thirds, of the potatoes were now exasperated at the sight of Mo Jiang pouring water into the pot, their impatience palpable. Even a fool knows that the more water you add, the fainter the flavor becomes. In the chat, one exclaimed, "My heavens, Tiger Cub, what are you doing? Look at us, look at us." Another lamented, "Wait, Tiger Cub, add water later. I still have 3 potatoes left. Please don't do this." A third commented, "Mom asked why I was crying while watching the live stream. I specifically left half of the potatoes uneaten, only consuming a portion. I am not greedy at all. Why must you treat me this way?" Just one bite of the potato left me astounded. If I take another bite, the flavor will be so faint that I will no longer savor its deliciousness, lamented another viewer. Right now, I only wish to make one request of Xingbo. When will you implement the realistic feature? Since we cannot change Tiger Cub, we have but one choice. When will you introduce the realistic feature? Agreed. While Mo Jiang was preoccupied with adding water to the pot, the slight weight of the wooden bucket diverted her attention from the viewer's agitation. Once she finished her task, the chat was inundated with the phrase agreed. Mo Jiang smacked her lips, licking her slightly sour, small teeth, utterly bewildered. "What troubles you?" Her soft voice echoed in the live stream, startling the viewers who had been fervently typing agreed. In the chat, in the next moment, a wave of pleading comments surged forth. "Finally, you noticed us, Cub? Please, return the meat-flavored potatoes to us. Host, I'm feeling so down. Why must you add water to the pot? Do you understand how torturous it is to have tasted food that leaves an indelible mark on your memory, only to experience a diluted version?" Viewers previously claimed that you were a tormentor, an unconventional host. I did not believe it, but now I do. I wish I could slap my previous Navi self. Same here. Why not be a conventional host? Are you afraid we, who are accustomed to such routines, would not be interested? No. I want to tell you loudly, it does not matter. As long as it is you, we will willingly accept any routine, no matter how old. Are you really just a tiger? The emotions conveyed within the barrage of comments rendered Mo Jiang inexplicably guilty. The viewers' fervor had its reasons. Just moments ago, despite their commotion, Tiger Cub had not glanced in their direction. Their spamming was a blend of helplessness and sorrow. Had they been a conventional host, they would not have resorted to such measures. Now that this unconventional host had finally acknowledged their plight, the intensity of their emotions in the comments was palpable. Understanding through the comments the source of their agitation, Mo Jiang sniffled. The faint aroma of food in the air had indeed diminished compared to before. However, this was entirely normal. She was preparing soup, not a grand dish, and adding water would naturally dilute the flavor. Observing the woeful comments, Mo Jiang could only sigh, recognizing that the disparity in their perceptions was the cause of their discontent. After soothing herself internally, she cast aside her guilt and endeavored to comfort the overly sensitive viewers in the live stream. What I am making is soup, and water must be added. Without water, the potatoes would simply turn into a dish. Do you remember the fishball soup and the meatball soup you have had before? They all contain water. Her words, though intended to clarify, instead ignited an uproar among the viewers who had just accepted the reality. Wait, so the potatoes could have been eaten directly? My heart aches. I feel as if I have lost $1 trillion. Tiger Cub, how will you repay what you owe me? Then why don't you pay attention to the comments? My heart aches. Please, do consider us in the future. I agree with the above. We, the viewers, whose hearts and minds are filled with food, are taking time to send comments to increase the heat. Tiger Cub, can't you glance at us, even for a moment? then there would be no regrets about missing out on the potato dish. The commotion in the comments made Mo Jiang, who had just succeeded in self-soothing, feel guilty once more. Fortunately, her fur was thick enough to conceal her feelings. Realizing the viewers couldn't see her, she decided to boldly ignore the situation and continued with her comforting words. If I do not add water, when the meat is added, it will burn and become charred, rendering the food inedible. If there is not enough oil, the dish will easily scorch. What I say is entirely reasonable. Although adding a slight amount of water prevents the dish from burning, Mo Jiang would never foolishly disclose this at such a moment. Otherwise, the audience would surely devour her alive. When a declaration was made that the food was inedible, the audience's initial excitement began to wane, and the barrage of comments became noticeably less fervent. Observing the shift in sentiment, Mo Jiang shook her beard and continued. I noticed some of you mentioned that potatoes possess a meaty flavor. This is due to their remarkable versatility, allowing them to pair beautifully with various ingredients to create delectable dishes. When cooked alongside meat, the meaty essence is accentuated, enhancing the overall taste. Just now, I only added a hint of animal blood, and it hasn't yet been cooked with meat. Don't you wish to sample a potato that embodies the rich flavor of meat, with a texture that is soft and sticky? The audience, who had subsisted solely on nutritional supplements since birth and had never tasted real food, found themselves genuinely intrigued by her childish tone. Their initial resolve to prank the little tiger began to falter, and the emotional tone in subsequent comments became considerably more serene, even infused with a hint of bashful shyness. Indeed, whatever the little tiger says is authoritative. I believe in the little tiger, exclaimed a viewer with sparkling eyes. Sounds delightful. Little cub, when you taste it shortly, take your time. I'd like to sample it too and offer some suggestions, added another. Little tiger, you're amazing, knowing so much that we are oblivious to. Looking forward to the potato meat soup. Love you, commented another enthusiastically. Mo Jiang, glancing at these comments, felt as though she were surrounded by a group of bashful little girls, their bright, twinkling eyes fixed upon her. The charming demeanor in their words stood in stark contrast to the earlier expressions of resentment and ferocity. It will be ready soon. I'll serve you a bowl first, she assured them. Meanwhile, as Mo Jiang interacted with the audience, Humang had already prepared the meat chunks. Chapter 50. A test of claws with the little tiger due to the exquisite food over the past few days. Humang found himself stationed at the tribal square during mealtimes. Although he had not learned much, placing ingredients into the pot was second nature. Without Mo Jiang's guidance, he lifted the leaves to find the water bubbling enthusiastically and deftly added the meat chunks. Covering the pot again, he squatted beside the stove, occasionally using his tail to stoke the fire. Breathing in the fragrant air filled with the aroma of meat and an inexplicable freshness, Humang's eyes narrowed in pleasure. Seeing that he had not erred in his steps, Mo Jiang confidently entrusted the remaining tasks to him. Turning her gaze to the live stream, she noticed the barrage of comments urging her on. It seems the flavor has indeed changed. Little tiger, when will the potato meat soup be ready? This flavor is absolutely divine. I was mistaken to critique the little tiger earlier. In the realm of gastronomy, the little tiger is a master. But when can we finally taste it? I simply wish to know if we will be served a bowl without time constraints in the live stream, allowing us to savor it slowly, or if it will only be available for a brief moment. Same here, remarked another. But I'm even more curious if the potato meat soup with added water will truly surpass the simple potato flavor. Thus, I believe it is premature to suggest savoring it slowly. The previous commenter, are you new here? Anyone who has watched the Little Tiger's previous streams knows that nothing from the Little Tiger is unappetizing. Even if you doubt yourself in this live stream, please have faith in the Little Tiger. Fair enough, but next time, please include your premises before stating such things. Otherwise, it is easy to misunderstand, another chimed in. Observing the exchange of comments between the two viewers, Mo Jiang chose not to interject. Their dialogue was a normal conversation without any extreme remarks. There was no need for her to intervene. However, upon reading the statement about the little tiger's absolute authority, she felt a slight blush of shyness. As the bubbling sounds grew more pronounced, the audience, sharing the first-person perspective with Mo Jiang, began to detect the increasingly rich aroma of the meat wafting through the livestream. Saliva involuntarily pooled in their mouths. Some viewers instinctively swallowed, while others leaned over the pot's edge, Had Mo Jiang not been busy browsing the comment section and noted the audience's earlier remarks about the potato's flavor, she would have recognized that at that moment, the potatoes were still only half-cooked. She had previously warned that if they uncovered the pot before the food was fully prepared, the flavor would significantly diminish, and those hovering over the pot would likely have already lifted the leaves. Having gained considerable knowledge of the interstellar era over the past few days, she understood that when selecting immersion mode, human senses could be dampened by as much as 80. Being too close to the heat source would make one feel excessively hot, and Mo Jiang would certainly not allow the audience to harm themselves in such a manner. Even though the pain was virtual, once out of immersion mode, one would no longer feel discomfort. Fortunately, Hu Meng was diligent in tending the fire, and the potato meat soup was soon ready. "All right, it's time to eat," Mo Jiang announced just as Hu Meng sprang into action, his speed rivaling that of lightning. She watched as he clutched 5 or 6 stone bowls in his mouth. There was no question of his intent. Clearly, he was a little glutton. In no time, 6 bowls, each nearly the size of his little tiger face, were filled with potatoes and meat chunks. Mo Jiang evenly ladled a generous spoonful of soup into each bowl. Not only was the tiger tribe a carnivorous species, but among the viewers in the live stream, 8 out of 10 shared a love for meat. Otherwise, the previous clamor for the meat fish ball soup would not have been so fervent. It should be noted that during the days Mo Jiang had been streaming, she had showcased several types of food, but only the meat fish ball soup had been repeatedly mentioned. Before Mo Jiang could voice her thoughts, Hu Meng winced. His teeth clenched as he felt the heat. "Perhaps you should spit it out," she suggested, observing his grimace while he held a bowl of cool water in his claws. Hu Meng vigorously shook his head, feeling the soup in his mouth cool just enough to allow him to swallow. The aroma of today's food was already more enticing than yesterday's. Spitting it out would be a waste, and only a foolish tiger would discard food that had reached their mouth. He rolled his tongue, feeling slightly numb from the heat, which diminished his ability to savor the flavor. Hu Meng felt a pang of regret and disappointment. Had he known, he would not have rushed to drink it. However, looking down at the abundant food in his bowl, his earlier despondency quickly faded. Holding his bowl while waiting for the soup to cool, his eyes remained fixed on the pot. After a couple of glances, he could no longer contain himself. The pot still held a generous amount of soup. Mo Jiang, who had been focused on Hu Meng holding the stone bowl, was startled by his exclamation. "Let us save some for the tribe leader and elders to taste, and see if these potatoes can serve as a reserve food source like sweet potatoes," she explained, following Hu Meng's gaze to the half-full pot of potato meat soup, unaware of the sudden dimming of his once bright eyes as her words reached him. "Oh," he murmured, slightly turning away to force himself not to look at the remaining potato meat soup. He stared at the potatoes and meat chunks in his bowl, inhaling deeply, hoping to absorb the enticing aroma wafting from his bowl into his lungs. The potato and meat stew exudes such an enticing aroma that, even if it cannot satiate hunger, the chieftain and his kin would surely agree to consider it as a reserve food source. Just as Hu Meng was absorbed in contemplating the rice in his bowl, he suddenly recalled the words of the little tiger cub, expressing his innermost thoughts. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a pitiful wail echoed from his feet. Startled, Hu Meng nearly sent the bowl flying from his grasp. He hurriedly glanced down to find the little cub cradling its forepaw, tears glistening in its eyes. A look that seemed to convey a sense of accusation. "What's the matter?" Hu Meng inquired, scanning his surroundings for any perceived threat to the cub, and carefully placing the bowl on the ground. He half squatted before the little one to inspect its paw. Mo Jiang dodged away, placing her paw in cool water, shaking her head to indicate she was fine. Hu Meng was baffled by the cub's erratic behavior, but as he noticed the paw submerged in the cool water, a realization dawned upon him. Earlier, when he had been scalded by the soup, the little cub had seemingly offered him a bowl of cool water as a remedy. Observing the cub's paw soaking in the water, Hu Meng began to comprehend. The adult tigers often ventured out to hunt and patrol, their paw pads hardened from wear. In contrast, the cubs had softer pads. The cooling sensation of the water alleviated the burning discomfort, and as Mo Jiang relaxed with her eyes half closed, she suddenly tensed at his words. Chapter 51. The audience loses a sip of soup. Mo Jiang shook her ears, tilting her fluffy head skyward, pretending she had not heard a thing. Hu Meng, noticing the cub's demeanor, chose not to elaborate further. His intent in speaking was merely to prevent the cub from, in her curiosity, inadvertently harming herself. Gazing at the sky, Mo Jiang remained acutely aware of Hu Meng, relieved to see him return his focus to his meal without pursuing the conversation. She glanced down at her paw submerged in the water, slightly reddened compared to its usual hue. With a sigh, she pondered why she had naively believed her paw would possess a temperature-regulating quality akin to a human hand. While her mind wandered, she awaited the cooling of her food, redirecting her attention to the live-streaming room. The live stream had erupted in excitement. The number of viewers had surpassed the total of the previous 2 to 3 days combined, with a significant influx of new spectators far outnumbering the regulars, creating an unprecedented atmosphere of fervor. As soon as Mo Jiang proclaimed her dish was ready, viewers eagerly reached for their stone bowls. They brought the bowls close to their lips, but when the steam wafted towards them, memories of previous regrettable experiences with the hot delicacies surfaced, prompting them to withdraw the bowls from their mouths. The seasoned viewers, who had been following Mo Jiang since her second live broadcast, endured the temptation with restraint. Meanwhile, the newcomers, enticed by the savory aroma of meat, found their mouths watering uncontrollably, struggling to swallow their saliva, for the food lay tantalizingly close, making it nearly impossible to resist. Moreover, the stone bowls had a low thermal conductivity, so the viewers who had just received their steaming potato and meat stew felt no immediate peril from the heat. Unfamiliar with the nuances of the live stream, the newcomers, much like Hu Meng, cradled their bowls and eagerly slurped the rich, savory broth. Most of the audience had consumed nothing but nutrient paste throughout their lives. The nutrient paste was a pale white, devoid of flavor, and its texture resembled slightly thickened water. Thus, their taste buds, unaccustomed to diverse flavors, were acutely sensitive to the new experience. The stew was rich, savory, and delicious, imbued with a gentle undertone. It was as if fireworks had erupted in their minds. The audience was utterly captivated by the novel and enticing flavor, consumed by the singular thought of the bowl of potato and meat stew before them. Earlier, comments had praised the meatball soup, but the potato and meat stew, differing by only 2 characters, was equally delightful. So much so that one could wish to hold on to it forever. Just imagine how delectable the meat chunks must be. Many of the new viewers thought of this. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they gazed at the stone bowl, fixating on the meat within, determined to finish the broth first. They believed it would be an easy task to access the meat afterwards. But even as they contemplated this, the saliva that had briefly subsided began to pool once more. Many viewers prepared to take a second sip of the broth. However, as soon as the soup touched their lips, a sudden tingling and pain erupted on their tongues. The pain was not overwhelmingly intense, but rather a fine, intricate sensation that was bearable. Yet, as the discomfort registered in their brains, their nervous systems warned them to cease consumption lest the pain worsen. Some viewers, undeterred, took a sip despite the warning, only to find the tingling intensified. The audience was left in shock, not due to the sudden surge of discomfort, for who among the people of the interstellar age could not endure a modicum of pain? What left them dumbfounded was the realization that the exquisite, savory taste they had just enjoyed had diminished significantly. It was so faint that it was almost imperceptible. Looking down at the soup in their hands, they felt a profound sense of loss. What a waste! Such a monumental loss. Had they known their tongues would be scalded and thus impair their ability to taste, they would never have been so reckless as to dive straight into the bowl. Now, they lamented the precious sip of soup that had been lost, each breath a reminder of their discomfort. The viewers, mourning their lost taste of the delectable broth, continued to watch the comments and the live stream, patiently waiting for the rich, savory potato and meat stew to cool. Those who had been waiting dutifully for the soup to cool suddenly felt their spirits dampen at the sight of a new comment. Xiaoyi donated a nutrient paste. A comment appeared in the live stream, followed by a slow-moving yellow comment only visible after a donation, allowing every viewer to read it clearly. Xiaoyi, this is so good. The potato and meat stew is truly the best soup I have ever had in this live stream. I cannot allow anyone to miss tasting this dish. Please, anyone who sees this comment, hurry and have a sip, for every second delayed is a tremendous loss. Upon seeing this striking comment, the audience began to ponder, especially those who had scalded their tongues and missed a sip. They had the most authority to speak on the flavor of the potato and meat stew. Such a delightful broth, as the comment suggested, was indeed extraordinary. Every second of delay in savoring it was a loss. They themselves wanted to drink it, and also wished for others to experience it. It would not do to be selfish. They needed to convey to those who had yet to taste it just how exquisite it was. As for whether their tongues would be scalded and they would miss a sip of the soup, they reasoned that having already relished such a delicious broth, what did it matter if they lost another taste? Thus, before Xiao Yi's comment had even faded from the live stream, a flood of donation notifications surged into the chat. Mei had donated a nutrient paste. Lu Haishur, Shun, Lu donated 2 nutrient pastes. Sad Pig had donated. Simultaneously, many comments transformed into yellow, standing out starkly amidst the sea of white comments. Mei, this soup is so delicious. Compared to it, nutrient paste is hardly food at all, rewarding the streamer. I hope to see an abundance of delectable dishes in the future. Ideally, a bowl of potato and meat stew should grace our presence every day. Additionally, for those who have yet to savor this delightful concoction, do not hesitate. A moment's delay could result in a significant loss. Tang Tang Juju Z Lu Hai Shur Shumi Lu. I commend the streamer for their hard work. This modest contribution is a token of my respect. Furthermore, for those who have yet to indulge, do so promptly, for it is truly exquisite. A moment's delay in enjoying the soup results in a gradual loss of its warmth. Once you have tasted it, tears of joy will surely follow. So hurry, Sad Pig head. Echoing the sentiment, one must act swiftly to taste this. I just had a sip and was utterly captivated. Now, witnessing the steam rising from the soup, my heart aches as if a piece of me has been severed. Program Doghead. The previous comments hold true. The flavor is absolutely divine. Upon entering the live stream, I initially thought the streamer's claims of discovering a purifying zone for fierce beasts were mere fabrications to attract attention. However, after sampling the stew, I understood. Therefore, truly, heed my words and indulge without delay. A man seated in front of the live stream, nursing his scorched tongue, regrettably yet joyfully typed away at the keyboard. He could not be the sole victim of this deception. Those who entice others to drink the soup should stumble as they exit. Yet, joining in the collective misfortune of fellow viewers, losing a sip of the precious soup brought him immense delight. Chapter 52. This audience is quite exceptional. Mo Jiang observed the rapidly scrolling comments in a live stream and sensed something amiss. Upon reading once more that a moment's delay in drinking could result in great loss, she instinctively glanced down at her own paws still submerged in water. The slender, dense fur spread out in the rippling water, looking particularly inviting. However, the paw pads, soaked in hot water, were reddened from the heat. Mo Jiang gazed at her little paws for a while, then shifted her gaze to Hu Mei. The large tiger cradled a stone bowl, gently blowing on the steam rising above, attempting to hasten the cooling of the food. Adult tigers of the Hu tribe were 2 or 3 times larger than ordinary tigers. Yet the bowls they crafted, likely influenced by the remnants of human civilization, were merely the size of regular bowls. Thus, in comparison to Hu Meng's massive paws, the carefully held bowl appeared daintily petite. The juxtaposition of immense and petite evoked a peculiar charm, especially as Hu Meng's eyes brimmed with earnestness, as if only his tiny bowl contained significance. This peculiar charm became even more pronounced. Mo Jiang, observing the harmonious cuteness of Hu Meng's small bowl, deepened her understanding of the Hu tribe's reverence for food. She glanced at her own paws, then at Hu Meng, and, after a moment of contemplation, merely 2 or 3 seconds passed in reality. Witnessing the increasing number of guiding comments in the live stream, she twitched her whiskers, preparing to unveil the ulterior motives of the mischievous viewers. Suddenly, a donation announcement appeared in the live stream. Announcement: Mechanical Heart has gifted the streamer a high-grade battleship. As Mo Jiang beheld this donation notice, she instinctively looked to the comments. After several days of streaming, she had gained some insight into the donation dynamics. Once a donation notice appeared, within mere seconds, the comment section would flood with messages from viewers seeking the streamer's attention. True to form, as she glanced upwards, she saw the appearance of Mechanical Heart, whose bright red text stood out amid a sea of white and slightly yellow comments. However, it diverged slightly from her expectations. Rather than a single comment, a multitude of comments cascaded forth. Mechanical Heart, this soup is truly delightful. Upon entering, I witnessed the streamer placing plants into the so-called purifying zone. To be frank, I held no belief, suspecting the streamer was merely courting attention while skirting the edges of truth, and at that moment, my finger even hovered over the report button. Mechanical Heart, Yet, the streamer's gentle, soothing voice made me hesitate, leading me to temporarily refrain from reporting. I would never admit that it was the soft voice that softened my heart. That decision led me to countless moments of gratitude for my own softness of heart in the time that followed. Mechanical heart. Whether the purifying zone truly exists remains uncertain. However, I saw the stove, a relic only found in history books, and it was functional. I was utterly flabbergasted. My mind was consumed by a single thought. This streamer is extraordinary, having perfectly restored a stove depicted only in a blurry photograph. Mechanical heart. As I watched the food gradually cook, my admiration solidified. The subsequent dishes were so delicious they nearly brought me to tears. Moreover, there was not a trace of violent energy within. I possessed the ability to sense such energies due to my racial traits. I truly believe, the streamer has indeed discovered a means to purify the violent energy within fierce beasts. It turns out the praises of humanity regarding their ancient civilization were not mere boasts. Just one dish has ignited my desire to join them. Mechanical heart. From this day forth, the tiger cubs shall reign supreme in my heart. By the way, one crucial point. I am of the mechanical tribe, and temperature holds no significance for me. However, many in the live stream are carbon-based life forms. The temperature of freshly cooked food is unbearable for you. Thus, those encouraging you to drink the soup in the comments are truly wicked. Mo Jiang observed the nearly overwhelming bright red text flooding the comments section, her emotions transitioning from initial calmness to bashful pride, finally culminating in amusement as Mechanical Heart exposed the ill intentions of certain viewers who had suffered from the heat of the food. She could not help but ponder, are all the races of this era graduates of the Flattery Academy? As the audience witnessed another prominent figure making a donation in the live stream, they instinctively ceased typing. Their comments would surely pale in comparison to those of the esteemed benefactor, so it was wiser to wait until the benefactor had finished before contributing. With this thought in mind, most viewers caught sight of the bright red text, especially the final comment. Before the screen, viewers with mouths agape and tongues hanging out, eager for the discomfort to dissipate, displayed a mix of guilt and indignation. A grand barrage of comments erupted instantaneously, the speed so swift that Mo Jiang could scarcely respond. By the time she attempted to intervene, the first round of various civil greetings and insults had concluded. Now, it should be time to savor the soup in small sips. Mo Jiang, resigned, glanced at the comments, relieved that her words held weight. Once in this live stream, no one could resist the allure of the food's aroma. Those who had completely succumbed to their cravings promptly lifted their bowls, cautiously sipping a mouthful. The initial taste of the soup was pleasantly warm, an acceptable temperature, and the rich, savory, and gentle flavor was distinctly clear in the mouth. It was so marvelous that one could not help but squint in enjoyment. Someone could not resist sending a comment expressing their thoughts. Wu hung hung. Until today, I could not comprehend why an ancient species was termed foodies, but now I understand. I yearn to be a foodie, forever a foodie. I truly hope the streamer continues to broadcast indefinitely, as everyone became enraptured by the culinary delights. They were too absorbed to comment, resulting in a tranquil comment section. Thus, when this particular comment appeared, Mo Jiang noticed it immediately. She searched around and found several stone bowls, ladling the remaining potato and meat stew from the pot. Just enough for the chieftain and elders, with 3 bowls to spare. Mo Jiang contemplated briefly, deciding to give the extra bowls to Hu Mei, keeping one for herself and one for the audience. Perfect. Having made her decision, Mo Jiang shook her still slightly damp paws and limped over to Hu Mei. Mang, I will find Master Hu Yu and the others. Can you keep an eye on things here? Ing was savoring his share of soup, his tongue deftly curling to capture the liquid, though it hardly matched the volume of the meat pad beneath him. It was a marvel how such a large creature could so precisely control his movements to capture just that small amount each time. Hearing a sound near his paws, Ing did not lift his head. There was no need. Elder Hy had assured him that she would come over once she was finished. She would likely arrive soon. Before his words had fully left his mouth, a faint sound of soft pads landing on the ground reached him. The ears of the Tiger Clan were remarkably sensitive, and Ing, without needing a reminder from Ing, had already heard it. She shook her ears and turned her head, witnessing Hy swiftly approaching with her paws. It seemed she attempted to slow down, yet in an instant, she reverted to her original speed. Ing flicked her tail, feeling a hint of confusion. In the blink of an eye, HY had arrived beside them, one large and one small. She inhaled the rich aroma of the meat in the air, subtly twitching her whiskers, her face obscured by showing no signs of urgency. "What is it?" she inquired, pausing her pause and speaking before either of the two could respond, hinting at a slight sense of urgency. MGing, oblivious to HY's arrival, was unaware that HMing, who had been drinking soup and eating meat, had heard HY's voice, causing his tail tip to quiver. In the past, HY had never spoken immediately upon entering a scene, often choosing to observe first. He declared that no food prepared by a cub could be refused by a tiger. None at all. Chapter 53. Plants can also provide energy. Everything is ready. "Just waiting for you, master," MGing exclaimed, wagging her tail with delight as she prepared to run to the stove to assist HY with the meal. However, as she turned around, a furry tail suddenly wrapped around her tummy, causing her to turn in confusion and meet HY's serious gaze. What happened here? The tails of the great tigers were long enough to easily wrap around a small cub multiple times. As HY encircled the cub, a portion of her tail remained extended, its tip pointing directly at MGing's slightly swollen paw pad. Though her voice was directed at the cub, her gaze was fixed on HMing, carefully using her tail to secure the bowl. The contented HMing noticed HY's penetrating glare, causing his massive body to stiffen. MGing had not anticipated that HY would notice her paw's predicament immediately upon arrival, being shorter. She could not perceive the pleading glance HMing had cast her way. Nevertheless, the atmosphere was thick with tension, which MGing could not ignore. No matter how hard she tried, she waved her tail and, with both front paws, hugged HY's foreleg, letting out a soft whimper. "I accidentally touched the bowl and got burned, but I'm fine." She would never admit to her foolishness of touching the warm bowl out of curiosity about the difference between tiger claws and human hands, only to end up burned. HMing, already tense from the situation, felt his four paws pressed tightly together, and upon hearing HY's cold snort, they squished into a fluffy ball. HY's cold snort was directed at HMing. MGing, suspended in the air, did not catch the full context and merely flicked her ears. "What did you say, master?" she asked innocently. HY lowered her head to meet the small cub's round head and shook her own. "Nothing. Just act a bit more cautiously in the future. I'll handle it myself." As soon as she finished speaking, she set MGing down on the ground and took a few quick steps to the stove, gazing at the small bowl before turning her attention to HMing. Still in her full tiger form, she held the bowl delicately with her claws. HMing, who had been intently watching HY, held his breath when she glanced in his direction, fearing punishment from the elder. While he remained tense, he noticed that HY had merely cast a casual glance his way. He perked up after shaking his tail. However, when he saw HY lift the bowl to her mouth, he seemed to realize something. "Elder Y, you could transform into human form. That would be more convenient." He had previously transformed into human form, but found that his strength could not be fully exerted in that state, fearing he could not respond in time should the cub encounter danger. Thus, he had reluctantly reverted to his larger tiger form. Thankfully, he had a perfect grasp of his abilities, and each meal he consumed was proportionate to his human form. Otherwise, he would have been unable to resist devouring the numerous bowls of meat soup already prepared on the stove. Unbeknownst to HY, who was unaware of HMing's inner turmoil and was far stronger, even if she transformed into human form, she was confident in her ability to protect the cub. Therefore, without a second thought, she transformed. This was MGing's first glimpse of HY's human form, which deviated somewhat from her imagination. The woman's prominent features were surrounded by soft gray fur, her face youthful and slightly pudgy. Were it not for her sharply angled eyes, one might easily mistake her for someone under 30. MGing shook the fluff on her ears and found her gaze uncontrollably drawn to HY in human form. As the only female elder of the Tiger Clan, one could not attain such status without absolute strength, and upon seeing HY's muscular physique, MGing was not surprised. However, the form of her muscles differed from MGing's expectations. MGing had presumed that no matter what, her master's muscles would be quite pronounced. Yet, in reality, HY's muscles were not exaggerated, but a delicate layer perfectly conforming beneath her skin, flowing gracefully in shape. She mused that when her master was in tiger form, She exuded a regal presence, standing alongside the clan leader without losing any grandeur. Who would have thought that in human form, aside from her height, she appeared as a petite figure? Mo Jiang thought about this, but as her gaze fell upon Hy's long legs, she fell silent. Instinctively glancing at her own short and fluffy legs, tears of envy welled in her heart. Strong beings possess an acute awareness of their surroundings, able to discern even the slightest rustle of wind or movement. Under normal circumstances, such an intense gaze from Mo Jiang would have elicited a reaction from Hy, perhaps even an attack. Yet at this moment, Hy was entirely captivated by the food in her hands, and even if she instinctively sensed the cub's gaze, she had no mind to pursue it further. In recent days, the food in the tribe had not only temporarily alleviated the hunger of all tigers, but had also markedly improved in taste. Like the other tigers, Hy transitioned from initial astonishment at the delightful dishes to eagerly anticipating the meals each day. Due to her own circumstances, she had adapted to the heightened quality of flavors ahead of the other tigers to resist future temptations. Thus, after several days of consuming the tribe's food, while Hy might still marvel at the exquisite flavors in her heart, she no longer displayed any expressions of enjoyment on her face. However, she did not expect that today's meal would be entirely different from those of the previous days. The taste bore some resemblance to the earlier beast meat and fish ball soup, yet it possessed an added gentleness. It was this softness that rendered the broth distinct from those before. Even the soft and flavorful plants within the soup replenished energy to the body. Hy's eyes brightened. She finished the soup in a few gulps and approached the small, fluffy bundle. This plant in the soup seems different from before. She scooped up the furry bundle, gently stroking Mo Jiang's round head, the soft and fine texture prompting Hy to squint her eyes in pleasure. The gentle caress on her head made Mo Jiang feel comfortable enough to begin purring softly. Hearing Hy's words, she lazily opened her mouth and emitted a tender sound. It might be because of the addition of animal blood. Hy, stroking the cub. The pressure on her head was just right, causing the cub to feel drowsy. Mo Jiang summoned her energy and tilted her head, her tail pointing at a bowl containing protruding potato chunks. In the blood lies salt, and though I could not find any, I shall temporarily use it as a substitute. Consuming salt will invigorate us, she explained simply. Hu blinked, seemingly grasping something, yet also appearing perplexed, ultimately opting to leave the task of communicating with the little tiger cub to others. Come, I will take you to find the clan leader, she decisively declared, cradling the little cub as she prepared to depart. As she left, she reminded Hu Mang to keep a close watch over the area. Mo Jiang, in a state of drowsiness, responded with a vague acknowledgement. However, amidst her muddled consciousness, she felt an inkling of having forgotten something. The audience in the live stream was enjoying their meal when suddenly the food they had in their mouths vanished, as did the bowls in their hands. They were left in a state of shock. Chapter 54. The little cub's airplane ears oblivious to the happenings in the live stream, and Mo Jiang, being petted and lulled into sleepiness, was now drowsy. Suddenly, she perked up, her small head raised, her ears folded back, resembling airplane ears, which made her round little head appear even cuter. What is the matter? Hu asked, surprised upon seeing Hu's figure. Last night, they had agreed that Hu would take full responsibility for the little cub. Yet, it was unexpected that she would bring the cub so soon. Let the little cub speak with you. Instantly, both pairs of eyes turned to the sleepily blinking little cub. And Mo Jiang, yawning, felt the gaze from above and abruptly halted her wide yawn. Blinking once, she closed her mouth, which had opened too wide, and looked up. What? Though she had only yawned halfway, it felt incredibly comfortable, causing her to overlook the exchange between the two larger tigers. The food you made earlier also contains energy from plants. You should discuss it with the clan leader. Hu, noticing the cub's dazed appearance, instinctively shook her ears, forgetting that she was in her human form, and they did not move. Feeling frustrated, she resolved that unless it was something particularly important, if the little cub wished to sleep, she should let it sleep. The sight of Mo Jiang looking so drowsy tugged at Hu's heartstrings. After hearing Hu's words, Mo Jiang nuzzled into her warm embrace with reluctance, then peeked down at the ground. I should be able to jump down. This thought crossed her mind, and just as she prepared to leap, her hind legs straightened, her height suddenly diminished. I will lower you down. You are weak and small, so don't try to mimic the other cubs all the time. Hu gently patted Mo Jiang's head as a reminder. Mo Jiang shook her ears and let out a soft, adorable sound in agreement. Then she took a couple of steps towards Hu Bai. Looking up, today we discovered a new plant that resembles sweet potatoes. It fills you up easily, though it lacks sweetness. Seeing Mo Jiang struggle to look up, Hu Bai discreetly shifted from a crouched position to lying flat on the ground, lowering his height. Hearing her words, he replied, "Then let us gather it." Recently, there have been fewer ferocious beasts in the vicinity. As the cold season approaches, apart from the patrol and hunting teams, the other tigers aren't very active. So it matters little whether the food contains energy. Hu Bai's voice was as resonant and clear as his towering figure. Mo Jiang understood the implication. Prey was diminishing, and the food stored for the cold season might not suffice. As long as they did not starve, subsisting on plants would not be a problem. Wait, just as Hu Bai resigned himself to the fact that this year, during the cold season, they would refrain from consuming meat unless absolutely necessary. The little cub's voice piped up. His gaze instinctively fell upon her, filled with curiosity. Mo Jiang stomped her little paws. If we add some salt to our food, even plants can make our clan members strong. Hu Bai flicked his tail, his tone rising in pitch. Salt? What is that? Despite living for many years, he had never heard of adding salt to food to energize the clan. As soon as the little cub finished speaking, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. However, when he looked at Mo Jiang's small form, his skepticism began to fade. It seemed plausible that a clan of tigers capable of purification could indeed have a purifying master among them, especially one of such high talent, seemingly bearing a legacy. Thus, the notion that adding salt to food could invigorate their clan members did not seem so far-fetched. While his thoughts whirled, Hu Bai remained calm, patiently awaiting Mo Jiang's next words. It was not only the tigers of the clan who were unaware of what salt was. Most clans on their home planet were equally oblivious. Without hesitation, she explained in simple, straightforward terms, "The meat we usually eat has not had the blood properly drained, which is why it has a salty taste. That taste is salt." Upon hearing this, Hu Bai comprehended. Indeed, when their ancestors transformed into human form, they unconsciously adopted human behaviors, including those related to food. Therefore, when preparing meat, they always ensured that all blood was removed. However, over time, they found their bodies inexplicably weakening, unable to fully exert their strength. It was only after rediscovering their primal dietary habits that their health improved. Nevertheless, after many years of evolution, they had made new discoveries. Simply removing the skin and organs of the animals while leaving everything else intact, then boiling it, would also yield energy. The phenomenon of gradual physical weakening was no longer an issue. Now, considering the little cub's words, it appeared to hold a certain validity. Hu Bai was deep in thought, and noticing his silence, Mo Jiang assumed he was skeptical and stopped her playful pawing. Lowering her voice, as though that would dispel the childish tone, she said, "Clan leader, if you do not believe me, you can taste the food I just made." Having already believed about 60 to 70% of what she said, Hu Bai, upon hearing Mo Jiang's soft voice, shook his whiskers and responded in a low tone, "Then let us go and take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Yu, who had been quietly observing the interaction between the two tigers, bent down and scooped the little cub back into her arms, continuing to hold her. It must be said, the fur of the larger tigers was not as soft and downy as that of the little cubs. Once again lifted into the air, Mo Jiang felt no ripple of emotion. Perhaps from the first moment Hu Yu had cradled her while walking, and she had caught a glimpse of Hu Yu's entranced expression, she had developed a certain understanding. This teacher, with a cherubic face who appeared quite young, seemed to have a fondness for all things fluffy. "You're here." Upon arriving at the cooking area, Hu Bai noticed 5 or 6 individuals gathered around. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as the elders who managed various affairs within the clan. However, there was one among them. He casually greeted them, though the greeting was delivered while sipping soup, devoid of any emotion. Observing the crowded elders and glancing at Hu Mang, who was squeezed into a corner like a little wife, Hu Bai felt a sense of frustration. The elders, immersed in their potato and meat stew, were not intimidated by Hu Bai. Their strengths were comparable, with Hu Bai being slightly superior, merely holding the position of clan leader. In a brawl, it was uncertain who would prevail. One elder remarked, "Let us visit other clans in the afternoon or tomorrow to assess the situation." Upon hearing their words, Hu Bai furrowed his brows. "Hey, don't just stand there. Try this soup. The plants in it actually have energy. Yes, indeed. Consuming it can restore some stamina." though the recovery is a bit limited. Chapter 55. Preparations to search for salt mines, however, if such plans can restore stamina. Enduring this year's cold season may still be feasible. The elders gazed at the diminishing food in their bowls, their eating motions gradually slowing down as they engaged in dialogue with the clan leader. In the course of their conversation, one elder handed a bowl of what appeared to be the least amount of soup to Hubai. Hubai glanced at the bowl before him, feeling a surge of frustration that he could neither express nor suppress. Under the direct gaze of the 5 elders, he reluctantly accepted the bowl. He took a sip, striving to disregard the exquisite flavor that astonished him, swallowing the soup while savoring the potato chunks in his mouth. The little cub was right. These potato pieces had a slightly salty taste. It was the taste of blood. Before long, Hubai felt a sense of relief in his clamoring stomach, a faint resurgence of strength coursing through his body. Is the salt you speak of only found within blood? After drinking the soup, Hubai began to trust Mo Jiang's words. The Tiger Clan was never one to procrastinate. He pondered the meaning behind Mo Jiang's earlier statements and directly voiced his confusion. Mo Jiang, observing the empty bowl on the stove, felt an ominous sensation swell within her, though she could not pinpoint its source. Before she could further contemplate this unsettling feeling, Hubai's voice interrupted her thoughts. No, there are salty stones that contain salt, and some waters that are brackish also hold salt. Additionally, certain fruits may have salt deposits on their surfaces. These 3 types are known as salt mines, salt lakes, and salt bush. However, these terms are likely unfamiliar to the inland Tiger Clan. So Mo Jiang opted for more straightforward language to avoid complications. After hearing her explanation, Hubai reflected for a moment before directing his gaze towards Mo Jiang. Do these items appear in specific locations? He added, fearing that Mo Jiang would misunderstand. As one might find long fruits only growing in moist soil, and certain vines can only thrive by clinging to large trees. Mo Jiang understood the essence of Hubai's inquiry and nodded. Places with salt possess distinct characteristics, and I can identify them when I encounter them. Over the past few days, she had diligently scoured the virtual light brain, researching various regions characterized by the presence of salt mines and salt lakes. Her efforts were not in vain. Upon hearing Mo Jiang's words, Hubai exhaled a sigh of relief. Thus, tomorrow you shall accompany these elders to search for the existence of the items you mentioned nearby. His voice was gentle, a stark contrast to the cold demeanor he had shown the others moments ago, as if he had transformed into a different person. Mo Jiang followed Hubai's gaze to the elders surrounding them. Under Hubai's hopeful gaze, she nodded in agreement. According to her original plan, this afternoon was indeed meant for seeking out salt mines or salt lakes. Hubai felt an immense sense of comfort when the little cub readily agreed. However, even though he was eager to find salt stones and salt water, he did not forget the reason for the little cub's daily excursions. Are you not searching for plants or gathering today? Mo Jiang shook her head. No need. Finding salt is of paramount importance. Hubai raised his hand, intending to ruffle the little cub's soft, plush head to express his delight, but before his hand could land on the round and inviting head, a hand suddenly appeared from his side. With a swift and forceful motion, it slapped Hubai's hand down. Do not move your claws. Looking up, he discovered it was Hu Yu's protective nature was as unchanged as ever. The undercurrents between the 2 large tigers and one small cub went unnoticed by the other elders, who were more preoccupied with Hubai's insinuation regarding the revival of a long vacant position within the clan. Upon hearing those words, the elders exchanged contemplative glances at the little cub nestled obediently in Hu Yu's embrace, their minds racing with thoughts. Although Hubai had not explicitly stated it, they all understood that if the little cub truly discovered salt, this frigid season would pass safely, and the shaman, absent for nearly a century, would re-emerge in the spring. The shaman held a highly esteemed position among all clans, second only to the clan leader, and in certain domains could stand equal to the leader. However, they merely marveled at the little cub's fortuitous fate, not dwelling too deeply on the implications. The contributions made could save an entire race, propelling it towards a brighter future. Without a doubt, the clan leader would seek to reinstate the position of shaman, and even if the leader did not mention it, the elders would inevitably bring it up when the time was right. It was abundantly clear to all present how crucial it was for a clan to consume nourishing food daily. Mo Jiang remained unaware that the elders had silently resolved to fully support her endeavors. After conversing with the clan leader, she watched the figure gradually recede into the distance. A hint of worry settling in her heart. The elder's strength was unquestionable, and with 6 or 7 formidable elders at her side, she felt a surge of security. Yet, these towering tigers were her elders, and she feared potential disagreements. As if sensing Mo Jiang's inner turmoil, Yu, gently stroking her fur, spoke in a hushed tone. Yet the clarity of his words reached every elder present. I will accompany you this afternoon. If any tigers misbehave, just inform Master, and I will assist you in resolving it. Mo Jiang responded with a soft, childlike affirmation. At just 3 years old, she was still a naive little cub, accepting whatever her master said as truth. There is still a bowl left. Finish it and take a nap, and when you wake, we will continue our search for salt stones, salt water, and salted fruits. Yu patted the little cub's head, the fluffiness of his hand prompting her to squint with delight. Happiness bubbled within her. Indeed, there was something so delightful about ruffling the soft head of a little cub. After a couple more affectionate pats, he reluctantly set the small bundle down on the ground, beckoning the other elders to depart. As the elders left, they noticed the 5 remaining bowls of soup on the stove, exchanging glances. Ultimately, their gazes converged on Huluo. Huluo shot them a glare before lowering his head towards the little cub cradling his bowl. Shall we offer these extras for the other elders to taste? Mo Jiang, oblivious to Huluo's words as she realized she had forgotten something, waved her paw dismissively, indicating they could do as they pleased. Elated, the elders each took a bowl and departed, leaving behind the small duo of Humang and Mo Jiang. Humang stared at the stove, realizing that besides the bowl in front of the little cub, there was no second bowl of food, leaving him in shock. Meanwhile, Mo Jiang focused on the warm potato meat soup before her, too apprehensive to glance at the live stream. Chapter 56. The cub's apology and compensation. Mo Jiang's refusal to look did not negate the existence of the live stream, nor did it cause the audience within to vanish, nor did it erase the emotionally charged comments that had appeared. Eventually, she would have to confront it. Mo Jiang shrank her fluffy little neck, the urge to evade lingering in her mind for a minute before gradually dissipating. She had forgotten to inform her viewers of her sudden busyness, which had caused distress among them. If she continued to avoid them, it would indeed be quite unfair. With this thought, her initial anxiety was replaced by guilt. I apologize. I had to attend to some urgent matters and forgot to inform you all. Just as the barrage of sorrowful and crying comments intensified in the chat area, her youthful voice rang out, imbued with sincere regret and remorse. The audience in the live stream, already apprehensive of the cub abruptly ending the broadcast, expressed their feelings in a gentle manner. While some complaints emerged, they did not come off as bothersome. New viewers, unfamiliar with the cub's actions over the past 2 days, were initially bewildered when the food suddenly disappeared, leading to a flurry of questions. Some irritable viewers, though not resorting to foul language, expressed sentiments that might be deemed somewhat unpleasant in their comments. As soon as the barrage of comments appeared, seasoned viewers swiftly took to the comment section, enlightening others about the mischievous antics of Huzai and advising them to be mindful of their words. They were already anxious due to the sudden disappearance of their food. If Huzai were to abruptly end the live stream because of certain comments, where would they go to lament their loss? In the blink of an eye, those more intense remarks vanished without a trace. At that moment, upon hearing the gentle, apologetic tone from the live stream, the barrage transformed into a harmonious chorus, soothingly assuring that it was all right. Mo Jiang, overwhelmed with guilt, dared not glance at the comments after realizing she had momentarily forgotten about her audience. While apologizing, her eyes were cast down, long lashes shading her vision. Thus, she remained unaware of the comment section state, following the heartfelt steps of an apology. After sincerely expressing her regret, it was time for her to take action to make amends. Feeling genuinely remorseful, Mo Jiang pushed a bowl of food forward. This bowl contained the last serving, one that the viewers had not chosen during their meal or had not yet had the chance to enjoy in the live stream. Those who had eaten less or not at all could now indulge. This bowl held the most meat and potatoes. Perhaps it was deliberately left by the elders. While viewers casually remarked that they forgave her as long as Huzai communicated beforehand and refrained from ending the stream on a whim, their hearts were bleeding inside. Many had not finished their meals. Some viewers, eager to savor the deliciousness for as long as possible, merely brushed their lips against the bowl's edge before licking. Hours passed, yet the soup level in their bowls barely dropped by 5 millimeters. How could they not feel a pang of loss? As they grappled with their heartache, they maintained a facade of cheerfulness while cautiously engaging with Hu Zai. Their expressions dimmed. The sounds emanating from a live stream were akin to celestial music. Originally, various artistic or charming prompts encouraging Mo Jiang to communicate directly with them transformed dramatically. "You can't escape, you silly girl," one viewer lamented. "Hu Zai is so wonderful, I am overjoyed." Another exclaimed, "Is this real? I can't believe my ears." Yet another pleaded, "Hu Zai, could you speak a bit louder? Love you." Almost every comment was infused with palpable excitement, their emotions transparent. It was no wonder they were so animated. The host held significant power in the live stream, and in the culinary domain, this authority was magnified due to the ingredients and cooking methods involved. The host could impose restrictions on each dish, allowing viewers to consume only those without limitations. When Hu Zai mentioned that only one bowl could be consumed, the viewers had not anticipated that the host had no real understanding of the control a culinary host wielded over their live stream. They simply assumed it was a verbal guideline, unaware that there was no actual limit on the number of bowls one could touch. They all dutifully picked up the bowl they believed contained the most potato and meat soup. Since Mo Jiang had stepped away momentarily, the viewers had not yet recognized the lack of restrictions. Thus, when they heard they could have another bowl, it felt like a delightful windfall, eliciting joyous exclamations. After apologizing, Mo Jiang, feeling somewhat lighter in her heart, dared to glance at the comments. Her eyes fell upon various incredulous remarks, interspersed with effusive compliments. Mo Jiang scratched her head, somewhat perplexed. However, the relaxed atmosphere of the live stream eased her tension. As long as the viewers weren't relentlessly scolding her, they could express their sentiments freely. She needed to prepare for an afternoon visit to the salt mine, allowing herself a 2-hour nap. With an hour and a half left for her audience, she had half an hour to finish her meal. The viewer known as Lianming Zue Diao remarked, "Is an hour and a half too little?" When Mo Jiang suggested they could have another bowl, nearly all the viewers dove into the single remaining bowl of potato and meat soup. Due to a previous experience, their speed of consumption surged. If they had previously savored their food with utmost deliberation, now they devoured it even faster than usual. Fully engrossed in their meal, they considered Hu Zai's words to be of secondary importance, merely letting them wash over their ears. Yet a small fraction of viewers, still reeling from earlier experiences, maintained a cautious attitude even after being informed by veteran viewers. Thus, amidst the calm comments, one stood out. Once soup cools, its flavor and texture diminish greatly. Consuming it while warm is ideal. I'll take a break here. Aren't you eating? Big Hu noticed that little Hu Zai had yet to open her eyes, her large, round eyes shining even brighter. He responded softly, then tiptoed towards the large pot. Chapter 57. Purification value reaches 500,000. Lianming Jiao continued to engage in the comments. When is the best time to eat the food after it's cooked in a live stream? Mo Jiang pondered for a moment. It depends on the specific dish and personal taste. For instance, cold dishes like smashed cucumber, cold mixed tofu skin, and boiled peanuts are best enjoyed immediately after preparation. The young man, lounging before the holographic screen, known as Lianming Jiao, listened to the soft voice from the live stream, perplexed that he had never heard of these dish names, yet found himself salivating uncontrollably. Wiping his damp neck, he sipped the potato and meat soup while quickly typing on the virtual keyboard with one hand. Lianming Jiao inquired, what other dishes should be allowed to sit for a bit to reach their optimal flavor and texture? 4 savory soups, options such as corn and rib soup, lotus root and rib soup, and radish and rib soup offer a delightful combination of saltiness and the unique fragrance of plants, along with the gentle flavor of rib broth. I will prepare these for you in future live streams. As saliva pooled increasingly in his mouth, he struggled to swallow quickly enough. Mo Jiang, with her eyes closed, brought her tail to her mouth, wiping the damp fur. Nearby, Wu Meng, with his keen eyes on little Hu Zai, nearly dropped the pot in fright upon witnessing her movement. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, hooking the pot's edge with his tail just before it slipped from his grasp. Yet Hu Meng dared not continue licking the pot. He discreetly observed little Hu Zai for a while, noting her lack of any inclination to open her eyes. He sighed deeply and redirected his focus back to the pot in his paws. After licking for a brief moment, he had barely consumed a third. The small amount of soup remaining at the bottom of the pot had yet to be touched. Hu Meng grinned, suppressing his eagerness. He opened his mouth, his tongue delicately brushing the pot's interior, his gaze cautiously fixed on little Huzai, prepared to set the pot down at the slightest hint of her movement. He must maintain his gallant and imposing image before her. Reflecting on how little Huzai gazed up at him, her eyes sparkling with admiration, Hu Mang clenched his paw, reinforcing his resolve. Little did he know, his current actions appeared incredibly endearing. The pot was nearly the same size as his fluffy tiger face. To keep watch over little Huzai, Big Hu had deliberately opened his eyes wide, his ears perked in vigilance. Despite his towering stature, he exuded an adorably clumsy aura, utterly incongruent with his otherwise valiant image. Regrettably, at this moment, Mo Jiang is drooling alongside the audience, oblivious to Hu Mang and missing the adorably clumsy antics of the cute tiger. Observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, she notes a remark about a salty soup, implying that there are indeed other flavors available. The comments continue to scroll by, and Mo Jiang realizes she can no longer endure this situation. Furthermore, the number of individuals in the live stream who have finished their meals is increasing. If this continues, her chance for a nap today will be lost. The culinary delights I am aware of will be demonstrated in the live stream for you to savor in the future. However, without any ingredients at hand, voicing my cravings serves no purpose beyond increasing saliva. Without waiting for further comments, Mo Jiang abruptly changes the subject. After stating this, she swiftly switches the live stream to the background and prepares to sleep. Yet, as her consciousness begins to fade, the phrase purification value flashes through her mind, instantly reviving her spirit. She taps the system. After deducting half points for the plug-in and virtual light brain, the host has accumulated a total of 509 for 135 purification points. Upon hearing this figure, Mo Jiang momentarily falters in her response. Instinctively, she asks how much, her soft voice tinged with astonishment. The system's voice, as usual, bears an electronic tone, calm in demeanor, but laced with a hint of mockery. 509 for 135 purification points. Host, do not forget what your master advised about maintaining composure. Look at your current demeanor. You are no different from a genuine little tiger cub. Over 50,000 square meters of land, more than 70 acres. The small wheat field beside the purification river holds promise. Excitement surges through her mind, causing her head to buzz and her heart to race. By the time she processes the system's subtle derision, a considerable amount of time has passed. Mo Jiang places a hand over her rapidly beating heart, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Having coexisted with the system for several days, she has not done so in vain. She has gained some understanding of its characteristics. While its tone seemed calm and steady earlier, she had detected a slight tremor when it announced the purification value. You're not in a much better position either. After rolling her eyes, Mo Jiang mutters under her breath, ignoring the system as she attempts to succumb to sleepiness. However, after hearing the purification point total, her mind remains in a heightened state of excitement, rendering her unable to sleep. Sleep eludes her completely. Mo Jiang flicks her tail and decides against sleeping. With her eyes closed, she begins to contemplate when to start purifying the wheat and which part to focus on. As she ponders, a thought suddenly strikes her. Have you not yet provided the reward for Task 1? The system, nestled in its domain and happily counting the purification points, pauses momentarily, quickly gathering all the points into its embrace and responding in its electronic voice. Please hold on. I will process that for you right away. Will the settlement occur in the designated space or suddenly appear? Mo Jiang queries with curiosity. The space provided for the host is relatively small, and the quantity of sweet potatoes is considerable. It will be placed at a location specified by the host. The little fluff ball shakes its ears, dislodging a small insect that had been lingering there. After a moment of thought, before the system can finalize the sweet potato settlement, she speaks up. Let us wait a couple of days before settling it. The system glances at the towering mound of sweet potatoes before looking at the purification points in its possession, swallowing hard. Considering the purification points you have amassed in the past few days, I can store them for you free of charge for 2 days. If the storage exceeds that time, a fee of 100 purification points per day will apply. Mo Jiang responds with an O, uncertain if the system's voice carries any special functions. Surprisingly, she feels a tinge of drowsiness. Mo Jiang's consciousness gradually drifts into a haze, and she is unaware of when she falls asleep. She is awakened by Hu Mang's call. As she opens her eyes, she is greeted by the sight of 7 or 8 large tigers, all waiting for her. Mo Jiang instantly shakes off her drowsiness. She hastily consumes the now-cold meal and then leaps onto Hu Yu's back, embarking on the quest for the salt mine. Chapter 58. The little people of the salt mines are typically formed from ancient oceans. After thousands or even millions of years of climatic and tectonic changes, the original ocean is evaporated by high temperatures, resulting in high concentrations of crystalline salt. Mo Jiang, not being a geography scholar, is unable to deduce where tectonic movements have occurred based on the terrain. Fortunately, the elders accompanying her possess an intimate knowledge of the surrounding environment, bolstered by generations of records from the tribe's ancestors. After conversing with them, Mo Jiang determines a general area based on the density of plant growth. Although the saltwood tree is a species that stands only 5 to 10 centimeters tall with a distinctive spherical crown, it is easily recognizable. However, after walking for a while, she finds no small trees with spherical crowns, nor even any trees shorter than 50 centimeters. As she nears her destination, the plant life becomes increasingly sparse. Nevertheless, she does not harbor any disappointment, as she did not expect immediate success. At last, Hu Yu, sensitive to the ground's hardness, halts upon sensing a change in the surface beneath his paws and turns to speak to the little tiger cub perched on his back. Mo Jiang straightens up, and without needing Hu Yu's prompting, she deliberately spreads her 4 fluffy little legs and belly apart, allowing Hu Yu's tail to curl around her. In the blink of an eye, she is on the ground. Upon landing, Mo Jiang distinctly feels that the soil beneath her paws differs from that of the tribe's land. Yet, she cannot articulate exactly how. She lowers her gaze to find the soil, displaying a gray hue. According to her research, salt that contains clay appears gray. As this information surfaces in her mind, her heartbeat quickens. Instinctively, she reaches out with her tail to scoop up a small clump of soil to taste. However, just as her tail approaches her mouth, a large, furry tiger paw suddenly intervenes, pushing her delicate tail away. Mo Jiang looks up to see Hu Yu frowning at her. Do not put everything in your mouth. Mo Jiang, with her adorable furry face, smiles up at Hu Yu in an attempt to appease him. Master, I did not intend to eat it. I merely wish to confirm whether it is the salt mine we seek. Hu Yu's frown does not ease with her charming smile. Instead, she receives a firm rub from Tiger Paw. You are so weak. Even the slightest danger could claim your life. Let those who are strong and robust handle such matters. The Tiger Clan provides them with valuable resources not merely for their sustenance. Each tiger has responsibilities and obligations. Your task is to utilize the knowledge passed down in your mind to find what is beneficial for the Tiger Clan, while we shall handle the rest. She attempts to pick up the soil and place it in her mouth. Hearing Hu Yu's words, Mo Jiang, momentarily stunned, sees Hu Yu about to consume the entire clump of soil and quickly interjects. Master, no need to eat it. Just a tiny lick to discern the flavor will suffice. Upon hearing this, Hu Yu shifts from biting to licking. The taste on her tongue causes her to scrunch her face. It is sour, bitter, and salty, accompanied by a muddy taste that even a seasoned tiger like Hu Yu finds difficult to endure. She instinctively contemplates spitting out the bitter, salty flavor that fills her mouth. Yet, as she lowers her head, she catches sight of her eager apprentice gazing up at her with bright eyes. Hu Yu instantly regains her authoritative demeanor. So, what does it taste like? The voice of the little milk tiger rings in her ears, slightly hurried. Hu Yu shakes her whiskers, processing the flavor in her mouth. At first, there's a bitter and muddy taste, along with a hint of sourness. To ascend to the esteemed position of an elder within the Hu tribe, one must possess not only strength, but also a wealth of experience. Hu Yu has undergone countless trials. In moments of dire hunger, she has learned to consume whatever is available. Unlike humans, who exist in a relatively mild environment despite some harsh conditions, she has a profound understanding of various flavors: sour, sweet, bitter, and astringent. This knowledge is one of the reasons she is inclined to lick the clay. Is there more? Mo Jiang, noticing Hu Yu's extensive discourse on flavors, felt a twinge of disappointment when the desired salty taste went unmentioned. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired further. Observing the little cub's eager yet disheartened demeanor, Hu Yu instinctively raised her paw to pat her head, saying, "There's also a flavor that is both salty and bitter." Mo Jiang's eyes, which had been dimming, instantly sparkled with hope. She extended her paw, eager to dig into a piece of clay. This time, Hu Yu did not deter her. Her body emitted no warning signals, for this clay presented no toxicity, only an overwhelming taste that was difficult for Hu Yu to endure. The other large tigers, recognizing Hu Yu's permissive attitude, remained silent. Mo Jiang successfully retrieved a piece of clay and, upon licking it, found the taste overwhelmingly rich, almost enough to bring her to tears. She noted Hu Yu's expression after licking the clay, realizing that she had taken too large a bite. The salt content was unexpectedly high. No, it should be said that the salt was infused within the clay. Hu Yu, mindful of her imposing presence, did not exhibit concern, but Mo Jiang, as a young cub, felt no such reservations. She spat out a few mouthfuls of saliva, feeling slightly relieved of the bitter saltiness, and nodded at the large tigers who were focused entirely on her. This is precisely what we seek. The salt content is extraordinarily high, and if this land is composed of similar clay, it could sustain the entire Hu tribe for a lifetime. As soon as her words fell, the large tigers, eager to seize the opportunity, hastily picked up their own pieces of clay, spitting and sputtering in excitement. Their furry faces scrunched in anticipation, their hearts racing with exhilaration. They had consumed the afternoon's meal, which contained hints of salt and energy. The young cub's words were likely true. As long as there was salt, the prosperity of the Hu tribe was within reach. Gazing out over the vast expanse, which seemed to stretch across half the territory of the Hu tribe, the large tigers could no longer contain their enthusiasm. A chorus of roars erupted, piercing the heavens. Mo Jiang, swept up in their fervor, could not help but join in. Her voice distinctly different from the powerful roars of the larger tigers, a soft, milky sound that stood out amidst the cacophony. Upon hearing her own gentle voice, Mo Jiang shook her ears and promptly closed her mouth. Just as the Hu tribe was enveloped in excitement, a small voice suddenly emerged from the shadows. "This is my home. What are you doing here?" The voice, though soft and trembling, carried a firm tone. The roars fell silent, and all eyes turned towards the source. A diminutive figure, with a tuft of fluffy hair, pale skin, and a frail form, stood beside a bush, brandishing a wooden stake that barely reached his height. Confronting the assembly of tigers. Chapter 59. The hamster tribes shunned the small figure, though an adult, appeared diminutive among the large tigers, akin to a pocket-sized doll. Even the smallest cub in the tiger group towered over him slightly. With pale skin and hair, the small figure faced the tigers, his legs trembling slightly, but still bravely brandishing his weapon in a defensive stance. Amidst this peculiar standoff, a voice suddenly resonated above Mo Jiang's head. "This is your home?" Hu Yu's voice was devoid of emotion. Even the hint of confusion sounded like a firm assertion. All the tigers shifted their gazes from the small figure to Hu Yu, and Mo Jiang, too, strained her neck to peer at Hu Yu. "Then why were you following us this afternoon?" Hu Yu's tone was flat, her tiger eyes calm and composed. The words she spoke caused the small pale figure to widen his eyes in shock. "I did not. You are mistaken." His voice was hurried and sharp, somewhat grating, causing the tigers to twitch their ears. The wooden stake he held clattered to the ground. Mo Jiang, standing at a similar height, easily observed the changes in the small figure's expression. His initial defiance gave way to a look of despair, the shift in emotion starkly evident. However, Mo Jiang recognized that this was not the time for questions. She stood obediently beside Hu Yu, awaiting the unfolding events. "I recall that the hamster tribe resides to the east of the flying tiger tribe. It takes at least 15 days to reach the flying tiger tribe from your settlement. Speak, what brings you here?" The small figure, appearing dazed and lost, did not soften Hu Yu's resolve. Her gaze swept across the large tigers, who subtly surrounded the small figure. Shun, the pale figure, understood that he would eventually be unmasked, but he had not anticipated being exposed so quickly to the Hu tribe's scrutiny. Now that his deception was unveiled, he had no intention of continuing with his poor lies. As Hu Yu questioned him, memories of his own tribe's suffering flooded his mind, causing his cheeks to flush with anger and helplessness. He lifted his gaze, preparing to explain his circumstances to Hu Yu, only to find himself encircled by the imposing tigers. Shun trembled slightly. Yet, he reassured himself that he had not committed any acts that would endanger the flying tiger tribe, and his racing heart gradually calmed. "This is indeed not my home. I followed you in search of assistance." Shun composed his thoughts, striving to suppress the anxiety and fear stemming from his oppressed status, allowing his gaze to settle on the only small cub, who appeared the most gentle and harmless. As he spoke, tears shimmered in his small, dark eyes. I escaped amidst the chaos, intending to seek help from the Feng Lang tribe, but their situation is equally dire. The hyena tribe has launched surprise attacks, inflicting severe losses. I then sought aid from various tribes, but those near the hyena tribe suffered various assaults and robberies, their circumstances quite tragic. Ultimately, the only tribe I could think of was the Flying Tiger tribe. However, nearing the Flying Tiger tribe, I feared for my life due to racial oppression. And your patrols are too stringent. I initially intended to send a message through a small cub to your leader. At this point, his gaze, which had been fixed on Mo Jiang, grew even brighter. I observed for several days, noticing this little cub, but before I could approach, you discovered me. I thought to pretend to be an indigenous inhabitant, but I did not expect to be seen through at a glance. He waved his small, pale fist, his expression falling. As Shun Shun spoke, the large tigers remained silent, listening intently. What they could conceive, who you naturally pondered as well. Being the first to converse with Shun Shun, she instinctively continued her inquiry. You must have some understanding of why the hyena tribe is violating rules and robbing others while seeking help. Kuyu glanced at the other tigers, and seeing no objections, she said, "All right, hold on to my tail." However, instead of extending her tail toward Shun Shun, she first coiled it around the obedient Mo Jiang and lifted her onto her back. Nearby, a small mouse, having transformed back into its hamster form, reached out its paws for a hug upon witnessing this scene, contemplating the unfolding events. Before departing, Kuyu instructed Hu Mang to accompany another elder to explore the extent of this salt mine, shaking her tail in an unfamiliar manner. Suppressing her discomfort at Shun Shun's exclamation, and swiftly made her way toward the tribe, still in search of the salt tree's shadow. This particular area is devoid of small trees, measuring 5 to 10 centimeters. Mo Jiang, feeling despondent, shook her ears and suddenly recalled something. She shifted her gaze towards the live streaming room. Please help me check if there are any Yinfu Mu along this path. I can only see with my own 2 eyes and cannot oversee everything. The strength of a single little tiger cub is minuscule, yet she has an entire audience in her live stream. Although the number of viewers has significantly decreased compared to when she streamed about food, the previous base of over 1 million still stands, and even with the decline, there are still 20 to 30,000 viewers online. When Mo Jiang made this small request, some viewers readily complied, while others inquired about what Yinfu Mu is, and some expressed confusion regarding the salt mine, where Mo Jiang had just lingered. Chapter 60. The Reward of Spatial Transmission. Goo Sauce. Little tiger, what was that barren land you just visited? After educating the audience about Yinfu Mu, Mo Jiang turned her head and saw this comment. Without reservation, she shared all the information she possessed. It is a salt mine where salt can be extracted. Salt is an indispensable seasoning for cooking and an essential element for carbon-based life forms. This morning, while preparing potatoes, I added some animal blood because it contains salt. Mo Jiang had barely spoken 2 sentences when a flurry of related information appeared in the comments, and it was quite detailed. Guagua only knows. Salt, I am aware. The nutrient solution contains various elements required by the human body, and the sodium chloride within is the salt the host mentioned. Science enthusiast. The salt in the nutrient solution is present in a form easily absorbed by the human body, making it difficult to truly perceive a salty taste. As for the peculiar flavors, they are merely infused with the sense of delicious fruits mentioned in historical texts. The researchers in those historical texts have never actually tasted them, so they could only create aromas based on crude descriptions, which is quite lamentable. Starshine. However, even if salt can be extracted, without a method or place to expel the violent energy within ferocious beasts and plants, we cannot enjoy the exquisite delicacies like those in the Little Tiger's live stream. As Mo Jiang observed the continuously scrolling comments, she felt a desire to speak further, but they had already arrived at the tribe. Moreover, Kuyu showed no intention of setting her down. It appeared he intended to take her to find the chieftain. Mo Jiang had to split her focus, with half her attention on the live stream and the other half on reality. You can attempt to consume strange beasts. The methods of preparing meat in my live stream are suitable for most terrestrial creatures. No light. Little tiger, you're quite the expert and possess skills. You can naturally eat whatever strange beast you desire. However, for an ordinary person, even the lowest level of first-tier strange beast contains energy that is indigestible, let alone the taste. Someone in the live stream articulated the current situation. The energies within strange beasts and ferocious creatures are entirely different entities. one is mild. And a typical person can only digest the energy contained within a piece of meat the size of a rib, which has an exceedingly fishy odor that is difficult to swallow. And even if it can be consumed, it does not satiate. The other energy is violent. And a mere morsel the size of fingernail can lead to a fatal explosion, with the taste also being foul and bitter, rendering it inedible. Mo Jiang frowned slightly at the barrage of comments before her. Tonger, is there truly no edible food in the interstellar era? Mo Jiang rolled her eyes inwardly. I know that purified ingredients are usable. I am asking if, apart from ferocious beasts, ferocious plants, strange beasts, and strange plants that contain energy, there are any normal ingredients. She proactively inquired about the tasks. What is the fourth task? And can the rewards be selected? Is it possible for a one-time spatial transmission of items within the interstellar range? It is possible, but it will require some time and purification value. Mo Jiang waited for quite a while without any response from the system, thinking it was hopeless, but upon hearing the system's words, the disappointment on her fluffy cheeks vanished instantly. Go ahead. Once my level reaches 3, I can activate the spatial transmission function. The estimated time required for leveling up is 3 days, meaning you will not be able to contact me during this period. Additionally, transmitting requires energy, approximately 100,000 purification points for every kilogram of items. Mo Jiang calculated her purification value and shifted her gaze back to the live stream, her voice imbued with determination. You should prioritize leveling up. Once the tribe stabilizes, I will request the reward. The system almost burst into laughter upon hearing Mo Jiang's words. The task had not even appeared yet, and she was already thinking about rewards. Should it commend the host for being far-sighted or criticize her for overestimating herself? Task 4. Cultivate enough purified land for 5 Feihu tribes for use within half a year. Reward. One-time spatial transmission. Weight not exceeding 5. No prepayment. Penalty. 300,000 purification points. Mo Jiang gazed at the suddenly appeared task interface, her attention fixated on the penalty, expressing strong condemnation of the system's actions. However, she did not entertain thoughts of retreating. If it had been a day prior, she would have had no confidence in this task 4. The tiger tribe is carnivorous. She had encouraged grain planting primarily due to the meat reserves. Purifying enough land for 1 tribe might be feasible, but 5 was out of the question. Yet now, the tribe's most powerful chieftain and elders acknowledged the fact that their strength from consuming meat comes from the salt, while their lack of strength from consuming plants is due to the absence of salt within them. Mo Jiang was not the least bit worried about that penalty. Wait. Suddenly, she perked up her tail, her gaze landing on the task board, where the words purified land were crystal clear. Purified land? The voice of the little hamster trembled with emotion. The system maintained its monotonous electronic tone, shattering Mo Jiang's fleeting hope. Indeed, it is as you imagined. The cultivated land will be purified. Host, I must proceed to level up. Contact me again in 3 days if anything arises. The system departed without waiting for Mo Jiang's reaction, leaving her staring at the words purified land, her teeth clenched as she calculated the required purification points, resulting in a complete mental breakdown. Just as Mo Jiang's emotions spiraled into chaos, a sudden cacophony erupted nearby, prompting Hu Yu to halt and look towards the source of the noise. The hyena tribe, exclaimed Shu Shanshan. Chapter 61. The hamster seeking help. Shu Shanshan, being small in stature, produced a tiny sound, contrasting sharply with the fierce and robust demeanor of the tiger tribe, especially now when she cried out. Her voice was sharp and piercing. Mo Jiang instinctively lowered her ears to shield herself from the sound that made her scalp tingle. Her gaze subconsciously sought the source of the ruckus. Not far off, a group of over 10 large tigers approached, each carrying a hyena in their mouths. Mo Jiang shivered, the milky brown little hamster clinging tightly, unable to shake her off. What was wrong? Mo Jiang was not particularly accustomed to having others ride on her back, even if it was a little hamster about the same size as her paws. But seeing Shu Shanshan trembling like a leaf, she refrained from telling her to get down. Has the hyena tribe caused trouble for your Feihu tribe? Shu Shanshan clung to Mo Jiang's fur, watching the nearly lifeless hyenas held by the Feihu tribe members, gradually calming her trembling form. The strength of the Feihu tribe was indeed formidable enough to be expelled from the central area, making them the most powerful among all tribes. Shu Shanshan's sense of security began to restore. This little tiger cub seemed to hold an extraordinary significance within a tiger tribe. Had he not been aware that the young leader of the Feihu tribe had already attained the ability to transform into a human-like tiger, he might have mistaken this small tiger cub for the tribe's young leader. However, it appeared that her status was even slightly higher than that of the young leader of the Feihu tribe. To his knowledge, the young leader did not possess such significance as to warrant the protection of 6 or 7 seemingly formidable tiger guardians. Thus, at this moment, nestled upon Mo Jiang's back, SHSH felt a sense of security that surpassed even that of being within her own tribe. Just as a small exchange of words took place between the diminutive creatures, the voice of Hu Yu resonated from ahead. The back of the Feihu tribe was not a place where beastmen could casually sit. Accompanying the voice was a long, fluffy tail. The two small creatures turned their gaze towards Hu Yu, but due to their positioning, they could only see a plump, furry head. As soon as the words were spoken, SHSHN, mimicking the small tiger cub's movements, was promptly flicked off by the tip of the large tail. Startled, he nearly failed to react, but instinctively, he rolled in midair just before landing, his paws safely touching the ground. Upon landing, SHSHN intended to unleash a string of curses. But before he could utter a sound, the tigers with hyenas in their mouths approached. He swiftly jumped onto Hu Yu's paw, all thoughts of protest vanishing in his fright. Had it not been for his consideration of Hu Yu's demeanor, he would have already clambered back onto the small cub. Mo Jiang noticed SHSH and being forcefully dislodged from her back by Hu Yu just as the large tigers with hyenas were drawing near. Meanwhile, Hu Yu was engaged in conversation with them. The leading tiger, upon relaxing his jaws, allowed the half-dead hyena to fall freely, but the moment it hit the ground, a massive tiger paw pressed down, restraining its movement. The leader of the tigers, one of the captains of the patrol team, named Ushi, succinctly conveyed the situation before recalling something amiss, adding, "However, during our pursuit, I discovered 3 directions in which they fled. One towards the tribe's entrance, another towards the food storage area, and the last towards the cub's dwelling." Upon hearing this, Hu Yu flicked his tail, signaling for them to proceed first. Meanwhile, SHSH, clinging to Hu Yu's paw, widened his eyes at Ushi's words, his fluffy lips quivering as if he wished to speak, yet he refrained. As this large assembly of tigers paused at the entrance of Ubiai's cave, preparing to enter in an orderly fashion, a voice suddenly rang out from behind, questioning, "What are you all doing here?" Accompanying the voice was a rather scruffy-looking tiger. "Who am I?" Feeling the weight of numerous gazes upon her, flicked her tail, her formidable confidence rendering her unfazed, although the multitude of astonished looks was undeniably awkward. When she spoke, the aura befitting a young leader emanated from her without reservation. The large tigers, momentarily subdued by Hu Mi's presence, averted their gazes and opted to report the situation right there. Moments later, after contemplating Hushi's words, Ubi fell in a deep thought. Ensure every exit of the tribe is secured. A portion of the patrol team will be dispatched to investigate the other 2 locations you mentioned. As for these hyenas, if they remain silent tonight, we shall deal with them directly. Upon receiving the order, Hushi prepared to lead the patrol tigers away. Ubi cast a puzzled glance their way. This is a member of the CNG Sage tribe we encountered while seeking salt. He seeks assistance and claims the situation is related to the hyena tribe. As Hu Yu met Ubi's gaze, the tiger paw that cradled SHSH and SH and gently extended forward, exposing him to the sight of the numerous, imposing tigers. Forced into the spotlight, SHSH and SH took a deep breath, momentarily suppressing his fear, though his fluffy body trembled uncontrollably. Having previously shared the general situation with Hu Yu and the others, SHSH quickly recounted the current state of affairs outside the tribe. Following his narration, a contemplative silence enveloped the large tigers. "The current plight of the XNBO tribe resembles your situation," SH observed, scanning the faces of the tigers, noting their silence. He rubbed his paws together, shattering the stillness. As the Feihu tigers turned their attention to him, he shook his fur. The hyenas brazenly robbed tribes weaker than themselves. Yet they resorted to ambushes against the more formidable wind wolf, giant bear, and XNBO tribes. Caught unprepared, the wind wolf and giant bear tribes, along with several others, fell victim to successful ambushes, while news of the XNBO tribes prepared to spread. Chapter 62. Agreeing to the CNGSH's terms, the hyena tribe's attempts at ambush ultimately failed, and those sent to attack were captured. However, the hyena tribe still managed to prevail. It was only later that I learned they had feigned capture after their failed ambush, seeking opportunities to conspire with external hyenas, catching the XNBO tribe off guard as their vigilance waned, ultimately leading to their downfall. NSHN's words heightened the tiger's sense of vigilance. Due to the significant height difference, he could not discern the expressions on their faces, yet he could keenly sense the shift in the atmosphere around him. He rubbed his arms, unable to suppress his fear any longer, and decided to voice his concerns. I am unaware of the precise circumstances surrounding the XNBO tribe's downfall, but it will be wise for you to remain alert. Any additional information you have? Inquired an elder accompanying Mo Jiang, who had joined the search for salt. Recognizing the importance of fostering goodwill with the tiger tribe, thereby increasing the likelihood of receiving assistance, SHN chose to speak up. Upon hearing this, I raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze upon the diminutive CNGSH. Your ambitions are rather lofty. SHN felt as if he might burrow into the ground beneath I's imposing gaze. As I appeared ready to speak further, SHN interjected, his voice ringing out before I could continue. While I speak of concerns all tribes within this wild expanse, if you do not agree to my terms, you will have to venture out to seek information on your own, and time is of the essence. Unfazed by the potential offense to the Fehu tribe, N spoke candidly, for the truth was undeniable. I's expression remained unchanged, yet his words bore a hint of concession. After receiving this assurance, SHN exhaled deeply, relaying all the information he possessed to the tiger tribe without omission. As you are aware, for nearly a century, due to various factors, the shamans of most tribes exiled to this wilderness have either been stripped of their powers or vanished. The only tribes with shamans remaining are the hyena tribe and the snake tribe. The hyena tribe shamans are exceptionally powerful, while those of the snake tribe are merely average. The hyena tribe excels in robbery and ambush, maintaining strict control over their own tribe, making it nearly impossible to extract any information from within. During my search for assistance, I encountered a young shaman from the snake tribe who was undergoing training. SHN licked his somewhat dry lips and continued with his conjectures based on the information he had gathered. Although the snake tribe also possesses a shaman, she is aging, and her abilities are waning, limiting the information she can foresee. Conversely, the shaman of the hyena tribe is in their prime, at the peak of their powers. The knowledge they can foresee will only exceed that of the snake tribe, never fall short. Thus, I suspect that this winter might last far longer than we anticipate, which is why the hyena tribe has resorted to frantically robbing and ambushing various tribes, even going so far as to capture weaker beastmen as reserves. At this point, SHN suddenly recalled a phenomenon he had observed along the way. To further bolster the credibility of his assertions, he recounted an incident that posed little threat to their CNGSH tribe. Throughout my journey, I have observed that the closer one approaches a powerful tribe like the J11NGZ, the fewer ferocious beasts one encounters. Your tribe is no exception. After uttering this statement, he paused momentarily and continued, wondering if it was due to the current cold season. Upon hearing SHN's words, instinctively cast his gaze towards the small tiger cub resting on HY's back. MG had been attentively listening to SHN as well, and before she could ponder over his words, she felt a gaze directed at her. She instinctively turned to find it was the tribe leader. This situation left MG momentarily stunned. HBI's attention shifted back to SHN, and he found himself somewhat inclined to believe his words. Meeting the other's hopeful gaze, he declared, "If what you say is true, I shall send my people to rescue your kin in 2 days." Upon hearing HBI's intent to verify the accuracy of his claims, grew anxious, not because his words were false and he feared exposure, for he spoke nothing but the truth. "Tribe leader, you may dispatch tigers to rescue my kin, while simultaneously investigating the veracity of my claims. Should we delay until 2 days hence, and given your tribe's speed, it will take at least 5 days to reach the Li Guz. I fear my kin may be lost by then. HBI, upon reflection, was about to acquiesce when HMI, standing beside him, suddenly spoke. Tribe leader, what he says is indeed true. I will arrange for some tigers to assist in the rescue. You may remain with our tribe for now. HBI's words alleviated much of NSHN's anxiety, and despite the latter half of the sentence implying he would be compelled to stay, he complied without resistance. MG observed that I was genuinely willing to rescue others based on NSHN's mere provision of information, and she felt a surge of urgency. She had previously known the tigers to be straightforward and somewhat naive, but she had not anticipated such simplicity. Just a bit of information was enough to incite them to battle for a rescue. However, HMI, who had been closely observing MG, noticed the impatience on the little cub's face and did not afford her the opportunity to speak. With a swift motion of her paw, she directed the departing tigers to take NSH away. MG gazed at HMI in disbelief, clearly taken aback by her actions. What is the matter? As if just now noticing the emotional shift in the little cub, HMI labored to flick her tail, dislodging the small cub from HY's back. That mouse merely provided a piece of information, and we are already sending tigers to the lead GUZ to assist him. It seems rather unwise. MG, looking down, felt a swell of frustration and did not meet HMI's gaze. Her voice barely above a whisper and laced with a hint of grievance. I found MG's murmurs amusing, yet somewhat exasperating. Chapter 63. The tigers are not Navi. Our phase Z is renowned for its strength in this untamed land. No tribe dares claim the top position. The lead GUZ poses no threat. For reasons unknown, whenever she glimpsed the round, plush little head of the cub, HMI could not resist the urge to pet it. She was no exception. However, this time, as she raised her paw to do so, it was thwarted by a suddenly appearing tail. She looked up to find it was Elder HY. When speaking, maintain the composure befitting a leader. Do not let your paw stray. Among the 10 elders of the tribe, HY was well known for his calm demeanor. In circumstances like this, I had never before witnessed such a reaction. Upon hearing Elder HY's words, I was momentarily taken aback. She instinctively glanced at HBI and the other elders. The expression on her grandfather's face mirrored her own confusion. While the elders accompanying the little cub and Elder HY in search of salt mines wore expressions of disbelief. Observing the elders' reactions, I suddenly understood. Lowering her gaze to the large tail that had shielded her from the cub's round head, she felt a sense of profound realization. Indeed, the gossip she had inadvertently overheard about the elders was true. Elder HY possessed a deep sense of possessiveness over what he cherished. Currently, she was unable to confront him. Thus, she could only endure the yearning to stroke the cub's round head or, when Elder HY was absent, sneak in a quick touch to satisfy her craving. Once her strength had increased, she would no longer have to regard Elder HY with such caution. I resolved within her heart to strengthen her training once her injuries healed. Meanwhile, she continued to analyze the reasons for engaging in trade with SH, and SHN. The severe injuries sustained in the recent skirmish with the Li GUZ had primarily resulted from their overwhelming numbers, coupled with the tribe members being undernourished and unable to exert their full strength while safeguarding their provisions. MG's doubts began to dissolve alongside HMI's words. Presently, with the addition of cubs to the tribe, many tigers would not go hungry, alleviating previous concerns. Furthermore, with the ability to unleash their full might, hundreds of tigers could easily trample the lead GUZ into the ground. Hearing this, MG felt a significant reduction in her worries. However, deep within her, she remained convinced of the tiger's simple and naive nature. The elder tigers were set in their ways, their temperaments difficult to alter. Yet, for younger tigers like HMI, their characters had yet to fully develop. Earlier, she had resolved to ensure that when she was with HMI in the future, she would influence her to be more discerning. She did not wish for her to be as oblivious as the elder tigers. Thus, while her worries had dissipated, she could not help but engage HMI in discussion, attempting to steer her away from such naivety. The more MG spoke, the more she felt that the tigers around them were too easily deceived. Just as she was about to sigh in exasperation, a gentle stroke came from above. Elder HY's voice resonated from behind. I have told you, little cub, do not overthink. The larger tigers will handle everything. You shall not be at a loss. Elder Hy had initially intended to discuss forthcoming matters with the tribe leader and the others, with one ear tuned to their conversation and the other to the exchange between the two cubs. Noticing the little cub's tendency to overthink, she could not restrain herself from joining the dialogue. Mo only caught the latter part of Elder Hy's statement and cast a pleading gaze for clarification. At that moment, HBI, who had been deliberating with the elders, suddenly halted and coughed twice. Mo turned her attention to HMI. HMI discreetly glanced at Elder Hy, and seeing that she was not paying attention, quickly ruffled the fluffy head of the little cub, satisfying its curiosity. You are still young and unaware of many matters. Every mouse in the sea, NGSHZ, awakens a spatial talent, varying in strength, but without exception. Each possesses a space for storing food. Moreover, the sea NGSHZ is famously known for hoarding provisions. While other tribes may face starvation, they always have supplies. That famine made all tribes exiled to this wilderness aware of the capabilities of this small rodent tribe. Nearly all tribes managed to survive a catastrophic disaster thanks to the assistance of the sea NGSHZ. The Fey Z naturally benefited from their aid as well. This is one reason why we so readily agreed to assist SH and SHN. Therefore, there is no need to worry about the food situation. Furthermore, if the claims of the sea NGSHZ regarding this unusually long cold season are accurate, our journey to the lead GUZ will alleviate much pressure within our tribe. We should indeed be grateful for the arrival of the sea NGSHZ. Otherwise, we would have had no preparations for this cold season. Upon hearing this, Mo Jiang met HMI's sparkling eyes and suddenly realized something. NSHN's arrival provided valuable insights to the tiger tribe, which had been oblivious to the changes brought on by the cold season, inadvertently revealing the abundance of resources held by the Li GUZ. If the cold season were indeed as he described, the tiger tribe would inevitably venture to the Li GUZ. Thus, rescuing the sea NGSHZ would merely be a secondary task, while securing sufficient provisions would be of utmost importance. Viewed from this perspective, the transaction appeared to be a foolproof investment for the Fey Z. With this realization, Mo gave her ears a little shake. She murmured to herself, "The Hu tribe is not foolish. Not at all. It is I who am rather naive. From now on, I shall strive to comprehend matters more thoroughly before contemplating them." Thus, as evening descended and she beheld Shu Shanshan's tearful gratitude towards the tribe leader, Mo Jiang tugged at Hu Yu's large tail, curling up like a pancake with her round little face buried within. She feared that if she did not restrain herself, her emotions would become evident. "Rest assured, tribe leader, as long as I can rescue my kin, I shall repay you double for the food expended in the rescue," she thought. Observing the formidable troop of nearly 1,000 tigers before her, Shu Shanshan recognized the Hu tribe's unwavering loyalty and sincerity, yet he was astonished by their earnestness. He silently resolved to persuade his own tribe leader to seek refuge elsewhere upon their reunion. While the Hu tribe may be somewhat blunt, their temperament is not as stubborn as that of the Zhu Xiong tribe. Had it not been for the Zhu Xiong tribe's arrogance, believing that the Hai-Go tribe posed no threat, they would not have dispatched only 5 or 6 bears to assist when their leader sought help. The hamster tribe might not have faced such dire straits, with only he managing to escape. Hubai remained unaware that his actions had fortified the resolve of the little fur ball beneath his paw to seek their protection. "I hope you will honor your word when the time comes." Hubai's demeanor was well practiced. Regardless of the magnitude of events, his expression remained inscrutable. Thus, he acquiesced to Shu Shanshan's words, and Mo Jiang, witnessing Shu Shanshan's heartfelt emotion, felt a pang of narrow-mindedness regarding her previous perceptions of the Hu tribe. Chapter 64. The aroma of roasted meat is truly irresistible. Approximately 1/3 of the tigers, bearing the purified food from recent days, ventured toward the Hai-Go tribe under the fading rays of the setting sun. Upon reaching the heart of the tribe, they found that the tigers had already finished their meals and were rolling about in the communal square. As soon as Mo Jiang was set down, she prepared to seek out the Hu cub forest. Due to the live broadcast, her meal was temporarily entrusted to Lin. However, as her petite paws took their first step, Hu Yu's voice rang out, "Come find me after your meal. Training begins today." Mo Jiang wagged her little furry tail and let out a cheerful ow-woo. In response, She then hurriedly scampered toward her destination. The happiest moments of each day were those spent dining, a sentiment shared by all the viewers in the live stream. Before they discovered the live room titled Delicacies from the Who Cubs Home, they had been perplexed by the ancient text that declared mealtime as the happiest moment of the day. However, ever since they joined the live stream, they came to understand this sentiment and envied the humans of millennia past for having such joyous occasions daily. Many even inundated the official WeChat account of the Research Institute's Time and Space Studies with daily inquiries, persistently asking, when will the time travel machine be developed? Upon Mo Jiang's arrival at her destination, the timing was impeccable. Had she delayed any longer, Lin would have been lured away by other little tigers to play. She received her meal with gratitude and encouraged Lin to enjoy his playtime. As the cubs departed, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Mo Jiang's gaze fell upon the food arrayed on the long leaves, a serving of roasted meat and a portion of the same green mush as the previous afternoon. Although the variety for lunch and dinner had diminished, the quantity remained unchanged. The green mush was double the amount from yesterday, while the piece of roasted meat was larger than both of her paws combined. Having spent the afternoon in activity, she too felt a pang of hunger. Mo Jiang spoke to the live stream, her claws suddenly appearing with a flick. Despite her tender physique and youthful innocence, she possessed the attributes befitting a member of the Hu tribe. Her paw tips, seemingly soft yet remarkably sharp, easily sliced the roasted meat into appropriately sized morsels. I shall take a few bites to quell my hunger. You all remember to eat as well. No sooner had she finished speaking than she impaled a piece of meat and brought it to her mouth. The viewers in the live stream had already begun their feast as soon as Mo Jiang started carving the meat. In light of the earlier incident where food inexplicably vanished mid-meal, all present were exceptionally vigilant. Only what they consumed could rightfully be deemed theirs. Savoring the taste could wait until this little tiger ceased its antics. For now, such indulgence was simply unattainable in the live stream. As Mo Jiang carved a small piece of meat, they hastily followed suit, feeding it to themselves. By the time Mo Jiang finished her portion, the viewers were nearly done as well. Hearing her remark, the screen was filled with affirmations. The imagined cries of the little tigers urging her to eat slowly were conspicuously absent. Mo Jiang blinked in surprise, perplexed. What is this green mush, little tiger? It is a type of nutrient solution, specifically designed to nourish the young ones. This green mush was the sole plant consumed by the tigers, containing energy that was gentle in nature. As for the plant from which it was derived, Mo Jiang was unaware. The tribe lacked salt, yet the roasted meat was unexpectedly delectable. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, each bite was filled with juiciness, growing more fragrant with each chew. Logically, such succulent, juicy meat, if unprocessed, would possess a pronounced bloody taste. Yet, remarkably, the morsels in her mouth bore no trace of such flavor, only the pure essence of roasted meat. Fragrant and succulent, with a hint of saltiness. The exquisite taste made it difficult for Mo Jiang to restrain her eager claws. After indulging in 2 or 3 pieces of roasted meat, she thought of the viewers and managed to hold back, instead reaching for the green mush. Before she began to drink, she announced, I will give you 1 minute. If you wish to drink the green mush and haven't yet, hurry, or you will only have what remains. Little tiger, I shall drink now, but take your time. It's fine. We cannot taste your actual saliva anyway. If the little tiger wishes to drink, let her do so. Little tiger, I envy you for being able to eat such delicious food every day, especially in reality. But honestly, I am not fond of the green mush. You can have it. Little tiger seems truly hungry. After waiting so long in the live stream, it's the first time I've seen her so eager for a meal. However, little tiger, eat whatever you desire. I believe the viewers have already finished their roasted meat. As if to affirm what Flower said. The next comment lamented the rapid consumption of the roasted meat. Roasted meat is so delicious, but it's eaten too quickly, even though it's all in our bellies. It feels like a waste. My heart aches. This sentiment echoed throughout the rapid-fire comments, with many expressing similar feelings of having consumed too swiftly, lamenting the perceived waste. Mo Jiang regarded these comments. Have you truly all tasted roasted meat? As long as food existed in the live stream, viewers could partake. However, they could only experience it once. Even if the food remained, they could no longer savor its flavor after consumption. Mo Jiang had only recently come to understand this fact. Having made this assertion, she added, those who have tasted it, type 1. Those who have not, type 2. Let me see if that is true. The influx of viewers in the live stream was a source of joy, yet could also be quite convenient at times. Mo Jiang observed the screen filled with the number 1 and felt relieved as she savored the roasted meat. Another piece of roasted meat entered her mouth, and the delightful texture made her eyes squint with happiness. As the viewer's pace of consumption quickened, so too did Mo Jiang's. Just as she was nearing the end of her meal, a small voice suddenly rang out from beside her. "Your food appears to be quite aromatic. Might I exchange some with you?" Mo Jiang turned towards the sound, and there stood Shu Shanshan, who had been requested to remain with the Hu tribe, unfettered in movement. He had not transformed into his human form, but remained in the guise of a small, fluffy creature, currently cradling a handful of nuts. The talents of the hamster tribe were well known among all clans. Thus the Hu tribe had not prepared any food for Shu Shanshan. The latter, sensing the situation, did not ask the Hu tribe for food, but instead concealed himself in a hidden spot, retrieving provisions from his own space to consume. However, the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air was undeniably enticing to the hamster, compelling him to emerge in hopes of a culinary exchange. Chapter 65. The exchange of the Hu cub and the hamster. Mo Jiang observed the small ball of fluff before her, which was slightly larger than her own paws. Shu Shanshan's voice was diminutive, and having been absorbed in the live stream and its delicacies, she had only vaguely heard his words. "What did you just say?" The little Hu cub's gaze met the expectant expression of the hamster, her tone earnest yet soft. However, Shu Shanshan misinterpreted her silence as reluctance to engage in the exchange. As the savory scent intensified with their proximity, he grew anxious, fearing Mo Jiang's unwillingness to trade. Taking a step forward, he loosened his grip on the nuts he deemed most delectable. In a small voice imbued with the softness characteristic of animals, he expressed his desire to share and sample each other as food. "These are the finest nuts of our hamster tribe, fragrant and purifying. They're enough to last a long time, in exchange for a piece of meat." Shu Shanshan earnestly promoted his nuts while discreetly swallowing the saliva elicited by the enticing meat aroma. This time, Mo Jiang clearly understood his words, but hesitated to respond immediately. Noticing her silence, Shu Shanshan dared not press further, fearing that his eagerness might dissuade her. After a moment, observing the nervous expression on Shu Shanshan's face, Mo Jiang twitched her whiskers and opened her fluffy mouth. "The nuts you hold have shells, while my roasted meat is ready to eat and in greater quantity. Thus I cannot agree to the exchange." Although she could not discern the specific type of nuts in Shu Shanshan's grasp, her heightened senses allowed her to detect their fragrance from a distance of about 20 centimeters. Indeed, they smelled delightful. Upon hearing Mo Jiang's response, Shu Shanshan's demeanor visibly sank. However, as his mind processed her words, he grasped their implication, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. "You are right. Exchanges should be equitable. I shall bring you another handful of nuts shortly." He stated this with apparent seriousness, yet internally marveled at how the Hu tribe, despite their formidable prowess in this wild land, seemed straightforward and somewhat naive. Contrary to the rumors, this little Hu cub appeared different for what he had expected. Nevertheless, given that the Hu tribe had sent aid to his kin, it was only fair to be generous towards the little cub. The hamster tribe, known for their frugality, understood the importance of discernment, when to be stingy and when to be generous in matters of significance. With this thought, Shu Shanshan attentively observed Mo Jiang's expression, and seeing no objections, he placed all his nuts beside the roasted meat. Then, he quickly retrieved another handful of nuts to add to the previous pile. Mo Jiang's eyes lit up upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the nuts in Shu Shanshan's paws. She promptly selected a piece of meat that was well suited to her size and handed it to him. Shu Shanshan instinctively cradled it, his instincts urging him to retreat and consume it in solitude. Yet, when his gaze met the gleaming eyes of the Hu cub, his feet froze. "What is the matter?" he instinctively inquired. Mo Jiang savored a piece of roasted meat, the delightful flavor prompting her to squint in pleasure. Delicious food is best enjoyed together. "Do you wish to leave?" Hearing this, Shu Shanshan glanced around and noticed that apart from the two of them, there were no other cubs present. He realized that prior to his arrival, this little Hu cub had been alone, without playmates. The thought crossed his mind that perhaps this little cub felt lonely. Just as this notion formed, he settled beside the solitary Hu cub, proclaiming, "You are right. Let us eat together." His decision was not born from a sense of sympathy for the lonely cub reminiscent of his own childhood, but rather a natural instinct. Unbeknownst to him, Mo Jiang was unaware of his internal reflections. Seeing him genuinely remain, she squinted her eyes in delight, happily consuming the roasted meat from her paws, while Shu Shanshan, with both paws cradling a piece of meat, managed to take a large bite, only managing to nibble a corner. Although Mo Jiang was but a cub, her size far exceeded that of an adult hamster. The portions she had cut were perfectly sized for her to consume in one bite, while for Shu Shanshan, they proved a bit excessive. Nevertheless, even though he could not manage a whole piece, the flavor that burst forth from the corner of the roasted meat was utterly astonishing. This flavor was unlike anything Shu Shanshan had ever experienced. In response to such delectable food, the hamster's instinct was to indulge wholeheartedly, absorbing every morsel without a shred of distraction. After consuming merely 2 pieces, Mo Jiang sensed a sudden force upon her paw. Instinctively, she looked down to see the same scene as before. Shu Shanshan, holding a handful of nuts, gazing at her with eager eyes. If there was any difference, it was that the hamster's salivation was now significantly more pronounced. Understanding the implication of Shu Shanshan's actions, Mo Jiang glanced at the remaining pieces of roasted meat on her long fruit leaf, estimating there were still around 15 to 20 left. Without hesitation, she offered another piece to Shu Shanshan, who immediately brightened. He placed another handful of nuts beside the existing pile and eagerly began devouring the roasted meat. Mo Jiang was curious how this small creature managed to consume a piece of meat larger than his own head in mere 2 minutes. As her gaze fell upon Shu Shanshan's mouth, she observed the meat being swiftly pushed into his mouth by his paws, resembling a relentless eating machine, chewing furiously without pause for swallowing. In the blink of an eye, a third of the meat was gone. Mo Jiang was left dumbfounded. Her attention shifted from Shu Shanshan's mouth to her own pile of roasted meat. Based on her recollections and recent experiences, the attitudes of the beastmen on her home planet towards food starkly contrasted with those of humans in the interstellar age. On her home planet, where resources were scarce, the struggles between beastmen and plant people were fierce. Any beastman or plant person who strayed from their tribe would invariably consume food immediately upon acquiring it, for only what one had in their mouth could be deemed theirs. Chapter 66. Would you care to join my Who tribe? In the live stream room, while there were no delicacies to be found, the audience lacked for nothing in terms of survival supplies, and nutrients were abundant, ensuring they would not go hungry. Moreover, due to the nature of the live stream, they tended to savor their food, chewing slowly and deliberately. Recently, due to the influence of Mo Jiang, viewers in her live stream room have adopted a frenzied approach to eating, hastily consuming food rather than enjoying it leisurely as they once did. Their eating speed now resembles that of a hamster, a stark contrast to their previous demeanor. After all, they have chosen to follow a streamer who may abandon the live stream at any moment to pursue her own affairs, yet they are reluctant to unfollow her. If they do not alter their eating pace, they remain oblivious to the losses they incur. The orc's attitude towards food has compelled Mo Jiang to worry about her remaining portion of roasted meat. While Shu Shanshan indulges wholeheartedly in her meal, Mo Jiang discreetly divides her meat into 2 portions, wrapping the extra in a slender leaf to save for breakfast the following day. The other portion, of course, is meant for trading with Shu Shanshan and casually extracting some information. Where did the food suddenly come from? A curious voice, tinged with youthful innocence, interrupted just as Shu Shanshan was about to finish her second piece of roasted meat. This is a unique talent of our hamster clan, spatial manipulation. The young cub, still naive, was unaware that talents could vary among different clans. Fearing that Shu Shanshan might not comprehend, she added, much like your tiger clan possesses physical talents. Though the categories differ, Mo Jiang nodded in understanding, her gaze sparkling as she observed Shu Shanshan's excitement. Our tiger clan's talents are formidable in combat. Can yours enhance your fighting prowess as well? The hamster, with a space merely capable of storing food, regarded the little tiger cub's enthusiastic expression in silence. No, our space can only hold inanimate objects, she replied, unable to resist popping another piece of meat in her mouth, her cheeks puffing out as she spoke. The Feihu clan has always valued strength above all, often looking down upon auxiliary talents. Shu Shanshan assumed the young tiger cub shared this sentiment and would lose interest upon hearing her words. However, to her surprise, the cub seemed even more animated. its round face lighting up with excitement and its tail wagging vigorously. "That's impressive," the cub exclaimed. Shu Shanshan, momentarily taken aback by the cub's genuine admiration, halted her chewing. Her gaze fixed on Mo Jiang in disbelief. "Are you serious?" Throughout his life, he had never encountered a member of the Fei Hu clan praising the talents of hamsters. Regardless of whether the cub's praise was sincere, it had been uttered, and he felt compelled to embrace it. In the future, whenever he encountered those who belittled his clan's abilities, he could proudly declare, "What do you know? The Fei Hu clan thinks our talents are extraordinary." Yet he hesitated, fearing the young cub might retract its statement. Just then, the cub's voice rang out again, laden with sincerity despite its youthful tone. "Of course, I mean it," Mo Jiang replied earnestly, her tail curling adorably around her paws. Shu Shanshan lifted his head, captivated by the seriousness in the cub's demeanor. "Your space can hold a multitude of items. You can store food whenever you see it, ensuring you never go hungry, no matter how far you stray from the tribe. I wish I had such a space." Shu Shanshan was momentarily stunned, a wave of emotion washing over him. Mo Jiang noticed his sudden stillness and tilted her head in curiosity, playfully poking his belly with her fluffy tail. "What's wrong?" If not for the slight nasal tone in his voice, Mo Jiang might have assumed he was merely lost in thought. She genuinely longed for the hamster's spatial abilities. If there were tigers in the tribe with awakened spatial talents, life would undoubtedly become much easier. Unfortunately, that was not the case. As she observed Shu Shanshan lost in his emotions, an idea began to take shape in her mind. The absence of tigers with spatial talents in the tribe did not signify that there would never be orcs with such abilities in the future. "If you're feeling down, you can vent to me," Mo Jiang suggested, breaking the silence that had enveloped Shu Shanshan. He lifted his head, gazing into the cub's earnest eyes, and shook his head, about to decline when the cub's gentle voice interrupted him. "Consider a trade for sharing a meal with me today. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Shu Shanshan paused, staring intently at Mo Jiang for a moment. Her serious expression remained unchanged. He finally opened his mouth to speak, slowly recounting. "I just feel that being acknowledged by orcs from other tribes is quite extraordinary. Our hamster clan is timid and lacks strength, often regarded as the weakest race in this wild land, bullied by all. Although every member of our clan has awakened their racial talents, we cannot survive in this perilous world solely relying on spatial abilities. The resources are so scarce that we have never filled our space completely. The most we ever gathered was before the Great Famine, accumulated over generations, only to lose it all due to that disaster. We must rely on powerful tribes to provide us with space for storage in exchange for protection. While we receive less bullying in return, discrimination is omnipresent. Even the giant bear tribe, which shelters us, looks down upon our talents and strength. Thus, the young cub's heartfelt recognition of their talents resonated deeply within Shu Shanshan, who had been looked down upon by other clans since childhood. A torrent of emotions surged within him: excitement, fulfillment, happiness, and a bittersweet ache. This overwhelming mix of feelings rendered him momentarily speechless. Listening to Shu Shanshan's tales of hardship, Mo Jiang was unsure whether it was his storytelling prowess or her own empathy that stirred her heart, leaving her feeling a pang of sorrow. "If your kin were rescued, would you consider joining the Tiger Clan?" Chapter 67. The two hairballs reach a consensus. Mo Jiang, caught off guard, uttered the words before she could think. She paused, meeting Shu Shanshan's astonished and excited gaze. Biting her lip, she decided to continue. "The Tiger Clan would never look down upon you, but must be approved by the chieftain and elders." Shu Shanshan stuffed the remaining roasted meat into his mouth, his spirit visibly dampened as he lowered his head. Mo Jiang could not see his expression clearly, only observing his paws busily kneading his cheeks. His voice was subdued. "It's fine. Our hamster clan has grown accustomed to this after so many years." This pitiful appearance inexplicably softened Mo Jiang's heart. She suddenly recalled that during their initial conversation, Shu Shanshan had expressed a desire for the protection of the Fei Hu clan, which the chieftain had not granted. Were it not for her remaining rationality, she might have already agreed. Shu Shanshan lifted his head, his downcast expression unmistakable, and he kindly reassured her. "Being recognized by you for our talents is already a great honor. As for joining the Fei Hu clan or receiving their protection, perhaps it's just not meant to be. I'll talk to the chieftain. Perhaps he will agree. Please don't be disheartened." Shu Shanshan immediately perked up, though the lingering disappointment on his face had yet to fade entirely. His expression twisted with conflicting emotions as he felt a flicker of joy from the cub's words. "Thank you, I truly appreciate it." Mo Jiang observed the jubilant demeanor of Shu Shanshan and felt an inexplicable sense of unease. However, before she could contemplate further, she was bewildered by the incessant expressions of gratitude from the latter. "Hold your thanks for a moment," she interjected. "What if it doesn't work out?" As she spoke, her paws pushed away the handful of nuts offered by Shu Shanshan. Despite her words, Shu Shanshan harbored a different sentiment within. Over the past few days, he had been discreetly observing the territory of the Feihu tribe, and he had not emerged empty-handed. From his observations, it became clear that this little tiger cub held a significant position within the Tiger Clan. Merely to venture out required the protection of 5 or 6 adult tigers, who were, in fact, the elders of the Feihu tribe, the most formidable warriors among them. Upon realizing that he was encountering elders of the Tiger Clan, he began to reconsider the feasibility of his own aspirations. Even if the tribe leader of the Feihu was initially reluctant to accept the proposal put forth by this small cub, it would undoubtedly warrant consideration, unlike the outright dismissal he had faced when presenting his own ideas. Fearing potential flaws in his plan, he even resorted to utilizing his secondary talent during their exchanges. Other tribes believed that the Hamster Clan possessed only a singular racial talent. However, that was a misconception. With their large population, an array of possibilities could arise. In contrast, smaller clans often celebrated merely awakening their innate abilities. The Hamster Clan had several members who had awakened a second talent, albeit most of them were rather inconsequential. Until today, Shu Shanshan had also deemed his secondary talent somewhat trivial. The enchanting ability was unique to the Fox Clan, and their innate talents truly embodied allure. What use was it for him, who struggled to manifest even a diminished version of that enchantment, to possess such a talent? Yet, after receiving the promise from the little tiger cub, he began to reassess the value of his secondary talent. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, Mo Jiang lifted the distinctive green paste meant for cubs, ensuring that the audience in the live stream had no further requests for drinks, and drank it all in one go. Upon finishing the green paste, her fluffy little belly felt completely full. Mo Jiang gazed at the pile of nuts and the remaining pieces of roasted meat on the elongated fruit leaves, gently massaging her little belly with her tail while looking at Shu Shanshan. The two furry creatures locked eyes, intuitively understanding each other's thoughts. In a moment of synchronicity, Shu Shanshan swiftly gathered a small mountain of nuts, while Mo Jiang generously pushed the leftover pieces of roasted meat toward him. Before long, both the tiger cub and the hamster departed, contentedly cradling their respective provisions. However, before leaving, Shu Shanshan made a point to address Mo Jiang. "Cub, in the future, if there are any delicious foods, we can continue to exchange." Mo Jiang, with her sharp teeth cracking open the nut shells to savor the inner kernel, filled her mouth with a flavor reminiscent of hazelnuts, and immediately nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. These nuts are delightful. The meat of the Feihu tribe is exquisite." A shared exclamation of appreciation for their culinary delights resonated within both the tiger cub and the hamster. Despite having transformed into a tiger cub and being a carnivorous creature, Mo Jiang's heart still belonged to the omnivorous realm. The fatty, aromatic nature of nuts was irreplaceable by meat. She envisioned frequently exchanging nuts with Shu Shanshan. Although their clan had been expelled from the central area and had scarcely tasted meat since, Shu Shanshan still remembered the flavor of meat, which could hardly compare to that of the Feihu tribe's fare. The meat from the Feihu tribe was nearly as delectable as nuts. In the future, their meals could be slightly improved by trading some delightful foods with the little tiger cub of the Feihu tribe. Both harbored a mutual longing for future exchanges of food. Mo Jiang placed the remaining roasted meat into a small compartment provided by the system, and with her paws swaying side to side, she headed towards the dwelling of Huyu. Along the way, she noticed the envious comments from the live stream audience and recalled the rewards for Task 4, offering a comforting thought. As long as one lives long enough, they will eventually be able to enjoy such delicious food like me. After uttering this, Mo Jiang indicated that it was time to end the live stream. Entirely oblivious to the sorrow her seemingly boastful remark, an implicit hint that the audience might one day partake in similar delights, brought upon her viewers. Shortly thereafter, A topic titled The 818 Versailles of the Interstellar Traveler Tiger Cub emerged simultaneously on the culinary forum in Xingwei. Mo Jiang remained unaware of this, and upon closing the live stream, she also arrived at Huyu's residence. The little tiger cub immediately turned around and dashed towards the cave of the tribe leader. Hubai. However, this frail body proved insufficient for the endeavor, and halfway there, she began to pant heavily. Pausing to catch her breath, she scanned her surroundings and perched herself atop a large rock to rest. During this break, Mo Jiang did not allow her mind to wander idly. Instead, she opened her holographic brain and accessed the private messaging interface of the personnel from the Research Institute's Food Materials Department, preparing to send a message. Suddenly, she recalled the document they had previously provided that she had yet to complete. Mo Jiang hesitated momentarily while her paws hovered over the keyboard, then bypassed the document entirely and sent the pre-edited message. Tiger Cub charges forward. Hello. May I inquire about the progress of your research regarding the violent energy within vicious plants and beasts? Chapter 68. The attitude of the Research Institute personnel. It seemed as though someone had been waiting in the chat interface for Mo Jiang's message. Research Institute Food Materials Researcher number 1 responded. As long as it isn't overly confidential, feel free to ask. So adorable. Mo Jiang quickly read this message, her gaze finally resting on the little animated character at the end, appearing to act cute. The descriptions of the Research Institute on the Star Network depicted it as mysterious and elevated. Could it be that this playful tone was truly representative of their staff? Mo Jiang felt a twinge of doubt, yet she held no suspicion. After all, no one on the Star Network would dare impersonate the Research Institute. Tiger Cub charges forward. I would like to know the primary directions of your research concerning the violent energy present within living organisms. Is there any research on its purification? If so, what progress has been made? The first 2 questions posed by Mo Jiang were relatively innocuous, information that could be shared with the public without fear of espionage. However, the last inquiry edged closer to confidential territory. Xiaolu, seated before the expansive chat screen, twitched his nose, uncertain. After reviewing the live stream recording of Tiger Cub charges forward, the director reached out that very evening to convene a meeting with the core personnel of the Research Institute for discussion. The outcome of their deliberation was a succinct directive. Observe closely, respect cooperation. Due to these 8 words, his role transitioned from that of a logistics staff member to one focused on liaising with key observation subjects, resulting in a significant elevation in status. Concurrently, all information concerning the streamer Tiger Cub charges forward was to be compiled daily and submitted for the attention of the head of the Food Materials Department. In a sense, Tiger Cub was directly overseen by the head of their department. The Research Institute operated above both the Empire and the Alliance, with the highest authority being the director. Below the director were the heads of various departments, whose ranks could be likened to that of a general in the military. Contemplating the fact that a person of such high rank was personally responsible for the streamer, one could surmise the elevated status they held. Yet, it was warranted. If he were the head of the department and had spent decades studying the violent energy within vicious plants and beasts with minimal progress, he would certainly seek to befriend anyone possessing food devoid of such violent energy. As for why they did not invite him directly to visit the Research Institute, such a notion was laughable. While the head's position was lofty, their strength lay primarily in intellect rather than physical prowess. Against an interstellar traveler capable of instantaneous teleportation across the cosmos, mere food deliveries would be inadequate. When their strengths were relatively equal, the best approach was to cultivate mutual respect. The act of forcefully seizing and plundering will only exacerbate matters. Xiaolu, lost in thought, quickly sent the chat screenshots between him and Mo Jiang to the team leader. At that moment, Mo Jiang, yawning, glanced down to see a flicker on her screen, indicating a new message. The Research Institute's food researcher number 1 stated, there is indeed research on the purification of violent energy, categorized into 2 main directions. One is to transform it into gentle, harmless energy, and the other is complete purification, ideally achieving results akin to the soil functions discovered on your current planet. You may find more detailed answers to these inquiries on our official website. The Research Institute's food researcher number 1 continued, by the way, could I trouble you to assist with filling out various parameters regarding soil that has the capacity to purify violent energy? These parameters can be measured using your light brain. Xiaolu carefully chose his words, revising his message multiple times before finally sending it after a thorough review for appropriateness. In truth, acquiring a soil sample capable of purifying violent energy would be of immense assistance to their food research department. However, who could know where the interstellar traveler on the other side of the screen was on some undiscovered planet? Moreover, her light brain security level was so high that even the Institute's top hackers could not decrypt or trace it. It was impossible to send interstellar parcels to unknown or unexploited planets, making the acquisition of soil with purifying capabilities a daunting task. They could only glean some information through the detection functions of the light brain, hoping it might provide direction for their current research projects. Naturally, this depended on whether Hu Zai was willing to share the data. Hu Zai, rushing forward, replied, "I can do that. But I would like to know some information about your research on the purification of violent energy. Not too detailed, just a general overview from the start of the research to the current progress." Mo Jiang understood that many projects in such research institutions were confidential. She had no intention of prying for secrets. She was merely interested in the purification of violent energy. If the other party could indeed conduct research without a system, it would greatly benefit her. After all, the purification value required to cleanse an entire planet is unimaginably vast. Relying solely on a live broadcast would be quite challenging. Even if accomplished, it would consume a great deal of time, and she feared that by the time she completed her system tasks, she would be old, let alone venturing beyond her home planet to explore the vast universe. Living in a nation where space exploration was just beginning, nearly everyone harbored a dream of venturing into space. Previously, they had no opportunity to explore the vast cosmos, but now the chance to enter the universe was within reach. As long as she could empower her home planet to a degree where it could stand strong against all races and not be bullied, Mo Jiang was determined to see the world beyond. Upon reading the message from Mo Jiang, Xiaolu let out a long sigh. As long as the information wasn't confidential, was it not simply the history of research on violent energy? He could provide as much as needed. In an instant, the chat interface displayed simultaneous messages stating, "Please hold on. I will send you the datasheet shortly." Before long, both parties concluded their conversation after sending their respective documents. Mo Jiang opened the document and glanced at it. Over 1,000 pages of content awaited her, even with a considerate table of contents. It was thicker than a book, far too much to read in a short time, so she saved it for later. After completing all that, Mo Jiang took a break, jumped down from the large stone slab, and headed towards Hu Bai's cave, contemplating that from now on, she could use her light brain to detect any plant she encountered while out and about, alleviating the fear of making mistakes. However, she had not taken more than a few steps when a tall figure appeared ahead. Chapter 69. The young master is overprotective. Mo Jiang immediately recognized the visitor and excitedly dashed forward. Strangely enough, as a human, she perceived creatures like cats and tigers as quite similar. Yet since becoming a member of the Feihu tribe, she could distinguish each tiger she encountered as unique. This one had slightly more fur, while that one had shorter eyebrows. She could easily differentiate them based on appearance. Mo Jiang could even identify the large tigers gathered together from a distance by their scents. A large furry one and a small furry one approached each other, soon bumping heads. "I was just looking for you." Hu Yu's voice resonated before Mo Jiang could utter her greeting, although Hu Yu retained a youthful face in human form. Her voice was not soft or sweet, but carried a unique magnetism, with a hint of a mature tone that was far more pleasant than any typical big sister voice. Mo Jiang secretly shook her slightly tingling ears and tilted her head in confusion as she looked up at Hu Yu. Hadn't she been told to seek out her master? As if sensing the young cub's bewilderment, Hu Yu curled her tail around Mo Jiang and lifted her on her back, her voice soothing and soft. Upon hearing this, Mo Jiang understood. It was perfect timing, as she also wished to inform the tribe leader about the hamster tribe's desire to ally with them. Moments later, the two furry beings arrived at the leader's cave. As the leader, many matters required consultation with Hu Bai, and his cave was not of ordinary size. Currently, 7 or 8 tigers could comfortably sit in their natural forms within his cave without feeling cramped. During her previous visits to Hu Bai's cave, Mo Jiang had not paid close attention. This time, with the matter requiring less concentration, she had the leisure to squat beside Hu Yu, listening to their discussions while observing the leader's cave. Earlier that afternoon, Mo Jiang and her companions had departed with Shu Shanshan, leaving behind the three tigers of the salt mine, Hu Meng and the twin elders, Hu Jin and Hu Shun. Their names hinted at their respective temperaments. As two of the few meticulous and cautious tigers in the tribe, Mo Jiang felt entirely at ease in trusting them with the task of developing statistics. The quieter brother, Hu Shun, mostly let his older brother Hu Jin report on most matters. This occasion was no exception. The salt mine was located to the northeast of the tribe, and a full sprint would take half an hour to reach. As Hu Jin shared this information, a massive long fruit leaf was laid before him. It bore various strange symbols, and Mo Jiang glanced at it, utterly perplexed. However, Elder Hu Jin extended his paw, referencing his records from that day, and tapped two circular symbols on the long fruit leaf, from here to here. However, the salt mine is not as vast as we perceive. Only 1/5 of the barren land contains salty mud and stones. As the leader of the Fei Hu tribe and the young leader, along with the various elders, each tiger was well acquainted with the territory within the tribe. They may not know the specifics of the soil in a particular area, but they certainly understood the terrain. Observing the rudimentary map drawn by Hu Jin, they quickly visualized a topographical map in their minds. Considering that desolate land, where not a blade of grass grew, 1/5 of the size, based on the amount of salt in the mud, would not be enough for the tigers to eat for even 3 days if each tiger required a hearty meal. Hunting would still be more cost-effective. After quickly calculating how many days the salt mine could sustain the tigers, Hu Biao remarked, Mo Jiang, recalling the scene from that afternoon and calculating the salt content in the mud, felt 3 small question marks pop up above her fluffy head after hearing Elder Hu Biao's words. But just the salt on the surface could sustain our entire tiger tribe for several years. It's far more economical than hunting. Upon hearing the young cub's voice, Hu Biao was about to admonish her not to disrupt the discussion when he suddenly recalled something. His gaze dropped, and indeed, it rested upon the tribe's weakest little cub. He recalled the ever-expanding purification area he had been surveying over the past few days, and his previously disdainful attitude suddenly dissipated. Although he felt that the words of the young cub were overly naive, how could such a minuscule piece of land suffice for their numerous Hu tribe tigers to feast upon, let alone satisfy their hunger? Moreover, he had never heard of the Fei Hu tribe consuming soil. Such a notion would utterly disgrace them. Nonetheless, due to various reasons, Hu Biao earnestly explained to the young cub, I am aware of the area that Hu Jin mentioned. It is initially quite small, and if we were to remove 4/5 of it, what remains would be even less. That saline soil is hardly enough for a single meal for our Hu tribe. Thus, even if salt can provide energy, it pales in comparison to hunting. Listening to Hu Biao's words, Mo Jiang grew increasingly perplexed. As long as we add a little salt during cooking, it suffices. No one is suggesting that we eat salt as a meal. That would be absurd. With this thought in mind, she voiced her confusion. Salt isn't meant to be consumed as a main ingredient. Just a pinch in our meals will allow the plants we eat to provide energy comparable to meat. Hu Biao's eyes widened in disbelief as he flicked his tail. Cub, I acknowledge that you may have some legacy, but you cannot speak so recklessly. In all my years, I have never consumed anything that could make plants provide us with energy like meat, nor have I ever heard of such a thing. As soon as he finished speaking, before Mo Jiang could respond, a series of coughs erupted from the nearby tigers, capturing everyone's attention. Upon looking, Mo Jiang realized that the coughing tigers were none other than the elders who had just finished tasting the potato meat soup at noon, eager to share their findings with the others. As she listened to their coughing, a thought flashed through her mind, and she observed the elders' expressions. Indeed, as she suspected, their eyes flickered with evident guilt. If even a young cub could discern this, then Hu Biao, who had coexisted with these elders for so long, would certainly notice, especially when he realized that their guilt was directed toward himself and 2 other elders. He immediately glared at them. What are you guilty about? Nothing at all. The elders hastily shook their heads. What else could it be but the fact that you stole food that belongs to you? Just as the elders continued to deny the accusations, Hu coldly interjected, instantly intensifying the atmosphere. My disciple has graciously presented me with a tribute today and happened to discover a method for plants to provide us energy. You owe your enjoyment of this delightful food to my light. Yet, I had not anticipated that you wicked tigers would even pilfer the food meant for the 3 of you. As if to heighten the tension further, Hu flicked her tail and added fuel to the fire, making the atmosphere even more heated. It was because of these foolish tigers that her soft little cub had to endure unwarranted doubts and grievances. Naturally, Hu Biao, the foolish one, was not blameless either. His ignorance led him to mock her cub. Let the two groups of foolish tigers clash. Meanwhile, the protected little cub was still in a state of confusion. After realizing that the elders had likely consumed food meant for others, Mo Jiang felt a bit dazed. Chapter 70. Could there be two types of talents? Still torn about whether to reveal the truth, Hu Biao suddenly sensed something was amiss, while her master cheerfully stoked the flames of conflict. Thus, a large-scale melee was on the verge of breaking out. She did not comprehend why her master chose to add fuel to the fire. But when her gaze landed on the familiar, fluffy tail nearby, joyfully swaying, Mo Jiang felt that the reason was no longer of great importance. Perceptive to the puzzled looks directed at her from the side, Hu Yu explained, having discovered something worthy of celebration, the elders must find a way to release their excitement. A brawl would be quite fitting. As for deeper implications, the cub is still young and need not ponder too much. Upon hearing Hu Yu's explanation, Mo Jiang's mind naturally conjured up certain scenes. Every time the rainy season approached, the tribe would manage to hunt a plethora of prey, enough for the tigers to feast daily. When the tigers were well fed, they were full of energy. Thus, it was common to witness two tigers playfully pouncing on one another. Perhaps what her master referred to as a brawl was similar to this. Mo Jiang mused silently. Being young and having limited exposure to the Hu tribe, she was oblivious to the fact that the brawls before the rainy season were merely playful in nature. In contrast, the so-called excitement-fueled brawls driven by food were far more serious than mere play. Beasts placed immense importance on food, especially food that belonged to them. Not to mention, this food was prepared by the young cub themselves. From the very first meal they made, they'd been deeply captivated, enamored to the point of licking the stone bowl clean. However, if it were not for the issue of strength, the food would not have been pilfered. This was akin to trampling on their dignity. Without resorting to a life-or-death duel, it was not uncommon for one side to be beaten to the point of being unable to retaliate. When speaking with Hu Biao, the young cub, who felt no grievance, remained unaware of the fiercely protective nature of her master, who could not tolerate even the slightest slight against her. Enough. Any issues can be resolved outside my cave. For now, everyone, quiet down and continue the discussion. Hu Bai, sensing the atmosphere growing increasingly tense, furrowed his brow and thrashed his tail heavily against the ground, instantly capturing the attention of all tigers. The imminent eruption of tension dissipated with this motion. The elder tigers complied and settled down. As per Zhang's words, that 1/5 of the salt mine would allow them to thrive for years. Starting tomorrow, let all tigers feast to their heart's content, except for the patrols remaining in the tribe. All shall venture forth to seek out the edible plants they have discovered. The elders who had tasted the potato meat soup naturally raised no objections, while a few who had not tasted it yet, though grinding their teeth in frustration, also voiced no dissent. In this world, those who truly understood you were either your opponents or the companions who accompanied you day in and day out. Hu Biao and the others, well aware of the elders' shamelessness in stealing their food, were both resentful and in agreement with Hu Bai's words. Seeing that there were no objections, Hu Bai was about to declare the meeting adjourned when two voices rang out simultaneously. Tribe leader, I have not finished speaking. This voice belonged to Hu Jin, resonant and commanding. Tribe leader, the SH tribe wishes to seek our protection, which I believe is a good idea. This voice, sweet and imbued with the unique innocence of a cub, could only belong to the young cub. Hu Bai's gaze swept over the two of them before settling on Hu Jin, signaling him to continue while asking the young cub to wait. As Hu Jin spoke, his claws extended, marking 3 points on a small area. We have excavated to a height of 2 tigers, and as we dug deeper, the stones increased, and the saltiness intensified. We feared time was insufficient and did not continue digging. However, according to the young cub's preliminary estimates, this salt mine could sustain our tribe for 20 to 30 years. Upon hearing this, Mo Jiang's eyes brightened. Hu Bai added, the tigers sent out must ensure they have enough food for 7 days. If they cannot find enough, the lunch and dinner of that day will be halved. Furthermore, send some strong and discreet tigers to guard the salt mine. Why guard discreetly? In this land, very few tribes knew that salt could enable plants to provide energy. As long as they did not actively disclose this information, the likelihood of issues arising was minimal. Moreover, having tasted the salt-flavored potato meat soup, Hubai would naturally ensure that the Feihu tribe's vital resources remained under their control. Thus, it was deemed necessary to guard it discreetly. The individuals present were not foolish. His words, devoid of need for deep contemplation, made their meaning clear, prompting unanimous agreement. Excitement gradually enveloped the soft-furred creature. At that moment, Hubai turned his gaze towards Mo Jiang, inquiring, "The hamster clan has expressed a desire for our tribe's protection?" His tone was mild, yet the warmth in his eyes conveyed a respect that placed Mo Jiang on equal footing. She sensed this and felt her subtle anxiety dissipate. Nodding her soft, plush head, she affirmed, "Yes, it wishes for our tribe's protection." Hubai, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow in contemplation, with the other elders also reflecting thoughtfully. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence. Uncertain of the cause, Mo Jiang felt an inexplicable tension. Suddenly, Humei's voice pierced through the stillness. Mo Jiang, upon hearing her words, especially as they pertained to her, felt a sense of confusion wash over her. Beside her, Hu Biao noticed the little cub's bewilderment and, perhaps out of remorse for his earlier skepticism, offered an explanation. The rodent had previously approached the clan leader regarding the request for protection, which had been met with a firm refusal. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Hu Yu, reassured by her calm demeanor, and continued to elucidate for the inquisitive little cub. Logically, after receiving a clear response from our Feihu tribe, the rodent would not pursue futile efforts again. Yet, the fact that he sought to bring this matter up again through you suggests he perceives your status within the Tiger Clan. Mo Jiang's eyes widened in sudden realization, a thought flashing in her mind. Hu Biao observed her earnest attentiveness, and his heart softened at the sight of such an adorable young creature. It was not just Hu Yu who cherished her. Even he, known for his combative nature, found himself wanting to affectionately ruffle her fur. As the great tigers marveled at the surprised expression of the cub, they were suddenly met with her innocent voice posing a question that prompted contemplation among all present tigers. Could a beast possess two talents? In less than a minute, Hubai interrupted the tranquil atmosphere. It is indeed possible, but the emergence of dual-talented individuals occurred centuries ago. To date, no tribe has been reported to possess such beings. Hu Yu, who had opened her mouth to speak, silently closed it again, raising her tail to gently pat the little cub's head twice. When the cub looked up, her expression was one of innocent confusion. Mo Jiang, glancing at her mentor's expression, suddenly comprehended something. Her newly appointed mentor seemed genuinely fond of plush cubs. The little cub's long tail easily brushed against her fuzzy head. Mo Jiang, touching her own head with a hint of concern, wondered if she might one day transform into a bald little tiger. Why did she ponder such things? Had she discovered something? While Mo Jiang fretted about her fur, Hu Bai's voice rang out again with two questions that piqued the curiosity of the other elders. Consequently, all the great tigers' gazes turned towards Mo Jiang. When Mo Jiang heard Hu Bai's inquiries, she hesitated, contemplating whether to share her discoveries. A cub with the mind of a mere 3-year-old could hardly grasp the nuances of communication with a hamster that might influence the thoughts of others. She feared that revealing her insights would provoke suspicion among the tigers. Ever since realizing that the tribe's tigers were far from the naive beings she had initially believed them to be, she had become more cautious in her actions. If she spoke her mind, it was unlikely they would immediately detect something amiss. Mo Jiang's nature was inherently careful, and, due to her past experiences, she held a tenuous understanding of friendship and familial bonds. To put it plainly, few could earn her genuine acceptance. Even if she did accept someone, she would frequently observe, assessing whether the individual was worthy of her trust. At this moment, her emotional stance towards the Tiger Clan reflected this sentiment. Yet, the scene of her first real encounter with Humei suddenly flooded her mind. Looking into Hu Bai's kind eyes, Mo Jiang parted her small, fluffy lips. I overheard when the clan leader declined the hamster's request for affiliation. Not long ago, he approached me for food, and we revisited this topic. Initially, I pondered the leader's decision. Yet as our conversation unfolded, I found myself agreeing to bring it up before you, wondering if he might possess two talents, one for spatial abilities, and the other for influencing the thoughts of tigers. From the moment the little cub fully integrated into the Feihu tribe, she became a true member of the clan. The great tigers had included her in discussions traditionally reserved for elders and leaders, thus placing her on equal footing. This tribe was deserving of her loyalty. Unbeknownst to her, the depth of her thoughts and her exceptional behavior, which might raise suspicions among the great tigers, were not likely to provoke any concern. Although Mo Jiang did not explicitly state it, her every action since awakening her talents revealed the truth of her possessing inherited memories. For a cub with such memories, behavior and thoughts that seemed atypical for her age were inconsequential, given the vast reservoir of knowledge she held. Even if this reservoir only activated in the presence of familiar entities, it remained a significant aspect of her existence. After succinctly articulating her thoughts and hypotheses, Mo Jiang raised her head, gazing at the surrounding great tigers, awaiting their responses, while also directing her attention to the clan leader, eager to discern his perspective. Dual-talented individuals do exist, but that is a matter of the distant past. Following the onset of the great evolutionary era on launching, not only have humans developed extraordinary abilities, but so too have these beasts. In fact, after humanity's migration, many beastmen evolved a second talent to adapt to the increasingly harsh conditions of launching. However, these events belong to an earlier chapter in history. Hu Bai, noticing Hu Biao's gaze, chose to disregard it, instead focusing intently on the only cub among the great tigers. What you propose is not without merit. I shall send Hu to observe the rodent, Shan Shan. If he indeed possesses a talent akin to the Fox Clan's charm, we must ensure he is kept under control. A beastman endowed with charm can profoundly disrupt a mighty tribe. We are not unfamiliar with the perils they pose. Moreover, the cub's instincts and insights are likely to bear truth. She possessed a legacy and memories unparalleled by any tiger. After hearing Hu Bai's decision, Mo Jiang expressed no dissent. However, clan leader, I believe it is also possible for the hamster clan to seek refuge with us. Although the other party had employed charm to influence her thoughts. Ever since she learned that nearly all hamsters possess spatial abilities, she had been keen on cultivating a favorable relationship with them. Ideally, she sought a bond of mutual trust, where they could rely on one another. With the opportunity to accept their plea for protection now at hand, Mo Jiang saw no reason to let it slip away. Upon hearing her words, Hu Bai knitted his brow. Do you comprehend the implications of persuading a tribe that already has a protector to switch allegiance? Mo Jiang paused, momentarily taken aback. After uttering this statement, Hu Bai's gaze met the little cub's bewildered eyes, and he realized that she was but a 3-year-old. Sighing internally, Hu Bai was prepared to explain to Mo Jiang when Hu Yu, seated beside the little cub, interjected, casting a fierce glare at Hu Bai as she did so. The hamster clan is weak and has always relied on the protection of other tribes for survival. The tribe currently sheltering them is the J11ing tribe, which previously received protection from the Hu SH tribe. The J11ing tribe secured the guardianship of the SHZ tribe by seizing 1/3 of the Hu SH tribe's territory as a trade-off. Upon hearing this, MG grasped the implications. It was no wonder that SHN's earlier request had been swiftly dismissed by the chieftain without a second thought. Their tribe's overall strength was comparable to that of the J11ing tribe. If they genuinely wished to seize the guardianship of the SHZ tribe, it would necessitate a considerable conflict. At this moment, MG understood that acquiring the protection of the SHZ tribe was nearly impossible. Yet, the subsequent words of HY instilled in her an unwavering belief that the guardianship of the SHZ tribe was indeed within their grasp. Chapter 72. The commencement of this contest, the SHZ tribe, timid and feeble, would find it detrimental to fully utilize their spatial talents if their protective tribe did not infringe upon their boundaries. She recalled the wheat fields she had seen earlier and the discussions about the riverbank fields, along with the salt mine discovered that day. MG clenched her fluffy little paw, her resolve solidifying. Besides relying on combat to obtain the protection of the SHZ tribe, were there alternative methods? The small tiger cub's innocent voice resonated, her round eyes brimming with sincerity. The elder tigers wore expressions of contemplation and conflict. MG observed them intently and, not waiting for their response, spoke again. For instance, exchanging food. This era differed significantly from a previous one. Food was the true currency, regardless of location. As long as she accumulated sufficient purification value, meaning her live stream attracted ample viewers, she would have no concerns regarding edible provisions. With an abundance of food, she was confident the J11ing tribe would be swayed. As MG articulated this thought, the deep contemplation on the faces of the elder tigers dissipated, leaving only their inner turmoil. Their earlier conflict revolved around whether to disclose to the young cub that food could indeed serve as currency, but she had anticipated it first. While it was feasible, acquiring the protection of a tribe as weak as the SHZ would require provisions equivalent to at least a year's supply for the J11ing tribe. They themselves lacked such resources. Even if they had some, they were reluctant to part with it. HBI sighed, meeting M.G. Ng's gaze, and upon witnessing her unwavering determination, found himself at a loss for words to dissuade her. Chieftain, I purify a considerable amount of soil daily. The wheat, sweet potatoes, and the potatoes discovered today are all substantial food sources sufficient for our entire tribe to endure 5 to 6 months. Additionally, with the salt mine we found today, these plants can provide us with energy comparable to meat. Thus, we need not worry about food for this cold season. She paused, then continued, however, in the future, we will cultivate numerous plants and domesticate various prey. Our tribe may not consume all of it, allowing us to exchange resources with other tribes. But transporting them will require numerous tigers for protection. Moreover, during harvest, a large contingent of tigers will be necessary. Our tribe aims to thrive beyond this wilderness. Even if food scarcity becomes a non-issue, the tasks I mentioned will occupy a significant portion of our warriors' training time. If we had the SHZ tribe's spatial abilities, these challenges would vanish. In the long run, protecting the SHZ tribe presents more advantages than disadvantages. As MG Ng concluded, her mouth felt slightly parched. She paused, yet before she could continue, HBI's voice rang out. You make a valid point. However, our tribe presently cannot amass sufficient food. To be candid, as the little cub spoke, the notion of using food as a commodity to barter with other tribes stirred something shameful within HBI. The tribes expelled from the central region were predominantly formidable carnivorous species, with only a few exceptions. If all tribes united, they would not endure such a dire existence. Yet the issue lay in the fact that powerful tribes each held their pride, rendering it impossible for them to bow to others, let alone unite. However, if the FIH tribe held enough food, it could serve as a pivotal factor. While not demanding submission, forming alliances would at least be attainable. The logistics of transporting resources would be crucial in this context. No tribe in this wilderness could resist the allure of food. If transportation faltered, alliances would crumble. Thus, the SHZ tribe played an essential role in forging such alliances, reflecting on the unwavering trust the SHZ tribe placed in their protection. HBI found himself swayed by M.G. Ng's words, yet the excitement faded instantly as he recalled his tribe's food reserves. M.G. Ng discerned the implication in HBI's words. With sufficient provisions, her vision could indeed materialize. Instantly, her innocent voice brimmed with conviction. Chieftain, rest assured, I will procure enough food before the arrival of next year's warm season. The seasons unfolded as follows: the cold season, spring, warm season, and rainy season. The warm season corresponded to summer, while the rainy season equated to autumn. Prior to each cold season, the rains would cease for 10 days to half a month, followed by continuous downpour lasting half a month, heralding the full onset of winter. She found herself in the period when the rains of the rainy season had momentarily halted. However, that SHZ, if he inquires further about the guardianship, instruct him to come directly to me and refrain from engaging in lengthy discussions. Just as M.G. Ng was feeling invigorated, HBI's cautionary voice interrupted her. Without hesitation, she nodded and mentally reminded herself of this directive. Upon returning to the young cub's dwelling, M.G. Ng glanced at the purification value in the back end. 782. 410 points of purification value. This was far from sufficient. She navigated her virtual interface, pondering how to increase the heat of her live stream. While lost in thought, a sudden inspiration struck her. A name emerged in her mind. M. Ng M. Ng T.U. W. Ng Ming, the individual who had previously messaged her with intentions of stirring trouble. After a day or two, the timing felt right. MG Ng followed her memory to access the individual S* micro homepage, and indeed, her expectations were met. MG Ng took a brief glance before diving into the comment section below. The second comment, at first glance, appeared unrelated, as netizens urged for culinary creations featuring exotic beasts. However, the underlying sentiment was clearly one of anticipation for the spectacle. After reviewing the comments below, she grasped the general sentiment and located TUS profile. The notification icon flickered, indicating a message from the other party. She opened it to find a taunting, derisive message that was easily inciting. MG's emotions remained unperturbed, even eliciting a slight chuckle. She scrolled up a bit and couldn't help but admire how resolutely Ing was intent on extracting a piece of her. Yet ultimately, the question of who would leverage whom remained uncertain. Ing scoffed softly, composed a message, and sent it forth. Ever vigilant at his light brain, contemplating further insults that had yet to be expressed, noticed a flash on the screen. A new message popped up. Jiang. I can not only create delectable dishes from exotic beast meat, but can also utilize ferocious beasts as ingredients. Such a naive little snack. Upon reading the first half of the message, Ing became exhilarated. Upon reaching the latter half regarding ferocious beasts as ingredients, his excitement intensified. He knew that seizing this opportunity to extract from Jiang would undoubtedly elevate his fan engagement to new heights. At that point, he would have no fear of a lack of attention. Envisioning the foolish individuals who failed to recognize value, he glanced at the chat interface, and the manic gleam in his eyes grew ever more pronounced. Chapter 73. See you in the live stream room in 2 days. Ing deleted the pre-composed message and, contemplating for a moment, began typing again. Before long, Ing received another provocatively worded message. The most elite chefs of the Alliance would never use exotic beast meat as an ingredient, let alone the flesh of ferocious beasts. Consuming ferocious beast meat could result in death. Young and foolish, you boast at such a tender age. How ridiculous. She narrowed her eyes as she heard the other party link her with the culinary masters of the Alliance. This time, she no longer suppressed her emotions and spoke her mind. Mo Jiang said, "If you're ignorant, that is one thing. But to pester me with your disbelief is quite another, you simpleton." Instead of directly expelling him from the live stream, she decided to let him return the next morning. On one hand, the public opinion was only fermenting within his small circle, while it seemed he wanted to associate her with the top culinary figures of this era. The ensuing discourse would only amplify. However, since he had only made a casual remark, Mo Jiang was uncertain if her assumptions were correct. On the other hand, acting too aggressively would be detrimental to her future plans. She need not second-guess her assumptions any longer. For Wang Mang's next words solidified that he indeed desired a more fervent public discourse. Mei too exclaimed, "Ha! You call me ignorant? Surely, you must be fooling yourself. Even a toddler knows such a thing is impossible. Besides, if I am indeed ignorant, are the top culinary figures of the Alliance also unknowledgeable? Would you dare to boast in front of them? If you have the courage, then I shall believe you. If not, it's better to remain a mere embryo than to embarrass yourself." Upon hearing his provocative remarks, Mo Jiang twitched her whiskers. She realized her assumptions were correct as she feigned anger at his taunts. Mo Jiang replied, "What boasting? What I said is the truth." Mei too retorted, "Just because you say it's true, does that make it so? I haven't seen it myself. Why don't you record a video?" But even videos can be faked. If you cook with ferocious beast meat, go live, and let me bring along a few industry experts to verify its authenticity. Only when they confirm it will it be deemed true. If it weren't for the fact that every encounter with him felt like a challenge, Mo Jiang would have thought he was sent by fate to bring her good fortune, as everything he did seemed to align with her wishes. After saying this, Mo Jiang immediately logged off, denying him any chance to haggle. Once her account was offline, those who were chatting could see her online status. Wang Mang stared at the suddenly grayed-out avatar, momentarily stunned, before muttering a curse. In the next moment, he felt elated again. This silly fool was indeed adorably naive, every word resonating with his desires. If it weren't for the need to leverage her to restore his own popularity, he would have felt reluctant to part with her. Wang Mang triumphantly captured the chat logs, arranging them in a suitable order before posting on Xingwei. The caption read, "It turns out that not only can exotic beast meat be used to create culinary delights, but ferocious beast meat can also be transformed into delicious dishes that one kill you." The live stream will commence the day after tomorrow. Culinary enthusiasts wishing to know what soy sauce truly means should come and watch as the sharp-tongued Xiao Su, who is just one step away from mastery, provides commentary. He included a few images and made a preliminary announcement, stating that the live stream ID would be released the following midday. He also tagged several culinary heavyweights. Those he tagged were either renowned for their discerning palates or culinary experts known for their straightforwardness. Regardless of their personalities, they shared a common trait: absolute authority over ingredients, especially their disdain for using ferocious beast meat. After posting on Xingwei, Wang Meng pondered for a moment and then contacted other influencers he regularly collaborated with, asking them to help share the post. Within an hour, the topic of using ferocious beast meat as an ingredient had gained significant traction, rapidly growing in popularity. Oblivious to Wang Meng's ongoing efforts, Mo Jiang was lost in slumber. The next morning, she lay atop Hu Yu, yawning repeatedly. Last night, before she fell asleep, her master had come to conduct preliminary training. Though she thought it was merely light training, Mo Jiang, in her youthful innocence, believed it wholeheartedly. However, when a pall larger than her head bore down on her, she was left utterly dazed. What she envisioned as simple exercises turned out to be intense training involving pouncing, biting, and scratching. Her training partner was a tiger many times her size. Under such overwhelming strength, she barely had a chance to turn over. In fact, due to the tiger's restrained pressure, her frail form was left unable to walk the following day. Forced to lie atop Hu Yu, Mo Jiang subtly activated her light brain's detection function. At that moment, however, the display was filled with red, accompanied by an alarming sound only she could hear. Pressing her ears to alleviate the discomfort, she located the alarm button in a corner and swiftly silenced it. Glancing at the explanation beside the question mark, she noted that the red indicator signified that the biological entity's violent energy content exceeded 60. Generally, plants with such high levels of violent energy would possess a certain degree of aggressiveness. Upon reading this, Mo Jiang instinctively surveyed her surroundings. All was quiet, with only the occasional rustle of leaves stirred by the wind, and no other sounds to be heard. The vegetation around her resembled that of her era on Blue Star, utterly devoid of any offensive capabilities. Even when the tiger's paw pressed against the highlighted vines and grass, no aggression was exhibited. It appeared that certain standards from the outside world did not apply to this planet. As she pondered this, Mo Jiang failed to notice that after their group of tigers departed, the flattened vines and grasses, which had their juices squeezed out, trembled slightly and returned to their original forms. It wasn't that they were incapable of attacking, but rather that they dared not. Against solitary individuals or young tiger cubs, these ferocious plants would viciously strike. They knew they could win. However, when faced with a troop of powerful tigers, they remained as quiet as chickens. The laws of the jungle were known even to thoughtless plants. Looking at the screen filled with red, Mo Jiang felt a pang of worry. Fortunately, aside from the alarm and color change, the detection results matched those from the previous day as soil analysis. The scientific names of the plants and the various elements within them were crystal clear. As they moved purposefully, the tiger tribe maintained a swift pace, with Mo Jiang only catching glimpses of many plants before they disappeared behind her. She left with nothing to show for her observations. However, upon seeing the great river and the seemingly endless fields of wheat, all her disappointment vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. Was this truly the wheat field spoken of by the tigers? Her voice trembled with excitement as she exclaimed, "These are not just dozens of times the amount. It's hundreds, thousands of times more." If she could harvest this, not only would the tiger tribe have no worries about food for winter season, but the protection rights of the hamster tribe would also be easily secured. As Mo Jiang contemplated this, her heart raced with exhilaration. Chapter 74. The wheat field is even larger than that. Hu Yu was somewhat puzzled by the cub's excitement. While she too was surprised by the sight of these wheat stalks, her demeanor remained calm, even indifferent. The astonishment stemmed from witnessing the once small patch of wheat expand to an area many times larger than before. Aside from her surprise at this plant's wild growth, she felt little else. Even though she knew these wheat stalks could serve as reserve food like sweet potatoes and potatoes, she had previously observed that their roots bore no substantial fruits, though seeds adorned the tops. However, those seeds were granular and utterly inedible. Without ever tasting them, these wheat fields appeared to her no different from the grass on the ground. Indeed, she then eagerly lifted her gaze towards Hu Yu, her face brimming with barely contained excitement. "Master, if we harvest all the wheat from this land, we can exchange the protection rights of the hamster clan before the onset of winter." Yu instinctively glanced at the little tiger cub as she heard her own voice resonate. Really? Mo Jiang vigorously nodded. Stretching her neck, she too desired a grain. Before she could voice her wish, Sun placed a wheat ear, which she had been holding in her mouth, right in front of Mo Jiang, within her reach. The wheat ear was somewhat large. Mo Jiang stepped on one end with a paw while deftly rubbing the other. Soon enough, the husk fell away, revealing tender wheat grains within. The color, shape, and aroma were identical to those from the previous field. After confirming the plant's basic characteristics, Mo Jiang prepared to pop one into her mouth, eager to ascertain the final flavor and texture. However, a sudden gaze from above compelled her to halt her actions. She instinctively looked up to find Yu staring intently at her with wide eyes. I've tried it before, there's nothing wrong, the little tiger cub explained instinctively, though her youthful voice lacked credibility. Yu's gaze shifted to Sun beside her. The young tiger nodded, affirming Mo Jiang's words. Only then did the little cub breathe a sigh of relief and place the grain in her mouth. Upon tasting it, she couldn't help but scrunch her little round face, resembling one wearing a mask of agony. This flavor was unmistakable, aside from the distinct foul odor created by the violent energy it contained. The taste and texture of the grain clearly indicated its full maturity. Just a day prior, it had still felt somewhat raw. Yet, the present blue star was no longer the one she had known. It was entirely natural for plant growth to exhibit changes. Contemplating the comprehensive planting guide she had memorized, which contained data from her era on Blue Star, Mo Jiang sighed inwardly. Resolving to accept her fate, she intended to record the growth environment and characteristics of these plants anew based on the current era. As this thought emerged, Mo Jiang promptly activated her light brain, locating the memo application. With the assistance of the system-provided light brain that deviated from the norms of this world, anything she conceived in her mind would materialize as text in logical sequence on the memo. There was no need to worry about being discovered by the tigers. Just as Mo Jiang finished her notes and was discussing with Yu about having the clan harvest the crops in the coming days, Xingwei became lively due to a marketing post. 818 that Versailles interstellar traveler, exotic beast meat can create delicacies. Fierce beast meat is edible. Fierce beast meat can be gourmet. See you the day after tomorrow at noon. Several entries crowded the trending search list. As someone who often navigated the StarNet, especially within Xingwei, Wang Meng was acutely aware of the significance of traffic. Observing 4 to 5 relevant entries trending, he could already anticipate his future popularity. After browsing through the entries related to him, he casually skipped over the gossip of 818. Such trending topics typically involved mundane scandals, especially those of interstellar travelers. Those in his line of work typically did not associate with big shots. Otherwise, one would find their accounts vanishing from the StarNet without notice. Interstellar travelers belonged to the upper echelon of the elite. Moreover, he had little interest in such gossip, as it was merely a reiteration of how remarkable these titans were. For an ordinary person like him, it was nothing but envy, lost in beautiful fantasies about his future. Wang Meng exited Xingwei and continued fervently tagging the culinary industry bigwigs he had mentioned the previous night. He was least concerned about losing face, while those experts were highly conscious of their reputations. However, that was a matter for later discussion. As Mo Jiang climbed onto Yu's back, her peripheral vision caught sight of the nearby river. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited in her mind, and she boldly pressed her paw against Yu's soft ear. Master, are there still fish in the lake where we caught them a couple of days ago? Yu, forced into a plain ear position, instinctively attempted to perk up her ears, but with the little cub's paw pressing down, her ears could not rise no matter how they twitched. She abandoned the struggle, allowing the little tiger cub to keep her pressed. No, the clan leader took all the big fish. Upon hearing this, Mo Jiang's tail suddenly fluffed up. No little fish either? Don't they leave anything for sustainable development for the tribe? As Mo Jiang's mind raced, Yu, still enduring the pressure on her ears, continued. However, the little fish fry have been retained. Given their growth rate, they should be large enough by the end of winter. Mo Jiang's tail gradually settled down. She thought to herself, how could the shrewd clan leader and elders allow the tribe to run out of fish? It was crucial to note that since the emergence of fishball soup, the tigers in the tribe had been yearning for fish, even losing their taste for beast meat. What else wrong? Such thoughts were uncontrollable. The young cub had no ability to manage them, and Yu could do little. She could only gather some nourishing items for the little cub, to be provided once she was trained to handle the energy these items contained. Mo Jiang was unaware that her overthinking had prompted her master to prepare her a dietary supplement from the present moment. Now with her round, innocent eyes fixed on the distant river, she said, "Master, there are also fish in the river, but they might be a bit fierce." Her gaze rested on a section of dry wood on the riverbank, glimmering brightly. Chapter 75, The Cub That Wants to Eat Crocodile. To be honest, she had never tasted crocodile meat. Upon hearing the little cub's words, Huyu's mind conjured images of fish, and saliva involuntarily pooled in her mouth. She instinctively turned her gaze towards the river. The water surface was still, devoid of ripples, and she could not see any fish. However, after tasting fish meat, especially the fish balls made from purified fish meat with no bones at all, Huyu, like the other tigers in her clan, was completely captivated by the flavor of fish. Yet, as she gazed at the tranquil river surface, a look of confusion crossed her face. The water in this river is very deep. Our tiger clan cannot fish here. Just as Huyu had said, the river before them was indeed deep. Not only deep, but also extraordinarily wide, to the extent that Mo Jiang's line of sight could not reach the opposite bank. It was said to be the second largest river on this continent. Crossing this river led directly to the central region. After hearing Huyu's words, Mo Jiang shook her round little head and said, "We won't be fishing in the river. We will catch crocodiles on the shore." As she spoke, she deliberately lowered her tail in front of Huyu, pointing at a crocodile slowly crawling onto the shore to bask in the sun. Following the direction of the little tiger cub's tail, Huyu saw that the crocodile had just climbed onto the bank and had come to a halt, perfectly blending in with the ground. Appearing no different from a dead tree, she saw nothing resembling a crocodile. Just as she was about to ask the cub where the crocodile was, her gaze suddenly caught sight of a pair of moving eyes. Although it had evolved to a humanoid form, the tiger clan still possessed superior dynamic vision in beast form, making it somewhat challenging to perceive static scenes. Thus, when the crocodile's eyes shifted, she noticed it immediately. Upon realizing what the crocodile was, Huyu instinctively rejected the idea. That creature has extraordinarily thick skin. It is hardly edible. During their previous times of extreme hunger, they had indeed attempted to capture the dead tree fish, which was what the little cub referred to as crocodiles. However, the violent energy within them exceeded that of other creatures, coupled with their thick, hard skin, rendering them quite unappetizing. Furthermore, its biting strength surpasses that of the tiger clan by a considerable margin. To catch a single withered wood fish, it requires the combined effort of 2 or 3 tigers. Upon hearing Huyu's words, Mo Jiang blinked. Its hide is generally not consumed. Instead, it is utilized for crafting various tools. In this context, one could argue that a bag is indeed a tool. Moreover, crocodile skin is not solely employed for bags. It can also be fashioned into shoe soles and other items. Despite Mo Jiang's assertions, they did little to quell Huyu's thoughts. As her words fell, she flicked her tail and prepared to turn away. Mo Jiang hastily grasped her scapula, her gaze lingering on the crocodile languidly resting on the riverbank, filled with regret and reluctance. On their journey back to the tribe, the pace of the tiger entourage slowed significantly. This leisurely speed afforded Mo Jiang ample opportunity to seek out the plants she needed among the foliage. The beastmen inhabiting this territory are predominantly carnivorous, exhibiting little interest in flora. Verdant greenery enveloped the ground. Mo Jiang swiftly located several types of herbs that she recalled for replenishing blood and energy. She also took advantage of her cognitive device's detection feature to confirm their identities. Apart from displaying a red hue, the scientific names and various details matched those listed in her compendium of herbs. Since discovering this detection capability, Mo Jiang has approached her search for herbal ingredients with newfound boldness. Before reaching the tribe, they arrived at the small hillock where Huyu had mentioned a plethora of potatoes. Each tiger in the group bore varying amounts of vegetation on their backs. Fortunately, today's contingent of tigers was double that of yesterday's, ensuring they had sufficient resources. Upon reaching the small hill, Mo Jiang turned to the reverse side and was struck dumb. The vast expanse of lush greenery before her was the second instance today that left her in awe. The growth conditions of plants in this world diverged greatly from those in her Blue Star era. How could such an extensive area flourish without human cultivation? Remembering the potato-sized specimen she had encountered the previous morning, Mo Jiang gazed at the verdant sea ahead, brimming with excitement and a desire to express her exuberance. Mo Jiang believed she was concealing her emotions well, yet she had forgotten about her tail, which swung uncontrollably from side to side. Master, let us descend and harvest the potatoes. Let us ascertain if this area is indeed abundant in potatoes. If so, I shall immediately summon the great tigers to dig for potatoes and reap the wheat. Within 5 days, we must secure the protection rights from the hamster clan. The great tigers present had already examined the potato plant samples. Upon hearing the young tiger's words, they sought suitable positions along the edges. Adhering to the distribution they had previously established in the wheat fields and located appropriate coordinates in the potato patch to gather samples. Soon, basketball-sized potatoes were piled before them, forming a mound thrice the height of little Mo Jiang. Placed on the ground by Mo Jiang, inspecting the samples, strained her neck but could not see the tops of the potatoes. Her tail wagged energetically as she began to sniff and taste the potatoes before her. Unbeknownst to her, the swaying of her tail had captivated the attention of several tigers. Initially, when the great tigers first observed the little cub's tail swaying, they exhibited no interest. The tail, a plaything they had grown weary of in their youth, symbolized maturity when one ceased to play with it. Yet, inexplicably, as they gazed at the little cub's tail swaying, their eyes moved uncontrollably, their heads swayed without intent, and even their paws began to itch, yearning to grasp that fluffy tail and pin it down. Mo Jiang remained oblivious to the suppressed impulses within the great tigers. Fluffy and swaying, her tail stirred a slight itch in their paws. What to do? Though the surrounding tigers had begun to indulge in playful antics, Hu maintained her composed demeanor, as did the other elder tigers. However, when their gazes shifted downward to observe their paws rhythmically patting the ground, it was evident that they were not entirely immune to temptation. Mo Jiang, being quite petite, did not need to lower her head to notice the elder tiger's actions. Hearing her master's restrained tone, she dismissed the sight of their paws patting the ground and opened her mouth, letting out a soft, milky sound. Upon hearing this, Hu refrained from further inquiries and simply hoisted the little cub back onto her back. Resuming their previous pace, they proceeded slowly. While riding atop Mo Jiang could not help but reflect on the formidable nature of habit. The transition from her initial fear when her large tail first enveloped her to her current nonchalance had occurred in just 5 or 6 iterations. However, lying on Hu's back, Mo Jiang did not cease her chatter, babbling incessantly in her milky tone. Chapter 76. Queries raised by the comments during the wheat harvesting. It is best to uproot the plants entirely. The harvesting methods employed on Blue Star are ill-suited for plants imbued with violent energy. Until this wheat field is fully purified, it is prudent to uproot all the plants. Indeed, Mo Jiang intends to transform the entirety of this wheat's native land into a purification zone. The splendid growth of the wheat here is attributable to the fertile soil and the tribe's proximity to the great river, with their territory extending at least 100 miles around, until she fully comprehends the growth conditions of wheat and other grains on this planet. Mo Jiang plans to cultivate these plants in their native land next year. With her mouth agape, she articulated numerous considerations for harvesting grains. Not only was Yu attentively listening to her counsel, but the other great tigers were also displaying earnest interest in Mo Jiang's instructions. Not belittling her due to her youthful demeanor, Mo Jiang had opened her live stream upon departing the tribe, and likely due to the explorations from the previous day. Viewers had discerned that much of the morning's activities involved gathering and searching. Many were drawn in by the allure of food. While those engaged in work had departed the stream, some remained, yet they did not immerse themselves in the experience, merely keeping the stream running in the background as they busied themselves with their tasks. The online audience, witnessing the rapid transitions in the stream, found themselves unable to comprehend the fleeting scenes and thus could not pose meaningful questions. Consequently, the comment and bullet screen sections were filled with trivial remarks devoid of substance. Thus, the morning's live stream lacked the vibrant atmosphere of the previous day. Approaching the tribe, Hu, accompanied by several formidable elders, took the young cubs to the purification zone. Thanks to their efforts over the past few days, the once diminutive purification area had grown significantly, now brimming with food. Every few dozen meters, a great tiger patrolled diligently. Mo Jiang gazed at the purification zone, now nearly the size of a small amusement park, and glanced at the purification value points in the background, which had exceeded 120,000. Reflecting on her usage, she realized she had only expended around 10 to 20,000 points this time. The remainder was preserved for use in the native land of the grains and for the harvest to come in a few days. Noticing that today's food consisted of the same few items as before, she pondered the viewers in her live stream, torn between creating new dishes or utilizing what was readily available. After all, attracting viewers is paramount, and presenting fresh experiences is a key factor in retaining their interest. She desired to keep the audience engaged, as a larger crowd would render everything possible. Yet, the viewers had previously expressed their wishes to partake in the same meals during each mealtime. On one hand, there was the need to retain viewers, while on the other, it was uncertain whether their enthusiasm was genuine or feigned. Mo Jiang directed her gaze toward the bullet screen. In truth, there was no need for her to be conflicted. As the live stream transitioned to the central cooking pot of the tribe, the audience erupted with excitement. At a glance, the screen was filled with a barrage of comments clamoring for food to be cooked in the pot, regardless of the novelty of the dishes. What truly mattered was what could be savored right now. Moreover, the foods featured in the live stream had only been tasted once or twice, far from reaching a point of saturation. One could even say that the audience was still in the throes of indulgence. How could one forget that this was a long-awaited feast of copious and delectable proportions? As she read through the flood of comments, Mo Jiang's inner turmoil dissipated entirely. The meal for that morning consisted of sweet potatoes and potato meat stew. While speaking, her furry little paws danced across the keyboard, and, as her words fell, the morning's menu was displayed in the live stream, much to the delight of the viewers. As they awaited their meal and engaged in casual banter, a keen-eyed viewer spotted a discrepancy. Shout Bao Yao Li. Host, didn't TU previously claim to be an interstellar traveler? According to current data, interstellar travelers mostly operate alone. Why then is there such an abundance of food in the live stream? Before sending this comment, the viewer had generously tipped with a union coin. The live stream was notorious for an overwhelming number of comments during mealtime, layering one atop another. If one did not make their comment stand out, it was almost impossible for the host to notice their inquiry. The viewer who posed the question had entered the live stream precisely when Mo Jiang had mentioned her identity as an interstellar traveler. Other viewers eagerly offered their speculations. Wolf Cub, hey, you mentioned that interstellar travelers often act alone, but that doesn't mean they all do. Perhaps Huzi belongs to a team of interstellar travelers. It's hard to believe that someone who discovered a planet capable of purifying soil could be a weak interstellar traveler. Foxkeeper, I share your curiosity. However, with the insights from other viewers, it's clear now. If Huzi is part of a team, it wouldn't be surprising, would it? Mo Jiang observed these comments. Yet their assumptions were misguided. She was not part of the team. She was merely a solitary Huzi. She had no intention of following the narrative suggested by the comments, as she had already devised a counter-strategy in her mind. Indeed, one might necessitated a multitude of others to maintain its facade. To protect the existence of her home planet, she had to laboriously concoct her deception. Fortunately, the countermeasure she devised should effectively mitigate the risks associated with her fib. Just as she was about to speak, the viewer who raised the question introduced another point, silencing all speculations within the live stream and leaving the audience in bewilderment. Shout Bao Yao Li. The notion of the host being a team-oriented interstellar traveler is unfounded. Have you forgotten? She previously stated she was accidentally stranded on this unknown planet alone. Furthermore, I witnessed the host's first live stream, where there was an overwhelming number of tigers present, leading to speculation that they belonged to the Beast Planet S Tiger Clan, which was later disproven. Chapter 77. The silly little Huzi, I do not belong to a team. I am here all alone. The reason for the abundance of food is that I successfully integrated into the primitive tribe of the Feihu clan on this planet due to my innate talent. Shout Bao Yao Li. In the first live stream, the Tiger Clan prepared a large pot of food themselves, and you all seemed to enjoy it immensely. Have you forgotten? Thus, I now reasonably suspect whether the host's situation aligns with her claims. The soft, innocent voice echoed as the second comment appeared almost simultaneously. She felt fortunate not to have followed the earlier commentary regarding the team of interstellar travelers. Following the emergence of that innocent voice, the comments in the live stream fell into a moment of silence. Soon, a comment reflecting the collective sentiment of the viewers appeared, starkly visible against the empty interface. Gugu Jiang. I know Hu Zi is an exceptional being, but I have never truly grasped the extent of her abilities. Goodness, in my lifetime, I can actually communicate with a dual-element powerhouse. I have truly made progress. Upon reading this comment, Mo Jiang's tension did not ease. Only when the overall tone of the live stream shifted to a peculiar pride in conversing with a formidable figure did the initial inquirers cease their questioning. Shout, Bao Yaoli. All right then, I had forgotten that powerful beings with special abilities often exceed a certain mental capacity, and those whose abilities reach level 8 or higher likely awaken a secondary talent. Truly a remarkable individual. I am in awe. Her taut nerves finally relaxed. However, she found it peculiar that none of the comments inquired about her secondary talent. Had humanity's curiosity diminished significantly? In truth, it was not that curiosity had waned, but rather that secondary talents were typically the trump cards of powerful beings, not publicly disclosed. The viewers, seasoned by their time spent online, especially those who remained in the live stream, were all perceptive individuals. Thus, they deduced that it was her secondary talent that enabled the host to integrate into the indigenous community. Moreover, this Hu Zi had successfully established herself amidst the carnivorous tribe. After concluding this topic, the Tiger Clan's meal was ready. Unlike the previous two meals, which had been served based on time constraints, the current one was distributed in an orderly manner according to the patrol teams, elder tigers, cubs, and young tigers. Just as Mo Jiang received her meal, the viewers in the live stream were ready to pounce like tigers. Their movements were swift and fierce, seeking to soothe their wounded spirits. Indeed, there was an abundance of food within the live stream, yet the indigenous tribe's consumption rate was astonishingly rapid. They could hardly keep up. However, recalling their experience with the soup, the viewers were cautious, despite their ferocious attempts to feast. While Mo Jiang languidly awaited her food to cool, the live stream echoed with prompts urging her to find leaves to fan the food and hasten its cooling. Observing the continuous flow of union coins being tipped, Mo Jiang resignedly picked up a suitably sized long fruit leaf, nodding earnestly as she created a gentle breeze. As the cubs watched her amusingly nodding her head, a puzzled expression appeared in the round eyes of the young tiger. Why not use your tail? The cubs queried, observing Mo Jiang, who was not much larger than the long fruit leaf. The food in the tribe had become increasingly delicious, and the tigers eagerly anticipated every mealtime. However, the freshly cooked food was often too hot to taste, which was quite a pity. Thus, the tigers attempted various methods to cool their meals quickly, with immersing the bowls in cool water and fanning them with their tails being the two most effective strategies. Among these, using their tails to fan was particularly popular due to its convenience and accessibility. The cubs understood that the tribe's improved dining experience was largely due to the presence of this young cub before them. Upon witnessing her vacant and foolish demeanor, I stifled the urge to laugh and kindly offered her an alternative approach. Upon hearing this, Mo Jiang, with her fluffy round face momentarily frozen in bewilderment, quickly regained her composure. She spat out the long fruit leaf from her mouth, and before she could express her gratitude, the cubs of the forest had already seized their food, wagging their fluffy tails as they departed. Whether it be the adult tigers or the young cubs, they preferred solitude during their meals, undisturbed by the presence of other tigers. Although the audience in the live stream could not see Mo Jiang's figure, they were captivated by the leaves fluttering in the air, constantly monitoring the temperature of the food. They observed that, with just a bit more stirring, the delectable potato and meat stew would cool to the perfect temperature for consumption. Suddenly, a leaf fell to the ground, causing the viewers fixated on the culinary delights to react with discontent. Before they could voice their protests through comments, they experienced a gust of wind far more powerful than that generated by the fluttering leaf. All dissent vanished in an instant. Soon, the temperature of the food had sufficiently lowered, and the audience, content, began to indulge in their meals. Upon tasting the stew, the exquisite flavor compelled everyone to squint with delight, eliciting exclamations that they could savor potato and meat stew for a lifetime purely for its taste and texture. Unaware of the inner turmoil of the audience, Mo Jiang gazed at the green mush before her with a sense of bitter resentment. Wasn't this green mush typically reserved for lunch and dinner? Moreover, the food of the cubs from earlier did not contain green mush. It seemed to be unique to her. As this thought crossed Mo Jiang's mind, she recalled the words of her master, Hu Yu, as they parted ways. She had been instructed to consume all her food today, with no leftovers permitted. At the time, She had been bewildered as to why such a directive was necessary, considering the Tiger Clan had no habit of wasting food. Now, seeing before her a bowl of green mush that surpassed that of the other cubs, she understood. Chapter 78. The tiger cub and the hamster exchange time spent enjoying culinary delights always passes swiftly. After the audience and the live stream had relished their meals accompanied by nutritional supplements, Mo Jiang hastily finished her food as well. However, she had overestimated her capacity, leaving 1/3 of the green mush uneaten while her belly ached from fullness. The roasted sweet potato beside her had yet to be touched. Gazing at the remaining food, Mo Jiang felt a pang of worry. Suddenly, a small voice emerged from the corner, one that sounded quite familiar. "Are we exchanging food?" Following the voice, Mo Jiang saw the timid little hamster, Shu Shanshan, who stood with his paws together, nervously rubbing them. He had just emerged from a grass pile, with bits of grass clinging to his fuzzy head. As Mo Jiang looked at the adorable hamster, she was reminded of the stash of nuts she had hidden away the previous night, an ample collection she hadn't touched. However, upon meeting Shu Shanshan's gaze, the little tiger cub nodded her round head. "Let's exchange." The milk-soft voice was resolute. "But I have no meat left. I haven't tried this sweet potato yet. Would you trade for it?" As Shu Shanshan rummaged through his space, Mo Jiang pushed the sweet potato toward him while explaining. The scent of meat wafted through the air, causing Shu Shanshan's mouth to water involuntarily. However, the moment the unique sweet aroma of a roasted sweet potato reached him, his little wet nose twitched uncontrollably. He took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale the fragrance into his belly. "Let's trade." "Absolutely trade." All feelings of disappointment vanished the moment he caught a whiff of the roasted sweet potato's enticing scent. Though he was small, he had a hearty appetite and felt no concern about finishing the sweet potato, which was 5 to 6 times the size. As he worked diligently to retrieve nuts from his space, arranging them into a neat little mound on the long fruit leaf, Shu Shanshan heard the little tiger cub's words. He puffed out his chest with pride, declaring, "You need not worry about that. Our hamster clan space is entirely under our control. The food remains the same whether we put it in or take it out. Even if I can't finish it in one sitting, I can enjoy it over several meals. It's no problem at all." Hearing Shu Shanshan's words, Mo Jiang felt a pang of envy in her heart. However, she concealed her admiration, letting out a sigh of relief for Shu Shanshan. As he boasted about his space, he inadvertently showcased their hamster clan's talents, which were not as trivial as they seemed. Noticing the genuine concern from the little cub, Shu Shanshan sighed inwardly. What was he bragging about to a mere 3-year-old cub? The other party could not comprehend his ulterior motives. After a moment of silent reflection, Shu Shanshan had assembled a stack of nuts comparable in size to the roasted sweet potato. Before placing the sweet potato into his space, he broke off a small piece to taste. The sweet and sticky texture, combined with a fragrant char that hamsters found irresistible, made his eyes light up. While munching on his food, he mentally listed all the delicious items he had consumed since yesterday. Each flavor was divine. What kind of heavenly life did the Tiger Clan lead that made hamsters envious to the point of jealousy? Both the larger and smaller fluffballs secretly envied each other's lives. Yet they remained heartily in sync, keeping their emotions beneath the surface. "By the way, after exchanging food so many times, I still don't know your name." Shu Shanshan broke the somewhat eerie silence, observing him as he munched on the sweet potato with his cheeks puffed out. Mo Jiang wondered why he articulated his words so clearly. She almost blurted out her real name, forgetting she was a little tiger cub without a surname. Upon hearing the childish remark, Shu Shanshan furrowed his delicate brows for a moment before quickly smoothing them out. "I am Shu Shanshan," reluctantly swallowing the sweet potato flesh. He introduced himself to Mo Jiang. Upon hearing Shu Shanshan's name, Mo Jiang was taken aback. "You are already an adult?" The absence of surnames for cubs was not exclusive to the Tiger Clan. It was a custom shared by all tribes across this continent. Upon realizing that Shu Shanshan had his own surname, Mo Jiang looked at his petite frame, recalling the little cream-colored figure from before, and her astonishment was evident. Just as she was formulating her inquiry regarding the sanctuary, the cub's voice interrupted once more. "When you blocked us in that barren place, why did you take on a human form?" "Because it appears more imposing." Shu Shanshan did not conceal his thoughts regarding the cub. Mo Jiang instinctively compared the cream-colored figure with the tiny fluffball before her. In this world, thus far, every creature she encountered, whether animal or plant, was several times larger than before. Yet the little hamster before her was the same size as hamsters from thousands of years ago on Blue Star, diminutive in stature. Noticing the curious gaze from the little tiger cub, Shu Shanshan seemed to sense her thoughts. He opened his mouth, his voice still soft. All the hamsters in our clan are quite large. It's just that I have developed a bit slowly, which makes me appear smaller, even as an adult. Shu Shanshan firmly believed he was simply slow to mature, not undersized. Besides, what did it matter if he was 2 or 3 sizes smaller than other hamsters? He was still one of the rare hamsters in the clan to awaken a second talent, a prodigious hamster genius. Mo Jiang sensed the unease in the little hamster's tone and decided to shift the topic. Is there anything else? If we've finished exchanging, I shall take a nap. In the afternoon, I must instruct the tribe's tiger on how to procure salt from the salt mine, so it is imperative that I rest adequately to maintain my energy. SHN felt a mixture of inferiority and pride within, and upon hearing M. Jiang's words, she promptly called out to her, inquiring about the second most important matter regarding her visit to find the little tiger cub, aside from exchanging food. Did you discuss my request from yesterday with your chieftain? What was the outcome? I did mention it. As for the result, you may inquire with him directly, M. Jiang replied, dismissing SHN's attempts to retain her as she departed with her padded paws. Watching the little tiger cub stumble away, SHN felt somewhat bewildered. This should not be the case. Although her innate talent was feeble enough to influence only 2 adult hamsters, it did not imply she could not affect a mere 3-year-old cub, while SHN remained perplexed. M. Jiang, still adjusting to her 4-paw gait, engaged with her audience in the live stream. A few days ago, someone provoked me, so tomorrow evening at 7:30, there will be a live broadcast. Everyone who can attend, please come, so he knows that despite my soft voice, I'm not easily bullied. As soon as her words fell, the live stream was inundated with a flurry of question marks. Chapter 79. The system upgrade has returned. Xiao Fei Fei. Tiger Cub, I understand every word you say, but why is it so difficult to comprehend the meaning when combined? SH Guing's H. Tiger Cub, are you implying what I think? That someone is challenging you, and you intend to confront them in the live stream? HZINMIYUXN. Cub, please don't be so terse. Provide a bit more information, or we will truly be left in the dark. The barrage of question marks lasted only a few seconds before viewers sought more detailed information. At that moment, M. Jiang found herself confronted by 2 platforms simultaneously, one displaying the live stream interface and the other, XNWI. She noticed her trending topic gradually declining, but still holding its place on the hot search list. Observing the bewildered comments, she instinctively spoke. Her soft voice returned. By tomorrow afternoon, you will all know. There will be even tastier food, so don't miss out. With that, M. Jiang intended to conclude the broadcast. Just then, a particularly conspicuous comment floated by, its colors a vibrant shade of black. Dear SH Guing, what the tiger cub mentioned must relate to this topic. Can beast meat truly serve as an ingredient? The live stream had never seen a fan drop from the second spot since M. Jiang began. Due to the unique color of the comment, she noticed every word. However, she had already uttered the words she intended for the afternoon, her paw resting on the button to end the live stream. As the little tiger cub read the last word, the screen abruptly went dark, signaling the end of the broadcast. This time, the audience refrained from expressing pity or resentment. They sensed the brewing drama and eagerly followed the lead of the wealthy commenter. Direzet gu enge, to x enge v. There was no time for lamentations, as they had lost all hope for the tiger cub's conscience after numerous attempts. Instead, they preferred to enjoy the unfolding spectacle. MG gazed at the darkened screen, momentarily stunned. In the next instant, her attention shifted to the XNWI interface. She scrolled through the content, yet found no mention of the comment regarding beast meat as a viable ingredient. It seemed to have vanished from the trending topics. As the interface refreshed, related topics emerged, filling the page. MOMOTU. Is it possible that in this day and age, there are still those who believe in such brainwashing? NCHNHONNW. My heavens, those who believe beast meat can be used as food are either foolish or malicious. To prove it through a live stream is simply absurd. LNSHNSHGNL. Disgraceful. Great Python, charge forth. Why not directly report this fool rather than joining the fray? as if you were afraid fewer people would know. Truly a bug without morals. And the one in the screenshot is not much better. Scrolling through the pages, the comments varied widely, but the overall sentiment was one of disdain, condemning those who believed in the edibility of beast meat. Mo Jiang furrowed her fluffy brows, her paw lightly tapping the screen. Transitioning from the real-time page to the trending section, she immediately spotted her topic pinned at the top. Great Python. Charge forth. It turns out that not only can one make delicacies from otherworldly beast meat. This was the provocative statement from the notorious W-ing M-ing on X ing to W-I. Mo Jiang opened the accompanying images and read through the chat messages. Smiling, she observed this scene without a hint of emotional disturbance. Instinctively, she queried, "What troubles you?" The familiar electronic voice jolted the plush creature from a reverie. The system, surprised by the unexpected emotional fluctuations of this somewhat lackadaisical host, thought something significant was amiss. Upon realizing the cause, the garbled transmission swiftly resumed clarity. It is indeed possible, but you must possess the requisite skills. It was no exaggeration. The capabilities of this virtual brain rivaled that of the Empire's supreme leaders. Yet, one must learn to harness it. As the system conveyed this, Mo Jiang's bright eyes dimmed momentarily. Before her spirits could sink further, the electronic voice resumed. Of course, as my host, you would not possess such skills. I did not prior to my upgrade. However, times have changed. The little tiger cub's eyes sparkled with excitement. And with an impatient yet eager tone, she retorted at the system, "You couldn't even breathe properly before your upgrade." Following the extensive build-up to showcase the system's newfound prowess, it silently displayed 6 large dots in code. The prerequisite is that you must have sufficient purification value. Mo Jiang, well aware that no free lunch exists, had already prepared to pay the price. Hearing the system's words, she inquired with mild curiosity, "What is the cost?" To restore one piece of information, the system checked its balance, will require 10 purification points. Upon seeing her balance of purification points, the system paused, then responded with a slightly bashful electronic tone, "Host, you are exceedingly generous. I'm almost embarrassed." It had expected her to balk at the price and negotiate, never anticipating her kindness. The little tiger cub surely knew she had leveled up, and thus was generously gifting purification points to the system. Just as the system was touched by Mo Jiang's generosity, her next statement shattered its sentiment. Chapter 80. The audience turned out to be bots impossible, unattainable, farewell. The electronic voice conveyed an unyielding resolution that Mo Jiang could not ignore. She glanced at her purification points with a pained expression, conceding, "I can add a little more purification value. If that doesn't work, so be it. I can always post online. There will be hackers who can assist." In the next moment, the system's voice chimed in, "I can handle this. Those hackers cannot do what I can. Host, you can rest assured and leave this matter to me." The urgency and excitement in its tone conveyed a fear that the fluffy creature would trust someone else with the task, for it would be too late to regret that decision. Yet, an unrelenting sense of regret swelled within her heart. Why had she given the virtual light brain to her? Did she not know how adept she was with such advanced technology? No, even if she had granted it, she should have demanded more purification value in return. Regardless of the system's thoughts, it could not alter the established facts. After hearing Mo Jiang's hazy acquiescence, it cautiously reminded her, "That's 101 purification points." Yes, I understand," Mo Jiang replied. As soon as her words fell, 101 points were immediately deducted from her purification value account. Upon noticing this, she said nothing, her gaze drifting back to the chat interface with Wang Meng. The system exhibited remarkable efficiency, swiftly restoring 5 or 6 messages in the blink of an eye. Mo Jiang, contemplating something, called out to halt the system, which was still recovering the chat records. "Hold on. Restore the remaining chat records only when I tell you to." Upon hearing this, the system paused its coding and the chat interface ceased its scrolling. She closed the private chat interface and turned her attention back to Xingwei Square. Observing the pinned topic edited by the large python, her heartache and fury dissipated significantly. Given the extensive setup on the other side, she needed to ensure every step was flawlessly executed tomorrow evening. Otherwise, how could she justify the effort they had put in? In that brief moment, the topic of using fierce beast meat as an ingredient had already appeared at the tail end of hot searches. She blinked in confusion, seemingly struck by an idea, and clicked into it. The page she entered was still the real-time topic page. The recent discussions indeed aligned closely with her thoughts. Little sweetie, it's not impossible to use fierce beast meat as an ingredient. I've had dishes made from it, and they were incredibly delicious. Unknown object. What are you all mocking? If you miss class, just make up for it. Can fierce beast meat really be eaten? Not knowing is one thing, but constantly chattering is another. Alliance's most notable. Fierce beast meat is edible and tastes far better than nutrient solutions. Some people should stop pretending to know. If you don't believe it, open immersive mode and watch this video of Tiger Cub. Discussions refuting previous claims were abundant. The familiarity of these exchanges reassured Mo Jiang that her audience was indeed present in her live stream. Having assimilated the current information, she exited Xingwei. This time she truly logged out as she needed to filter and extract crystalline salt in the afternoon, and her lunchtime was limited. After Little Tiger Cub exited, two factions on Xingwei engaged in heated debate. The viewers from the live stream arrived at the topic square, voicing their opinions and sharing various video links, temporarily alleviating the one-sided situation. However, this respite was short-lived, as those who firmly believed that fierce beast meat was inedible dismissed the live broadcast as mere theatrics after watching the videos. Isn't it just a live stream? Do we really need a bot army? Which esteemed figure is making such a fuss? It must be said, the flavors depicted in the videos were indeed exquisite. However, it was also evident that such flavors could not be produced by mere mortals. They must be the work of that illusionist expert. If that were the case, I sincerely hope the expert produces more videos featuring such flavors. I would undoubtedly become their devoted fan. As for the culinary delights made from fierce beast meat, let's leave that aside. Skepticism and ridicule began to proliferate, and with the appearance of the live stream audience, the derisive clamor intensified. Many viewers, unable to tolerate the discussions, directly engaged with others on Xingwei. Marketing accounts familiar with Wang Mang noticed the videos about fierce beast meat as an ingredient on Xingwei, clicked in, and swiftly dialed Wang Mang's contact number. What's going on? Wang Mang's voice brimmed with impatience. He had been overly excited the previous night and had gone to bed late, still half-closed eyes when he answered the call. You need to see the trending topic online. It seems fierce beast meat can actually be used as an ingredient. The man on the other end concluded his statement and promptly hung up. As Wang Mang listened to the beeping sound of the call disconnecting, he experienced a moment of bewilderment. Once his mind processed the words spoken, a jolt of realization surged through him, and he sprang from his bed. Upon opening Xingwei, he didn't even need a search. He clicked on his homepage and directly accessed the relevant topic. The topic page on Xingwei was primarily organized around real-time themes. Thus, when Wang Mang clicked in, he immediately encountered mocking comments about the notion of using fierce beast meat as an ingredient. He exhaled in relief, but, recalling the previous call, he scrolled down uneasily. The numerous derisive discussions intensified his confusion. Soon, he stumbled upon a post from someone who believed fierce beast meat could be used as an ingredient, which included a video link. Upon reading the comment accompanying the video link, Wang Mang snorted disdainfully. He clicked in without hesitation, eager to uncover the truth. Moments later, he emerged from immersive mode, his mouth instinctively moving in disbelief. A sense of foreboding crept over him. Just then, a post on Xingwei caught his eye. Everyone knows, videos can be fabricated. If the alliance currency is sufficient, even illusionist experts can be persuaded. Moreover, those who believe fierce beast meat can be used as an ingredient, all their words are eerily identical. May I ask how much was spent to recruit you as a bot army? Is there a group? Let us all make money together. Upon reading this post, Wang Mang's eyes lit up. Fierce beast meat could not possibly serve as an ingredient. The opposing side was likely trying to create a facade to intimidate him into withdrawing, thus avoiding the need to confront numerous culinary experts. As this thought crystallized in his mind, Wang Mang's eyes gleamed with determination, and he quickly dialed another number. Speak quickly. The voice on the other end was rushed and impatient, as if they had taken time out of a busy schedule to answer. Wang Mang felt no anger towards the other's impatience. Instead, he spoke respectfully. Mr. Lin, may I ask if there have been any advancements in the research regarding the use of fierce beast meat as an ingredient? There has been no progress. Didn't I tell you that before? As those words echoed, Wang Mang's heart settled completely. Just as the other party was about to hang up, he quickly added, I came across a video online about fierce beast meat as an ingredient. As he spoke, his fingers swiftly downloaded the video and sent it to the other party. The person on the other end, without a moment's thought, replied with unwavering certainty, "It's fake. Don't bother me with this. I'm very busy." He didn't even open the video. After hanging up, Wang Meng, reassured, looked at the video before him and couldn't help but chuckle. This Mo Jiang was truly adorable, making one yearn to give her a kiss. Just as he was concerned about insufficient buzz, she had cleverly stirred things up. Chapter 81. The Tiger Clan produces salt. When Mo Jiang awoke, the figure of Hu Yu appeared just in time. She firmly gripped the ground with her 4 paws. Her fluffy little rear elevated, body lowered, stretching out as she yawned. After completing the 2 essential rituals of waking up, Mo Jiang skipped joyfully towards Hu Yu. Upon seeing the little tiger cub awake, Hu Yu's suspended paw descended, halting its forward motion. However, upon catching sight of the lively little cub, the large tiger squinted its eyes. The cub, appearing frail, had surprised him with a recovery speed far exceeding expectations. Hu Yu silently revised the training plan in his mind, extending a front paw to steady the little cub, who almost lost her balance, and with a flick of his tail, he placed her onto his back. As Mo Jiang arrived at the central square of the tribe, 5 or 6 mounds of salt had already accumulated there, each towering as high as a robust tiger. Gazing at the gray heaps of salt, she opened her delicate mouth and instructed several large tigers waiting nearby for tasks. Prepare more water, and then immerse these salt mounds in it. She paused, suddenly recalling something. Never mind, just bring the water here, and I shall demonstrate directly. The salt, in its clod form, needed to be dissolved and filtered to remove impurities, and then boiled to a certain degree to extract the salt. Given the complexity of the process, it will be more efficient for her to show them rather than explain. Soon, the large tigers brought several large pots of water. Thousands of years had passed since the Great Evolution era, and much of human civilization had nearly vanished. Presently, the sentient beings on their home planet primarily utilized stone pots for cooking, with most containers being stone as well, resulting in inefficiencies. Upon seeing the row of stone pots laid out before her, Mo Jiang felt no surprise at all. Though the containers were inefficient, the Tiger tribe members were adept workers. And in no time, more than half of the salt mounds had disappeared. Simultaneously, all the stone pots in the tribe were filled with murky liquid. As Mo Jiang observed the water contaminated by the salt, realization struck her. Given the current impoverished state of the Tiger tribe, lacking gauze or filter paper, it was impossible to filter out the impurities using the abundant furs in the tribe. It seemed that she would have to rely on the sedimentation method. To expedite the salt extraction, she had deliberately added a significant amount of clay-like salt into each stone pot. The dissolution process was slow, and Mo Jiang patted softly to the pot where the clay salt had first been placed, finding the liquid so murky that the amount of undissolved salt at the bottom was indiscernible. Only when all the clay salt had transformed into slurry did the brine in the conical container made from long fruit leaves finally clarify. She poured it onto a stone slab, which had been preheated and had a slight indentation resembling a frying pan. With a sizzling sound, most of the water in the brine evaporated into vapor due to the heat, leaving a thin layer behind in the recess. However, this remaining water rolled around on the stone slab before gradually being carried away by the heat. In the blink of an eye, a plethora of light yellow granules appeared on the slab. After a slight cooling, she gently swept it away with a leaf. Mo Jiang delicately sampled 2 or 3 grains of coarse salt, and as she rolled her tongue, a rich, salty flavor burst forth. There was a hint of bitterness, but it was negligible unless savored carefully. After all, this was merely a rudimentary purification of salt, and impurities such as magnesium salts and barium salts were surely still present, which the current environment could not eliminate. Nevertheless, overall, the simple purification of salt exceeded her expectations. Most of the large tigers present had accompanied Mo Jiang to search for salt mines and were aware of the strong, bitter taste of salt. This time, they were particularly cautious. Observing Mo Jiang's actions, they imitated her, using their padded claws to gently dab a few grains of salt. Some, noticing they had taken a bit too much, promptly shook their paws, ensuring their claws bore a similar amount to that taken by the younger cubs before confidently filling their mouths. The salty flavor that spread in their mouths caused their eyes to widen. The pupils, which had narrowed to a line under the afternoon sun, instantly became round. This was salt. In the future, when cooking with plants, they would no longer need to worry about lacking flavor. a sweet voice from a young cub exclaimed. And upon hearing this, the other tigers, already astonished by the taste of the light yellow granules, shifted their gaze to the stone pot filled with brine. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, viewers commented on the appearance of the light yellow granules. Tiger cub, love me again. Is this salty taste salt? Little Iya, I can't believe the tiger cub remembers such an ancient method of salt production. However, the salt produced this way still contains impurities. Tian Lu La. Is it sodium chloride? But sodium chloride has a purely salty taste and doesn't tea of bitterness. There must be other substances in it. In the interstellar era, although culinary culture had declined, advancements in chemical technology had not vanished. Rather, they had progressed significantly. According to brief records in historical texts, individuals of this era easily recognized sodium chloride as the salt referred to by the ancient blue beings. Thus, after tasting these light yellow granules, they were not surprised, merely astonished that Mo Jiang employed such an archaic method of salt production. Having studied the principles of coarse salt extraction in middle school, Mo Jiang felt momentarily speechless at the comments scrolling across the screen. She chose not to respond. That afternoon, aside from the patrol and hunting teams, the rest of the tribe consumed meals prepared with plants and salt. Salty mashed potatoes paired with a large roasted sweet potato left many tigers feeling full. Although they were unaware of the reason for the absence of meat in today's lunch and dinner, the sweet roasted potatoes and salty mashed potatoes were delightful, even if the energy provided was minimal. However, they engaged in no strenuous activities, relying on the nearly negligible energy from the plants to sleep through the night without issue. Thoughts of this nature led them to proceed as they did. However, the young cubs, driven by their playful nature, had no intention of sleeping despite their full bellies. Previously, during times of food scarcity, they would sleep without experiencing the satisfaction of a full meal. Even though there was food available every day recently, it had often amounted to only a half-full feeling. Yet, regardless, this energy was sufficient for them to frolic until late into the night. Now, with their bellies fully satisfied, they reveled in their play, disregarding the time. This time, after playing for over an hour, their bellies had yet to emit a rumble of hunger. One cub, roughly the same size, was tackled to the ground, staring at its own belly with a puzzled expression. Lost in thought, the cub pinned to the ground seized the opportunity, springing back and toppling the other cub. In that moment, neither of them considered why, having only eaten food, they were still not hungry after such prolonged play. Their fluffy paws pressed against the other's chest, and they resumed their playful tussle. Chapter 82. The escape of the hyenas. The young cubs, absorbed in their playful instincts, remained oblivious to the reason behind their lack of hunger despite having eaten. However, within the patrol team, the small team leader, Hu Te, gazed down at his presently full belly, a grave expression etched on his face. He was one of the few tigers in the tribe who relished sweet potatoes, whether roasted, steamed, or even raw. Reflecting on the recent abundance of food, he thought that even if he hadn't eaten enough at one time, it wouldn't matter. Thus, that evening, he had specifically exchanged food with other tigers in the tribe. He had anticipated that the satisfaction of his palate would leave him feeling weaker than in previous days, and he had prepared himself for such a scenario. After all, food derived from plants provided little energy for their flying tiger tribe, offering only better taste. However, to his surprise, the feeling of fullness in his belly had not diminished. Hu Tue pondered, pressing his furry paw against the ground. The sensation of strength that surged through him made him feel capable of facing 10 hyenas single-handedly. How could this be? A myriad of questions raced through Hu Tue's mind, but his position as the patrol team leader was also due to his keen abilities. It wasn't long before he pinpointed the critical point. Having consumed roasted sweet potatoes so many times, he realized the energy provided to his body was scarcely equivalent to a minuscule piece of meat. Before, Hu Meng had given him a taste of the potato, which essentially provided no energy and was utterly flavorless. However, at present, both his spirit and physique were brimming with vitality, likely due to the savory essence permeating the mashed potatoes. Yet, upon further reflection, he considered that while the chieftain seemed indifferent to the daily provisions, he must certainly be aware of what was included in them. With this thought, Hu Chiu dismissed his prior notion, feeling a surge of joy within. If such a substance that could invigorate plants and impart a salty flavor was abundant, their tribe would no longer need to worry about sustenance in the future. Perhaps it was this newfound focus on the salty mashed potatoes that caused Huchio's nostrils to twitch suddenly. The air seemed to carry the scent of mashed potatoes. His pupils, round and glistening in the dark, narrowed into a thin line as he nudged the patrolling tiger beside him with his tail. "Do you smell anything?" The patrolling tiger, responding to Huchio's inquiry, instinctively wrinkled his nose and inhaled deeply. However, he detected nothing. He relayed this outcome to Huchio. Huchio's brow furrowed, though the dense fur concealed it, and he murmured, "It shouldn't be." Then, under the curious gaze of his companion, he adjusted his tone to normal. "It may be my imagination. Let us proceed to the next patrol point." With that, the two large tigers departed from their location. Concealed in the shadows, the hyena listened to the receding footsteps, cautiously peeking out to watch their figures fade away, finally exhaling a heavy sigh. The hyena, Liatan, leaned against a tree, gazing down at the long fruit leaves he clutched tightly, which had ruptured under his grip, causing the mashed potatoes to ooze out. A faint aroma wafted through the air. Could it be that the Tiger Clan's sense of smell was more acute than that of their own Hyena Clan? Lian's gaze fell upon the mashed potatoes smeared on his claws, and he pressed a paw against his anxious heart, ignoring the presence of the long fruit leaves. He bit into the mixture with fervor. He devoured it ravenously. Just 2 days prior, he had orchestrated an escape plan, yet he was the only one who managed to flee. For the past 2 days, he had subsisted solely on water, hiding within the Feihu tribe, even resorting to smearing himself with the feces of the Fei who to mask his scent. If he hadn't been driven by unbearable hunger, he would not have risked exposure to steal food. Fortunately, the Feihu tribe seemed to have peculiar tastes lately, as their provisions included numerous plants, many of which had a mild aroma. This allowed him to succeed. The thought of making these contemptible tigers his subordinates and trampling them underfoot filled him with a sense of satisfaction. As he envisioned the scene of these tigers kneeling at his feet, begging for scraps, much of his pent-up anger dissipated. Soon, he finished the mashed potatoes. Spitting out the remnants of the long fruit leaves, Lian rubbed his somewhat bloated belly, muttering about how this plant could only provide empty calories with no real benefit. Then, he leaned against the tree and staggered to his feet. "I told you, my sense of smell is infallible." The sudden voice behind him made Lian's fur stand on end. In the next instant, disregarding everything else, he dashed forward with all his might to escape. There were no footsteps behind him, and his heart, which felt like it might leap from his chest, began to calm slightly. Just as he was on the verge of freedom, a large tiger suddenly appeared before him, leaving the hyena, who had just begun to harbor hope, utterly dumbfounded. "Captain Huchio, you are indeed formidable." The tiger blocking Lian's path was the same one who had patrolled alongside Huchio earlier. He roared in admiration at Huchio, who was swiftly approaching with his tail flicking behind him. In the next moment, he pounced on the hyena, pinning him to the ground. His claws emerged from their pads, fortuitously resting against Lian's throat. Any sign of resistance would result in those glimmering claws tearing through his throat, sealing his fate. "Let us go. I have arranged for this area to be patrolled by other tigers shortly. Now, deliver this little snack to Elder Huhan." Elder Huhan was the guardian of the tribe's safety. At that moment, he sat in front of the chieftain's cave at a stone table hastily crafted overnight, staring at the empty stone bowl before him, then glancing down at his furry belly. His gaze turned to the two young tigers sitting a short distance away, filled with genuine admiration. To be honest, he and Hu Biao had initially looked down upon this young cub. However, he had not displayed his disdain as overtly as Hu Biao. Instead, he kept it hidden deep within. Although the cub had developed purification abilities in his eyes, physical strength was always the most persuasive power. A frail little cub, even with purification abilities, could not guarantee that the tribe would be adequately nourished and clothed, let alone whether she would survive until that time. Yet, unexpectedly within just a few days, the prospect of the tribe being well-fed had transformed from mere speculation to tangible hope. Merely a bowl of salty mashed potatoes had completely altered Hu Han's perspective, even leading him to reconsider his previous dismissive attitude towards the young cub. He felt a flicker of relief, grateful that he had kept his thoughts to himself and not expressed them outwardly. At that moment, while the most integral members of the Feihu clan gazed at the young cub and the pale yellow grains piled on the long fruit leaves at the center of the stone table, Huchio arrived with another tiger, forcefully escorting Lian, who was bruised and battered, with a broken leg and a severed tail. Chapter 83. The Tiger Clan does not break its oath. Lian was shoved and collapsed onto the ground. Hu Han, the last of the hyenas. Hu Qiu's voice rang out simultaneously. The large tigers squatting around the round table turned their attention to the hyena before them. Even a small cub, Mo Jiang, who sat on a specially made little stone stool due to her height, was no exception. However, as soon as her gaze landed on Lian, she was startled by the greedily crimson eyes staring back at her. The furry little body instinctively trembled. In her mind, the taste of the plant she had just consumed, which also possessed purification properties, surfaced. At that moment, Lian suddenly realized that despite his severe injuries, both his body and spirit felt invigorated. Having only consumed the plants purified by the Feihu tribe, Lian's eyes brightened with a more fervent and avaricious gaze directed at the young cub. There was a hint of madness swirling in his elongated eyes. Sensing something amiss, the tiger gently rested his tail on the cub's back, soothing her with a gentle touch. His gaze towards Lian shifted from indifferent to a calm that resembled the tranquility reserved for a dead dog. Take him to the prison for hyenas. If he refuses to speak, then let it be that all hyenas are dealt with. Before Hubai could respond, Yu's cold voice cut in first. Hu Qiu instinctively glanced at Elder Hu Han's expression and, seeing no sign of dissent on his fierce tiger face, prepared to escort Lian away. Ignoring the pain from his severed tail and broken leg, he backed away desperately. A tiger had knocked out half of his teeth, and blood flowed from his mouth as he shouted, "What does dealt with mean? You cannot violate the promises made by our ancestors. Utilizing your strength to bully the weak is unacceptable, and you have no authority over our feeble kind. Moreover, we only attempted to steal some food. We did not succeed, nor did we harm any of your tigers. Regardless of the type of tiger, they were all once solitary beings, unlike the fire lions, which were social animals. However, in these desolate lands, a lone tiger could not survive. Thus, several powerful tigers banded together, uniting the Tiger Clan and transforming the Feihu into a formidable tribe. Due to the immense strength of the Tiger Clan at that time, and under the unified protests of other races, the ancestors of the Feihu clan specifically vowed not to bully the weak within the limits of life. Should they violate this oath, extinction would befall their descendants. This was one reason why Lian could remain calm, even when captured. He even imagined a scene where he stealthily took away the little cub with the awakened purification talent. However, at this moment, witnessing the seriousness of the Tiger Clan, panic set in. The previous display of greed and ferocity vanished. As Hu Qiu and another patrolling tiger approached, a foul odor emanated from his tail. Yet, no matter how much he threatened or cried out, the reality could not be altered. Listening to the receding voices proclaiming that the Feihu clan would face retribution for breaking their promise, resulting in the curse of total annihilation, Mo Jiang felt her heart race inexplicably. With wide, round eyes, she looked up at the clan leader across from her. Hubai noticed the gaze upon him and turned to see the little cub staring at him with a worried expression. His demeanor instinctively softened as he explained, "Do not worry. It was the Ligo clan that broke the agreement first. We have not violated our oath. The Ligo clan had not permitted the Feihu clan to venture into the central area for food, risking their lives. However, this was contingent upon their tribe having a purifier. Had the little cub not awakened her purification talent, their carefully nurtured young clan leader would have already lost his life after over a decade of effort. Such a grudge could not go unanswered. Moreover, aside from the matter of tiger lives, the mere act of the other side seizing their food had already established a deadly feud, crossing the line of life and death. It was only justifiable, both emotionally and logically, to eliminate those detestable Ligo clan members, and then allow the tigers to parade the bodies before the Ligo clan as a demonstration. Nevertheless, they sought to acquire more information regarding the cold season. If the other party were astute enough to divulge crucial information that could secure their lives, they might be willing to let it pass. Mo Jiang was unaware of the myriad thoughts racing through Hubai's mind at that moment. Upon hearing him speak, her tail, which was wrapped around by Master Huyu's large tail for comfort, gradually eased her anxiety. The food prepared for that evening only required 3 pots of salt, and based on current estimations, the salt mines discovered could yield enough salt for their entire tribe for decades, if not centuries. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat peculiar due to the presence of the Ligo, the usually taciturn elder Hu Shun spoke a single sentence, instantly alleviating the tension. The great tigers regained their previous joy and excitement. Starting tomorrow, I shall assign a portion of the hunting team to assist you in harvesting the wheat by the great river. Elder Hu Biao shouted excitedly, being in charge of the hunting team. And Mo Jiang, listening to the elder's enthusiastic roar, twitched her ears, wondering why Elder Hu Biao's voice seemed to carry a hint of childishness. Perhaps it was her imagination. Contemplating the wheat fields by the great river, she sighed softly within. They needed to increase their purification value swiftly. If the purification value were sufficient, both the wheat and potatoes could be purified on-site, sparing them from the current troubles. And the potatoes, Hu Yu's voice rang out with pride. The little cub mentioned that those potatoes would sustain our tribe for 5 to 6 months. The great tigers, already somewhat infused with excitement, became even more exuberant upon hearing this. Even the clan leader Hu Bai could not help but wag his tail incessantly, his fluffy lips curling upward uncontrollably. Starting tomorrow, aside from those tigers who must remain in the tribe, everyone will go to harvest the potatoes and wheat. Hu Bai's voice was filled with fervor, embodying a commanding presence. As for the protection rights of the hamster clan, they could wait until the food was harvested. It was not urgent at this moment. With this thought, the meeting concluded. Just as the little cub, carrying her barely touched bowl of mashed potatoes, was about to leave, a fluffy tail suddenly appeared before her, obstructing her path. The little cub looked up in confusion, her round face a picture of bewilderment. The tail belonged to Hu Yu, who suppressed the urge to vigorously rub the cub's adorable round face and endeavored to keep her tone calm. Finish eating here. I will take you to train afterward. And Mo Jiang's mouth, clutching her exclusive little stone bowl, stiffened, almost causing it to drop. Chapter 84. The Cub's 3 Tasks. Then, she forced a sorrowful smile, her voice soft and endearing, evoking a deep sense of tenderness. Master, I believe I need to eat more to strengthen my foundation before I can continue with your training methods. Hu Yu, who had never considered herself a cub enthusiast, felt her heart soften at Mo Jiang's sweet voice, nearly leading her to acquiesce. Fortunately, the lessons of the past years kept her resolute in her decision. The demeanor of the great tiger, however, remained unchanged. The training methods have shifted. We will start from the basics. There will be no repeat of yesterday's scene, rest assured. After speaking, she squatted down, resting her tail across her front paws, closing her eyes in a posture of no further discussion. Mo Jiang understood that Hu Yu's stance would not change and could only accept her fate with a sense of trepidation. With no reason to delay further, she swiftly finished the slightly cold yet still palatable mashed potatoes while glancing at the barrage of comments. Goo goo sauce, wow. It's my first time realizing how delicious sodium chloride can be when paired with plants. I remember a type of nutrient agent that tasted somewhat similar to mashed potatoes. I should try adding some sodium chloride to it. Wishing to travel to B-Star. I've already started doing what you suggested, and I must say, it does taste better, although there's one shortcoming. It doesn't have the soft, fragrant texture of the mashed potatoes from the live stream. Nutrient agents in the star realm are mostly liquid, while mashed potatoes are purely crushed potatoes with minimal moisture. The addition of some salt to the nutrient agents naturally fails to produce that soft, fragrant mouthfeel. However, it's still much better than before. Unprepared, I also had some, and I must say, the taste is significantly improved. It seems we can carry more sodium chloride for long voyages in the future. Squirrel Clan fish, already preparing it. Why can the tiger cub create such delicious food with just a little effort? I envy the life of the tiger cub. By the way, do you need any charms? The kind that can pilot starships and defeat 5 chi xian worms. As Mo Jiang finished the last bite of her mashed potatoes, she caught sight of Squirrel Clan Fish's comment. Tilting her head in confusion, she wondered if the chi xian worm was a ferocious beast or an exotic creature. It was from this comment that the topic in the live stream abruptly shifted, with many comments asking for charms, expressing hunger, or seeking food in an endearing manner. A fluffy little creature trailing behind the great tiger commenced its second training session since becoming a little cub. Mo Jiang lay flat on the ground, limbs sprawled out, gazing weakly at the bright moon in the sky. A soft, tender sigh escaped her lips. She had no strength left, none at all. Tomorrow, she would undoubtedly spend the day on Master Hu Yu's back. If it weren't for the serious expression on the great tiger's face during training, Mo Jiang might have thought she was doing it on purpose, intentionally training her to the point of exhaustion so that the little cub could play on her back. Given their interaction pattern over the past couple of days, it was not out of the realm of possibility. However, speaking of the training methods, Mo Jiang felt that tonight's training seemed beneficial, contrary to her expectations of a fierce, biting, and clawing hunting style. It focused instead on the most fundamental stretching and running exercises. Moreover, the intensity of the training was perfectly calibrated, hovering on the edge of her limits. She currently feels no pain, yet her body is languid and weak. Mo Jiang pondered these trivial matters and fell asleep swiftly this time. Upon rising the next morning, the feeling of fatigue was even more pronounced. As she opened her eyes, she beheld the massive silhouette of a figure squatting before the cub den, its fluffy form shimmering as if gilded by the light. The little tiger cub was momentarily entranced. The large tiger seemed to sense the movement behind it, turning to meet the dazed gaze of the cub. Was it staring at her in wonder? The mere thought sparked an uncontrollable joy within Yu, manifesting in the gentle swaying of her tail. "How do you feel today?" A deep voice, imbued with an alluring resonance, suddenly broke the silence, rousing the little cub from its reverie. Instinctively, she flicked her tail to her mouth to wipe it, responding softly, "My paws ache, my legs are sore, and my tail is sore too." As soon as she spoke, Mo Jiang felt the intensified ache as her tail inadvertently flicked before her, causing her eyes to glisten with tears. Yu skillfully maneuvered her tail to place the little cub onto her back. "Then let us remain on my back today." Mo Jiang responded with a soft hum, wrinkling her nose. It was unclear if it was merely her imagination, but she sensed an undercurrent of joy in her master's voice. Moreover, there seemed to be a trace of blood in the air. "Master, are you injured?" The soft voice of the little cub came from her back. Yu paused mid-stride, her gaze dimming slightly, yet her tone remained casual. "It's likely the scent from handling prey." There is no need to mention the incident that had startled the little cub. She was still too young. Mo Jiang shook her whiskers in response, remaining silent. Today, there were 3 main tasks at hand. 2 pertained to the physical world. One involved creating a stone roller to help the tribe's tigers harvest wheat swiftly, and the other was the salting of meat. Each winter, the tribe struggled with hunger, primarily due to insufficient food supplies. One of the key reasons for this scarcity was the heavy rains prior to winter, which accelerated food decay while simultaneously preventing hunting. Mo Jiang had only learned of this during her training with Yu the day before. She rummaged through her mind for food preservation methods, even searching the virtual light brain. Finally, she devised a strategy for the Tiger Clan to store food long-term. As for the third task, it was the live broadcast scheduled for that night. Upon waking early, she had observed the buzz on Xingwei and various popular platforms. Initially, the discussion was centered on Xingwei, but due to the appearance of several culinary experts last night who announced their intent to join the broadcast today, the excitement surged. Other popular platforms quickly caught on to the hype. Chapter 85. The live broadcast commences after observing these developments. Mo Jiang's fluffy round face furrowed in concentration. An endearing sight. Tonight presented both a challenge and an opportunity. According to current statistics, if successful, completing the system's task 4 would be a certainty. The Feihu tribe might even enjoy a prosperous winter. Failure was not an option. Mo Jiang grasped her paws, her expression gravely serious. However, her stern demeanor was swiftly whisked away by Yu's tale. "How do we create the stone roller?" The central plaza of the tribe was adorned with cylindrical stones and several uprooted trees. Not far off, the chief was surrounded by excited tribesmen, eager to investigate the unusual food discovered the night before. Mo Jiang felt her heart tremble under their fervent gazes, retreating behind Yu, tucking her head down, and began to describe the stone roller based on her recollections. "We need to hollow out both ends of these stone pillars and create holes that..." The little tiger cub took a deep breath and cautiously poked her head out, her speech becoming fluent. Observing Mo Jiang's small movements, the adult tigers present were utterly charmed, unable to suppress their smiles. However, they also understood that the little cub was shy and gentle, even if she did not show it outwardly. Soon, the Tiger Clan crafted the stone roller according to Mo Jiang's description. It was designed to accommodate the tiger tribe's size and was impressively weighty. As the wheat plants were shifted aside, vibrant green wheat grains emerged beneath. A few grains were even flattened, revealing their pale interiors. Mo Jiang's eyes sparkled at the sight of the crushed grains. She suddenly knew what to prepare for dinner tonight. While it may not satisfy every viewer's palate, She was confident it would please 70 to 80% of them. With a soft woo, Mo Jiang observed the large tigers adeptly crafting the stone roller. For the first time, she exercised her authority, instructing them to gather over 10 pounds of wheat today. Since the emergence of her purification talent, Mo Jiang had informed her tribesmen that anything she proposed, as long as it did not violate tribal rules, could be agreed upon. After watching the large tigers work efficiently, she glanced at the time on her virtual light brain, pondering, then gently tapped Yu, who was squatting behind her fluffy rear. "Master, I'm hungry." She raised her head and called out in a soft voice. If circumstances allowed, she would have loved to mimic the cute phrases from the live broadcast the previous night. "Master, I'm hungry." Upon hearing this, Yu stood, stretched lazily, and issued a few brief commands to the adult tigers before whisking the little cub away with a flick of her tail. Mo Jiang nestled on Yu's back, perusing the light brain while observing the live broadcast. The alliance's most impressive was that green plant, just now green grain. The leaves and spikes matched the descriptions in the ferocious plant compendium perfectly, and even the exterior of the green grain is green while the interior is white. Waterbird's time. Little cub, was breakfast the same as yesterday? I haven't had fishball soup in ages. I want to eat something cute. Ray Family's Light. A friend recommended this. They said this broadcast showcases exquisite natural foods. Is that true? Why is there nothing now? Also, is this the same broadcast mentioned by that fool Demang, Chong Chong? Responding to the first question, she quickly searched her virtual light brain and learned about green grain. Indeed, before the Great Evolution, this plant had not yet mutated. Green grain was known as wheat, one of humanity's most vital staple foods. The soft voice of the little cub resonated throughout the broadcast, reaching every viewer's ears. Newcomers were momentarily stunned by the adorable voice, abandoning their inclination to remain silent as they began to express their confusion. Strawberry-flavored cherry. Is this the same broadcast mentioned on Xingwei? Why does it have a milky scent? No journey. Wait, is that a little cub? Ferocious beast meat is inedible. They must have stumbled in by mistake. Those trolls are truly inhuman. If I hadn't heard the cub's voice upon entering, I would have started cursing. Ferocious beast meat is inedible. Exactly. Those trolls are such fools. Using a child as a shield. Brothers, let us get out of here. Mo Jiang paid no heed to the current situation in the live broadcast. She had already arrived at the dining area, since the tribe had stabilized their daily meal times. The cooking and dining areas had been relocated from the central plaza to a spot near a small stream, making water collection more convenient. However, gazing at the bubbling white fish balls in the pot, Mo Jiang was utterly bewildered. Just a moment ago, she had told the viewers there were no fish balls to eat, and now she found herself face to face with a dish that struck her fluffy, little round face. As the little tiger cub tumbled down from her back, Yu noticed her bewildered expression and gently nudged her with his tail. His voice was soft. "Did you not want to eat fish yesterday? Go ahead." Upon hearing these words, Mo Jiang suddenly grasped the situation. Her master could not possibly think she craved fish and had specially instructed for fishball soup today. The moment this thought crossed her mind, it dissipated entirely. She turned around, lifted her head to gaze at Yu, whose emotions were obscured by his fluffy fur. Nevertheless, from those gentle eyes, she discerned the truth. Today's fishball soup had indeed been specifically requested by Yu. A warm feeling enveloped her heart. She blinked her slightly moist eyes and, with a jubilant little stride, dashed towards the dining area. However, just as her fluffy little paws took a step forward, she stumbled and fell flat on her face. The aftereffects of yesterday's exercise still lingered, leaving her legs weak and unable to muster strength. Yu sighed and, resigned to the situation, used his tail to lift the little cub once more, placing her at his dining spot. He left with a parting remark, instructing any other tigers to seek him out if needed. Once Mo Jiang saw him depart, she lifted her head from the soft fur and, with flushed ears, watched his retreating figure. No matter how shy the little cub might be, it could not dampen the audience's cheerful spirits in the live broadcast room. As they savored the delicious fish balls, the viewers expressed their blissful sighs. At that moment, Mo Jiang, with her fluffy paws, rubbed her slightly warm cheeks, which had developed a hint of flesh, no longer resembling the bony state she had initially been in. She opened her private chat interface, found a user named Mimi2, and sent the live room number. Chapter 86. Not a water army, just eating snacks. Wang Meng had hardly slept the entire night. sitting before his holographic computer by 7 or 8 in the morning, anxiously staring at the chat interface. As time passed, the messages on the chat screen remained unchanged, causing his emotions to grow increasingly fraught. This little brat wouldn't back out at the last moment, would she? If she did, how was he to write the script for the afternoon? Even if she didn't flee after getting the certificate, what if she showed up and changed her mind, saying that the meat of fierce beasts was inedible? What would he do then? Forget it. He would simply ignore it. After all, he was riding on her coattails. Regardless of what she said, Wang Mang, with his years of experience navigating the Star Network, would surely find another opportunity to shine. His mind was filled with chaotic thoughts, and just as he envisioned himself basking in the glory of stepping on Mo Jiang and rising to prominence in the culinary world, a specially set notification tone suddenly jolted him awake from his reverie. He glanced down to see a simple 2-character message along with a string of characters, Xingbo and the live room number. Wang Mang pondered for a moment, sent the room number to a few other marketing accounts, and mocked the naivety and foolishness of this little brat while eagerly anticipating the forthcoming spectacle. Without light, anchor, the fishball soup this morning was truly delightful. I wish I could enjoy such deliciousness every day, free from the brutal energy of fierce beast meat. Huzai is my idol. Huzai, look at me. I adore you so much. Could you provide even more delicious food every day? I don't ask for much. Just 3 or 4 times the current portion would suffice. Honestly, one bowl of such delicacies is insufficient. Being ma sure, to be honest, I secretly tasted a bit of fierce beast meat before, and it wasn't that great. Only after it was handled by the cub did it possess such exquisite flavor. If possible, I wish to have a streamer with the dexterity and skill of this cub. Seeing this flood of flattery, Wang Mang merely smirked. It seemed the other party was not merely a simpleton. They were savvy enough to arrange a wave of water army before the live broadcast. As for why Wang Mang was so certain they were a water army, he had previously employed a water army to control the situation. The screen was filled with a single narrative, praise. Damn it, if this isn't a water army, then he could eat excrement while standing on his head. Just as Wang Mang intended to observe the various data of this live room in greater detail, a soft voice suddenly rang out. Dear viewers, the morning live broadcast has concluded. See you again at 7 o'clock tonight. As this gentle voice echoed, the live room abruptly went dark. Wang Mang, who had only managed to see the online viewer count nearing 7 figures, blinked in confusion. He was slightly bewildered by the abrupt end to the broadcast. However, upon entering the anchor's homepage, he confirmed that this little brat had indeed hired a water army. A newcomer, who had only been streaming for 3 or 4 days, had amassed nearly 1 million followers, unless they were water army and zombie fans. Contemplating these thoughts, Wang Mang ceased to pay attention to the comments flooding the screen, knowing they were merely brainwashing packages from the water army of little use. He even deliberately crafted a contentious post. The subsequent 2 images were screenshots of the comments he observed upon entering the live room. Stroking his chin, Wang Mang called out to the marketing accounts that shared his sentiments to retweet. Since several active culinary experts had stated they would watch tonight's live broadcast, what had initially circulated within a small circle suddenly garnered widespread attention. All were watching the account Dazhong Chong Chong Chong, and upon seeing the information he posted, without glancing at the subsequent content, they memorized the room number and rushed to Xingbo, adding this live room to their notes while setting strong reminders. Some netizens, upon seeing the post from Dazhong Chong Chong Chong, did not focus on the live room number, but rather on the images. Some even disapproved of his shameless online antics, especially when they recognized familiar faces in the images. They took the time to comment, I have never believed Zhang's words. This time, he has not disappointed us. The other party is definitely not a water army. Okay? Wang Mang chanced upon this comment, and seeing so many who did not like him, he could hardly recognize them all. Upon seeing such a comment, he instinctively assumed that the other party had indeed hired water army to infiltrate his comment section. Wasn't he this akin to defecating at his doorstep? He could not tolerate it. Absolutely not. Dazhong Chong Chong Chong. If it weren't for the water army, would I stand on my head and eat excrement while live streaming? Do you think my years of surfing the internet were for naught? Little brat. The person who was rebuffed instinctively felt compelled to throw evidence back in his face. They had contacted the culinary experts after adding their communication number. Mo Jiang remained unaware of Wang Mang's fervent activities online. After her afternoon nap, she contemplated not opening the live room. Instead, She simply posted a message on the homepage announcement. There will be no live broadcast this afternoon. I will resume at 7 o'clock tonight. We will be preparing dishes made from fierce plants and fierce beasts that you have never tasted before. So please look forward to it. After completing this task, Mo Jiang recalled the embarrassing situation from the morning. She stood up, deliberately shaking her front paws. The soreness had diminished significantly to a bearable level, and only then did she cautiously stand up. This time, she did not experience the uncontrollable sensation of collapsing due to leg weakness. Mo Jiang remained oblivious to her remarkable recovery speed. Feeling capable of walking independently, she trotted toward the awaiting who was curled up nearby, tail wrapped around himself. "Master," the little cub's soft, bright voice made whose mood inexplicably lift. "Let us go. Did you not mention salting the meat? I have already spoken with the clan leader." Huyu's voice was gentle, and his actions were tender. His tail, without the need for conscious thought, instinctively coiled around the little cub's belly. Just as he was about to lift her, the cub's soft voice rang out once more. "Master, there's no need. I can walk by myself now." Huyu gazed at Mo Jiang in astonishment, unable to suppress her surprise. Chapter 87. The curing of meat for winter is underway. She had noticed yesterday that the recovery speed of the young cub was unmatched by any ordinary tiger, and while she had developed a certain understanding, she did not expect that after extreme exertion, the cub would be lively again within just a morning. It seems that the intensity could be increased further. Huyu's eyelashes drooped slightly, concealing the changes in her eyes. Mo Jiang, whose childlike nature was becoming increasingly apparent, was bouncing about, blissfully unaware of what she was about to face. Huyu led Mo Jiang to the meat curing site. In the brief span of a morning, supplemented by a meal, all the game hunted by the Fei Hu tribe's hunting team over the past days had been processed into complete cuts of meat, neatly arranged in the corner of the central plaza of the tribe. It appeared that there were over 10 tigers stacked with such a bounty. "The prey is here. Mo Jiang, what do you suggest? The hunting team here will follow your command." The elder Hu Biao, who oversaw the hunting team, spoke while gesturing with his chin towards the tall tigers lined up in 3 rows. They were to preserve all this game using a completely new method they had never heard of. When they first heard about this news that morning, opinions among the tribe's tigers were divided. Some agreed while others did not. The dissenting voices predominantly came from the hunting and patrolling teams. They had never heard of using salt to preserve meat and had never seen what salt looked like. Furthermore, hunting fierce beasts had become increasingly difficult. They could not afford to waste the scant meat they had, especially considering that this year might follow the trend of previous years, where only 1 in 10 would remain. They were unwilling to entrust the preservation of what could be their tribe's last food source to a method they had never heard of. While processing the game, the tigers had already come to an agreement. They could not resist the elder, nor could they overpower him, but when a young cub commanded them, they would dawdle. However, all their reluctance vanished within an hour after their meal that morning, leaving no trace of their previous sluggishness. When the tribesmen spoke of the effects, they were initially skeptical, but to their surprise, the plants combined with the salt discovered by the young cub indeed filled their bellies and strengthened the tigers. The meat is being cured, all of it, due to some initial reluctance. Less than 1/10 of the prey had been processed in the morning. However, upon discovering the effectiveness of salt, the tigers poured all their energy into their work, achieving exceptional efficiency. Originally, the plan for the day was to process half of the hunted game, but the tigers efficiently finished all of it. After all, salt wouldn't harm the tigers, and no matter how they cured the meat, it would not go to waste. Before Huyu and the young cub arrived, Hu Biao had seen this situation, and as the thought crossed his mind, he could not bring himself to scold them when faced with the bright eyes of these towering figures and the cub. "Of course, you need not do it all. You just need to teach them how to do it," Hu Biao added before leaving. Huyu's cold demeanor softened slightly. After Hu Biao had walked away, he turned back for a moment, his tail swishing as he silently criticized himself for not realizing how protective Huyu was of the young cub. He shook his whiskers and departed. Mo Jiang gazed at the 2 stone pots filled with pale yellow salt and then at the abundant meat before her. In the eager eyes of the tigers, she spoke up. "There isn't enough salt. The amount in these 2 pots can only cure a small portion." Considering the cub's capabilities, she had deliberately arranged for Husun, a tiger she was somewhat familiar with, to assist in the meat curing. Observing the young cub's furrowed brow, he stepped forward and reassured her, "It's all right. There will be plenty of salt this afternoon, and we will finish curing the meat in the next couple of days. The young cub was oblivious to the tribe's arrangements, but Hu Sun was well aware that nearly the entire tribe was mobilized. 300 to 400 tigers were dedicated to digging and boiling salt, striving to stockpile enough before the cold season arrived. Aside from the patrolling team, the remaining 2,000 tigers were busy harvesting wheat and sweet potatoes. Even their small group was not idle. After processing the meat, they would support the patrolling team in expanding the purified area. The large tigers of the Fey Hu tribe possessed a unique cleverness when it came to food. Mo Jiang, recalling the salt-meat ratio from memory, weighed a piece of fresh beast meat in her paw, dipped another damp paw into the salt, and while making incisions in the meat, evenly coated the salt onto the flesh. As she worked, she explained the precautions involved. Curing meat may seem merely about applying salt evenly on the surface, but it is far more intricate. The salting process generally occurs in 3 stages. The first application requires an even layer of salt on the surface of the meat. On the following day, a second application is done, inserting fresh salt into the cuts and neatly arranging them. After 4 to 5 days, the meat is turned to swap positions, and an additional amount of new salt is added for the third application. However, this is not the final step. After the third salting, around 7 days later, the meat is flipped again, and a small amount of salt is reapplied to truly complete the curing process for long-term preservation. Generally speaking, the meat can be consumed after the first 2 applications without issue. Had it not been for Mo Jiang's experience in curing meat alongside others during her childhood, and her research on the erratic methods available on the virtual light brain, it was likely that much of the meat would have been ruined. While she meticulously explained each detail, even sharing the subsequent steps with the large tigers, they, despite their cleverness regarding food, initially struggled with the correct amount of salt to apply to the meat in their paws, either oversalting or undersalting. Through the young cub's guidance and their careful observation, they soon mastered the precise amount of salt required for each chunk of meat. Once the meat was salted, it should not be disturbed. They would apply the second layer of salt tomorrow, and if there were any uncertainties, they could come and ask her, who you had not intended to venture out of the tribe with the young cub again today. Based on her observations and deductions, the training intensity from last night required a full day for recovery. However, fate had other plans. Despite the cub's frail constitution, her recovery speed was even more astonishing than who you had anticipated. With the day's tasks completed and unable to resist the young cub's sweet, coaxing demeanor, who you led her out again in search of treasures. Chapter 88. The young cub discovers a coal mine. Naturally, this treasure hunt was solely for the young cub. Huyu's role was that of a bodyguard and protector, ensuring safety. The tribe had recently patrolled around their vicinity, and this time, they ventured to the western side of the tribe, a place Mo Jiang had never been. As she walked beside Huyu, watching the increasingly sparse vegetation, Mo Jiang blinked in confusion as Huyu's tail loosely encircled her. The flora was dwindling, and the visible soil layer was becoming more pronounced. Moreover, none of the vegetation was familiar to Mo Jiang. Just as she thought this excursion would end in disappointment, a black stone reflecting a faint glow caught her attention. With her soft little tiger paws touching the ground silently, Mo Jiang approached the stone curiously. By the time Huyu realized, the young cub was already poking at the black stone with her paws. Upon recognizing what the cub had found, Huyu instinctively frowned. Do not play with that stone. It will stain your fur black and is difficult to clean. Although the Fey Hu tribe was not afraid of water and sometimes bathed in rivers during hot weather, it did not mean they enjoyed the sensation of their fur being wet, especially not that uncomfortable half-wet feeling. Young cubs were particularly averse to it. Huyu believed that after expressing her thoughts, the little tiger cub would relinquish the black stone in its paws. To her surprise, the cub's eyes sparkled with delight. Treating the black stone as a treasure, coiling it tightly with its tail and refusing to let go, Huyu observed the little cub's tail tip, now darkened with soot from the stone, and her expression contorted with dismay. As Huyu swung her tail, attempting to forcibly retrieve the black stone from the cub's grasp, Mo Jiang nimbly evaded her strike. If my inherited knowledge serves me correctly, this must be coal, the most commonly used heating material from the Great Evolution era. As Huyu made another attempt, her previous playful swats had transformed into a blur of speed, barely perceptible. When Mo Jiang felt her tail brush against the coal lump, she quickly spoke up. Huyu paused, and the little cub added, just this amount of coal would keep the chieftain's cave warm all day long. Hu Yu's desire to take the black stone dissipated entirely. She gazed down, her round, upward-tilting eyes intently fixed on Mo Jiang. Her voice laced with seriousness. "Are you speaking the truth?" While Mo Jiang gathered firewood, she noticed the central square that had been cleared earlier in the morning was now piled high with provisions. Wheat, potatoes, sweet potatoes, everything one could wish for. Yet, as she beheld this bounty, she felt an inexplicable sense of something forgotten. Hu Yu's urging left her no time to ponder, compelling her to set aside her confusion and focus on the immediate task. In those fleeting moments of distraction, Hu Yu had discovered a dilapidated stone basin and, adhering to Mo Jiang's instructions, placed the firewood at the bottom. All preparations were complete. The final step was to place the unyielding black stone from Mo Jiang's tail into the worn stone basin. As Hu Yu's emotions fluctuated, Mo Jiang deposited the coal into the basin. The temperature within the basin soared, and soon the black stone transformed from its pure black hue to a vibrant red. Witnessing the stone glow as the cub had foretold, Hu Yu eagerly used a twig to clear away the firewood beneath. Once extinguished with water, she focused intently on the black stone in the basin. Mo Jiang inhaled the fragrant air and, fixating on the glowing coal, confirmed it was indeed coal. Initially, she had shared the belief of the Tiger Clan that this place was harsh, but now it seemed nothing could be further from the truth. The environment and resources were undeniably exceptional. Previously doubtful about her ability to provide warmth and sustenance for the Tiger Clan, she now brimmed with confidence. With a water source, salt mines, coal deposits, and fertile land for crops, there was no place better suited for agricultural development than the territory of the Tiger Clan. Mo Jiang trembled with excitement as thoughts swirled in her mind. Meanwhile, Hu Yu, observing the black stone that had not extinguished even after a quarter of an hour without the firewood, raised a paw and lightly placed it upon the stone basin. The warm, searing sensation permeated through her pads. Hu Yu's eyes glistened with moisture. For the great tigers, the most severe threat during the cold season was hunger. However, for the little cubs, hunger was not the primary concern, as the clan members would selflessly share their food with the young ones for the future of the Tiger Clan. They suffered from the cold. Before reaching the age of 10, the cub's fur was merely downy, lacking in insulation, even when surrounded by the larger tigers. One of the 5 cubs would inevitably suffer frostbite or even perish from the cold. If this winter, each of the 5 little cubs had such a source of warmth, with Hu Yu already feeling beads of sweat forming on her cheeks. She was certain that no cub would succumb to the cold this year. The mere thought of not witnessing the chilling sight of lifeless cubs sent shivers down her spine. Overwhelmed with emotion, she could hardly express her exhilaration. Her long tail seemed to possess a mind of its own, smoothing her disheveled fur before departing. How delightful! With this resource, there was no need to fear the cold of winter. Shu Shanshan, noticing that the tigers were preoccupied, took a small step forward and reiterated his earlier sentiment. Yet, the 2 tigers, one large and one small, appeared oblivious to his presence, engrossed in their conversation. "Master, I would like to prepare my own dinner tonight. Could you have the larger tigers bring me some ingredients?" Mo Jiang glanced at the time. It was already 6:30 in the evening. Observing Hu Yu's intention to leave, she surmised that the tiger meant to inform the chieftain of the coal discovery and quickly asked her to relay a message to the tigers in charge of the provisions. Without hesitation, Hu Yu agreed and departed with a swift and decisive gait. As Mo Jiang prepared for her livestream, her gaze drifted toward the small furball nearby. Shu Shanshan had been waiting patiently, his eyes fixed on the little tiger cub, and as soon as she looked his way, he hurriedly moved closer.